The return of the strong dragon. My senior sister urges me not to be too reckless. Synopsis. A master descends the mountain. Revenge is merely a side note, while flaunting one's prowess and striking back is the daily routine. Others descend the mountain for experience, but I do so for vengeance. My master warns, the world below is filled with ants, tread carefully. Zhan Feng replies, oh. My second senior sister advises, you are too handsome. Do not be too reckless before the ladies. Zhan Feng responds, oh. Thus, when the heir of a prestigious family publicly humiliates me, the next moment he finds himself kneeling on shards of glass, singing his submission. Is my wife seeking divorce? Let her leave swiftly. A beautiful so awaits my proposal, and a cold policewoman secretly harbors feelings for me, while my female secretary has ulterior motives. Are my enemies wealthy? Crush them. Are they influential? Bring them down. Are they immensely powerful? Defeat them, regardless of their might. In the face of Zhan Feng's absolute strength, all is but an illusion. Chapter 1. The Inevitable Betrayal. Xiangqing.in The underground parking lot of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ah, darling, harder. Hurry, ah. So good. The once tranquil parking lot reverberated with a series of rising and falling sounds. A black Mercedes-Benz parked in a corner, rhythmically vibrating in sync with the sounds. Soon, the car door swung open, and a young man, drenched in sweat, awkwardly exited from the back seat. Following him was a woman clad in a tight mini-skirt, her long, beautiful legs encased in black fishnet stockings, her figure curvaceous and alluring, stepping out with a radiant glow. Not far away stood a young man in jeans and a blue checkered shirt, standing at 6 feet tall, with sharp facial features, coldly observing the two as they disembarked. Lin Xinting, are you truly this impatient? A chilling voice echoed as Zhan Feng gazed at Lin Xinting, flushed with satisfaction after her escapade, a mix of anger and despair washing over him. Oh, Xinting, we are having such thrilling fun. Isn't that your useless husband, Zhan Feng? How amusing that he caught us. The young man beside her, Yang Jie, chuckled, his tone laced with provocation and mockery, completely devoid of fear after having violated another's spouse. This is precisely the thrill I desire. What does it matter if he sees us? He's merely a waste. After all, we are about to divorce. Lin Xinting exhibited no trace of guilt for her infidelity, instead reveling in it. All right, I'll step outside for a smoke. You two carry on with your business, Yang Jie said, casting a glance at Zhan Feng before swaggering out of the underground parking lot. As for Zhan Feng, he stood there, fixated on the alluring figure of Lin Xinting, his wife, his beloved. He had never anticipated that he would marry such a shameless woman. Likewise, Lin Xinting looked at Zhan Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain for her worthless husband. That disdain emanated from the depths of her heart. Zhan Feng, do you see? He is young Master Yang, wealthy, influential, far beyond your reach. I was truly blind to marry a failure like you, wasting 3 years of my youth. No, the blind one is me, not you. Ha! You still look down on me. Lin Xinting gazed at Zhan Feng, a cold smile gracing her lips, her expression fierce. It's been 3 years. You should have forgotten about your parents' deaths by now, right? Upon hearing her words, Zhan Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, as if cut by a blade point 3 years ago, on the night of his wedding to Lin Xinting. What was meant to be a joyous occasion turned into a nightmare as he received the devastating news. His parents had both fallen to their deaths from the Guotian building. That night marked Zhan Feng's fall from grace, plunging him from paradise into the depths of despair. The incident stirred a great commotion in Xiangqing, with varied opinions swirling. Zhan Feng knew all too well that his parents' deaths were not a mere suicide. How could they take their lives on the very day of his marriage? Moreover, his father's career was flourishing, indicating a significant conspiracy at play. He implored the authorities to investigate thoroughly, yet the final conclusion was suicide, with no case opened. With her arms crossed, Lin Xinting watched Zhan Feng, lost in memories, and let out a cold, mocking laugh. Zhan Feng, do you remember what you once said? You claimed your parents did not commit suicide, that there was a grand conspiracy behind it. But even if the truth were uncovered, with your strength back then, you could not avenge them. So you vowed to grow stronger, to return and seek vengeance. Yet you vanished for 3 years. In those 3 years, I envisioned, that upon your return, you would emerge with a powerful identity, basking in glory, like the revered Zhan Shun of Jiangsheng or the illustrious Yi Longwang of Huhai, becoming someone extraordinary, and I, as your wife, would shine as the most radiant woman in Xiangqing. Do you know how envious I was of those remarkable women? But in the end, I was merely daydreaming. I lacked that fortune. You are nothing but a worthless failure, squandering 3 years of my youth. Now, you are devoid of wealth, strength, or status. You have not changed one bit from who you were 3 years ago. Lin Xinting continued her relentless tirade, her voice, actions, and expressions all betraying her utter disdain for Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng merely smiled coldly in response to Lin Xinting's incessant complaints, offering no further explanation. For the woman who had betrayed him emotionally no longer deserved his words. During his absence of 3 years, an unexpected opportunity led him to encounter a remarkable elder, who took him as a disciple and brought him to Shenlong Mountain. He became the third disciple of his master, with 2 senior sisters above him. Being the only male disciple of his master, Zhan Feng inherited all of his teachings, excelling in both medicine and martial arts. However, he had yet to share this with Lin Xinting, for upon returning to Xiangqing, she immediately filed for divorce and insisted on proceeding without delay. Zhan Feng had intended to meet with Lin Xinting to clarify matters and salvage their precarious marriage, but the recent events rendered that unnecessary. Enough of this nonsense. I refuse to waste any more time here. Let's proceed with the divorce, Lin Xinting said impatiently as she entered the elevator. 20 minutes later, the divorce paperwork was completed. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Xinting tossed the divorce certificate at Zhan Feng and shot him a disdainful glance before departing. Zhan Feng bent down to retrieve the certificate from the ground, shaking his head with a smile. For him, the next course of action was revenge. As for emotions, they held no significance. At that moment, Zhan Feng's phone rang. As he glanced at the incoming call, Zhan Feng curled his lips in disdain. It was none other than his second senior sister, a woman whose stunning beauty could leave any man utterly spellbound, complemented by a figure that was equally captivating and a fiery personality to match. Hello, second senior sister. What wisdom do you wish to impart? Zhan Feng greeted with a cheerful tone upon answering the call. Little junior brother, do you miss your second senior sister? Her voice, laced with a teasing allure, resonated through the phone. Of course I do. I think of you day and night, during meals, while sleeping, even in the shower, and in my dreams. He quickly replied, internally chastising himself for even considering a response that would suggest otherwise. After all, it was imperative not to offend her. That's more like my obedient junior brother, she said with evident satisfaction. Before continuing, now that you have returned to the bustling world, have you had any encounters with beautiful women? How could I possibly have such thoughts? My mind is solely occupied with you, second senior sister. After becoming accustomed to your unparalleled beauty, I find myself utterly disinterested in other women, Zhan Feng replied with flattery. Good. Remember, you belong to your second senior sister, and any romantic pursuits must receive my approval. Understood? Second senior sister. Isn't that a bit too domineering? Oh, all right. I shall submit a request for approval before pursuing any romantic interests. Zhan Feng conceded with a slight grimace. That's more like it. The 4 notorious kings imprisoned in the demon prison on Demon Island are about to be released. They are figures of dread in Huaxia, feared by many. Once they are freed, they will assist you in your endeavors and follow your commands. With my combat prowess, I hardly need the assistance of the 4 notorious kings, Zhan Feng responded promptly. Chapter 2. A bet? Marriage? No, the world is perilous. Merely relying on strength is futile. One must also cultivate connections. With their assistance, many troubles can be avoided. Unfortunately, the second senior sister cannot accompany you for the time being, but with their support, I feel reassured. You are the apple of her eye. You must not encounter even the slightest mishap. Wait a moment, I have serious doubts. I suspect that you sent them not to assist me, but to monitor whether I am pursuing romantic interests, interrupted Zhan Feng as he spoke. Ahem. The second senior sister coughed lightly over the phone, shifting her tone, and said, it's merely a precaution. Be obedient, or else the second senior sister will have to spank you. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng was reminded of the days when his master first brought him to Shenlong Mountain, during which the second senior sister would often bully him, and spanking had become one of her peculiar pastimes. Reflecting on that period filled him with embarrassment. This is precisely why the second senior sister, who can captivate the hearts of men, leaves him feeling powerless. He bears the shadows of that past. After hanging up, Zhan Feng exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, where an old version of an Audi A8 halted before him. Soon, the car door swung open, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in a Tai Chi outfit and worn cloth shoes, exuding an extraordinary aura, somewhat hurriedly stepping out of the vehicle. Zhan Feng, the old man called out with a beaming smile as he approached him briskly. Zhan Feng cast a puzzled glance at the elder, for he did not recognize the man before him. However, since he had called his name, it was evident that the man was familiar with him. Who are you? Zhan Feng inquired. I am Bai Tsangshan from the Bai family of Xiangqing. The elder introduced himself. Zhan Feng had a rudimentary understanding of the Bai family. Known to be one of the four prominent families in Xiangqing, possessing considerable power and belonging to the upper echelons of the affluent class. However, he was curious as to how Bai Tsangshan knew him. Given the Zhan family's previous standing in Xiangqing, they had no standing to associate with the Bai family. In truth, they lacked the qualifications to do so. It was akin to a mere mortal gazing up at the celestial beings, an unattainable existence. Thus, it was perplexing that Bai Tsangshan would recognize him. You know me? Zhan Feng asked, slightly bewildered. You are my granddaughter's husband. How could I not know you? I've been searching for you for quite some time, and I have finally found you today, Bai Tsangshan exclaimed, his expression warm and slightly excited, lacking the imposing demeanor of a patriarch, resembling instead an amiable old man. Zhan Feng was taken aback by Bai Tsangshan's words. Granddaughter's husband? What nonsense is this? He had never even met the man's granddaughter, so how could he have become her husband? Surely, there had been a mistake, or perhaps the elder was suffering from dementia. Old sir, please do not jest with me. Zhan Feng chuckled lightly, intending to turn away. Little San, Bai Tsangshan called out with a smile. Zhan Feng, who was about to leave, halted abruptly upon hearing the term Little San. His master had 3 disciples, and above him were 2 strikingly beautiful senior sisters, both formidable in their own right. Therefore, he had become Little San in the eyes of his master and the senior sisters. No one else would refer to him in such a manner. You, Zhan Feng turned back to face Bai Tsangshan. Look at this. Bai Tsangshan displayed a somewhat sly, yet not entirely mischievous smile. He then produced a crumpled piece of cowhide paper from his pocket, appearing somewhat aged, and handed it to Zhan Feng. What is this? Zhan Feng asked, puzzled. As he accepted the paper and opened it, to his surprise, it was not the marriage contract he had anticipated, but rather a bet. Zhan Feng pondered. What relevance does a bet have for me? Upon reading the contents of the bet, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. If the male disciple loses, he must unconditionally offer himself to the Bai family as a son-in-law upon receiving a male disciple. The closing signature bore his master's name. At that moment, Zhan Feng's mind was inundated with a torrent of expletives directed at his master. How could he be so heartless? Now do you understand? Bai Tsangshan remarked. I did not expect you to be acquainted with my master as well. He has lived in seclusion for most of his life, yet seems to have friends in the outside world. Zhan Feng awkwardly chuckled, all the while contemplating how to evade this obligation. The reason was straightforward. He had never encountered Bai Tsangshan's granddaughter, and he was unaware of her appearance. If she were beautiful, that would be one thing. However, if she were exceedingly unattractive, his life would be a living nightmare. Ahem. Although your master has lived in seclusion for most of his days, he was quite the charmer in his youth, often frequenting the vibrant nightlife, Bai Tsangshan remarked. Zhan Feng, I have already contacted my granddaughter. She is on her way. You two can go directly to register your marriage. Bai Tsangshan spoke with palpable eagerness. Register? Is it really so hasty? It is not hasty. This bet has existed for over a decade. No, Grandfather Bai, your family is illustrious. And I am but a poor lad with no accomplishments. I am unworthy of your granddaughter. Zhan Feng quickly replied. You are worthy, not to mention your impressive stature, handsome demeanor, and charming personality. Even if you were disfigured, as long as you are his disciple, you are worthy, Bai Tsangshan asserted with satisfaction. Zhan Feng felt somewhat speechless at Bai Tsangshan's earnest words. I just got divorced. Zhan Feng added. Does being recently divorced preclude you from obtaining a marriage certificate? My point is that I am a divorced man, and I fear I may not be worthy of your granddaughter, potentially tarnishing your family's reputation. 100 divorces would matter not. Zhan Feng realized that he absolutely could not agree to this. Although the Bai family was among the 4 prominent families of Xiangqing, their lineage was illustrious. However, if the granddaughter was not pleasing to the eye, then all was for naught. Moreover, something offered so readily could not be genuinely desirable. The forced nature of the arrangement suggested that she must be unattractive, left unwed, and now he was being coerced to take her on. He had no desire to be a fall guy. Can I refuse this? Zhan Feng inquired. Ahem. Bai Tsangshan cleared his throat, squinting slightly with a smile, and replied. A disciple must not defy his master's orders. Bai Tsangshan patted Zhan Feng on the shoulder and reassured him, do not worry. The Bai family will not let you suffer. I will treat you as my own grandson. Yet, the more Bai Tsangshan said this, the more uneasy Zhan Feng felt. He sensed that a nightmare was looming. Meanwhile, in a Rolls-Royce en route to the Civil Affairs Bureau, sat an exquisitely beautiful woman in the back seat, dressed in a well-tailored corporate suit. Her loose chestnut waves cascaded over her shoulders, and her mature, alluring oval face radiated femininity. Undoubtedly, she was an enchanting executive of unparalleled charm. Chapter 3. I am again forced into marriage at that moment. She held a phone in her hand, her fair and cool visage tinged with worry. She was Bai Lingxue, the granddaughter of Bai Tsongshan. Having graduated from Harvard Business School a year ago, she returned to Xiangqing and took it upon herself to manage a struggling subsidiary of the Bai Group to hone her skills. In merely a year, Bai Lingxue has demonstrated extraordinary acumen in business, resurrecting her company from the brink of collapse to profitability, and has ascended to become one of the top 10 enterprises in Xiangqing. Bai Lingxue has earned the esteemed title of the most beautiful CEO in Xiangqing. Most notably, she remains single, which has attracted numerous suitors. However, they have not been outright rejected by her, but rather dismissed at the threshold by Bai Tsongshan. The reasons for this remain unknown to outsiders, yet Bai Lingxue is acutely aware. Now, the person she once deemed illusory and non-existent has materialized, leaving her momentarily disconcerted. What is most difficult for Bai Lingxue to accept is that this so-called fiancé has never even met her grandfather until today, marking their first encounter. Furthermore, on their very first meeting, they are expected to obtain a marriage certificate. This is utterly absurd. What if he turns out to be a scoundrel? What if he is a hedonist? What if he is lamentably unattractive? At this moment, Bai Lingxue dares not contemplate further. She struggles to comprehend her grandfather's outrageous actions. While Bai Lingxue approaches this situation with reluctance and trepidation, Zhan Feng shares a similar sentiment of reluctance and apprehension. After approximately 10 minutes, a Rolls-Royce glides to a stop beside the street in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. My granddaughter has arrived. Rest assured, she is quite lovely, Bai Tsongshan remarks with a smile, observing Zhan Feng's complex expression. For Zhan Feng, beauty can only be discerned upon meeting, hence his mood remains unaltered by Bai Tsongshan's words. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Bai Lingxue gazes through the window at Zhan Feng, standing at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, her unease slightly alleviated. Setting aside the matter of Zhan Feng's character and virtue, he is undeniably handsome, entirely aligning with, if not surpassing, Bai Lingxue's standards for a gentleman. However, Bai Lingxue places greater emphasis on character and virtue. If these are lacking, then no amount of beauty can redeem him, rendering him merely a rogue. Subsequently, the car door swings open, and Bai Lingxue steps out. Upon seeing her, Zhan Feng's eyes involuntarily flicker. Wow! She is truly a stunning beauty, an exquisite gem. Her figure and appearance are undoubtedly exceptional. This revelation dispels Zhan Feng's prior concerns. Bai Tsongshan's granddaughter is not only beautiful, but an extraordinary one at that. Grandfather. Bai Lingxue strides forward. Zhan Feng, from now on, he is your husband, Bai Tsongshan states plainly, gesturing towards Zhan Feng. Bai Lingxue glances at Zhan Feng, but remains silent. Zhan Feng merely offers a slight smile in response. For Zhan Feng, marrying such a stunning beauty leaves him devoid of any grievances. It appears that his mentor has indeed shown him kindness. You just finalize your divorce today, and you have your identification with you. It's perfect timing for you both to proceed and obtain your marriage certificate. Bai Tsongshan eagerly informs Bai Lingxue. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue's beautiful eyes narrow slightly. Just divorced? This implies that the Zhan Feng before her may not be an ideal man. Otherwise, how could he have married and divorced so swiftly? Instantly, Bai Lingxue's burgeoning affection for Zhan Feng, born of his attractiveness, dissipates. All right, she concedes with a nod, refraining from refusal, for she understands that her grandfather's decisions are immutable. Go ahead, go ahead. Bai Tsongshan cheerfully waves his hand. Bai Lingxue strides ahead, directly entering the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhan Feng follows suit, accompanying her inside. If you regret this, you still have time to back out. Upon entering the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Bai Lingxue halts, her expression frigid as she fixes her gaze on Zhan Feng. There is no question of regret. I've already been married once. If it doesn't work out, I can simply divorce again. Zhan Feng shrugs nonchalantly. Do you consider marriage a trivial matter? Bai Lingxue retorts. Such is the nature of the world. Scoundrel. Bai Lingxue internally labels him upon hearing his words. Your name is Zhan Feng, am I correct? Let me be clear. My marriage to you is solely to appease my grandfather. I harbor no feelings for you whatsoever. That is perfectly acceptable. Emotions can be nurtured over time. Zhan Feng replies, still smiling. There will be no cultivation of feelings. Marriage is acceptable, but no one is to know. Bai Lingxue warns him with an air of authority. Are you disdainful of men who have been divorced? Zhan Feng teases. Bai Lingxue rolls her eyes, dismissing him, and proceeds towards the marriage certificate processing desk. Zhan Feng chuckles. Although Bai Lingxue may appear somewhat aloof, her beauty and grace truly overshadow all else. In fact, her cool demeanor only enhances her ethereal beauty. Thus, within less than an hour post-divorce, Zhan Feng finds himself wed to the renowned Bai Lingxue, the most beautiful CEO in Xiangqing, leaving him rather bewildered. After completing the marriage certificate formalities, Bai Lingxue and Zhan Feng exit the Civil Affairs Bureau in succession. Lingxue, give Zhan Feng a key to your villa. Now that you are married, he should move in with you. Bai Cangshan inspects the marriage certificate with satisfaction and nods. Cohabitation? You are married now. Not living together would imply separation. Grandfather, Bai Lingxue interjects. All right. Bai Lingxue concedes, producing a key for Zhan Feng. Grandfather, I have matters to attend to at the company. I must leave now. Bai Lingxue states before heading to her vehicle and departing from the scene. This little girl is so focused on her career. Having never dated, she must be shy, Bai Cangshan observes with a smile at Zhan Feng. You truly are a wonderful grandfather. Zhan Feng replies with a knowing smile. Indeed, now that you two have obtained your marriage certificate, I shall oversee the wedding arrangements. I am determined to host a grand celebration for you. Bai Cangshan declares. Let us postpone the wedding for now. It is likely not feasible in the near future. Zhan Feng shakes his head. Why? A vendetta against my parents. Zhan Feng's eyes narrow, betraying a glimmer of cold resolve. Everything he does is driven by his quest to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise and to bring the culprits to justice. After your descent from the mountain, your master mentioned this matter. I shall assist you in your investigation. Bai Cangshan assures, patting Zhan Feng on the shoulder. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Wait a moment. Today marks your marriage certificate acquisition. As your elder, I must present you with a gift. Bai Cangshan smiles, halting Zhan Feng. Without further ado, Zhan Feng was about to express that it was unnecessary when a brand new Koenigsegg pulled up to the roadside. Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed man exited the vehicle and approached Bai Cangshan, respectfully stating, Bai Laozhong, here is the car you requested, a special custom model, of which only 12 exist globally. Here are the keys. Bai Cangshan received the keys and handed them to Zhan Feng, saying, Here, I am uncertain of your preferences, so I chose the most expensive option. Zhan Feng glanced at the bespoke Koenigsegg, recognizing its value as a small target achieved, deeply appreciating Bai Cangshan's generous intentions. Additionally, this is a global black card from Swiss Bank. I have no use for it, so you may utilize it, Bai Cangshan added, producing a black card and placing it into Zhan Feng's pocket. Zhan Feng, feeling rather disinterested in showcasing the illustrious traditions of persuasion, accepted everything with a nonchalant demeanor. All right, you carry on with your affairs, but do not forget to return to Ling Shue's home this evening, Bai Cangshan said with a smile, giving Zhan Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Moreover, my granddaughter possesses a proud temperament, yet can be utterly gentle when conquered. The sooner you win her over, the better. Perhaps you might even have a chubby little boy. Bai Cangshan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his expression. Zhan Feng, chuckling internally, bid farewell to Bai Cangshan and drove away. His custom model Koenigsegg, one of only 12 in the world, cruised through the streets, naturally attracting attention wherever it went. For Zhan Feng, today marked an extraordinary milestone, an amalgamation of significant life events including a divorce and a new marriage to an exquisite beauty. 20 minutes later, Zhan Feng arrived at the underground parking lot of the Zijin apartment, which had once been shared with Lin Xinting. Despite their recent separation, remnants of their past still lingered within, prompting Zhan Feng to retrieve them to firmly sever ties with Lin Xinting. Stepping out of the car, he lit a cigarette and ascended in the elevator. Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhan Feng entered the electronic lock S-code, only to be met with a notification indicating the password had been changed. Reluctant to confront Lin Xinting's unpleasant demeanor, he resigned himself to waiting for her return, standing at the door while smoking. Meanwhile, Yang Jie drove Lin Xinting into the underground parking lot, having made a stop at a shopping mall on their way home. Lin Xinting, catering to Yang Jie's preferences, had purchased an array of alluring lace attire, eager to indulge in an intimate evening with him. Their vehicle conveniently parked next to Zhan Feng's Koenigsegg. Wow, 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 Yang Jie exclaimed excitedly as he parked, immediately leaping out of the car to express his admiration for the stunning automobile. Lin Xinting, stepping out after him, mirrored his awe. Of course, a limited edition Koenigsegg. Its price tag is akin to a small fortune, Yang Jie remarked, running his fingers over the luxurious paint, nearly drooling with excitement. Who could possibly afford such a car? Quick, take some pictures, he urged, handing his phone to Lin Xinting. After capturing several images, Yang Jie promptly shared them on social media to flaunt his encounter with the extraordinary vehicle. As they ascended in the elevator, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm, describing the Koenigsegg as his dream car. Just as he was elaborating on its magnificence, the elevator doors opened to reveal Zhan Feng standing at the entrance. Why don't you take a picture with my Koenigsegg? Are you thrilled? Zhan Feng regarded Yang Jie, who was animatedly talking, with a bemused smile. Oh, look who it is. Haven't you been humiliated enough? Back for more? Yang Jie taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Such a persistent annoyance. Lin Xinting chimed in. Did you just claim that Koenigsegg is yours? Do you even realize how ridiculous that sounds? You couldn't afford a single wheel with your entire family's fortune. Indeed, that Koenigsegg is worth a small fortune. I may not know the character of others, but I certainly know yours. Zhan Feng listened to their banter with a faint smile, feeling no need to justify himself to such individuals. What are you smiling about? We're divorced now. Stop clinging to me. Only someone like Yang Jie is my true soulmate, so be gone. I'm here to collect my parents' belongings, Lin Xinting declared, attempting to open the door. Wait, Yang Jie interjected, blocking her path, a sly grin forming on his lips. In order to satisfy my tastes, Xinting has bought several enticing outfits to wear for me. We are headed home for some exercise. Once we finish, you can come in to retrieve your things. Of course, you can stand outside and listen to our passionate encounters. No offense, but I doubt you've ever experienced anything like it. With that, a sharp slap echoed through the air as Zhan Feng delivered a decisive blow to Yang Jie's face. Yang Jie, momentarily stunned, clutched his burning cheek, bewildered by the audacity of this so-called waste. Zhan Feng, you dare, he began, but Zhan Feng swiftly struck him again. Yang Jie staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth, accompanied by a dislodged tooth. Continue your insults, Zhan Feng said with a chilling smile, his demeanor striking fear. After receiving several blows, Yang Jie fell silent, his expression shifting to one of uncertainty as he regarded Zhan Feng. Was this truly the so-called inept husband Lin Xinting had described? Open the door, Zhan Feng commanded, casting a cold glance at Lin Xinting, who appeared momentarily dazed, as if witnessing a stranger in front of her. In no time, Lin Xinting unlocked the door, allowing Zhan Feng to step inside. He proceeded to the study, which had once served as their marital home. Little did he know that in his absence, it had transformed into a sanctuary for Lin Xinting and Yang Jie's clandestine affair. If not for the need to retrieve his parents' belongings, he would have refused to set foot in this place. Zhan Feng opened the safe, revealing photographs of his parents, alongside his father's watch and his mother's necklace. Additionally, he discovered a USB drive that had been hidden in his father's pocket. As he gazed at the photographs, a wave of sorrow washed over him, mingled with a cold fury that permeated the room. Lin Xinting stood at the door, her brows knitted in concern. She noticed a car key peeking from Zhan Feng's pocket, a key adorned with the Koenigsegg emblem. This revelation stirred doubts within her as she recalled Zhan Feng's earlier claims about the vehicle. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, chuckling to herself at the absurdity of her musings. How could a man deemed a waste possibly possess a Koenigsegg, especially one valued at such a staggering amount? Even if Zhan Feng were to strive for success, their divorce had only occurred an hour ago. There was no way he could suddenly acquire such a luxury. Even if he had won the lottery, Zhan Feng gathered his belongings and made his way toward the exit, passing Lin Xinting without a glance. To him, she had become a woman of little worth. Zhan Feng, Lin Xinting called out as he walked by. Is there something you need? You struck Yang Jie a few times. I advise you to take the initiative to apologize to him, for he is not someone you can afford to offend. Lin Xinting, seemingly with good intentions, urged Zhan Feng. Make your identity clear. Zhan Feng rubbed his nose, gazing at Lin Xinting with a hint of amusement, and said, You believe that I cannot provoke him? Do you think you can provoke him? Or on what grounds do you think you can provoke him? The Yang family is quite powerful in Xianqing. Lin Xinting warned. So, is that your reason for willingly becoming his plaything? Zhan Feng retorted. After all, it's all just play. It's better than being a toy for a useless man like you, right? Hee. Zhan Feng responded with a bland smile. Let me tell you, Yang Jie's father knows people from the Tiger Gate in Xianqing and has even had the fortune to dine with Lu Ziguang, the master of the Tiger Gate. If you wish to survive in Xianqing, you should apologize to Yang Jie, preferably kneeling, to demonstrate your sincerity. Lin Xinting advised. Oh. Zhan Feng merely responded with a nonchalant oh before turning to leave. As he reached the entrance, Zhan Feng glanced at the swollen-cheeked Yang Jie, stepping closer. Yang Jie instinctively took a step back, a reflex born of fear. Apologize and do it sincerely. Lin Xinting, following him outside, remarked. She could not tolerate Zhan Feng's pretentious demeanor and felt the need to diminish his arrogance. Zhan Feng turned back to give Lin Xinting a sidelong glance before looking at Yang Jie, offering a slight smile. Kneel. Zhan Feng. Do not go too far. Yang Jie glared at Zhan Feng, his teeth clenched. I'm going too far, what of it? Zhan Feng tilted his head, scrutinizing Yang Jie. Lin Xinting interjected, Zhan Feng, I think you have lost your mind. I reminded you that young Master Yang knows people from Tiger Gate. The one who should kneel is you. At that moment, Yang Jie began to gather his own momentum, raising his chin and addressing Zhan Feng. Lin Xinting is right. I know people from the Tiger Gate. If you know what is good for you, you will smack. Before Yang Jie could finish, Zhan Feng slapped him. I lack patience. Kneel now, or I will take your life. Do you believe it? Yang Jie, looking into Zhan Feng's fierce gaze, felt his earlier bravado evaporate instantly. Subsequently, he knelt before Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng looked down at Yang Jie on the ground, said nothing further, simply smiled faintly, and then pressed the elevator button to leave. Zhan Feng, I curse you. Upon seeing the elevator descend, Yang Jie stood up in anger, finally expressing his pent-up fury. Jie, good, does your face hurt? Lin Xinting asked with concern after stepping outside. Given the swelling, how could it not hurt? That bastard, I will not let him off. Yang Jie gritted his teeth. Let me get you some anti-swelling cream when we go inside. No need. Just serve me well inside to vent my anger. Yang Jie declared, abruptly lifting Lin Xinting around the waist. Although Lin Xinting was no longer Zhan Feng's wife, imagining herself as such indeed provided a means of catharsis. After Zhan Feng descended and got into his car, he drove toward the cemetery, stopping to buy a bouquet of flowers along the way. Upon arriving at the gravestone, Zhan Feng placed the flowers before it, then knelt and bowed 3 times. Mom and Dad, your son has returned. This time, I will uncover the truth behind your tragic fall. Regardless of their identity or status, I shall ensure they pay for their blood debts. Zhan Feng knelt before the gravestone, his heart heavy with sorrow. At that moment, an invisible pressure emanated from behind him. Zhan Feng retracted his tear-filled gaze, his expression turning sharp and cold. Rising, he turned to see 2 figures approaching at an astonishing speed. Shibei Tianlang, paying respects to Third Master. Nanjing Bahu, paying respects to Third Master. The 2 men, radiating a palpable aura of intimidation, knelt on one knee before Zhan Feng. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent that had just surfaced within him dissipated. In the sect, he held the 3rd rank, and with them addressing him as Third Master, it was undoubtedly the 4 great demons sent by his second senior sister to assist him. Moreover, judging by the invisible pressure they exuded, they were undoubtedly elite experts in Huaxia. Zhan Feng regarded the 2, one a king from the south and the other from the northwest, and could not help but marvel at his second senior sister's prowess. Having the renowned 4 great demons in Huaxia, and indeed worldwide, bowing before him was no small feat. You have been released from prison? Yes, Third Master. The second madam was worried about you, so she used some connections to have us released early. However, judging by the cold and fierce aura you just displayed, it seems her concerns were unwarranted. Tianlang replied. Zhan Feng thought to himself, it seems that their assistance is a mere facade, while their true purpose is to monitor my romantic pursuits. I must find a way to completely subdue these 4 great demons and make them my own. Why are only the 2 of you here? In response, Tianlang said, The second madam has other arrangements for the others, so they could not come. I see. Zhan Feng nodded and continued. By the way, don't call me third master anymore. Considering your ages, you're more like my uncles, which sounds rather strange. You are the second madam's junior, and we dare not change how we address you. Otherwise, if the second madam finds out, she will surely whip us. Tianlang replied awkwardly. Zhan Feng whip? Imagining his second senior sister's alluring figure and striking beauty, along with her fiery personality, paired with a small whip, made it easy to think inappropriately. Chapter 6. A subtle scheme. Zhan Feng must bite the hook. My second senior sister is only 2 years older than me. Isn't it's strange that you call her second madam? Zhan Feng pondered her age and could not help but ask. This reflects her esteemed status in our eyes. Initially, she found it strange, but she gradually grew accustomed to it. Tianlang explained. I am not accustomed to it. Please refrain from calling me third master in the future. Zhan Feng waved his hand. Tianlang considered for a moment and replied, then we shall call you boss. Zhan Feng nodded in agreement. Boss, I have already investigated the basic power dynamics in Xiangqing. The master of the Tiger Gate, Lu Ziguang, is someone I trained personally. I will summon him to meet you, so you can command him as you please. Bahu informed Zhan Feng. There is no need. I want to keep a low profile for now. I cannot alert the hidden enemies, or they will conceal themselves even deeper. Zhan Feng waved his hand in response. Understood. Bahu nodded, then asked, do you have any plans for us? I will summon you if I have plans. For now, there is nothing. Zhan Feng replied. Then we shall be on standby at all times. Bahu zet. After leaving the cemetery, Zhan Feng headed to Bai Lingshue's current residence, which is now also his own. Longhu Tianjing Mountain Villa District, undoubtedly a wealthy enclave. The entire villa area is built against the mountains, flanked by them on 3 sides, with one side facing a lake, covering tens of thousands of square meters. The estate consists of only 10 independent villas, the value of which is self-evident. Bai Lingshue's villa occupies a prime location, adjacent to the shimmering lakeside. Zhan Feng took out the villa key, opened the door, and could not help but admire Bai Lingshue's exquisite taste in living. The expansive living room features floor-to-ceiling windows. Less than 10 meters away lies the lake, within easy reach. At 5 in the afternoon, the lakeside view was extraordinarily beautiful, as the fiery sun cast its warm glow upon the water, shimmering like a canvas of exquisite landscape. Reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight and admiring the lake, was an unparalleled delight. The only drawback was the absence of traces of life, suggesting that Bai Lingxue did not reside here frequently. However, this was understandable. As a young woman, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for Bai Lingxue to live alone in such a spacious villa. Thus, Zhan Feng opted for a bedroom by the lake. As for whether Bai Lingxue would return to stay, he was indifferent. Living alone, free from constraints, was preferable. Around 8 in the evening at Haitian Dasha, Bai Lingxue concluded a day of work and, accompanied by her assistant, stepped out of the building. She entered the Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance. Resting her delicate fingers against her cheek, her exquisite face showing signs of fatigue. Accompanying Bai Lingxue was a woman exuding femininity, her beauty reminiscent of a ripe peach, imbued with the wisdom of maturity. Her name was Guaning, 30 years old, and she met Bai Lingxue at Harvard Business School, where they became close friends. After Bai Lingxue returned to the country, she earnestly invited Guaning, and now, Bai Lingxue's remarkable achievements in business were not only due to her innate talent, but also significantly aided by Guaning. Thus, while they appeared to be superior and subordinate in the eyes of others, privately, they were dear friends and sisters. Miss, which home shall we return to tonight? Guaning inquired, glancing back at Bai Lingxue from the front seat, her dewy cheeks adorned with a teasing smile. Which home? You are a married woman now. Have you forgotten? Guaning reminded her. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue snapped back to reality, almost forgetting her marital status. What was his name again? She pondered, as she had never taken him seriously enough to remember. Guaning, miss, you have already registered your marriage, yet you cannot even recall your husband's name. You truly do not regard him highly, Guaning teased. I did not take him to heart either. I, Bai Lingxue, could never fancy such a man. How could a toad ever aspire to eat swan meat? Bai Lingxue shrugged dismissively. You have not delved deeply enough into his character to pass such judgment. Can a divorced man be considered a good man? Bai Lingxue retorted. Oh, come on. Guaning laughed and shook her head. Divorce is a mutual affair. One cannot solely blame the man, can they? Humph. While it is true that divorce cannot entirely be blamed on men, I simply do not see him as a good person. He is a scoundrel. Bai Lingxue pouted, letting out a soft huff. So, where shall we go now? Guaning asked. Let us head to Longhu, Tianjingshan Villa, Bai Lingxue decided after a moment of hesitation. She understood her grandfather's stance. Avoidance was not an option. After all, the villa had 3 floors, allowing for personal space without interference. You are a beauty beyond compare, with countless men captivated by your charm. Are you not afraid that he may lose control tonight? Guaning raised an eyebrow playfully. He dares not. Bai Lingxue's brows furrowed. If he dares to act against me, I will not hesitate to cut him off. Guaning laughed. With your grandfather's attitude, should you sever ties, you would be destined to live alone forever. Since you are already married, why not surrender to him sooner? A woman needs nurturing. Otherwise, her emotions may become unstable. Ningjia, you're 35, and your mature femininity radiates from within. A ripe peach deserves to be savored. It seems you are the one in need of nurturing. Bai Lingxue teased. You cheeky girl. Guaning rolled her eyes. At this moment, an idea struck Bai Lingxue. What do you mean? Guaning inquired, noticing Bai Lingxue's contemplative gaze. Miss, do not look at me with those eyes. I am afraid, Guaning responded. Bai Lingxue smiled coyly. Ningjia, how about this? You, with your enchanting beauty, could employ a little charm. No man could resist your allure, especially not a scoundrel like Zhan Feng. You could seduce him, and then I would have a reason to divorce him. Such a method is quite ingenious of you. Guaning chuckled. But miss, you are pushing me into a fire pit. Ningjia, you are the best. Please help me just this once. Bai Lingxue pleaded in a slightly childish tone. Guaning shook her head. No, Ningjia, can you bear to watch me live in this fiery pit? Guaning grimaced. Ningjia, I beg you besides. It is not as if I am asking you to offer your body to Zhan Feng. I am truly amazed. I have never seen anyone ask their best friend to seduce their own husband. Guaning sighed in resignation. I am begging you, help me this time. You are the best. Fine, I will assist you on this occasion, but I must make it clear that all consequences will fall upon you. Guaning agreed. All right, no problem. Bai Lingxue cheerfully stuck out her tongue. Thus, the car slowly departed from Hai Tiandasha, heading toward Longhu, Tianjingshan Villa. Chapter 7. Going mad in the living room of Tianjingshan Villa, Zhan Feng sat cross-legged in the dimly lit space, cultivating his inner energy. Waves of warmth radiated from his body, and beads of sweat adorned his well-defined muscles. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxue and Guaning arrived at the villa. They stepped out of the car and noticed the absence of light within the villa. Lingxue, could it be that your husband is not here? Guaning inquired. Bai Lingxue found it peculiar. Under normal circumstances, Zhan Feng should not have turned off the lights at this hour. He must not have had time to move in yet. Bai Lingxue mused as she entered the villa. Arriving at the door, she opened it and switched on the living room lights. Upon the illumination, Bai Lingxue was momentarily taken aback to find Zhan Feng sitting cross-legged in the center of the room. Her surprise stemmed not only from his unusual posture, but also from the fact that he was clad only in his underwear. Indeed, Zhan Feng wore nothing but a pair of shorts, leaving his torso bare. Uncouth, indecent, and downright insane. Who sits in the middle of the living room in their underwear with the lights off? Bai Lingxue glared at Zhan Feng, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth grinding in indignation. A wife, you're back. I thought you wouldn't return. It seems you are quite satisfied with our marriage, or rather, with me as a person, Zhan Feng remarked calmly, standing to face Bai Lingxue with a serene smile. However, as Bai Lingxue looked directly at him, her face flushed crimson, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her being. The reason was simple. The only piece of fabric covering him had been stretched into a conspicuous tent. Although Bai Lingxue had never dated and was inexperienced in romantic matters, she understood basic physiological responses, having learned about them in middle school biology. Thus, she concluded that this was Zhan Feng's provocation and mockery. Even though Zhan Feng before her possessed an admirable physique, with well-defined muscles that surpassed 99 of men. That did not matter. Perverted fiend, Bai Lingxue exclaimed angrily, immediately turning her back. Zhan Feng could not help but chuckle, appearing rather nonchalant. But I am your husband. Is such a reaction truly warranted? You look as if you've never seen the world before, far less composed than the beauty beside you. Bai Lingxue, with her back turned, gritted her teeth and insisted. Hurry up and put on your clothes at once. Oh, Zhan Feng replied casually, then strolled over to the sofa to don his attire. Zhan Feng, you are a complete pervert, a vile pervert, and a lunatic. Bai Ling Xue spun around, continuing her tirade in exasperation. What have I done to deserve being branded a pervert? Zhan Feng asked innocently. You, in the middle of the night, with no clothes on, sitting in the dark living room. Tell me, is that behavior of a normal person? Bai Ling Xue questioned vehemently. Zhan Feng chuckled, rubbing his nose as he explained. You misunderstand. I was practicing my techniques. As a pure yang saint body, my yang fire is quite intense, so it's more comfortable to practice without clothes. Do I look like a fool? Do you expect me to believe that nonsense? Bai Ling Xue glared at Zhan Feng with piercing eyes. If looks could kill, Zhan Feng would have been obliterated at that moment. I swear, I am not lying. Besides, now that I'm your husband, being undressed in my own home is hardly an issue. Zhan Feng shrugged in response. Still trying to argue? I am not arguing. It is simply the truth. If you're not doing it on purpose, then why did you just now? Bai Ling Xue hesitated, feeling a hint of embarrassment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Which one? He asked. That one. The one that pitched a little tent, you perverted fiend. Bai Ling Xue's teeth clenched as she recalled the earlier scene, her blood pressure soaring. You misunderstood. I did not pitch a tent. Did not pitch a tent? Nonsense. I assure you, it was not what you think. My size is what it is. If I had pitched a tent, it would have been a grand one. Zhan Feng explained with an air of indifference. Bai Ling Xue and Guanning exchanged glances, rendered speechless, nearly choking on their disbelief. What kind of person was this? Especially Bai Ling Xue, who could not fathom what kind of husband her astute grandfather had found for her. In my lifetime, I have never encountered a man as shameless as you. Bai Ling Xue glared at Zhan Feng, her chest heaving with indignation. Shamelessness typically signifies an utter lack of propriety, but I assure you, I am not exaggerating. It is simply the truth. Zhan Feng replied earnestly. Be quiet. I have no interest in discussing such revolting topics with you. Bai Ling Xue glared at Zhan Feng, eager to change the subject. Engaging in such discussions with a man only placed her at a disadvantage as a woman. Oh, Zhan Feng shrugged. Remember, a man like you is simply unworthy of me. Bai Ling Xue declared to Zhan Feng. Then you should blame your grandfather. He was the one who earnestly sought me out to marry you. Zhan Feng laughed, spreading his hands. I will certainly have my grandfather annul our engagement. Bai Ling Xue's beautiful eyes were resolute. To her, her previous lack of a good impression of Zhan Feng had been confirmed by this encounter. She deemed him to be a quintessential scoundrel. Then do your best, Zhan Feng said, yawning before heading upstairs. You infuriate me, Bai Ling Xue exclaimed, stamping her foot as she watched Zhan Feng ascend. As the premier beauty and CEO of Xiangqing, she was unaccustomed to such indignities. Every man she encountered displayed the utmost gallantry towards her. And yet this Zhan Feng. All right, let us not dwell on anger for now. Guanning soothed the fuming Bai Ling Xue. Bai Ling Xue settled onto the sofa, took a sip of water, and began to vent her frustrations. Sister Ning, you saw it too, didn't you? My grandfather has chosen this character as my husband, adamantly claiming it is for my own good, asserting that finding a husband like Zhan Feng is a blessing, a fortune accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Now that you've met him, does it not seem ludicrous? The old man has weathered many storms. If he believes in this, there must be some merit to it. Perhaps Zhan Feng possesses skills that you are yet unaware of. Guanning offered her perspective. Huh, Bai Ling Xue replied, exasperated yet amused. Do you see him as someone with real capabilities? I would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree. You should calm down and interact with him without prejudice for a while longer. Time will reveal whether he is worthy. Guanning suggested. I refuse to waste my time on such a man. Bai Ling Xue waved her hand dismissively. You, a queen in business, yet a novice in matters of the heart. I believe you should make time to experience love. Guanning tuklet. Bai Ling Xue pouted. And you, at 30, remain without a man by your side. I wonder if you feel lonely at night. Why are you making my situation the topic of discussion? I cannot tolerate a man like Zhan Feng. Starting tomorrow, we will execute our plan to ensnare him and rid myself of him as swiftly as possible. Bai Ling Xue declared. Miss, I am contemplating another issue. What issue? What if I end up falling for Zhan Feng, turning this farce into reality? Would that not be problematic? Guanning, being a wise woman, offered a different perspective. Zhan Feng undeniably possessed an allure that neither she nor Bai Lingxue had yet discerned. Not to mention the fact that Bai Laozu, a seasoned veteran of life's tempests, was so eager for them to marry, fearing Zhan Feng might slip away, suggested that Zhan Feng was not a simple character. She refused to believe Bai Laozu had truly lost his senses due to old age. Upon hearing Guanning's words, Bai Lingxue's eyes sparkled, as if she had found a savior. Then that would be splendid. I would welcome it. May you fall for him quickly. Humph. Guanning rolled her eyes at Bai Lingxue. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng, upon returning to his room, did not rush to rest, but instead sat by the computer, inserting a USB drive containing remnants of the past. The intricate relationships among the various powers in Xiangqing had once rendered him a mere minor player. Seeking revenge or uncovering the truth behind the fall was nothing but a pipe dream, utterly impossible. Now, while the power dynamics remained complex, the strong had only grown stronger. Yet, he was no longer the person he once was. After inserting the USB drive, he found a recording of less than 20 seconds. Zhan Tinxiong, should you choose to disregard this matter, not only will it affect you, but even someone like Lu Ziguang from Tiger Gate could easily erase their identity. You must think this through. This recording replayed endlessly, echoing in Zhan Feng's ears. At present, 2 points can be firmly established. Firstly, the fall from the building was unequivocally not an accident. And secondly, the name Lu Ziguan from Human is of utmost significance. Who is the individual in the recording who so casually claims to have the ability to erase Lu Ziguan's identity? What does this person intend to compel his father to do? Without a doubt, the only breakthrough to uncover the identity of the speaker in this recording lies with Lu Ziguan from Human. Naturally, Zhan Feng is well acquainted with Lu Ziguan. During his university years, Lu Ziguan was a prominent figure in Xiangqing's social scene. In the underground world of Xiangqing, he was a force to be reckoned with. At that time, many young delinquents idolized him, viewing allegiance to Human and becoming Lu Ziguan's subordinate as an honor. Undoubtedly, Lu Ziguan remains formidable even today, perhaps even more so than in his earlier days. Yet in his eyes, he has become an inconsequential character, a mere subordinate nurtured by the formidable Bahu. The disparity is evident. Subsequently, Zhan Feng took out his phone and dialed Bahu. "Boss, what are your instructions?" "I wish to meet Lu Ziguan from Human." "No problem. When would be convenient for you?" "I can arrange for him to meet you personally," Bahu replied. "No need for that. I will go find him tomorrow. Just give him a heads up," Zhan Feng instructed. "Understood. I will make the arrangements." With that, Zhan Feng stretched lazily and returned to his bed for some rest. The following day, as the morning dew rose, Zhan Feng freshened up briefly before descending the stairs. Guanning leaned against the railing at the bottom, seemingly waiting for Zhan Feng to come down. She wore a fitted black lace tank top, exposing her flat abdomen, while her flowing, fragrant wavy hair cascaded over one shoulder. The tight tank top accentuated her curves, giving a tantalizing glimpse of her alluring figure. As Zhan Feng descended the stairs, Guanning, embodying the essence of a mature woman in her 30s, cast a captivating smile towards him, one that no man could resist. Her gaze seemed capable of ensnaring souls. "Is there something you need?" Zhan Feng asked, casually appraising Guanning. It must be said that her physique, her face, combined with her unique, mature charm, made her an irresistible temptress for 99% of men. "Am I beautiful?" Guanning stepped closer, her arm effortlessly draped over Zhan Feng's shoulder. The subtle scent of her body, mixed with the allure of her perfume, created an intoxicating atmosphere. "Are you trying to seduce me?" Zhan Feng tilted his head, regarding the enchanting Guanning with indifference. "Regarding the tense situation you mentioned last night, I want to verify whether you were boasting." Guanning spoke slowly, her delicate fingers teasingly gliding down Zhan Feng's arm. "What do you propose for verification?" Zhan Feng inquired. "What do you think?" Guanning leaned in closer, her face inches from Zhan Feng's cheek. "What about my wife?" "Don't worry, she is not here. She has gone to the company." "So what now?" Don't you like this?" Guanning said, blowing a gentle breath towards Zhan Feng's cheek. "You truly are a wonderful friend to Lingxue," Zhan Feng remarked, giving her a thumbs up. "With such a friend identity, isn't it even more tempting? What man wouldn't have thoughts about his wife's best friend?" Guanning not only employed physical allure, but also skillfully stirred Zhan Feng's emotions with her words. For her, the confidence in seducing a younger man was a trivial matter. Upon hearing Guanning's words, Zhan Feng chuckled, However, at the moment, I seem to have no interest in you. What did you say? Guanning was taken aback, as Zhan Feng's response was entirely different from what she had envisioned. At your age, I assume you haven't reached the point of being hard of hearing? Zhan Feng replied. Scrutini Gu Ning. Chapter 9. Enemies on a narrow road. At this moment, Guanning felt a surge of frustration. How could there still be a man uninterested in her? This alluring figure? Especially when it was stated to her face. Unwilling to accept this, Guanning cast aside her task assigned by Ling Xue and stirred up her competitive spirit. It was the kind of determination that thrived on the challenge. The more disinterested he was, the more she desired to pique his interest. Otherwise, the feeling of defeat would be more painful than humiliation. She refused to believe that in matters of love and attraction, men could possess such noble integrity. Suddenly, Guanning decided to escalate her approach. She feigned a stumble, leaning into Zhan Feng's embrace. This resulted in her falling into his arms, her ample bosom providing an undeniable shock to him. Zhan Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Guanning's physique was indeed remarkable. If he hadn't already suspected this was a scheme orchestrated by Guanning and by Ling Xue, he would have succumbed to the allure. After all, very few men could withstand such advances from Guanning. Zhan Feng discerned that this was indeed a trap set by Ling Xue and Guanning for under unfamiliar circumstances. How could Guanning have thrown herself at him without reason? Or rather, why would she? Ahem. While Zhan Feng believed he possessed some charm, he did not think it sufficient to entice a woman of Guanning's caliber into such an embrace. Thus, he concluded that unusual behavior must indicate ulterior motives. Is it soft? Comfortable? Guanning's delicate form leaned in closer, her chin raised slightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling with seduction. Soft, quite comfortable. Zhan Feng replied with a smile, remaining non-committal. Want to take it a step further? Guanning proposed. You could go to Ling Xue's room. It's fragrant there. Since you can't have her, you can treat me as her and indulge in me. Guanning suggested. But at the moment, I have no interest in you. Zhan Feng shook his head. You. Guanning felt a flicker of anger at Zhan Feng's rejection, her beauty and allure seemingly insulted. Zhan Feng, are you even a man? Is it that you're not interested, or simply afraid? If you think I'm afraid, then I must be afraid. Zhan Feng replied with a calm shrug. Coward. Guanning intended to further provoke Zhan Feng with her words. Zhan Feng rubbed his nose, then nonchalantly squeezed Guanning's impressive bosom. I really am a coward. I can be quite timid. Bye-bye. With that, he turned and waved as he left the villa. You are insufferable. Guanning watched Zhan Feng's indifferent back, her teeth clenched in frustration. It was perplexing. If Zhan Feng were a paragon of virtue, his hands would not be so restless. Yet if he were not, he remained unfazed by her allure. After leaving the villa, Zhan Feng made his way directly to the bar where Lu Ziguan was located, Phoenix Rinjian. As a prominent figure in Xiangqing's underground world, Lu Ziguan's establishment, the Phoenix Rinjian bar, was undoubtedly one of the most renowned bars in the city. Upon arriving, Zhan Feng was led to the top-floor office by a staff member. Mr. Zhan, welcome. Please take a seat. Lu Ziguan, who had been waiting for some time, immediately stood to greet him respectfully. Although Lu Ziguan was unaware of Zhan Feng's true identity, he recognized his formidable stature. After all, he was personally designated by the Southern Region's king, Ba Hu, while Lu Ziguan commanded respect in the underworld of Xiangqing. He paled in comparison to a local warlord like the Southern Region's king. Moreover, his rise to prominence in Xiangqing was undoubtedly bolstered by the covert support of the Southern Region's power. Thus, Lu Ziguan dared not underestimate or show any disrespect to the seemingly unassuming young man before him. Could you assist me with a small matter? Zhan Feng inquired, settling onto the sofa and casually lighting a cigarette. Lu Ziguan promptly produced a lighter, igniting the cigarette for Zhan Feng, and smiled, replying, Mr. Zhan, feel free to express your requests. I am at your service. Your assistance is unnecessary. I merely seek information about an individual, Zhan Feng replied, directing his gaze at Lu Ziguan. Who is it? Please take a seat. Zhan Feng exhaled a plume of smoke and retrieved his phone, playing a recording for Lu Ziguan. Do you recognize the voice of the person mentioning your name? As Zhan Feng replayed the recording multiple times, Lu Ziguan pondered while stroking his chin. The voice sounds somewhat familiar, yet I cannot place it at the moment. Zhan Feng fixed his gaze on Lu Ziguan. Think carefully. I wish to know who this person is. Mr. Zhan, do you harbor any deep-seated enmity with this individual? Lu Ziguan inquired. That is of no concern to you. I simply wish to identify them, Zhan Feng responded. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ziguang remarked, "This voice seems reminiscent of Tang Yun, but I cannot be certain. I am not well acquainted with him. We have only crossed paths a few times." "And who is Tang Yun?" "Tang Yun is in his 20s. Do not let his youth deceive you. He is quite a formidable character." The relatively obscure Tang group rose to prominence under his leadership, making him a legend in the Xiangqing business community. Moreover, he is exceedingly enigmatic, rarely appearing in the media or at gatherings of the wealthy, which makes information about him scarce. In my opinion, Tang Yun has substantial external forces backing him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to establish such a significant presence in Xiangqing. Ultimately, he leaves an impression of mystery, discretion, audacity, and ruthlessness. Lu Ziguang succinctly summarized Tang Yun's situation for Zhan Feng. Leaning back on the sofa, Zhan Feng took a drag from his cigarette, allowing the smoke to escape gently. "Can I find him at the Tang group?" "Unlikely. Tang Yun is quite elusive and seldom makes appearances. However, 2 days from now is the annual business conference in Xiangqing, an event where Tang Yun typically makes an appearance," Lu Ziguang explained. "Understood," Zhan Feng nodded. "Mr. Zhan, I only feel that the voice in this recording resembles Tang Yun, but I cannot be absolutely certain," Lu Ziguang added. "That is of no consequence, as long as we have a target," Zhan Feng remarked, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his lips. "Additionally, if there are no profound grievances, I personally advise against provoking Tang Yun. He is not to be trifled with, nor are the forces behind him," Lu Ziguang cautioned. "You need not worry about that," Zhan Feng replied as he rose and departed. For Zhan Feng, any force was insignificant, especially given the blood debts involved. Upon exiting the bar, Zhan Feng unexpectedly encountered Yang Jie. Chapter 10. Is it necessary to be despicable? Yang Jie had come to confront the people of Humen, seeking retribution for the humiliation he suffered the previous day. He was determined not to swallow his pride after being beaten and forced to kneel. With the assistance of Humen, he believed Zhan Feng would be terrified and begging for mercy. However, he did not anticipate running into Zhan Feng at the bar's entrance. Fate had brought them together, and Yang Jie was pleased to see Zhan Feng. "Haha, Zhan Feng, what a surprise to find you here," he sneered. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Yang Jie gestured to his still swollen cheek. "Look at what you've done to me. Do you think I can just let this go?" "Well, you have to let it go. Whether you can or cannot, you must," Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. "Zhan Feng, stop pretending. I'm not afraid of you anymore." Yang Jie said head, anger radiating from him at Zhan Feng's indifference. Zhan Feng rubbed his nose, maintaining a playful demeanor. "You overestimate yourself. You are not even worthy of my attention. Today, I am determined to make you pay." Yang Jie gloated at Zhan Feng. "Make me pay?" "Indeed, I seriously suspect that when you were born, the doctor mistook your head for the umbilical cord and cut it off, leaving you brainless." Zhan Feng shook his head, feigning pity. "Zhan Feng, do you even realize where you are? This is in front of the Phoenix Bar of Humen." Yang Jie Waternet. Zhan Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "I just exited from inside. Let me tell you, I came here specifically to find someone from Humen to deal with you. What a stroke of luck to run into you here." Yang Jie Ditchladet. "Find someone from Humen to deal with me?" "Indeed," Zhan Feng chuckled. "What are you laughing at? I find your naivety amusing." "Naive? I think you're the naive one. Let me tell you, having someone from whom men deal with you is easier than crushing an ant." Yang Jie retorted, visibly irritated by Zhan Feng's demeanor. Not expecting Zhan Feng to be so unconcerned at such a moment, Yang Jie was taken aback. "I just came out, and I don't see Humen as formidable as you claim." Zhan Feng teased. "You dare to underestimate Humen? That is a grave mistake, and you shall pay dearly for it. Not even a deity can save you today." Yang Jie Triatanet. "Stop trying to make me laugh. I get it. You think I am just bluffing and that I have no connections to Humen? Let me tell you, my father has dined with Lu Ziguang, the leader of Humen, so it would be trivial for me to have him deal with you." Yang Jie Boasted. "Oh, how impressive. Your father dined with Lu Ziguang once, and that makes you powerful?" Zhan Feng mocked. "Do you realize how fortunate it is to have dined with Lu Ziguang, the leader of Humen?" Yang Jie Barquet. Zhan Feng could not help but chuckle. "For someone like you, if you could dine with Lu Ziguang, that would be a miracle. Is that so? I just met Lu Ziguang, and he treated me with utmost respect. It hardly seemed like a matter of great honor." Zhan Feng replied, his tone indifferent. Yang Jie looked at Zhan Feng with disdain. He could not fathom that Lu Ziguang would treat Zhan Feng with any respect. Lu Ziguang showing respect to Zhan Feng? Ridiculous. Not only would Lu Ziguang never treat Zhan Feng with respect, but it is also impossible for Zhan Feng to even meet Lu Ziguang. After all, they're not even on the same level. Zhan Feng, is this the time for you to boast? How ridiculous. Young Jia Sculfet, is this boasting? If this is not boasting, then what is? Understood. I comprehend your perspective. For your vision is indeed limited, remarked Zhan Feng with a hint of indifference. Yang Jia nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Fine, fine, fine. I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. When Lu Ziguang arrives, I hope you won't be reduced to begging for mercy. I have no time for your trivialities, Zhan Feng retorted, dismissing Yang Jia with a wave as he prepared to leave. Zhan Feng, how dare you attempt to walk away? Are you afraid? Yang Jia spat, his anger flaring. At that moment, he was more convinced than ever that Zhan Feng's earlier bravado was mere pretense. Otherwise, why would he leave? Thus, Yang Jia was determined not to allow Zhan Feng to depart without facing the consequences of his arrogance. As Zhan Feng took a step forward, he halted, narrowing his hawk-like eyes. Do you insist on provoking me? He queried with disdain. Oomph. If you're truly as formidable as you claim, why attempt to flee? I sense your insecurity. Your bravado is transparent. Young Jia Sculfet. Very well. Since you wish to persist in this folly, I shall indulge you today. Zhan Feng regarded Yang Jia with a smirk, a glint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. Today, if I do not incapacitate you, then I, Yang Jia, am not a man, he declared arrogantly. In Yang Jia's mind, he was increasingly convinced that Zhan Feng was merely posturing. Oh. Zhan Feng responded to Yang Jia's boastful tirade with a nonchalant utterance. Yang Jia, uninterested in further banter, promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Brother Xiong. I have arrived at the bar. That scoundrel is here too. He has not only disrespected human, but has also shown disdain for Lu Yi. Could you please bring Lu Yi out to teach him a lesson? Upon connecting, Yang Jia spoke with exaggerated courtesy, his tone excessively ingratiating. Very well. I shall await your arrival, he added before ending the call. With the call concluded, Yang Jia's demeanor shifted. He stood tall, exuding an air of confidence. Oomph. Zhan Feng, prepare for your demise. Lu Ziguang will soon emerge. Yang Jia coldly proclaimed, casting a scornful glance at Zhan Feng. Oh, I shall await him, Zhan Feng replied, casually lighting a cigarette, maintaining an air of indifference. Do not feign calmness. I know you are trembling inside. Yang Jia retorted. Zhan Feng merely shook his head with a smile, choosing to ignore Yang Jia. To him, it was not worth engaging with someone so desperate for attention. Yet Yang Jia's incessant provocations compelled him to settle old scores. After a few minutes of Yang Jia's self-satisfaction, a burly, bald man emerged from the bar, flanked by several followers, all adorned with intimidating tattoos. Yang Jia's face lit up with a smile as he rushed forward. Brother Xiong, you've arrived. It is he. Indeed, Brother Xiong replied with a detached nod. Zhan Feng, upon seeing Brother Xiong, why do you not kneel? Yang Jia said Zhan Feng. However, Zhan Feng, casually puffing on his cigarette, chose to disregard him. Seeing Zhan Feng's silence, Yang Jia mistakenly believed he had been cowed into submission. Look at you. Are you already in shock? If only you had known better, why act so arrogantly? Are you still pretending? Yang Jia mocked. Zhan Feng continued to ignore him. Kneel. This is your final chance. Yang Jia barked. I shall await Lu Ziguang. Zhan Feng replied with an air of nonchalance. Do you wish for death? Do you think you can invoke Lu Ye's name? Yang Jia shouted, fury boiling within him. Stop barking. Are you trying to provoke me? Zhan Feng replied, slightly impatient. Damn it. Yang Jia cursed, turning to Brother Xiong. Look at his arrogance. If we do not deal with him today, it would be a grave injustice. Brother Xiong, however, remained composed, having weathered many storms in the underworld, and was past the age of reckless aggression. Recognizing that Zhan Feng's demeanor suggested he possessed some skill, he decided it was best to await Lu Ziguang's arrival. If Zhan Feng was indeed bluffing, they could deal with him later. If he were truly formidable, it would be wise not to provoke him unnecessarily. Lu Yi will be out shortly, Brother Xiong remarked succinctly. Very well, we shall await Lu Yi's arrival. Yang Jia responded with a forced smile, then turned his gaze back to Zhan Feng, adopting a fierce expression. I will allow you a minute or two of arrogance. But once Lu Yi arrives, your fate is sealed. I suggest you call for an ambulance while you still have time. Just then, Lu Zigong emerged from the bar. Lu Yi, I am Yang Jie. My father has dined with you before. As Lu Zigong stepped out, Yang Jie hurried forward, bowing slightly. After introducing himself, he pointed at the nonchalant Zhan Feng, declaring, Lu Yi, this scoundrel disrespects you. Smack. Before Yang Jie could finish, Lu Zigong delivered a resounding slap to his face, leaving him dazed and nearly toppling over. Confused, Yang Jie wondered, what is the meaning of this? Why is Lu Zigong slapping me? Perhaps it was due to his lack of respect in their earlier exchange? You think you can speak so boldly here? Lu Zigong scorned, delivering another slap before Yang Jie could react. This blow sent him crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. Lu Yi, I meant no disrespect. I was merely speaking the truth. Yang Jie attempted to explain, only to have Lu Zigong's boot stomp onto his mouth, causing him to cry out in pain. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Normally, he expected Zhan Feng to be the one receiving the blows. Yet here he was, being punished while Zhan Feng remained unscathed. How does it feel? Zhan Feng asked, a light-hearted smile on his face as he approached the bloodied Yang Jie. Yang Jie, utterly bewildered, glanced between Zhan Feng and Lu Zigong at a loss for words. Mr. Zhan, look at this little rascal. He dares to sow discord between us. What a laugh. Lu Zigong chuckled, addressing Zhan Feng. Hearing this, Yang Jie felt a shock. Mr. Zhan, the renowned leader of human, Lu Zigong, is respectfully addressing Zhan Feng as Mr. Zhan? Why? In disbelief, Yang Jie shouted, Lu Yi, do not be fooled by this scoundrel. I know him well. He is nothing but a pretender. Before he could finish, Lu Zigong delivered a fierce kick to Yang Jie once more. For Lu Zigong, he was indeed unaware of Zhan Feng's true identity and status. However, one thing was certain. Zhan Feng was a person whom even the formidable Wang Ba, who of the Southern Territory, held in high regard. As Zhan Feng's trusted aide, Lu Zigong's status was considerably inferior. Thus, he chose to respect Zhan Feng without needing to fully comprehend his identity, and, certainly, he would not heed the words of a mere minor figure like Yang Jie. Master Lu, trust me, you're the person I admire most. I would never deceive you. Yang Jie insisted with palpable desperation. Lu Zigong crossed his arms and regarded Yang Jie with a condescending stare, a cold smile playing on his lips. Has your head been caught in a door, or was it crushed when you were born? Do you truly believe that in terms of experience, perception, and intellect, I am inferior to you? I shall tell you, given your status, you are unworthy even to lick the soles of Mr. Zhan's shoes. Do not masquerade your ignorance as understanding. Do you comprehend? Lu Zigong retorted. Let me be clear, even I would consider it an honor to be in Mr. Zhan's presence. Lu Zigong's words not only helped Yang Jie recognize the harsh reality, but also elevated Zhan Feng's stature in the process. At that moment, Yang Jie was at a loss for words. His gaze shifted to Zhan Feng, disbelief etched on his face, his earlier disdain replaced by fear and panic. Yang Jie understood that Lu Zigong was no fool, but a seasoned individual who had weathered many storms. His words undoubtedly confirmed that Zhan Feng's identity was extraordinary. Yet, Yang Jie could not fathom just how exceptional Zhan Feng truly was. After all, was he not merely the husband of Lin Xinting, who had returned after a 3-year absence? If Zhan Feng were truly remarkable, how could Lin Xinting have divorced him and taken him as her plaything? The very notion of Lu Zigong speaking so highly of Zhan Feng was utterly incomprehensible. Lu Zigong was the notorious leader of human, a kingpin of the underground world in Xianqing, a figure revered in Yang Jie's mind. Mr. Zhan, give the order, whether to deal with him severely or eliminate him. I will comply without hesitation. Lu Zigong turned to Zhan Feng, inquiring. Upon hearing Lu Zigong's statement, Yang Jie immediately panicked and fell to his knees before Zhan Feng, pleading for mercy. Brother Feng, I was wrong. Spare me, spare me. Spare you? Zhan Feng tilted his head, a playful expression crossing his face. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? When you were being arrogant, you certainly did not exhibit this demeanor. Yang Jie found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Zhan Feng's remarks. At that moment, Zhan Feng crouched down, gazing at the pleading Yang Jie, grabbed his hair, and lifted his head. Honestly, I'm too lazy to argue with you, but since you insist on being so pathetic today, Brother Feng, spare me a life. I do not wish to die. Yang Jie felt the shadow of death looming over him, desperately begging for mercy. Why would killing you be entertaining? After all, your death would amount to little. It would be far more amusing to ensure you live on as nothing but a waste. Upon finishing his words, Zhan Feng straightened up and looked at Lu Ziguan. Mr. Zhan, leave this matter to me. Lu Ziguan was the first to speak. Then I shall rely on you. Zhan Feng replied before departing. After leaving, Zhan Feng drove directly to Bai Lingshue's company, Haitian building. To avoid alarming anyone, Zhan Feng decided to wait for the Xiangqing business conference 2 days later, whereby Lingxue, being a prominent figure in the business realm, would certainly be invited. He could then accompany her, and if the voice on the recording turned out to be Tang Yun, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for Tang Yun and the entire Tang family. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Haitian building, Guaning recounted to Bai Lingxue the events of the morning when she attempted to seduce Zhan Feng. Naturally, she omitted the part where Zhan Feng had inappropriately touched her. What? You personally intervened, yet he was not ensnared? Bai Lingxue exclaimed, surprised by Guaning's account. Based on her understanding of Zhan Feng, with his character, he should have been eager to pursue a woman as alluring as Guaning. How could he possibly resist such temptation? This is indeed unexpected. Guaning lamented. I was so disheartened that I began to doubt whether I had lost my allure to men. With your figure and femininity, I, as a woman, find you enticing. Let alone men, especially a scoundrel like Zhan Feng. Bai Lingxue replied, perhaps we are biased against Zhan Feng. He might not be a scoundrel at all, but rather a genuinely good man. Guaning suggested, please, he could never be a decent man. Bai Lingxue dismissed with an eye roll. We cannot judge a man's character solely based on first impressions. The truth is, we do not truly understand Zhan Feng, Guaning argued. Time will reveal his true nature. I wonder how long he can maintain this facade. Bai Lingxue responded with unwavering conviction. And what about our plan? Guaning asked. Proceed. Bai Lingxue insisted resolutely. You seem intent on dragging me into this, don't you? Cool, Ning Desit. Now is the time to showcase your feminine charm, with your figure and grace. If you cannot entice Zhan Feng, that would be a failure. Bai Lingxue encouraged. Miss, you are pushing me into a pit of fire. Guaning replied with a playful tone. That is what best friends are for. Bai Lingxue chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, you are truly my best friend. Guaning shrugged in resignation. Of course, Bai Lingxue said, shaking her head adorably. Considering the old man's choice for your husband, he must be a good catch. But let me warn you, should I fall for him, do not blame me for being unkind. It was you who forced me into this. Guaning kautionet. Rest assured, not only will I not blame you, but I will also be immensely grateful. If it comes to fruition, I will prepare a generous red envelope to bless you both. Bai Lingxue laughed. I am not joking. Think about it. If others can make mistakes, can the old man? Guaning reiterated. I'm also not jesting. I, Bai Lingxue, only trust my own eyes. Bai Lingxue replied. Well, I see now that my advice is futile. Guaning shook her head in exasperation at Bai Lingxue's stubbornness. Therefore, Sister Ning, you must strive harder. Otherwise, with your figure, elegance, and talent, if you cannot win over a scoundrel like Zhan Feng, it would be quite embarrassing. Bai Lingxue encouraged, clenching her fist. Honestly, I fear you might regret it later. Do not worry. I will not regret it. Not even 100 times. All right. Now that you've said that, I feel relieved. Guaning nodded in agreement. At that moment, Bai Lingxue's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Hey, wife, it's me. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's voice, Bai Lingxue's eyes widened. Who is your wife? We are already married. Who do you claim as my husband? Zhan Feng chuckled, countering her question. Bai Lingxue, I am telling you, I am downstairs at your company. I need to speak with you about something. Let the security allow me in. Zhan Feng interrupted Bai Lingxue, uninterested in her unnecessary chatter. Bai Lingxue took a deep breath to calm her emotions, lest Zhan Feng create a ruckus downstairs, causing the entire company to become aware of the situation. You can come up, she replied before hanging up the phone. After disconnecting the call, Bai Lingxue notified the security department to allow Zhan Feng in. How ridiculous. Zhan Feng truly seems to think highly of himself, constantly calling me his wife. It infuriates me, she muttered through gritted teeth. Guaning, standing nearby, chuckled and replied, Don't be upset. You are the queen of the business world in Xiangqing. You must maintain your dignity and elevate yourself above Zhan Feng. The more he perceives you as superior, the more self-deprecating he will feel. But he is utterly insufferable. I must endure. Fine. Bai Lingxue nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhan Feng sauntered into the office, exuding a carefree demeanor. Upon seeing him, Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes. Zhan Feng casually approached the sofa and sat down. "So what brings you here?" Bai Lingxue asked coldly. "I heard that the Xiangqing Business Conference is in 2 days, and I want to attend," Zhan Feng declared. "You want to go? Really?" Bai Lingxue crossed her arms and chuckled lightly, planning to take a jab at Zhan Feng, hoping to make him feel somewhat insecure. "The business conference is for the elite of high society. What do you intend to do there? Satisfy your vanity? Let me tell you, if you lack genuine talent, no one will regard you with respect, no matter where you go." Zhan Feng, however, found her words amusing. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Lingxue inquired. "You don't know me well enough to judge my abilities," Zhan Feng countered. "If you truly had substance, would you consider divorce? If I lacked merit, would your grandfather insist on me marrying you?" He continued with a follow-up question. "You, what about me?" Zhan Feng smirked. Bai Lingxue, seeing his insolent grin, felt her teeth clench in frustration. Indeed, a person devoid of shame is truly invincible. "In any case, I won't take you with me. Quite frankly, you are unworthy, and I would find embarrassing." "Oh, whatever, I could just approach your grandfather." Zhan Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "Is that how it is? Fine." Bai Lingxue nodded, exuding an expression of exasperation. As Zhan Feng had pointed out, if he approached her grandfather, it would complicate matters further. "Have you agreed?" Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. "I will take you, but you must come as my bodyguard, not as my husband," Bai Lingxue insisted. "That works for me," Zhan Feng replied with a faint smile. "As long as you're fine with that. Let me ask you something. As my husband, do you feel so embarrassed?" Zhan Feng scrutinized Bai Lingxue. "Yes." Bai Lingxue responded succinctly without hesitation. "Is it because you are the exalted queen of Xiangqing's business realm, while I am merely an inconspicuous figure?" Zhan Feng inquired cheerfully. "You may think of it that way," Bai Lingxue stated candidly. However, despite her words, Bai Lingxue's heart did not align with her speech. To her, as long as love existed between them, social status and identity were trivial. What truly mattered was that the man she adored possessed good character and did not treat women as mere playthings. In her eyes, Zhan Feng epitomized a man of poor character who viewed women as objects. "I didn't expect you to be such a materialistic woman," Zhan Feng remarked, casting her a meaningful glance. "Indeed, if you dislike it, go ahead and seek a divorce from my grandfather," Bai Lingxue retorted defiantly, unconcerned with Zhan Feng's potential misunderstandings. "I must reassess my view of you," Zhan Feng said, while stroking his chin. "Humph, do you think I care about your opinion?" Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes. "What you perceive as unimportant is, in fact, quite significant," Zhan Feng replied. "Enough already. I detest men like you who are self-important yet lack capability," Bai Lingxue declared. Zhan Feng merely shook his head and smiled in response. "Additionally, my grandfather has asked me to arrange a position for you in the company. You will be in the investment department, with flexible working hours," Bai Lingxue informed Zhan Feng. "Oh, whatever. This will serve as an experience for you. As a man, you should not be so carefree. Learn from Ning Jie and engage more," Bai Lingxue advised. By placing Zhan Feng in the investment department, Bai Lingxue had her own motives, hoping to facilitate a bond between Guaning and Zhan Feng. Just then, the office door swung open, and a young man clad in a white Tai Chi outfit entered. The emblem of the Martial Arts Association emblazoned on his left chest. Clearly, he was a martial arts enthusiast. "Sister, I have big news, big news," the young man exclaimed excitedly upon entering. He was Bai Lingxue's younger brother, Bai Zihao, though not her biological brother, but rather the son of her uncle. "What big news?" Bai Lingxue inquired. "A significant figure is coming to Xiangqing, and very few people know about it," Bai Zihao replied mysteriously, his excitement palpable. "Who is it?" "The king of the southern region, Ba Hu," Bai Zihao responded. "Really?" Bai Lingxue, upon hearing this, stood up with excitement, her expression reflecting her enthusiasm. However, Zhan Feng, seated on the sofa, was puzzled by Lingxue's reaction. What was the source of her excitement? Ba Hu was one of his subordinates. If she knew that, wouldn't she be left in awe of him? Surely, she wouldn't maintain her dismissive attitude towards him. "It is indeed true." Bai Zihao nodded affirmatively. "How did you find out?" "I got the information from the former president of the Martial Arts Association," Bai Zihao explained. "But why would someone like Ba Hu come to Xiangqing?" Bai Lingxue asked curiously. "I don't know. If I could meet him, securing a connection with him would resolve the security issues for our company in the southern region." Bai Lingxue pressed eagerly. Bai Zihao shook his head I can't. You know, he's always been my idol. I want to meet him more than anyone, but I cannot access that connection. Bai Lingxue sighed in regret. Meeting him is simple for me. I can establish that connection. Zhan Feng, sitting on the sofa, said with a hint of pride, eagerly awaiting Bai Lingxue's gratitude. After all, Bahu and the Northwest Wolf were coming to Xiangqing precisely because of him. Getting Bahu to appear was merely a matter of a phone call. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's statement, both Bai Lingxue and Bai Zihao turned their gazes toward him, particularly Bai Lingxue, who rolled her eyes in disbelief. Why do you always have to insert yourself into everything? Don't you want to meet Bahu? I can help you with that. Zhan Feng replied. Sister, who is he? Bai Zihao inquired, puzzled. I am your brother-in-law. Zhan Feng smiled back. Brother-in-law? Bai Zihai paused momentarily, and then seemed to realize, you are the man my grandfather mentioned? Indeed. How dare you? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Are you? You think you are worthy to be my sister's husband? Bai Zihai scoffed disdainfully. Is that how you speak to your brother-in-law? Zhan Feng tilted his head, scrutinizing Bai Zihai. Bah, you are not worthy to be my brother-in-law. Bai Zihai retorted. Whether I am worthy or not, I am not certain. However, the old man is begging me, so you may inquire with your grandfather about my worthiness. Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. You are pushing your luck, aren't you? Bai Zihai said as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach Zhan Feng a lesson. Zihai, do not resort to violence. Bai Lingxue quickly intervened upon seeing Bai Zihai's intent to strike Zhan Feng. After all, Bai Zihai was a member of the Martial Association, and if a fight ensued, Zhan Feng would undoubtedly end up in the hospital. Of course, her concern was not for Zhan Feng's well-being, but rather for the potential ire of the old man if Zhan Feng were harmed. Sister, this guy is too arrogant. Let me teach him a lesson on your behalf. Bai Zihai protested. I said no violence. Do you wish for grandfather to deal with you instead? Bai Lingxue spoke with an air of undeniable authority. Fine. Bai Zihai reluctantly shrugged, then turned to Zhan Feng. Consider yourself fortunate. Otherwise, I would have made you kneel and beg for mercy today. Oh, Zhan Feng replied, unfazed by Bai Zihai's harsh words, which failed to stir even a ripple within him. Are you not convinced? Bai Zihai observed Zhan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, feeling irked. What do you think? Zhan Feng countered. I am a member of the Martial Association. Dealing with someone like you is child's play. Upon hearing Bai Zihai's statement, Zhan Feng could not suppress his laughter. Isn't the Martial Association usually performing on wellness television programs? When have they produced any real skills? Damn, enough with your pretentiousness. Zhan Feng stood up, stretched lazily, then turned to Bai Lingxue, saying, if you wish to meet Bahu, I can arrange that. He is one of my people. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes in response, clearly skeptical of Zhan Feng's claims. Zhan Feng, noticing her disbelief, chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that she did not require his assistance, nor did he need to push the matter. Subsequently, Zhan Feng waved his hand and exited the office. What a pretentious fellow. I've seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. What kind of husband has grandfather found for you? Bai Zihai remarked with irritation as he watched Zhan Feng leave. Who knows? Bai Lingxue replied. Sister, you are the most beautiful and capable CEO in Xiangqing. What kind of exceptional man cannot you find? Bai Zihai sighed. Outside the corridor, Zhan Feng was waiting by the elevator when Guanning emerged from the office. Come to my office, Guanning said as she approached. What for? Are you planning to showcase your skills on me in the office? Zhan Feng teased. Can you be serious for once? Am I not serious? You were the one who acted frivolously first. TCH. Guanning rolled her eyes. Come to my office to collect your work badge. Regardless of whether you come to work or not, it will be more convenient for you to enter and exit the company. Oh, as the elevator doors opened, they stepped inside. Upon arriving at the floor of the investment department, Zhan Feng followed Guanning to her office. Guanning retrieved the work badge from her desk drawer and handed it to Zhan Feng, instructing, work starts at 9:30 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. Unless it's a major issue, try to come in every day. Don't treat it like a casual job. I will try, Zhan Feng replied as he pocketed the badge. There are no available workstations for now, so you can temporarily work in my office alongside me, Guanning said. Is that acceptable? What is wrong with that? I must be cautious of workplace entrapments, Zhan Feng joked. Get lost. You, a grown man, would only benefit from any such entrapments. Guanning playfully kicked Zhan Feng's calf in frustration. What benefits? If you were really taken advantage of, it would be like an old bull eating tender grass. Zhan Feng retorted. You. Guanning glared at him, her eyes blazing, her previous irritation now transformed into genuine anger. How dare Zhan Feng imply such a thing? It was infuriating. Don't be angry. I worry that the quality of your shirt buttons might be poor, causing them to pop out, Zhan Feng said, glancing at Guanning's figure as she fumed, trying to calm her down. At the same time, Zhan Feng found himself captivated by her allure. It must be said, Guanning was indeed a sensual enchantress. Although Zhan Feng teased her about her age, it was precisely her maturity and intellect that made her irresistibly charming. You. Guanning was even more incensed. You can't stay mad. Let me help you calm down. With that, Zhan Feng, feigning goodwill, extended his hand to soothe her. Afterward, he nodded in satisfaction. There, now you're not trembling anymore. No need to thank me. Guanning rolled her eyes, nearly fainting from exasperation. She was utterly perplexed by Zhan Feng's demeanor, unable to discern whether he was being serious or frivolous. If he was being frivolous, he had attempted to seduce her, but was rejected. If he was being serious, he had executed the entire charade with a composed demeanor, acting as if she were his girlfriend, free to act as he pleased. However, for some reason, Guanning found herself inexplicably drawn to Zhan Feng's so-called frivolity. It was a feeling that was both inexplicable and delightful. Zhan Feng, if you have the ability, sleep with me. What skill is this? Cool, Ning fit. Planning to take advantage of the moment. You wish to be the old bull, eating tender grass? Not a chance. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow and playfully declined. You. Guanning was on the verge of spitting blood, utterly exasperated. I truly do not understand what qualities you possess that would attract a figure like Old Bai. Don't understand? Zhan Feng inquired. No, not in the slightest. Then why don't you let me demonstrate? Zhan Feng said, eyeing Guanning's figure. What are you scheming now? Guanning asked, slightly wary. You are the one who has a problem. Zhan Feng replied, smirking. You are the one with the problem. Guanning felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. I am a divine physician. Divine physician? Take a good look at yourself. What part of you can be associated with the term divine physician? Guanning shot back. Your period is 2 weeks late, isn't it? Zhan Feng said casually. What? Guanning was taken aback by his words. Indeed, her situation had been delayed for 2 weeks. Wait, I never told you. How did you know? She wondered, perplexed, as she had not mentioned it to anyone. Right? Zhan Feng smiled faintly, fixing his gaze on Guanning. How did you know? Guanning asked, her voice softening with curiosity and doubt. This is just one of my many remarkable abilities. There is no need for surprise or curiosity. I want to know. You're not my period. How did you know? I also know that despite your age and enduring charm, you have never had any romantic encounters, which means you are still a. Zhan Feng teased, raising an eyebrow mischievously. Guanning, upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, was not merely shocked. She found herself in a state of utter bewilderment. How could Zhan Feng possibly know this? Was he a human or a scanning machine? Even if he were a scanning machine, could he be so precise? At that moment, Guanning experienced a profound sense of vulnerability, feeling devoid of privacy in Zhan Feng's presence. Chapter 15. Remarriage? What about your dignity? Has your perspective of me shifted even slightly? Zhan Feng inquired with a smile as he gazed at Guanning. How do you know all of this? Guanning stammered. Her surprise tinged with a hint of shyness. Such matters were exceedingly private for women, and to have them discerned by a man like Zhan Feng was undoubtedly embarrassing. Did I not mention that I am a divine physician? Zhan Feng replied. But your appearance women tend to judge by looks. Just because someone resembles a divine physician, does that make him one? And if he does not look the part, does that mean he is not? When did appearance become the standard for identity? Zhan Feng spread his hands with a chuckle. Guanning fell silent upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. It was not a silence born of being rebutted, but rather an acknowledgement of the wisdom in what he said. From this angle, Zhan Feng seemed to transform before her eyes. It appears I may have underestimated you, Guanning remarked before shifting the topic. Since you know my secrets, shouldn't you take responsibility? Responsibility? Zhan Feng echoed. Yes, you said I was ill, so you must treat me. That's a trivial matter. A little poke will suffice. Zhan Feng casually waved his hand. A poke? How does one simply poke? Guanning queried. Her curiosity piqued. How do you suppose one pokes? Zhan Feng countered, bemused. Upon reflection, Guanning seemed to grasp the implication, indignantly kicking Zhan Feng. Could you not speak so crudely? I speak plainly. It's the most direct form of expression. Zhan Feng shrugged. Ugh, Guanning rolled her eyes, finding his nonchalance rather shameless. This is indeed the most straightforward method, so you should hastily find a man, Zhan Feng suggested. Is there truly no other way? The key to resolving an issue lies in identifying its root cause, understand? Zhan Feng replied. Then you must poke me, Guanning stated directly, seizing the opportunity to fulfill the task assigned to her by Ling Xue. Zhan Feng, I am both your employer and your best friend husband, Zhan Feng reminded her. What pretense? You speak without decorum, and besides, Ling Xue has no feelings for you. Yet you act so virtuous. Did I not already inform you that I am not interested in you? Zhan Feng responded. If you possess any skill, make me interested in you, Zhan Feng teased. Zhan Feng, I refuse to be cowed. The chase is fraught with challenges, but I shall see how long you can maintain this charade. Then good luck. Zhan Feng laughed, waving his hand as he turned to leave the office. Hey, you haven't told me how to treat the illness. Guanning called after him. Did I not tell you? A poke. Don't assume ist, Zhan Feng replied. You expect me to find a man on the street for such a trivial matter? Guanning exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Zhan Feng chuckled. No need to be so tense. A month or two is inconsequential. It's not a serious ailment. However, if it persists over the years, that would be a different story. With that, Zhan Feng waved and exited the office. Outside the building, Zhan Feng lit a cigarette, awaiting the commercial banquet in Xianqing tomorrow night. If Tang Yun was indeed responsible for his parents' deaths, he would ensure that the entire Tang family paid the price. Once in his car, Zhan Feng received a phone call. The caller was Lin Xinting's father, Lin Jihong. Their fathers had been friends for many years, and it was through their matchmaking that Zhan Feng's marriage to Lin Xinting had been arranged. After a moment's hesitation, Zhan Feng decided to answer. After all, Lin Xinting's actions were her own and had no bearing on his father, Lin Jihong. Feng, where are you? Lin Jihong's voice came through as soon as the call connected. I'm out. What's up? Zhan Feng replied. I'd like you to come home for dinner tonight. I want to see you, Lin Jihong said. Uncle Lin, I have already divorced Xinting. If there is nothing urgent, I'd prefer to skip the dinner, Zhan Feng declined. I am aware of your divorce. If you still regard me as your father-in-law, you should come, Lin Jihong insisted before hanging up. Zhan Feng stared at the disconnected call, feeling conflicted. Despite his divorce from Lin Xinting, Lin Jihong's words weighed heavily on him. He had always treated Zhan Feng well, and given their long-standing friendship, it seemed improper not to attend. After a moment's contemplation, Zhan Feng resolved to go. Around 7 in the evening, Zhan Feng arrived at the Lin family's villa. Lin Xinting stood at the entrance, clad in a black, alluring mini dress, as if she had been waiting for quite some time. Pulling up, Lin Xinting approached with a smile, resembling a delicate jade maiden of the Lin family. Zhan Feng stepped out of his Koenigsegg, distinctly sensing that Lin Xinting's demeanor had shifted from her previously haughty attitude to one of newfound warmth, her gaze upon him akin to that of a saintly light. Hubby. Lin Xinting coyly bit her lip, calling out to Zhan Feng. Hubby? Zhan Feng tilted his head, intrigued by her transformation. Yes, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xinting replied with a sweet, gentle tone. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Yang Jie. Zhan Feng responded playfully. You are indeed my legitimate husband, Lin Xinting declared. Have we not already divorced? Zhan Feng questioned incredulously. I no longer wish to be divorced. I want to remarry. My father has scolded me, and I realize my errors. I promise to be the obedient wife you deserve. Let us remarry, Lin Xinting implored. Remarry? So you can divorce when it pleases you and remarry when you desire? Zhan Feng asked. Hubby, do you no longer love me? Do I appear to be foolish? Still in love with you? Zhan Feng retorted, glancing at Lin Xinting candidly. But I still love you. I cannot live without you. I will always remember our promises of unwavering loyalty. Lin Xinting professed, suddenly throwing herself into Zhan Feng's arms, tightly embracing his waist, her softness pressing against him. Zhan Feng could only feel one sentiment toward Lin Xinting's actions. Disgust. Nothing but disgust. It was bewildering how Lin Xinting could shamelessly utter such words. Without hesitation, Zhan Feng pushed her away. Do not touch me. During our divorce, you claimed that even a slight touch from me was repulsive. Now, I must tell you, your mere presence nauseates me. Do you understand? Chapter 16. You insist on forcing me to disregard your humanity. I love you utterly and hopelessly. I have waited for you for 3 long years. At last, you have gained some recognition, and I do not wish to abandon our connection. Lin Xinting, with tears glistening in her eyes, spoke to Zhan Feng. Ha! Did you wait for me for 3 years, or were you entangled with Yang Jie for those 3 years? Zhan Feng scoffed coldly. You are not only shameless, but you now also exhibit a despicable demeanor. You accuse me of being shameless and contemptible. What of you? Me? Why did you conceal that your benefactor is Lu Ziguan from human? Had you disclosed this earlier, would these events have transpired? Would I have left you? I would have loved you devotedly, unconditionally, and taken care of you. Lin Xinting retorted cleverly. The reason Lin Xinting sought reconciliation with Zhan Feng was that she learned of Yang Jie being abandoned by Lu Ziguan. The reason for this abandonment was that Yang Jie had offended Zhan Feng. It was evident that Lu Ziguan, the influential figure from Xianqing, was Zhan Feng's hidden support. Connecting with Lu Ziguan was akin to reaching the pinnacle of one's life. Lin Xinting felt immense regret for having underestimated Zhan Feng, who had been feigning weakness while concealing his true strength. The call made by Lin Jidong was also initiated by Lin Xinting, as it was the only way to meet Zhan Feng. Ha! Who informed you that my benefactor is Lu Ziguan? Zhan Feng found amusement in Lin Xinting's words. Even now, you deceive me about your support being Lu Ziguan. I admit you possess considerable influence, and I concede that I underestimated you. But aside from that, your concealment of your benefactor raises questions about your integrity. Lin Xinting questioned. Ignorance. Zhan Feng replied coldly with 2 words. I love you too deeply. Shall we remarry? Lin Xinting gazed at Zhan Feng with tender eyes, pleading. Your actions only serve to make me find you increasingly revolting and devoid of dignity. Zhan Feng declared, then turned to walk into the villa. I am pregnant with your child. Lin Xinting shouted after him. Zhan Feng halted and turned to face her. You are pregnant with my child? Yes, I've experienced morning sickness today, and the doctor confirmed my pregnancy. Lin Xinting responded. Are you foolish? Or do you take me for a fool? Since my return, I have not touched you. You claim to be carrying my child? Zhan Feng could not help but curse. A woman can sink to such depths of depravity as Lin Xinting. Zhan Feng felt he had gained new insights that night. Regardless, I am pregnant, and you must take responsibility. Lin Xinting insisted irrationally. Ha! Zhan Feng chuckled helplessly, too weary to continue engaging with Lin Xinting. She had become so unreasonable that further discourse would only reflect poorly on his intelligence. Zhan Feng then stepped into the villa. Ah Feng, you've arrived. Please sit down. The food and drinks are ready. Lin Jidong warmly beckoned as Zhan Feng entered. Uncle Lin, I will not be dining. You summoned me for a reason. So please state your business directly. Zhan Feng addressed Lin Jidong. Grant me some courtesy. Take your time and speak over drinks. Lin Jidong urged as he guided Zhan Feng to the dining table. Once seated, Lin Jidong poured a glass of wine for Zhan Feng. Ah Feng, you know, Xinting is not malicious. She is merely a bit too naive. I have already scolded her regarding your divorce. Zhan Feng only replied with a faint acknowledgement. Can you find it in your heart to forgive her? Lin Jidong inquired. There is nothing to forgive. I have no ties left with her. Zhan Feng responded. Xinting realizes her mistakes. I believe you two should cease the quarrels and remarry. Lin Jidong proposed. Impossible. Zhan Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. What do you mean impossible? I will take charge of this matter. Lin Jidong stated. Uncle Lin, you cannot dictate this. Am I lacking in stature? This has nothing to do with stature. Zhan Feng replied. Ah Feng, your words displease me. Lin Jidong asserted with a tone befitting a senior. Whether I am pleased or not is my concern. Zhan Feng remained unmoved, his demeanor unchanged. Xinting is already pregnant. The child is not mine. Why should it concern me? You want me to take responsibility? I, Lin Jidong, have some standing in Xianqing. If my daughter gives birth without a father, I will be the subject of ridicule. I cannot bear the shame. Thus, to preserve your family's reputation, you want me to be a scapegoat? This poses no loss to you. Simply consider the child as yours. Lin Jidong attempted to reason. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng chuckled coldly. Since Lin Jidong does not regard him as a person, there is no need for Zhan Feng to treat him as one. It seems your ability to raise such a despicable daughter speaks volumes about your values. With a resounding clap on the table, Lin Jidong stood up, his expression filled with fury. Zhan Feng, I am your elder. How can you speak to me in such a manner? I came here out of respect for my father's long-standing friendship with you. Setting aside that connection, as my former father-in-law, you are nothing? Zhan Feng retorted without reservation. Since Lin Jidong has gone this far, Zhan Feng saw no reason to show him any courtesy. Zhan Feng, with Lu Ziguan as your support, do you believe you have become invincible? Lin Jidong glared at Zhan Feng with an icy expression. Haha, when did Lu Ziguan become my support? Zhan Feng chuckled lightly. Stop pretending. Your bravado stems from having Lu Ziguan behind you. Lin Jidong responded. If you believe it, then so be it. With that, Zhan Feng stood up, disinterested in remaining any longer, and turned to leave. Tonight, you may not leave here unscathed. Lin Jidong shouted angrily, calling for assistance. Immediately, the door swung open, and Lin Xinting entered with several burly men. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhan Feng maintained his composure and smiled faintly. Must it be this way? Zhan Feng turned to Lin Jidong. You insist on this. Rather than waiting for you to have Lu Ziguan target me, I might as well incapacitate you tonight. Lin Jidong replied. As for Zhan Feng, he chose not to utter another word, knowing further dialogue would be futile. In the next moment, he lunged forward, and the villa's living room erupted with cries of agony. The burly men lay sprawled on the ground, the entire exchange having lasted not even a second. Lin Jidong and Lin Xinting were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how Zhan Feng had accomplished this, as they had not even seen him make a move. Chapter 17. The Temporary Bodyguard. Remember, from now on, I am myself, and you are you. We have no further connections, and I shall not allow the so-called Lu Ziguan to target you. Should you provoke me again, I will show no mercy. Zhan Feng's voice was as chilling as death, leaving behind those words as he exited the villa. As for Lin Jidong and Lin Xinting, the father and daughter stood in a daze for quite some time before regaining their composure. Their hearts surged like turbulent waves, refusing to settle. He is astonishingly capable, Lin Xinting uttered in disbelief, her expression resembling that of someone lost in a dream. It was hard to fathom that a husband she had scorned just a day before had undergone such a dramatic transformation. A husband of such extraordinary caliber had slipped through her fingers, and at that moment, she regretted it so profoundly that she felt compelled to strike her thigh in frustration. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhan Feng was summoned to work by Guanning. Currently, the three of them, Zhan Feng, Bai Lingxue, and Guanning, resided together in a villa. In the morning, Bai Lingxue went to the office first, while Zhan Feng and Guanning traveled together, ostensibly to cultivate their relationship. Upon arriving at the office, Zhan Feng clocked in as if he were a formal employee. Throughout the morning, he lingered in the office, occupied only by sipping tea and browsing his phone, with nothing of substance to do. In truth, this was merely a leisurely position arranged for him by Lingxue. The primary aim was not for Zhan Feng to generate value for the company, but rather to foster a bond with Guanning. Meanwhile, Guanning was exceedingly busy, spending the morning fielding calls and engaging in discussions while reviewing documents. As noon approached, she tidied her desk and announced, "Let us go. I have a luncheon engagement. Accompany me." Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, declining. "I'm just a minor employee. I can't go." "That is not negotiable. You must come." Guanning insisted. "Why should I go? To be a driver and protect me?" "Today's luncheon is hosted by Director Wang Dapeng of the Land Planning Bureau." She replied. "Protect you from what?" "That Director Wang is a notorious lecher." Zhan Feng countered. "Since you know he is a lecher, why not just avoid him?" Zhan Feng shrugged. "The company project requires his signature. If we don't go, according to the usual procedures, he will deliberately find reasons to delay things, potentially dragging it out for a year and a half." Sighing, Zhan Feng shook his head. "All right, let us go." Without waiting for his consent, Guanning took his arm and led him out of the office. Descending to the car, Zhan Feng played the role of Guanning's driver, steering towards the Dizuan private club. "I just realized something important," Guanning remarked from the passenger seat on the way to the club. "What is it?" Zhan Feng inquired while rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette. "I wonder if you can truly protect me." Guanning smiled at him. "If I can't, I'll just find someone else," Zhan Feng replied with a wisp of smoke. "I must say, I'm increasingly fond of your spirit," Guanning observed, her gaze appreciative. "What spirit? Amidst a sea of green, you stand out like a solitary red flower. While other men would fawn over women, you confront them boldly. How refreshing." Zhan Feng smiled knowingly. "Are you implying I'm unworthy?" Guanning playfully nudged him in the waist. "Be serious. I'm the wife of your superior." "Such decorum," she shot back, rolling her eyes at him. As their conversation flowed, Zhan Feng drove to a lavish mountain villa. Upon entering, the castle-like architecture exuded luxury, revealing the wealth associated with such a position in land planning. It was evident why director Wang Dapeng had invited Guanning to such a venue. His intentions were unmistakable. After parking, Zhan Feng and Guanning exited the vehicle. Guanning led the way, while Zhan Feng followed, smoking a cigarette as they entered the club. However, Zhan Feng was halted at the entrance. Wang Dapeng had instructed that only Guanning was permitted to ascend. "I'll just wait here. If you need anything, call," Zhan Feng said nonchalantly. Guanning nodded and followed an attendant to a private room on the second floor. Inside the room sat a middle-aged man in a white shirt, sporting glasses and a receding hairline, with a rather rotund face that exuded an oily demeanor. "Director Wang." Guanning greeted him with a smile upon entering. Wang Dapeng looked up, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly scanned Guanning's alluring figure. "Miss Gua, please have a seat." He beckoned with a lecherous grin. As Guanning settled into her seat, she produced a document from her bag. "Director, I need your signature on the land planning approval project." However, Wang Dapeng was entirely absorbed in Guanning, his focus lingering on her curves. He seemed eager to dive into the depths of her allure. "Signing is a minor issue," he remarked, his oily smile widening. "Miss Gua, it has been some time since we last met, and you have only grown more beautiful. Whoever wins your heart is truly fortunate." "You flatter me, Director," Guanning replied with a polite smile, while internally she felt revolted by his advances. He was indeed a lecher. "Please, don't call me Director. It feels too formal. Just call me Wang Gu from now on," he waved dismissively. "That would be inappropriate. It would undermine your status," Guanning countered. "There is no need for such formality between us. It creates distance," Wang Dapeng insisted, his hand tentatively reaching toward Guanning's. Observing his intentions, she deftly withdrew her hand and picked up a glass of red wine. "Here, let me toast you." "Shall we then?" Wang Dapeng replied, downing his glass in one go. Guanning followed suit, as the wine posed no challenge to her. "Director, regarding the land project approval, I hope you can sign it," Guanning said after a drink. Wang Dapeng hesitated for a moment before responding. "Your land project approval requires further scrutiny before I can sign. I cannot be hasty." "Are you implying something, Director?" Guanning sensed his ulterior motives. "I find it difficult to sign off on this," Wang Dapeng said, casting a meaningful glance at Guanning, before shifting his tone. "Yet, it's not impossible to sign. Rest assured, I won't let you work for free. Here, a signing fee." Guanning presented a card to him. However, Wang Dapeng shook his head and returned the card, saying, "That is not acceptable. I cannot make a mistake." "It's merely a token of gratitude, not a mistake," Guanning replied. "We must not take even a stitch from the public. It is our fundamental principle." "We are here to serve you," Wang Dapeng proclaimed, feigning righteousness. Guanning, upon hearing Wang Dapeng's words, was filled with disdain for him. It was not as if he had no regard for the people's toil. He was well-versed in the art of exploitation, demanding everything while giving nothing. "If Director Wang has any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them," Guanning replied. Wang Dapeng gazed at her with an intensity reminiscent of a gluttonous pig fixating on a succulent lamb, eager to pounce. "I recently became single after my divorce a month ago, and I believe you would make quite a pair," he said. Guanning was almost sickened by his words, but managed to suppress her revulsion, responding with a smile. "Director Wang, you certainly have a sense of humor." Wang Dapeng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not joking. Work is work, and personal feelings are personal. This should not be conflated." Guanning retorted, attempting to evade his advances. However, Wang Dapeng seemed disinclined to feign politeness any longer, bluntly declaring, "Since we are alone here, I will speak plainly. If you spend a night with me, I will agree to sign the papers." "Miss Gua, it is clear that I have admired you for quite some time." Guanning straightforwardly rejected him. "Director Wang, that request is rather presumptuous." Wang Dapeng narrowed his eyes, evidently displeased with her forthright refusal. "You are merely a manager in the Bai Group's investment department. Are you saying I am unworthy of your company?" "Indeed, you are unworthy." Guanning shot back. "Your words are quite disrespectful." "Respect is mutual," she countered. "If you wish to play the innocent and proud in front of me, today I will show you the darker side of society." Wang Dapeng stood up, intending to employ force against Guanning. She took a step back, warning him, "I advise you not to act rashly." "If you don't want me to act rashly, then I shall do just that. In this place, no one can control me." With that, Wang Dapeng lunged towards Guanning, determined to seize her. Just as he did, The door to the room was kicked open. Zhan Feng leisurely strolled in, cigarette in hand. "What are you doing here? Get out and stop interrupting my business." Wang Dapeng shouted angrily at Zhan Feng. Ignoring him, Zhan Feng approached Guanning, cheerfully teasing, "It seems you still possess charm, considering this pig can't control himself around you." Guanning shot him an indignant glare, thinking that he was likely the only man who believed he lacked appeal with women. "Hey, you mutt, didn't you hear me? Get out of here and don't disturb my good fortune." Wang Dapeng yelled again. Zhan Feng merely tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Wang Dapeng. "What are you staring at? Scram!" Wang Dapeng continued to berate him. Zhan Feng, however, remained silent, displaying no sign of anger, and instead smiled as he approached Wang Dapeng. With a swift motion, Zhan Feng delivered a resounding slap to Wang Dapeng's face. This slap sent Wang Dapeng's fury skyrocketing. "How dare you hit me?" "Another slap," Zhan Feng said with a smile, encouraging him to continue cursing. Wang Dapeng, however, fell silent, as the successive blows had transformed his face into a swollen mess. "Who are you? An employee of the Bai Group's investment department? How dare a mere employee strike me? Does hitting you require a certain status?" Zhan Feng chuckled. "You have struck me, thus I will not sign the land planning documents for the Bai Group." Wang Dapeng attempted to leverage the situation. "That is not up to you. Sign the papers." Zhan Feng pointed to the documents on the table. "I refuse." Wang Dapeng's tone was resolute. "Refusal, is it? Then I shall have to sever your hand today." Zhan Feng warned bluntly. "You threaten me?" Wang Dapeng retorted. "You are quite perceptive. Indeed, I am threatening you." Zhan Feng replied with a twisted smile. "Let me tell you, I am not intimidated by your threats." Wang Dapeng shot back. Zhan Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "That's fine. If you wish to wager your hand, I have no objections. Will you sign, or will you not?" Just then, a long, somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed from the corridor outside. Shortly after, a young man dressed in a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, strolled in with one hand in his pocket. Following him were several imposing bodyguards, their crew-cut hair and commanding presence indicating they had undergone special training. "This is troublesome. Yi Tian has arrived," Guanning whispered anxiously to Zhan Feng. "The King of Heaven has arrived. What of it?" Zhan Feng replied dismissively. "You do not understand Yi Tian's influence. You must lower your stance, or there will be serious consequences," Guanning cautioned. Zhan Feng merely smiled, saying nothing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Dapeng rushed forward, saying, "Master Yi, I have been beaten to this extent in your establishment. You must take charge, or it will tarnish the reputation of your venue." Yi Tian patted Wang Dapeng on the shoulder, smiling. "Do not worry. As long as you are here as my guest, I will ensure your safety and privacy. Anyone who attempts to disrupt the order will face my wrath." Wang Dapeng felt reassured. With Yi Tian's power, no one could touch him. "Thank you for your assistance," he replied. At that moment, Yi Tian's gaze fell upon Zhan Feng. In a calm voice devoid of any inflection, he pointed at Zhan Feng, commanding, "Kneel and apologize to him." Zhan Feng, upon hearing this, sneered and proceeded to sit casually at the dining table. Despite the exquisite spread before him, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat leisurely, as if Yi Tian were non-existent. Yi Tian's expression darkened slightly at Zhan Feng's behavior. Guanning sensed Yi Tian's displeasure. She knew he was not to be trifled with. Quickly, she moved to Zhan Feng's side, urgently whispering, "Big brother, given the current situation, do you still have a mood to eat? It's quite delicious. Would you care to try?" Zhan Feng smiled, gesturing with his chopsticks. At that moment, Guanning felt speechless, unsure of where Zhan Feng's calm confidence stemmed from. However, she was well aware that Yi Tian was not someone to provoke lightly. "Master Yi, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. I am the manager of the Bai Group's investment department. Might we consider giving President Bai some face and let this matter rest?" Guanning, not expecting Zhan Feng to back down, stepped forward respectfully to address Yi Tian. Yi Tian cast a glance at Guanning and let out a light snort. It was not only by Ling Xue, but even by Tsangshan. Anyone who dared to disrupt the rules of my establishment would lose face. Upon sensing Yi Tian's attitude, Guanning realized that trouble loomed large today. It was evidently impossible for her to leave this place effortlessly with Zhan Feng. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in Zhan Feng's disdainful demeanor towards the opposing party, which undoubtedly exacerbated the conflict. While escalating matters with Wang Dapeng might not pose a significant issue, as it pertains solely to business, provoking a figure of Yi Tian's stature could jeopardize one's safety. At that moment, Wang Dapeng, observing Guanning, spoke up, suggesting that resolving this predicament was quite simple. If she acquiesced to his previous demands, he would ensure that young Master Yi would spare that young man and sign the land planning documents. Hearing Wang Dapeng's words, Guanning felt a wave of nausea wash over her, yet she was at a loss as to how to proceed. To spend the night with Wang Dapeng in exchange for her and Zhan Feng's safety? Clearly, she was reluctant to do so. However, failing to act could very well endanger Zhan Feng's life. At this moment, Guanning felt a profound internal struggle. She turned her gaze to Zhan Feng, who remained blissfully indifferent, casually enjoying his meal as if the events unfolding around him had nothing to do with him. This only deepened Guanning's sense of helplessness and frustration. What will it be? Will you agree or not? Wang Dapeng inquired, his eyes fixed on Guanning, who fell silent, uncertain of her choice. Wang Dapeng took a step closer, extending his hand as if to embrace Guanning. Yet, before his hand could touch her, a wooden chopstick suddenly pierced through his palm. Wang Dapeng cried out in pain, blood streaming from his hand. At this moment, satiated and pleased with the meal, Zhan Feng wiped his hands with a napkin and leisurely stood up, exuding an air of nonchalance. However, the atmosphere in the private room had grown tense, especially for Yi Tian, who had not anticipated Zhan Feng's intervention, and from his technique, it was evident he possessed some ability. Nonetheless, in Yi Tian's eyes, this ability was merely insignificant. What irked him further was that Zhan Feng's actions seemed to dismiss him entirely. If your hands are restless, then you must pay the price, Zhan Feng remarked with a smile, looking at the pained Wang Dapeng. Kid, today you shall meet your end. Wang Dapeng bared his teeth, growling menacingly. Oh, Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. Young Master Yi, you must help me settle this score. Wang Dapeng turned to Yi Tian. Even if you do not wish for me to do so, I must. Yi Tian shot back, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhan Feng. As for Zhan Feng, he glanced at Yi Tian, a playful smile gracing his lips. What did you say earlier? That I should kneel and apologize? Humph. This matter cannot be resolved with mere apologies now. Yi Tian retorted coldly. In truth, you should mind your business. I suggest you refrain from seeking trouble unnecessarily, Zhan Feng advised. Oh, Yi Tian narrowed his eyes at Zhan Feng's words. From your tone, it seems you think highly of yourself. Whether I am impressive or not is of little consequence, but in my eyes, you are merely insignificant, Zhan Feng replied indifferently. Ha ha ha. Yi Tian laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. How refreshing. Yi, have never heard anyone refer to me as insignificant. Young Master Yi, he is simply ignorant. Do not take it to heart. Guanning interjected, attempting to mediate. She understood that Zhan Feng's bold actions had undoubtedly enraged Yi Tian, though Yi Tian did not exhibit overt rage. His demeanor often proved more terrifying than outright fury. Thus, Zhan Feng's life was in peril. However, Guanning felt a warmth in her heart for Zhan Feng's courage. He did not shrink away, but instead stood his ground, embodying the true essence of a man in the eyes of women. Ignorant? Is he a mere child? Yi Tian tilted his head, assessing Guanning. You are magnanimous. Do not stoop to his level, Guanning continued, speaking softly. As Yi Tian toyed with the jade ring on his finger, he replied leisurely. In his eyes, I am but insignificant, not a person of great consequence. That is merely because he is unaware of your true capabilities. Guanning countered. Simultaneously, Guanning silently prayed for Bai Lingxue to arrive swiftly. During the brief interlude of conversation between Zhan Feng and Yi Tian, she had sent a message to Bai Lingxue. She recognized that the situation had escalated beyond her capacity to resolve. She did not dare hope that Yi Tian would show her leniency and let the matter slide. Thus, alerting Bai Lingxue to intervene was her best course of action. At that moment, Yi Tian's phone rang. The caller was Bai Lingxue, who was en route, concerned that Guanning might not withstand the pressure, hence her call to delay matters. It seems this young man is rather significant. Even President Bai is calling. Yi Tian remarked with a smile as he answered the call. Miss Bai, what guidance do you offer? Young Master Yi, I sincerely hope you can be understanding regarding the conflict that has arisen at the establishment, Bai Lingxue expressed apologetically. Understanding? Look at how I have been treated in business. I to be understanding now? Yi Tian responded with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Let us do this. I shall arrive in about 5 to 6 minutes. Can we discuss everything then? Bai Lingxue proposed. Very well. I can extend some courtesy to the esteemed president of Xiangqing. I shall wait for you. Yi Tian replied with a smile, before hanging up. Simultaneously, Guanning exhaled a sigh of relief. After approximately 5 to 6 minutes, Bai Lingxue hurried in. Upon entering, she shot a fierce glare at Zhan Feng. In her view, Zhan Feng was the kind of good-for-nothing who caused trouble without the capability to resolve it, leaving her to clean up after him. Were it not for her grandfather's influence, she would not bother with such a scoundrel. Young Master Yi, greetings. It has been a while, Bai Lingxue said, offering a polite smile after glancing at Zhan Feng. Miss Bai, your concern for your subordinates is commendable. You need not personally attend to such trivial matters. Yi Tian returned with a smile. I sincerely apologize for causing you trouble. If you name a price, I will compensate you for this inconvenience, Bai Lingxue offered. Being a savvy woman, Bai Lingxue knew that mere verbal apologies were insufficient without tangible actions. The only means to resolve this issue was through financial compensation. Yi Tian shook his head, stating, "This young man has violated the rules of my establishment." Look at Director Wang's hand. If this issue remains unresolved, no one will feel secure patronizing my establishment in the future. What is your proposed resolution? Bai Lingxue inquired. For Director Wang's injury, a compensation of 1 million, followed by an apology from him on his knees, and I shall also require him to lose a leg. This is the resolution I offer, considering your esteemed presence, Miss Bai. Yi Tian conjured. Bai Lingxue, upon hearing the solution proposed by Yi Tian, naturally could not acquiesce. Offering a compensation of 1 million and having Zhan Feng kneel to apologize were trivial matters. After all, they merely involved money and face. However, the demand to cripple Zhan Feng by breaking his leg was something she found hard to accept. Could you perhaps show me a bit of consideration? I would be willing to increase the compensation to buy him this leg, Bai Lingxue suggested. Yi Tian shook his head and replied, I have already shown you enough consideration. If I had no regard for you, it would not be a mere leg, but rather his life. Do not pretend he can do anything to me. At that moment, Zhan Feng's indifferent voice emerged from behind, tinged with impatience. As soon as Zhan Feng spoke, the gazes of Yi Tian, Bai Lingxue, and Guanning all converged on him in unison. For everyone present, Zhan Feng's words were abrupt, even laced with disdain and provocation towards Yi Tian amidst their negotiation. Bai Lingxue, in particular, struggled to suppress her urge to reprimand Zhan Feng on the spot. Here she was, try her utmost to apologize to Yi Tian, yet he had the audacity to provoke him instead. Miss Bai, did you hear that? This truly shows my lack of regard for you. He remains unrepentant. Yi Tian chuckled. Bai Lingxue, feeling helpless, scolded Zhan Feng, if you do not wish to become disabled, then shut your mouth. Shut my mouth, Zhan Feng retorted. But Bai Lingxue quickly interrupted with another reprimand. Beside them, Guanning promptly pulled at Zhan Feng. Young Master Yi, I sincerely apologize. He is somewhat mentally unstable. Bai Lingxue explained to Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and replied, Is that so? He certainly does not seem mentally unstable to me. Rather, he appears to be unaware of his own insignificance, whether he is mentally unstable or simply unaware. Let me propose this. I will grant you a 10% stake in Tianfu Mountain Resort, and we shall consider this matter settled. Bai Lingxue stated directly. Upon hearing Bai Lingxue's offer, Yi Tian slightly squinted, his expression turning serious. The Tianfu Mountain Resort was indeed a lucrative asset. Not to mention that even a 1% stake yielded annual dividends of over 100 million. Thus, Yi Tian pondered whether Bai Lingxue was jesting. Was she really willing to pay such a steep price for a mere employee? Miss Bai, you cannot be serious, he questioned. Though I may have only been in the business world for a few years, my reputation is well known. I've always kept my word. Bai Lingxue replied sternly. All right. Yi Tian nodded, acknowledging her as the most esteemed beauty in Xiangqing's business circle, both in beauty and fortitude. He accepted her terms, having realized he had no further reason to refuse. Meanwhile, Wang Dapeng, on the other hand, would simply require a few million to silence him. As for Zhan Feng, tightly grasped by Guanning, he was uncertain whether to feel resigned or elated. He felt a sense of helplessness, knowing that this was a situation where money was being thrown at a problem that could have been resolved without any cost. Yet, he was delighted that Bai Lingxue was willing to sacrifice 10% of the hotel's shares to save his leg. a decision that seemed inconsistent with her attitude towards herself. The stock transfer contract was printed on site, and Bai Lingxue signed it without any delay. Miss Bai, I am curious. What exactly is this young man to you that you would treat him in such a manner? Yi Tian asked with a smile while holding the signed contract. You need not concern yourself with that, Bai Lingxue replied curtly before stepping out of the private room. Guaning pulled Zhan Feng along. Following Bai Lingxue, she departed. Zhan Feng could see that Bai Lingxue was suppressing her rage. As expected, once they exited the establishment and entered the car, Bai Lingxue erupted. Zhan Feng, not only are you foolish and worthless, but you also enjoy pretending to be impressive. I am genuinely curious how someone as utterly useless as you exists in this world, and that I happen to encounter you. Bai Lingxue exclaimed. Zhan Feng understood her fury. Do you have any idea how much I sacrificed to save your leg? I truly do not comprehend why you remain obstinate in your pride. If it were not for me, your life would have ended here today. Do you understand? Bai Lingxue continued her barrage of questions. Honestly, I want to say that in my eyes, Yi Tian is nothing but a minor nuisance, easily dealt with. Zhan Feng replied helplessly. Chapter 21. Your identity is not to be offended? Hee. Bai Lingxue's frustration peaked at Zhan Feng's words. Are you still pretending to be impressive after all this? We are out of there now. Zhan Feng shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Would I really bother to pretend over such a trivial matter? I speak only the truth. To me, Yi Tian is not even worth a glance. If Yi Tian were a mere nobody, do you think I would have paid such a hefty price? Bai Lingxue retorted. I said it was unnecessary, yet you insisted on this course of action. What more can I do? Zhan Feng replied, feeling resigned. Are you implying that you blame me? Zhan Feng paused before stating. While your intentions are good, it is indeed your fault. Given my inclination, I would rather see how capable he truly is. Bai Lingxue, upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, clenched her teeth in frustration, her anger boiling. She had paid such a significant price to save Zhan Feng's leg, yet he was ungrateful and even blamed her. Who could endure such behavior? Enough, I accept your good intentions. Zhan Feng quickly tried to appease her as Bai Lingxue's anger mounted. You ungrateful wretch. Get out of the car this instant. Bai Lingxue commanded coldly. Getting out? Fine, Ishao. Zhan Feng shrugged nonchalantly, opening the door and stepping out. Mingye, did you see that? I have never encountered someone like him, Bai Lingxue said angrily, noticing Zhan Feng's dismissive demeanor. Sigh. Guanning shook her head, exhaling with resignation. From Zhan Feng's behavior today, it was evident that he had a propensity for pretentiousness. The matter was resolved, and Bai Lingxue had paid dearly to achieve that resolution. Zhan Feng should have expressed gratitude, yet he showed no appreciation at all. Who could tolerate such an attitude? Let S go. Let him find his own way back. Bai Lingxue declared before driving away. Zhan Feng stood at the entrance of the establishment, watching the departing vehicle, sighing helplessly. He was undoubtedly impressive, yet constantly misperceived as pretentious, which was quite frustrating. The key issue was that Bai Lingxue did not allow him to express himself, not even permitting him to say a single additional word. With a cigarette lit, Zhan Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Since Bai Lingxue had departed and there was no one to obstruct him, it was time to set things right. He returned to the establishment just in time to encounter Yi Tian and Wang Dapeng coming down from the upper floor. Hey, Zhan Feng greeted, taking a drag from his cigarette. Yi Tian and Wang Dapeng looked at Zhan Feng with slight confusion. You haven't left yet? The matter is not yet resolved. How could I leave? Zhan Feng replied with a playful smile. What more do you wish to resolve? Yi Tian inwitted. Zhan Feng first pointed at Yi Tian, then at Wang Dapeng, and declared, you will tear up the contract for the transfer of hotel equity, and you will sign the land planning approval for the Bai family group. Once this is done, the matter will be resolved. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, both Yi Tian and Wang Dapeng were visibly taken aback before bursting into laughter. From their perspective, Zhan Feng's ability to leave unscathed was already fortunate. Otherwise, he would have surely lost a leg today. How amusing it was that Zhan Feng returned boldly to utter such words. Are you joking? Are you foolish or merely pretending to be impressive? Do you even comprehend the nonsense you are spouting? Yi Tian scoffed with a mocking tone. Enough with the chatter. Will you let me take action, or will you take the initiative? Zhan Feng exhaled a thin puff of smoke, his impatience evident. Oh, look at you putting on a show. Those unaware might think you are quite formidable. Yi Tian ridiculed with an exaggerated tone. So, you wish for me to act, huh? Kid, don't say I didn't give Bai Lingshu a face. Leave now, and I might spare your life. If you continue to overstep, I guarantee your demise. Yi Tian warned. For Yi Tian, he considered it exceedingly simple to kill someone like Zhan Feng. So simple it was akin to squashing an ant. Ah, Zhan Feng sighed, shaking his head. Get lost. Yi Tian barked. Once I act, it will be a different matter, Zhan Feng cautioned. Someone break his legs. Yi Tian commanded his bodyguards without hesitation. Immediately, 2 bodyguards leaped from behind, swinging their fists like ferocious tigers charging at Zhan Feng. Yet, Zhan Feng stood motionless, exuding a calm demeanor as tranquil as a still lake. As the bodyguards closed in, Zhan Feng leisurely unleashed his fists. A resounding clash echoed through the air. In the next moment, the 2 bodyguards were sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground at Yi Tian's feet. Zhan Feng remained rooted in place, his expression as serene as before, his body unwavering like a mountain. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned by this spectacle, clearly taken aback by Zhan Feng's unexpected prowess. It was worth noting that his bodyguards were not mere amateurs. They were specially trained. No wonder you act so cocky. It turns out you possess some skill. Yi Tian sneered coldly, his gaze towards Zhan Feng now imbued with a chilling intensity. Cocky? Frankly, attempting to impress you lot diminishes my stature. Zhan Feng retorted as he stepped closer to Yi Tian. With each step, he emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing Yi Tian to feel inexplicably breathless. All of you, attack together, Yi Tian commanded. Immediately, all his bodyguards surged forward to confront Zhan Feng. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Zhan Feng's mouth, hinting at a sardonic amusement. In the next instant, he planted his foot firmly, sending forth a shockwave that radiated outward. Instantly, the advancing bodyguard were knocked to the ground, the hall resonating with cries of distress. At that moment, Yi Tian realized that Zhan Feng's previous actions were not mere posturing. He genuinely possessed formidable strength. Who exactly are you? Yi Tian demanded, his eyes fixed on Zhan Feng. It was clear he no longer perceived Zhan Feng as just an employee of the Bai family group. How could an employee be so powerful? However, Zhan Feng did not respond. He simply approached Yi Tian. Let me tell you, even if you possess the ability to flaunt in my presence, you must remain humble. You cannot afford to provoke my identity. Yi Tian warned as he glared at Zhan Feng. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a tightening in his throat, and Zhan Feng appeared before him in an instant. Grasping Yi Tian's throat as easily as one would lift a chick, Zhan Feng hoisted him off the ground. Yi Tian's face turned crimson as he frantically shook his head, signaling for Zhan Feng to release him. With a swift motion, Zhan Feng struck Yi Tian in the abdomen with his fist. Only after that did he relinquish his grip, throwing Yi Tian onto the floor, where he gasped for breath. Do you consider your arrogance worth the consequences to follow? Yi Tian managed to ask as he regained his composure, glaring at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng stepped on Yi Tian's arm, demanding, now, enlighten me. What are the consequences I should expect? Let me inform you, the power behind me is far beyond your comprehension. They are akin to gods in the sky, and you can only look up to them. Yi Tian varnit ominously. Oh, Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly, then stomped down fiercely, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering. Yi Tian let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, Wang Dapeng stood trembling in fear, utterly shocked by Zhan Feng's capabilities, which surpassed his wildest expectations. Kid, if you utter another word, I will end you. Test me and see. Zhan Feng interrupted Yi Tian's words with a warning. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian wisely fell silent, for he dared not gamble with his life. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer losses at present. He must endure. Zhan Feng bent down and tore the equity transfer contract, then turned his gaze towards Wang Dapeng. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Dapeng hastily took out a pen and signed the land planning approval documents. Mr. Zhan, here you go. Please keep it safe. Wang Dapeng said with a flattering smile as he presented the signed papers with both hands. You do have some sense, Zhan Feng remarked. It's only proper. Wang Dapeng quickly replied. Zhan Feng accepted the documents and kicked Yi Tian. Feel free to come and seek revenge anytime. With that parting remark, Zhan Feng left the scene. As Zhan Feng departed, Yi Tian rose from the ground, his eyes filled with rage. This incident was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for him, one he had never experienced before. Unless he avenged this disgrace, he would forever be disrespected in the elite circles. Zhan Feng, I will make you aware of the consequences of crossing me. Yi Tian bellowed in a fit of fury, venting his pent-up anger. 20 minutes later, Zhan Feng returned to the Bai family group, carrying the land planning approval documents. To Bai Lingshua's office. He had run back, as it had been a while since he last ran, and he took the opportunity to stretch his legs. In the past, he would run laps around the entire Shenlong mountain every day. After about 10 minutes, Bai Lingxue and Guanning returned to the office after their discussion. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Zhan Feng lounging on the sofa, smoking. They had left Zhan Feng at the resort, and, under normal circumstances, he should have returned later than them. Why was he waiting in the office? How did you return so quickly? Bai Lingxue inquired with curiosity. I ran back. So it was a bit faster, Zhan Feng replied casually. However, this seemingly casual remark struck Bai Lingxue and Guanning as rather absurd and pretentious. You ran back. Given the nature of the journey, it is impossible to return before nightfall. Zhan Feng, when will you mature and behave more seriously? It is truly exasperating to hear you utter such thoughtless remarks. Bai Lingxue's expression was filled with helplessness, as if she had reached the pinnacle of disappointment in Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng appeared bewildered, questioning what he had said that was so foolish. You claim you could run back. Isn't that a thoughtless statement? Bai Lingxue retorted. But I did run back, Zhan Feng replied, pouting, feeling as though he was being accused of showing off once again. This was indeed quite challenging for him. You must be moving at the speed of a whirlwind. Faster than our car? My feet are much swifter than that. Zhan Feng responded. Bai Lingxue sighed, observing Zhan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, expressing her disbelief that anyone would take such statements seriously, even a 3-year-old child. She believed his vanity was overwhelming. Let's not dwell on that. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to provide explanations, knowing they would not believe him and would only further reinforce their assumptions of his arrogance. He then placed the land planning approval document on the table. Come, hurry and praise me. Praise you? Yes, praise me. Zhan Feng pointed proudly at the document on the table. What should I praise you for? The signatures are already there. The land planning approval document, signed by Director Wang? Guanning, who had been listening, asked in confusion. Indeed signed. Zhan Feng nodded affirmatively. How is that possible? Guanning expressed her disbelief and stepped forward to glance at the document, confirming the signature. She looked at Zhan Feng with astonishment, inquiring how he had managed this. Because, under normal circumstances, Wang Dapeng would never sign, unless the sun were to rise in the west, resolving everything through force. Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? I confronted them, and I also tore up the equity transfer agreement in Yi Tian's hands, so there was no loss this time. Now, I owe you no gratitude, Zhan Feng said with a triumphant smile. Bai Lingxue and Guanning were momentarily stunned by his words. How could Zhan Feng create such a commotion with Yi Tian? Did he think the bodyguards surrounding Yi Tian were mere pushovers? Those bodyguards were rigorously trained and exceptionally formidable. Who would believe that? Bai Lingxue crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of Zhan Feng's claims. Furthermore, his statements lacked logical coherence. Zhan Feng had returned before them, meaning he must have traveled faster than they did. How could he have had time to confront Yi Tian and return even quicker? This was utterly implausible. Moreover, she doubted Zhan Feng possessed such audacity. Belief is irrelevant. Additionally, I have rendered Yi Tian incapacitated by breaking one of his arms. Quite the disaster for him. Zhan Feng chuckled. If you truly have such capability, why did you still ask me for help? I believe I never asked you to save me. Zhan Feng shrugged. You just want to save face. Bai Lingxue scoffed. Just then, Bai Lingxue's phone rang. It was a call from Yi Tian. She glanced at the incoming call, then looked at Zhan Feng before answering. Bai Lingxue, you are quite the strategist. Huh? Chapter 23. I'm not afraid. So why should you be? Feigning ignorance. Deliberately stepping on my toes to suppress my momentum and showcase your strength. Is that your game? What do you mean by feigning ignorance? Let me tell you, Yi Tian, am not to be trifled with. You cannot simply tread upon me. Yi Tian's voice was stern on the line. Bai Lingxue was taken aback by his words. Young Master Yi, I don't quite understand your meaning. Stop pretending. Zhan Feng has incapacitated one of my arms and torn up the equity transfer contract. I will repay this debt twofold. Yi Tian declared before abruptly ending the call. Bai Lingxue stood there, stunned for a full 10 seconds. Indeed, Zhan Feng's words had been true. He had genuinely confronted Yi Tian and had incapacitated him. Zhan Feng, have you lost your mind? Bai Lingxue glared at him, seething. Is it real? I wasn't showing off, was I? Zhan Feng responded with a smile. You lunatic. Lunatic. Bai Lingxue's fury remained unabated as her clear, beautiful eyes bore into Zhan Feng. Who told you to confront Yi Tian again? Zhan Feng felt helpless upon hearing her words. When I mentioned confronting Yi Tian, you accused me of showing off, and now that it has become a reality, you blame me for it. Why is everything so difficult for me? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you've stirred up? Not at all. Zhan Feng shook his head. Do you think Yi Tian is someone you can provoke? I could take his life. Do you think I cannot provoke him? Zhan Feng tilted his head, curiously assessing Bai Lingxue. You are only aware of one aspect and unaware of the other. You are oversimplifying the situation. Bai Lingxue regarded Zhan Feng as an ignorant fool. Zhan Feng chuckled at her remark. You are the one who is truly ignorant. Bai Lingxue continued to admonish him. Ignorant? Yes, if you say I am ignorant, then so be it. Zhan Feng shrugged, uninterested in arguing further. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you have caused me? Bai Lingxue approached. Zhan Feng, feeling somewhat speechless, replied, I help you nullify the equity transfer contract, compensated for your losses, and secured the land approval signatures. How am I the source of your troubles? Let me inform you, Yi Tian's backing is the Xiangqing Military Special Operations Team, which is what makes him so formidable. Do you think you, a mere insignificant figure, can handle this? Bai Lingxue explained. Let him come after me and see if I can handle him. Zhan Feng said dismissively. Bai Lingxue shook her head at Zhan Feng's unyielding demeanor, finding him utterly unreasonable. At that moment, the internal phone on Bai Lingxue's desk rang. What is it, Ms. Bai? Someone from the military has specifically requested to see our Zhan Feng. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. A military figure seeking out Zhan Feng undoubtedly indicated that Yi Tian was behind this. This was a significant predicament. After ending the call, Bai Lingxue turned to Zhan Feng. Her eyes filled with urgency and ire. You can stop pretending now. Someone from military has come to our company specifically to see you. It's fine, let them come. Zhan Feng leaned back on the sofa, responding nonchalantly. Bai Lingxue found Zhan Feng's indifference somewhat amusing. The phrase overestimating oneself perfectly described Zhan Feng at that moment. Do you really think you, with your meager skills, can contend with the military? Bai Lingxue coldly laughed. You need not worry about it. Zhan Feng replied. Let me tell you, in Xiangqing, there is no force you can afford to offend more than the military. Even if my grandfather intervened, he might not be able to save you. Bai Lingxue cautioned. Zhan Feng scrutinized Bai Lingxue before responding. Could you refrain from constantly looking down on your husband? I speak the truth, Bai Lingxue asserted. Your perception is simply flawed. Is it my perception that is flawed, or is it your pride that is excessive? Bai Lingxue retorted. Enough of this debate. I shall bear all consequences myself. I do not require your assistance, only that you refrain from incessant nagging in my ear. Zhan Feng waved his hand, unwilling to engage in further argument with Bai Lingxue. You will bear the consequences yourself? How easily you say that. Can you truly shoulder them? Bai Lingxue remarked, reluctantly pulling out her phone to call her grandfather. For Bai Lingxue, she genuinely did not wish to aid Zhan Feng. Yet her conscience compelled her to act. After all, the situation had escalated to such a degree that Zhan Feng was perilously close to catastrophe. Zhan Feng, feeling helpless, mused that while Bai Lingxue might view herself as a pretentious figure, she still felt compelled to intervene on his behalf. Did she not find him insufferable? Would it not be better for him to face his own demise? How utterly frustrating. Grandfather, Zhan Feng has landed himself in serious trouble, she began. But I am currently fishing. Let him resolve his own issues. I shall hang up now. Before Bai Lingxue could finish her sentence, Bai Cangshan interjected and ended the call. Bai Lingxue stared at her disconnected phone in bewilderment. Zhan Feng was her grandfather's chosen son-in-law, someone he cherished dearly. Why, when trouble arose, did he not even inquire about the matter before dismissing it entirely? In this entire affair, she was the only one in a state of urgency. However, at that moment, a knock echoed from outside the office. The door swung open, revealing two men clad in military attire, exuding an air of resolute authority as they strode in. Upon their entrance, Bai Lingxue felt the weight of their formidable presence. She silently thought, This time, Zhan Feng's predicament was undoubtedly dire. Nevertheless, she resolved to intercede on his behalf. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Bai Lingxue offered a composed smile and approached them gracefully, inquiring, "May I ask what brings you two soldiers to my company?" The two military men turned their gaze toward Zhan Feng, who lounged on the sofa, casually smoking. "You must be Miss Bai, the president of the Bai Group?" One of them asked. "Indeed," she affirmed. "We seek to speak with him and kindly request that you and the lady step outside for a moment. If there is something to discuss, I can address it directly." Bai Lingxue insisted. "Please cooperate. We would appreciate your understanding, Miss Bai," the soldier replied. Noticing their relatively polite demeanor, Bai Lingxue sensed there might be room for negotiation. She exchanged a knowing glance with Zhan Feng, urging him to engage amicably before exiting the office alongside Guanning. Within the office, only Zhan Feng remained with the two military men. "Greetings, Mr. Zhan." One soldier approached, his demeanor respectful. Zhan Feng, reclining on the sofa and exhaling a plume of smoke, chuckled lightly. "You come to trouble me, yet you act so courteously." "Trouble you?" The soldier appeared puzzled by Zhan Feng's remark. "Are you not sent by Yi Tian?" Zhan Feng inquired. The soldier shook his head, stating, "Mr. Zhan, you must be mistaken. We are not acquainted with anyone named Yi Tian." "Then who are you?" Zhan Feng pressed. "I am Zwalong, a guard of General Xiao Yuandong from the Eastern Continent War Zone. Our general wishes to meet with you," Zwalong replied. "Meet with me? What could a mere employee like myself have to offer?" Zhan Feng chuckled. "You are not merely an employee. Miss Long Dai is a close friend of our general," Zwalong clarified. "How absurd." Zhan Feng scoffed at the mention of his second senior sister, realizing she had an extensive network of connections, even befriending the general of the Eastern Continent's military. It became evident that these men were indeed not sent by Yi Tian. "Please, state your business directly," Zhan Feng urged. "Our general has been unwell lately, and Miss Long Dai recommended that we seek your assistance," Zwalong explained. Zhan Feng saw no reason to refuse. After all, it was a request from his second senior sister, and he owed her that courtesy. "Very well. Where can I find your general?" "He is waiting in a car downstairs." "Initially, he intended to meet you personally, but his health has deteriorated significantly," Zwalong replied. "You may wait for me downstairs. I will join you shortly," Zhan Feng instructed. "Understood. We shall await you below," Zwalong said before departing the office. Before long, Bai Lingxue and Guanning returned to the office, both wearing expressions of confusion. "Have they left already?" Bai Lingxue inquired. "I sent them down. I will follow shortly," Zhan Feng explained. "How do they plan to handle you?" Guanning asked. "Handle me? Given the magnitude of this situation, do you really think they would let me off lightly?" Bai Lingxue retorted. "What are you talking about? They are not connected to Yi Tian." Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Not connected? Then who are they?" Bai Lingxue pressed. "They are from General Xiao Yuandong's team, seeking my medical expertise," Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes, increasingly convinced that Zhan Feng was utterly uninteresting, only boasting without substance. Moreover, she realized that in any 10 sentences he spoke, at least 8 were mere self-aggrandizement. "Zhan Feng, I truly believe you fail to grasp the severity of the situation. Even now, you continue to boast to me. Do you find this entertaining?" Bai Lingxue remarked. "Do you understand the stature of General Xiao Yuandong? What medical resources does he lack? Seeking your help for treatment? I find that hard to believe. I am leaving." Zhan Feng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and stood to leave the office. After all, nothing he said would convince Bai Lingxue. Any further dialogue would be futile. Bai Lingxue sighed, shaking her head as she watched Zhan Feng's retreating figure. What to do? I must devise a plan. I cannot simply stand by and watch him face disaster. Guanning observed Bai Lingxue's distress and asked, "If he does not value his own life, no one can save him. This is his fate. Had he been a little more accommodating, he would not have found himself in this predicament." Bai Lingxue responded, "Indeed, I cannot fathom what Zhan Feng is thinking. It is clear they are here to settle the score with him, yet he insists on framing it as a request for treatment." Guanning shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng descended the stairs and exited the building. Outside, 2 vehicles awaited him, a dark green Jeep and a black business car. As Zhan Feng approached, Zwalong opened the door, inviting him inside. "Mr. Zhan," he addressed. Inside the car, an elderly man, around 60 years of age, reclined in his seat. Although the man's face appeared somewhat frail, He exuded authority and an undeniable aura of strength, a figure forged from the trials of war. However, it was evident that his vitality was waning. Zhan Feng quickly discerned that the elder suffered from severe internal injuries. Your condition does not appear favorable, Zhan Feng remarked candidly to Xiao Yuandong. Indeed, otherwise I would not trouble you, Xiao Yuandong acknowledged. However, having encountered me, your life is now assured. Zhan Feng smiled reassuringly. Is my ailment treatable? The general inquired. It is treatable. To be precise, what you face is not a mere illness, but an injury. Healing an illness and nurturing an injury are two distinct matters. One requires treatment, while the other requires care. More than 2 decades ago, a martial confrontation left its mark. Back then, youth was on my side, allowing me to endure, but now it seems age has caught up with me, sighed Xiao Yuandong, shaking his head. You have indeed shown remarkable resilience. Most people can hardly last 2 decades, and even 5 or 6 years is commendable, remarked Zhan Feng. You flatter me. Xiao Yuandong couldn't help but smile. Enough of the pleasantries. Let me treat your wounds now, Zhan Feng declared, a silver needle darting from his fingertips, swiftly piercing Xiao Yuandong's body. With a flurry of deft movements, Zhan Feng retrieved the needle, leaving Xiao Yuandong feeling a tumultuous sensation in his abdomen. Suddenly, he lurched forward, a mouthful of dark blood escaping his lips. Yet, in that moment of release, Xiao Yuandong felt invigorated. The results were strikingly immediate. You're all set now. All that remains is to rest and recuperate, Zhan Feng explained. Is this truly sufficient? A quack would complicate matters, while a true healer acts with precision. Zhan Feng replied, Mr. Zhan, I feel significantly better now. You truly are a miraculous healer. Xiao Yuandong expressed his admiration. Very well, your condition appears manageable. I shall take my leave. Zhan Feng rose to exit the vehicle. Mr. Zhan, wait a moment. Is there something else? I haven't compensated you for your medical services yet. Xiao Yuandong chuckled. No payment is necessary. My second apprentice sister's reputation is worth more than any fee. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Glancing at the time, Xiao Yuandong suggested, Since it is nearly mealtime, allow me to treat you to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Zhan Feng contemplated for a moment. He had no pressing matters awaiting him at home, other than listening to Bai Lingshue's incessant chatter. Do you have fine liquor? With my stature, I can procure any name you desire, haha. Xiao Yuandong boisterously laughed. Very well, let us indulge in a few drinks. I fear my body may not handle it well. Nonsense, a bit of liquor is harmless. It merely prolongs one's days, Zhan Feng jested. Thus, the vehicle departed from the plaza of the corporate building. Meanwhile, in the office above the building, Bai Lingxue and Guanning were keenly observing the situation below. The car is left, what now? Guanning inquired, turning to Bai Lingxue. He brought this upon himself. What can I do about it? Bai Lingxue responded, her voice tinged with frustration. Had Zhan Feng heeded her advice, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. After all, the matter had been resolved at the villa, yet Zhan Feng, for the sake of pride, escalated it further. Who else is to blame? The crux of the matter is that she felt utterly helpless at this moment. Any attempt to save Zhan Feng seemed futile. He brought this upon himself, yet I must devise a plan. He may truly be in peril. Alas, Bai Lingxue sighed. As Guanning stated, Zhan Feng is indeed at fault, but one cannot simply disregard it. After all, a life is at stake. I shall call my grandfather. He is the only one who could devise a plan to save Zhan Feng. Bai Lingxue stated, dialing Bai Tsangshan once more. Grandfather, Zhan Feng is in trouble. You just called, didn't you? I'm fishing. He can handle his own affairs. Bai Tsangshan replied nonchalantly. Bai Lingxue felt a mix of anger and urgency, replying, Handle it himself? His life hangs in the balance. How can he manage that? Oh, if he cannot handle it, then neither can I, so your call is in vain. Bai Tsangshan retorted. At this moment, Bai Lingxue was perplexed by her grandfather's attitude. Does he believe in Zhan Feng or not? If he does, he shouldn't appear so indifferent, allowing him to fend for himself. If he doesn't believe in Zhan Feng, then why was he so insistent on her marrying him? You may not care, but I cannot disregard it. I'm merely informing you that his fate is of no concern to me. Bai Lingxue replied. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter. Do not let it affect your mood. I'm busy fishing, so if it's about Zhan Feng, please refrain from calling me. Bai Tsangshan concluded before hanging up. Bai Lingxue had never felt so speechless in her life. What did the old man say? Guanning asked from the side. He claims Zhan Feng can handle it. If he can't, then neither can he, so ultimately, it's a matter of indifference, Bai Lingxue replied. Isn't that quite absurd? Guanning idiot. Indeed, it is absurd. Yet from another perspective, it subtly indicates Zhan Feng's prowess, Guanning suggested. Prowess? Bai Lingxue shrugged, responding, if he were truly skilled, would he have been taken away? That is true. What shall we do now? It seems we are entirely out of options. Bai Lingxue raised her hands in surrender. We can only pray for Zhan Feng's well-being. Alas, it seems his fate may be grim. Bai Lingxue sighed, having already foreseen Zhan Feng's outcome. Of course, this cannot be blamed on anyone else. Zhan Feng is solely responsible for his predicament, and she had done all she could. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a military green off-road vehicle came to a halt before the Tianjing Mountain Villa. Zhuolong was the first to exit, opening the door for Zhan Feng. A slightly inebriated Zhan Feng stepped out of the vehicle. He had enjoyed a hearty drinking session with Xiao Yuandong, each indulging in 2 bottles of 30-year-old Maodai. As a man of the battlefield, Xiao Yuandong was bold and straightforward, his temperament perfectly complementing Zhan Feng's own. Hence, their camaraderie had flourished from the afternoon until now. Before parting, Xiao Yuandong had insisted on forming a brotherly bond, and they now referred to each other as brothers. Lighting a cigarette, Zhan Feng entered the villa. In the living room, Bai Lingxue and Guanning were still engaged in discussions about Zhan Feng when the door swung open. Upon seeing Zhan Feng, slightly tipsy and smoking a cigarette, Bai Lingxue and Guanning gazed at him in disbelief. Zhan Feng felt a blush creeping over him under their scrutinizing stares. Ahem, have you never seen a handsome man before? Zhan Feng cleared his throat and chuckled. You. Bai Lingxue stared at Zhan Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. Ordinarily, he should have been in dire straits, yet here he stood before them, utterly unfathomable. Moreover, he appeared to be in high spirits, enjoying himself, entirely contrary to their expectations. What is the matter? Why are you back? Bai Lingxue asked, voicing her confusion. I came home. Where else would I stay on the streets? Zhan Feng replied, bemused. What I meant was, how could you possibly return alive? Bai Lingxue clarified. Zhan Feng, upon hearing her words, felt at a loss for words. Why can I not return alive? Am I supposed to meet your expectations of my demise? Were you not taken by the Special Operations Team? Bai Lingxue inquired, perplexed. I told you they were not the Special Operations Team. It was Xiao Yuandong from the Eastern War Zone seeking my treatment. I cured him, and then I was invited for drinks. That was the entire sequence of events, Zhan Feng explained. Zhan Feng, could you be a bit more serious? I'm trying to discuss something important with you, Bai Lingxue said, still skeptical of his account. She saw that Zhan Feng was still babbling nonsense, which irritated her. I am speaking seriously. From which statement or word did you discern that my words are not serious? Zhan Feng retorted. Xiao Yuandong is the commander of the Eastern Region Battle Zone. Yes, I am aware of that. Such an esteemed individual. How could you possibly have contact with him? I cannot directly meet him, but since he sought my medical expertise, it was only natural that we crossed paths. Are you joking? Would he really come to you for treatment? Bai Lingxue expressed her disbelief. If he wishes to survive, he must seek my help. His status is irrelevant. Zhan Feng replied. Can you not tell me the truth? What is really going on? Fine. Let me disclose the truth. I prostrated myself before Yi Tian, enduring immense humiliation, pleading for him to spare my life. That is why I managed to escape with my life. Satisfied now? Zhan Feng said, exasperated by Bai Lingxue's disbelief. Bai Lingxue shook her head, her expression grave. That is impossible. Even so, you could not have returned without a scratch. Zhan Feng felt somewhat overwhelmed by her persistence. Then, teach me a set of phrases, and I will simply repeat what you say. I am speaking the truth. If you do not believe me, what can I do? Zhan Feng shrugged. Your words are not the truth. How can I trust you? Chapter 26. I want to purchase Tang's assets for 0 yuan. Your logic is flawed. Since you know my words are not truthful, you should also know the reasons behind it. Otherwise, how could you discern my words as untruthful? Zhan Feng countered. I have no desire to engage in wordplay with you. Bai Lingxue shot him a glance. Then I shall retire for the night. This is of no concern to you, so do not dwell on trivialities. Zhan Feng yawned and waved his hand as he ascended the stairs to rest. This guy is truly infuriating. Bai Lingxue glared at Zhan Feng's nonchalant back, her lips curling into a snarl. Indeed, it is utterly despicable. The most aggravating part is that we are powerless against him. Upon reflection, she added, this fellow has been carefree, and, until now, nothing has happened. Take this time. For instance, we were worried for his life while he was merrily drinking and humming a tune, returning unscathed. Guanning shrugged in response. Regardless, I simply disdain this kind of scoundrel, Bai Ling Shui declared. Such is fate. Guanning tuklet. I do not believe in fate. Bai Ling Shui huffed, then continued. Ningjia, you must put in more effort. If you can settle things with Zhan Feng sooner, I could divorce him sooner and be free. I have truly had enough of him. I have tried hard enough, but this guy is far more serious than we imagined. He is not easily manipulated. Cool, Ningripliet. Slightly helpless. If it were any other man, who could resist temptation? A little charm, and they would easily succumb. Yet Zhan Feng remains steadfast. Do not be deceived by his facade. I know such men all too well. They are seasoned in the art of love, adept at the game of desire. Bai Ling Shui responded. What if? Guanning mused, her chin resting in her hand, her beautiful eyes glimmering with hesitation. What if what? In the dead of night. I give another try? Tonight? I think tomorrow night would be more suitable. Zhan Feng intends to attend a business banquet with you, and there will undoubtedly be alcohol. You could let him drink more on your behalf. Guanning raised an eyebrow, her plan unspoken yet clear. Upon hearing Guanning's words, Bai Ling Shui gave her a thumbs up. Ningjia, you are indeed wise. I approve. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhan Feng, Bai Ling Shui, and Guanning set off together to the company. Along the way, Bai Ling Shui glanced at Zhan Feng, seemingly displeased. Get out of the car. Huh? What do you mean? Get out. I haven't said a word since getting in. I don't know how I have offended you, Mississippi Zhan Feng asked, bewildered. For tonight's business banquet, wear a suit. If you have nothing suitable, go buy one. Do not wear a t-shirt and jeans. It shows a lack of propriety. In your eyes, I am inherently lacking in propriety. Is there even a need to emphasize it? Stop being so argumentative. Oh, Zhan Feng replied apathetically. The car came to a stop, and Zhan Feng exited. Guanning followed suit, and the vehicle departed. Why did you get out with me? Zhan Feng queried. To pay your bill. Are you trying to curry favor with me just to get something in return? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow and joked. Get lost. What do you think I am? Guanning shot him a glare and kicked him lightly. With your attitude, it is evident you have been longing for us. Zhan Feng teased. I would love to strangle you. Guanning glared at him with indignation. Then perhaps you should use your assets to suffocate me. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on her curves. Truth be told, a figure like Guanning's is a waste if there are no men around. I will find an opportunity to smother you. Guanning huffed, puffing out her chest as if to flaunt it. Zhan Feng couldn't help but feel a stir of excitement. I will strive for an early opportunity. He smiled before heading toward the shopping mall. Yet, as he reached the plaza in front of the mall, Zhan Feng halted. Why have you stopped? Guanning asked, following closely behind. Zhan Feng gazed at the towering commercial complex before him and then at the ground beneath his feet. This land should bear the Zhan surname. What are you talking about? Guanning, puzzled by his words, asked for clarification. I mean that the land we tread upon should belong to the Zhan family. Zhan Feng replied indifferently. Why do you always say such strange things? This is the Huangjigua Mao commercial complex, a place of immense value. It can be described as the treasure trove of Xiangcheng, a land that cannot be exchanged for a mountain of gold. Guanning ifblainet. Zhan Feng disregarded her words and pointed to a building several hundred meters away, then gestured to the opposite side. That area used to belong to my Zhan family. You were just boasting. Guanning shot him a glance. Let's go inside. Zhan Feng said no more and stepped into the mall. Boss. At that moment, the burly Tian Lang and Ba Hu, wearing sunglasses, appeared behind Zhan Feng and called out. Zhan Feng turned around and waved at them, and only then did Tian Lang and Ba Hu approach him. Miss, could you please step aside? Tian Lang smiled gently at Guanning. Though he wore a smile, the pressure he and Ba Hu exuded was palpable, prompting Guanning to instinctively step aside. Boss, we have investigated thoroughly. The land that originally belonged to your Zhan family has been transferred to the Tang Group through the creation of false debts and offsetting them with assets. Tianlang informed Zhan Feng. This Tang Yun is indeed connected to the death of my parents. Zhan Feng's eyes narrowed, emanating a fierce glint. And it was acquired for merely 1 yuan. The Tang Group symbolically spent just 1 yuan to obtain the rights to this land. Tian Lang continued. Huh. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng let out a cold laugh. The notion of acquiring it for 1 yuan was undoubtedly a desecration of his parents' dignity, a form of provocation and contempt. I desire to acquire all the assets of the Tang family for nothing. For Zhan Feng, regardless of whether his parents' tragic demise is connected to Tang Yun. The notion of acquiring Tang Shi Group for a mere penny is utterly inexcusable. It is akin to seizing the Zhan family's fortune. Understood, we will handle it accordingly. Tian Lang nodded in response. Do not confront Tang Yun for the time being. I will manage his affairs personally, Zhan Feng instructed. Understood. All right, you may leave. Zhan Feng waved his hand. Subsequently, Tian Lang and Ba Hu departed. As he watched them leave, Guanning approached Zhan Feng, filled with curiosity. Chapter 27, My Matters. My resolution, who are those two formidable individuals? Even from a distance, they instilled a chilling sensation within me. They are my wife's and my brother-in-law by Zaheo's most anticipated guests, Zhan Feng replied with a smile. Who are they? Guanning continued to inquire, failing to connect the dots between the northern King Tian Lang and the southern King Ba Hu. After all, it was inconceivable for Zhan Feng to be acquainted with such powerful figures. Moreover, upon their arrival, the two had referred to Zhan Feng as boss. Thus, it seemed even more implausible. The northern King Tian Lang, the southern King Ba Hu. Zhan Feng stated nonchalantly. Haha, you are truly amusing. Guanning erupted into laughter, finding the situation hysterically funny, as if he had just heard the most comical joke in existence. What are you laughing at? Your words are amusing. The way you maintain a composed facade while your heart races only adds to the humor. Humiliates. I knew you wouldn't believe me. I would like to trust your words, but the truth is, they are simply too incredible to be credible. Then consider it a joke. Zhan Feng said as he walked towards the shopping mall. Zhan Feng, may I ask you a question? Guanning followed closely behind. Go ahead. Is it true that you feel uncomfortable if you don't flaunt your bravado for even a day? Damn. Zhan Feng shot Guanning a glance and replied curtly. You are quite the show-off. Guanning retorted with a scoff. Once you recognize my true capabilities, you will find yourself kneeling in reverence. Zhan Feng shot back. Dream on. You will soon realize that time reveals the ultimate truth. As the two engaged in conversation, they arrived at a tailor shop specializing in suits. Zhan Feng, feeling apathetic, simply selected a suit that fit him well. When Zhan Feng emerged from the fitting room, Guanning's eyes widened in astonishment. You look incredibly handsome in a suit. Guanning exclaimed sincerity. You look good in anything. Honestly, you could easily debut as a star. With just a little grooming, you transform entirely. Guanning replied. Enough flattery. No matter how much you praise me, I remain a man who is difficult for you to attain. Zhan Feng responded. TCH. Guanning rolled his eyes at Zhan Feng. Just then, Zhan Feng's phone rang, displaying Bai Lingshue's number. Without hesitation, he knew it must be urgent, for Bai Lingxue would not call him unless absolutely necessary. What is it? Zhan Feng answered the call directly. Zhan Feng, have you resolved the issue with Yi Tian? Bai Lingxue questioned with a hint of urgency. Did I not mention that the individuals who approached me yesterday were not sent by Yi Tian? Zhan Feng replied. Enough. The special operations team from Xiangqing has arrived. Remember, do not return to the company under any circumstances. Bai Lingxue said before abruptly hanging up. What happened? Guanning inquired from the side. The special operations team from Xiangqing is looking for me at the company, and Lingxue instructed me not to return. Zhan Feng replied. Thankfully, we stepped out to buy suits. Otherwise, if we had returned to the company together, your fate would be grim. Guanning expressed his relief. All right, let's head back to the company. Zhan Feng said as he started walking outside. What? Did Lingxue not call to tell you not to return? Guanning followed closely behind, speaking up. Just because she said not to return doesn't mean I will comply. If I return now, it would be like walking into a trap. Let Lingxue handle this matter. This is my issue, not hers. Zhan Feng replied. Why are you so stubborn? You can offer advice once or twice out of kindness, but if you persist, it becomes bothersome. Zhan Feng warnet Guanning. Fine, truly, good intentions can lead to misunderstandings. If you refuse to heed my warnings, be prepared to face the consequences. Guanning retorted. Zhan Feng smiled, saying nothing further, and hailed a taxi to Hai Tian de Sha. During the ride, Zhan Feng received a call from Zwolong. Agar Xiao Yuandong. Mr. Zhan, the military chief asked me to deliver several bottles of fine wine to you last night. Would that be convenient? Zwolong inquired. There's no need to take it seriously. A few bottles of wine were merely a casual remark made while drinking. A jest, Zhan Feng replied. That won't do. The military chief insisted I deliver them to you. I must follow orders, Zhuo Long stated. In that case, please deliver them to the Bai family group. Okay, I'll bring them to you shortly, Zhuo Long acknowledged. So be it. Zhan Feng hung up the phone and casually lit a cigarette. Shortly after, Bai Lingshue's message arrived. Zhan Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do not return. Clearly, Guaning had informed Bai Lingxue of Zhan Feng's intention to return. Moreover, Bai Lingxue opted to send a message instead of calling, indicating that her situation was currently unsuitable for a phone conversation. Zhan Feng, however, chose to disregard Bai Lingxue's message, sitting in the passenger seat, puffing away. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhan Feng and Guaning arrived at the entrance of the building. Zhan Feng, I advise you against going upstairs. You're playing with fire, and it is unnecessary. After exiting the vehicle, Guaning urged Zhan Feng once again. Zhan Feng smiled, but said nothing, stepping into the building. Upon reaching the top floor, he exited the elevator and pushed open the door to Bai Lingshue's office. Inside, a man clad in special operations gear lounged on the sofa, peeling an orange, his boots resting on the coffee table, exuding an air of nonchalance and menace. Behind the sofa stood several soldiers dressed in similar combat attire, creating an inexplicable atmosphere in the office. Bai Lingxue sat at her desk, her face etched with anxiety. Chapter 28. A dream unimaginable. What has transpired? When did our Bai Shi group begin conducting business with the members of the Xiangxing Special Forces? Zhan Feng cheerfully remarked as he entered the office. Upon seeing Zhan Feng's arrival, Bai Lingxue, with a resigned expression, took a deep breath, clearly irritated by his presence. She endeavored to calm her emotions. Meanwhile, several members of the Special Forces shifted their gaze towards Zhan Feng. Are you Zhan Feng? A man lounging on the sofa made no move but tossed the orange peel from his hand onto the table, glancing slightly at Zhan Feng. Oh, and you are? I am Li Yi, the commander of the Xiangxing Special Forces. What brings you here? Li Yi replied. Yi Tian is my cousin. He must have informed you. Zhan Feng stated nonchalantly. Yi Tian is your father, but that seems to have little relevance to me. Zhan Feng retorted. Bai Lingxue and Guaning, hearing Zhan Feng's calm assertions, felt a sense of helplessness. Good heavens, Li Yi and his men hadn't even made a move yet, and Zhan Feng was already provoking them? Such behavior was akin to courting death. At this moment, Bai Lingxue had abandoned any thought of coming to Zhan Feng's aid, given his attitude and words. How could she intervene? Thus, she refrained from uttering another word, allowing Zhan Feng to fend for himself. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's remarks, Li rubbed his nose and began to chuckle ominously. I admire your courage in speaking to me. Oh, you must realize that your demise is inevitable today, which is why you act so brazenly, correct? Li inwidit furtiv. I do not know, Zhan Feng replied, shaking his head in a placid manner. Let me tell you, ignoring other matters, just based on your previous statement, it will be difficult for you to survive today. Li is sepulcraldi. Zhan Feng scrutinized Li Yi, smiled, and replied, You think it will be difficult? You must understand that in my eyes, you are merely a minor character. Eliminating you is simpler than squashing an ant. In fact, you are even less significant than an ant in my view. Zhan Feng responded with nonchalance. Ah, so you're merely boasting? If you believe I am just boasting, then perhaps I am. Zhan Feng shrugged indifferently and proceeded to sit on the opposite sofa. Stand up. Li commanded sharply. Did I ask for your permission to sit? Zhan Feng chuckled upon hearing Li Ye's words. Let me make it clear. Unless I permit you, you have no right to sit. Do you comprehend? Il shall sit regardless. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow defiantly. A mere employee of a company, so audacious. You are truly seeking death. Li scoffed, waving his hand. In the next moment, several Special Forces members standing behind the sofa advanced toward Zhan Feng. Just then, the office door swung open, and Zhuo Long entered, carrying 2 cases of wine. Observing the tense atmosphere in the office, he glanced at Zhan Feng and then at the Special Forces members encircling him. Upon seeing Zhuo Long, Li Yi, who had been reclining, visibly froze and immediately stood upright. As the commander of the Xiangxing Special Forces, he recognized Zhuo Long, who was the personal guard of Xiao Yuandong, the military chief of the Dongzhou war zone. His status was self-evident. So wait, what brings you here? Li Yi greeted him. And you are? Long asked, regarding Li Yi with scrutiny. The disparity in status was evident. While Li Yi recognized Long, the latter may not have known Li Yi, given that Li Yi was merely the commander of the Xiangqing Special Forces, a position not of the same caliber. I am Li Yi, commander of the Xiangqing Special Forces. Li Yi introduced himself. Oh, Long responded in a disinterested tone, gesturing towards the tense soldiers. What are you all doing here? We are here to apprehend someone. He has injured another. Li Yi pointed at Zhan Feng as he spoke. Huh? Since when did your special forces concern themselves with police matters? Long retorted coldly. Just as Li hesitated on how to respond, Long delivered a resounding slap across Li Ye's cheek, offering no face whatsoever. The sound of the slap echoed sharply in the office. Bai Ling Xue and Guanning, witnessing this scene, were utterly stunned. What kind of authority did Long possess to dare strike Li Yi? Moreover, why was Long assisting Zhan Feng? Ningye, didn't this man seek out Zhan Feng yesterday and take him away? What is his identity? Bai Ling Xue whispered to Guanning. Didn't Zhan Feng say that Xiao Yuandong, the military chief of the Dongzhou war zone, sought him for treatment? Could he be telling the truth? Guanning whispered back. Intrigued. How could that be possible? What status does Xiao Yuandong hold? And what status does Zhan Feng hold? It is unfathomable for them to be connected. Yet, judging by this situation, it seems Li Yi cannot afford to offend this person. As Bai Ling Xue and Guanning whispered among themselves, Long delivered another slap to Li Ye's face. Zuoyu. Li Yi covered his cheek, bewildered by the unexpected blows. He was at a loss as to why Long showed him no respect, publicly striking him. Do you know who he is? Long inquired. Why, yes, I know. He is a minor employee of the Baishir group, named Zhan Feng. Li Yi stammered. Huh? Long chuckled coldly, leaning closer to Li Ye's ear and speaking in a tone audible only to him. He is a brother of our military chief. Do you comprehend this connection? Li Yi was rendered speechless, his legs buckling beneath him. The realization struck him. Zhan Feng was a brother of Xiao Yuandong, the military chief of the Dongzhou war zone. What immense honor it must be for Zhan Feng to hold such a connection, setting aside the glaring disparity in their statuses. The age difference resembled that between a grandfather and a grandson, making it evident how high Zhan Feng's standing must be. If Long were not Xiao Yuandong's personal guard, he would never have believed such claims from anyone else. Now, take your people and leave at once. Long commanded sternly, hands clasped behind his back. Why, yes. Li nodded frantically. Mr. Zhan, I apologize for the offense. With an expression of contrition, Li hastily departed with his subordinates. Once Li Yi and his group had left, Long handed the wine to Zhan Feng, smiling as he said, Mr. Zhan, please accept these bottles of wine. My task is now complete. It was no trouble at all, merely a casual remark. Zhan Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After saying this, Long exited the room. Meanwhile, Bai Ling Xue and Guanning stood to the side, utterly bewildered. They felt as though the scene before them was a dream. Initially, they believed Zhan Feng was in grave danger, his life hanging by a thread. Yet unexpectedly, the situation was resolved so effortlessly. Moreover, Li had left in a subservient posture, apologizing to Zhan Feng before retreating like a whipped dog. Such a scenario was beyond their wildest imagination. Chapter 29. An extremely important business banquet now. I trust you will not continue to chatter in my ear. Zhan Feng turned to Bai Ling Xue and Guanning, offering a faint smile. As for the two women, they remained lost in a daze, for the events that had unfolded were simply too astonishing and beyond their comprehension. In a moment, they were at a loss as to how to face Zhan Feng. Noticing their silence, Zhan Feng casually lit a cigarette and elegantly left the office to return to his workstation. Sister Ning, I still don't understand what makes Zhan Feng so special. Bai Ling Xue expressed with a gaze full of confusion. I too wish to comprehend why he is esteemed. Reflecting on the disdainful remarks I previously made about him seems somewhat ludicrous now. Today we have been proven wrong, Guanning replied. Bai Ling Xue, resting her chin in contemplation, found herself increasingly drawn to unraveling the enigma. For her, the more perplexing the matter, the more determined she was to understand it. First and foremost, she could certainly dismiss the notion that Zhan Feng had genuinely treated Xiao Yuandong. That was undoubtedly a fabrication, a mere display of bravado. The critical question arose, how did Zhuolong, who assisted Zhan Feng in resolving the crisis, come to know him? I understand. Bai Lingshue's beautiful eyes flickered with realization as she suddenly proclaimed, "What have you come to understand? I perceive that everything Zhan Feng does is merely an act." Bai Lingxue smiled, as if she had finally grasped the truth. If this issue remains unresolved, we could say Zhan Feng is showing off, but if it is resolved, we cannot label him as such. Indeed, he has resolved the matter, but he is merely leveraging my grandfather's connections to do so. Bai Lingxue asserted. Is that really the case? Previously, when you sought help from the old man, he claimed he could not intervene. How could he then assist Zhan Feng? Guanning asked, intrigued. Consider it carefully. Can he truly ignore it? This is his favorite granddaughter's husband, whom he has never met before, and he allowed me to marry him. On our first meeting, we even obtained a marriage certificate. Do you think he would remain indifferent if Zhan Feng's life were in jeopardy? Bai Lingxue analyzed astutely, but the old man stated that plainly during our call. Bai Lingxue chuckled and remarked, he merely claims he cannot help, but in reality, he cares about Zhan Feng's reputation and does not wish for me to look down upon him. Just imagine, would the old man's assistance in this matter be the same as Zhan Feng resolving it on his own? Wenning nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite different. Thus, it became clear that the old man was secretly orchestrating everything. On the surface, it appeared that Zhan Feng was resolving the crisis through his own connections, granting him a sense of dignity in my eyes. With this analysis, everything began to make sense. Wenning nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis is indeed sound. It seems the old man is quite meticulous in his efforts. If we had not scrutinized today's events, one might have thought Zhan Feng possessed genuine capabilities, but it appears we should attribute it to my grandfather's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Bai Lingxue responded. Regardless, the matter has been resolved, which brings us some peace of mind. Indeed, Bai Lingxue nodded, returning to her desk, and asked, will Lu Shan, the president of Xiangqing Bank, attend tonight's commercial banquet? I have confirmed. Lu Shan will be present, Guanning replied. Our company has been increasingly pressured by the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. We must seize this opportunity at the banquet to secure that 50 billion loan, Bai Lingxue declared. Lingxue, I've always wondered why we do not join the Fushan Chamber of Commerce instead of opposing it, Guanning queried. My business ambitions extend beyond Xiangqing. I aim for the entirety of Huaxia and then the world. Joining the Fushan Chamber would impose limitations, merely yielding to immediate interests, which is not the trajectory I desire for my business. Bai Lingxue articulated. But all the top 10 families in Xiangqing have joined the Fushan Chamber. Our Bai Group's branch alone, let alone the entire Bai Group, cannot compete. It is exceedingly difficult. Bai Lingxue chuckled, replying, that is precisely what makes it challenging. To reach the world, one must overcome obstacles. You, with all your merits, are simply too ambitious. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Lingxue, adorned in a stunning blue strapless evening gown and elegant crystal high heels, descended to the ground floor. Zhan Feng was already waiting by the car, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Bai Lingxue emerge, his eyes lit up, and he nodded in apparent satisfaction. What are you staring at? Bai Lingxue shot a glance at Zhan Feng. What else could I be looking at? Obviously, I am admiring your beauty. I would bother otherwise. Zhan Feng replied with a smile. Stop with the flattery. I'm not swayed by such words. Bai Lingxue retorted. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive? You have a tendency to make people wary, necessitating this sensitivity, Zhan Feng remarked. Hearing this, Bai Lingxue furrowed her brow. You must understand that I am your husband, and you are my wife. That is merely a name. I harbor no feelings for you. Bai Lingxue asserted. Zhan Feng, uninterested in further trivial discourse, opened the car door and entered. Bai Lingxue took her seat in the back. The car started, and Zhan Feng drove towards the venue for the commercial banquet, the Guobin building. Remember, your role is that of my bodyguard. Bai Lingxue reminded Zhan Feng during the ride. I know, no need for special reminders. I am warning you not to show off. Bai Lingxue replied. You are merely my wife. What is there to boast about? Zhan Feng questioned. What do you mean by that? Bai Lingxue countered. You know exactly what I mean. Zhan Feng stated. Do not create the illusion that I am seeking to elevate myself by associating with you. Moreover, since we met, I have not done anything to wrong you or act poorly. Zhan Feng's tone was calm, yet commanding. Bai Lingxue huffed, falling silent. Approximately 20 minutes later, the car entered the parking lot of the Guamao building. The parking lot was already filled with luxury vehicles, and those stepping out were successful individuals donned in tailored suits, prominent figures in society. This clearly illustrated the significance of the annual commercial banquet. After parking, Zhan Feng exited the car and lit another cigarette. Bai Lingxue followed suit from the back seat. There are quite a few beautiful women here tonight, Zhan Feng remarked, exhaling a puff of smoke while leaning against the car door, observing the elegantly dressed socialites entering the building. Undoubtedly, any woman who stepped into the building this evening was of high caliber. Are you here merely to admire beautiful women? Bai Lingxue quipped, glancing at Zhan Feng. Not at all. While there are many beautiful women tonight, none can compare to you. Just seeing you is enough, Zhan Feng replied. Oomph. At least you know how to speak well. Bai Lingxue responded, satisfied. After all, no woman dislikes compliments about her beauty, especially when compared to others. Bai Lingxue was no exception. Of course. How could I possibly compliment other women in front of my wife? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. TCH. Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively and proceeded towards the building. As they approached the entrance, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, blocking Bai Lingxue's path. Lingxue, you look absolutely stunning today. You are like a little beauty. You are the most beautiful woman I, Tang Yu, have ever seen. You are my goddess, my dream girl. A young man dressed in a wine-red suit exclaimed, whistling at Bai Lingxue and speaking with exaggerated flair. Bai Lingxue glanced at the man who identified himself as Tang Yu, letting out a nonchalant tone and showing no desire to engage with him. She attempted to sidestep him and enter the building. However, Tang Yu swiftly positioned himself in front of her once more, unabashedly blocking her path. Lingxue, might I have the opportunity to dance with you tonight? Dan Yu in Gui. His gaze ardently fixed on Bai Lingxue. Absolutely not. Bai Lingxue replied, her tone icy and distant. I refuse to believe that you cannot dance, Tang Yu insisted, displaying a relentless demeanor. At your age, do you still not understand? She means she does not wish to dance with you, so stop shamelessly imposing yourself. Zhan Feng interjected from behind Bai Lingxue. Huh? Who spoke? Who dares to address me in such a manner? Tang Yu exclaimed, glancing around. Are you blind? It was me. Zhan Feng chuckled lightly. And who do you think you are? Tang Yu shot a disgruntled glare at Zhan Feng. Lingxue's personal bodyguard, Zhan Feng replied with a slight smile. How dare you, a mere bodyguard, address Lingxue so casually? It's President Bai to you. Dan Yu Fumet. Move aside. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Taisho, teach him a lesson. Dan Yu Gongman. Just as he finished speaking, a muscular man clad in a black t-shirt emerged from the side, ready to confront Zhan Feng. Kid, do you believe I can turn you into a bloody pulp with just one punch? Taisho glared menacingly at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng rubbed his nose and retorted with a smile. Do you believe I could drown you with just a spit of phlegm? You're mistaken if you think you can toy with him. Taisho is a mercenary from South Africa, known for his brutality. Dan Yu Wunna. A mercenary from South Africa? In simpler terms, just a dog that follows orders. How can you boast about that? Dan Yu Skull. Indeed, I am formidable. Taisho, encouraged by Tang Yu, was urged to demonstrate his prowess. Tang Yu, tonight is a business gala, a significant occasion. Creating a scene like this would only bring trouble to your brother, Tang Yun. Bai Lingxue intervened, although Tang Yu felt slightly reluctant upon hearing her words. He chose not to escalate the situation, acknowledging that the evening was not suitable for chaos, given the esteemed guests present in Shanxing. Kid, consider yourself lucky. If I encounter you again, I shall break your legs. Tang Yu threatened before signaling Taisho to retreat. Zhan Feng, however, was intrigued. Tang Yun's brother? How convenient. Why not break my legs right now? Kid, are you feeling bold? Tang Yu glared at Zhan Feng. You're mistaken if you think you can provoke me. Know your place. As a mere bodyguard, do you think you can speak to me like that? Tang Yu's eyes narrowed with fury. He intended to let it go. Yet the individual before him continued to provoke him. Enough with the chatter. Bai Lingxue warned Zhan Feng, preventing him from stirring up further trouble. Fine. Zhan Feng shrugged with a smile, hoping to avoid aggravating Bai Lingxue. Kid, I will remember you. Tang Yu squinted, uttering a veiled threat. You better remember me well. I fear you might forget me afterward. Zhan Feng replied, accompanying Bai Lingxue into the building. Zhan Feng, can you be a bit more discreet and avoid causing any trouble? Bai Lingxue asked as they walked toward the hall. What trouble have I caused? Zhan Feng replied, shrugging. That Tang Yu is Tang Yun's brother. A spoiled rich kid who relies on his brother for everything and is not to be trifled with. Everyone avoids him, yet you provoke him. Bai Ling Xue explained. If he is not worth the trouble, why indulge him? Zhan Feng countered. I already mentioned that his brother, Tang Yun, is a formidable character. Very few can challenge him in Xiangqing. There is no need to offend him. Bai Ling Xue insisted. Others may not, but I can challenge him. Zhan Feng chuckled. You? Indeed. Have you not proven my strength through the incident with Yi Tian? Zhan Feng responded. Enough already. Bai Ling Xue waved her hand, unwilling to debunk Zhan Feng's bravado. Recognizing his pride. To be frank, Tang Yun's good days are numbered. In fact, the entire Tang family's fortune is at an end. Zhan Feng declared to Bai Ling Xue. All right, I understand. You are indeed impressive, the most formidable person under the heavens. Whoever you wish to see fall will fall. And if you desire the sun to rise from the west tomorrow, it shall comply. Bai Ling Xue replied, feigning compliance, yet clearly expressing disbelief. Zhan Feng understood her skepticism. But time would ultimately serve as the best testament. Upon reaching the hall, they found a gathering of Xiangqing's social elite, elegantly conversing while holding glasses of red wine. As a renowned businesswoman, Bai Ling Xue was naturally a focal point of these discussions, not only for her commercial acumen, but also for her breathtaking beauty, surpassing all other ladies present in both figure and grace. I shall head to the second floor for a discussion. Bai Ling Xue informed Zhan Feng after greeting the crowd. Very well, go ahead, Zhan Feng replied. Remember, no trouble. Bai Ling Xue cautioned. What trouble could I possibly cause? Zhan Feng smiled. Then it's settled. With that, Bai Ling Xue ascended to the second floor of the hall. In a secluded corner, Zhan Feng settled down, indulging in food and drink while awaiting Tang Yun's arrival to confirm whether he was responsible for his parents' fall years ago. You glutton. Have you ever tasted such exquisite food in your life? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out as Tang Yu approached with his bodyguard, Tai Shou. Zhan Feng continued to eat calmly, choosing to ignore them, fully aware that the more he disregarded Tang Yu, the more agitated he would become. It was akin to a dog barking incessantly. The less attention he received, the louder he would bark, making it all the more satisfying to deal with him when he was at his most animated. Do you think a filthy bodyguard like you deserves to dine here? Know your place. Tang Yu taunted as he approached, pouring himself a glass of red wine and swirling it in his hand while directing further insults at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng continued to eat, unaffected, treating Tang Yu as if he were invisible. Are you deaf? You dare not utter a word? You were so bold a moment ago. Tang Yu sneered at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, placing it aside before turning his gaze toward Tang Yu. You are Tang Yun's brother, correct? Yes, I'm indeed Tang Yun's brother. Have you heard of my brother's reputation? Tang Yu boasted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I have indeed heard of it. Zhan Feng replied. Are you frightened? If so, why not kneel and apologize? Tang Yu's expression radiated arrogance. Do you know who I am? Dan Yi's Gao. And who are you? Just a mere bodyguard. How could you expect me to know you? I am Zhan Feng, and my father is Zhan Tianxiong. Zhan Feng lit a cigarette, observing Tang Yu with a composed demeanor. For Zhan Feng, if he could ascertain from Tang Yu that his parents' fall from the building was connected to Tang Yun, there would be no need to seek confirmation from Tang Yun himself. Furthermore, validating this with a straightforward Tang Yu would be significantly easier than with Tang Yun. Zhan Tianxiong? Tang Yu murmured. Isn't he the one who jumped off 3 years ago? Indeed, that is correct. My parents' demise was linked to your brother, Tang Yun, wasn't it? Zhan Feng flicked ash from his cigarette, fixing his gaze on Tang Yu. It was evident that Tang Yu, accustomed to his usual arrogance, regarded Zhan Feng with utter disdain. Let me be clear, your parents were pushed off the building by people arranged by my brother. It was indeed my brother who caused their deaths, and there is nothing you can do about it without evidence. Infuriating, isn't it? So you admit it? Yes, I do. But what can you do? You can only seethe in anger. Aren't you afraid of my retaliation? Zhan Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke. Huh, retaliation? Do you possess that capability? Our Tang family dominates Xiangqing. Even if you acknowledge it, you cannot harm us. I relish the sight of you being powerless against me. Tang Yu continued his arrogant taunts. I must admit, I find your straightforwardness rather admirable. You do realize that your life is now on a countdown? Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly, as if jesting. You mean to kill me in front of everyone? Indeed. How impressive. If you had even a semblance of intelligence, you wouldn't utter such foolish remarks. Regardless of whether you could kill me, do you not fear being apprehended for doing so in public? Tang Yu retorted with a mocking tone, confident that Zhan Feng was merely bluffing. Have you heard of killing without leaving traces? Stop your boasting. Killing without traces is nonsense. Do you not believe me? Before you perish, allow me to inform you that not only will you die, but your Tang family will also vanish from Xianqing. Zhan Feng asserted. Ha ha! Tang Yu erupted in laughter, then shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, gather around. I have a delightful tale to share." Upon hearing Tang Yu's call, the crowd turned their attention towards them. Being Tang Yun's brother, Tang Yu was well known among the elite of Xianqing, and most recognized him. Come, everyone take a look. This imbecile claims he will end my life today and make the Tang family disappear from Xianqing. Come and laugh at him. The crowd erupted into laughter, finding the situation absurd. You do realize that you are speaking to the second heir of the Tang family. His brother is Tang Yun. You cannot afford to offend him. Apologize to Tang Xiao. He will make it difficult for you in this setting. Many in the crowd urged Zhan Feng to apologize to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Tang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, chin held high, exuding arrogance. Have you heard clearly? It seems everyone believes I am beneath you. Zhan Feng remarked indifferently. Then what are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize to me. I won't make it too hard for you tonight. Take one last look at this world. Zhan Feng swirled his wine glass, speaking leisurely. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhan Feng smiled slightly, flicking his finger against the wine glass, causing a drop of wine to splatter out. In an instant, that droplet transformed into a small ice sphere. With a swift flick, the crimson ice sphere pierced through Tang Yu's throat. Tang Yu stood frozen, wide-eyed, as blood gushed from two round holes in his neck like a fountain. For a brief moment, instinct kicked in, and he attempted to cover the wounds. With a thud, Tang Yu fell backward, lifeless on the floor. Throughout this ordeal, Zhan Feng remained seated, showing no sign of distress, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. As Tang Yu collapsed, gasps of shock reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone present was taken aback. They knew Tang Yu had been killed by Zhan Feng, yet no one comprehended how it had transpired. The ice sphere that had pierced Tang Yu's throat had melted back into the wine, rendering the weapon non-existent. This was a kill without a trace. A palpable air of panic filled the hall, while Zhan Feng continued to savor his wine as if the death of a mere insect held no significance to him. In the VIP room on the second floor, influential business figures from Xianqing gathered. Mr. Tang, something terrible has happened. Young Master Yu is dead. A man burst into the room. Dosing Tang Jun. Tang Yun immediately stood, his expression shifting from disbelief to shock as others followed suit, startled. Everyone knew that Tang Yu was Tang Yun's beloved younger brother. What did you say? Tang Yun's face darkened, disbelief etched across his features. Young Master Yu is dead, the man reiterated, pointing outside. Tang Yun rushed out of the room, standing at the balcony, overlooking the scene below. Upon seeing Tang Yu lying in a pool of blood, his mind went blank, overwhelmed by the shocking reality. Others who had followed were equally stunned, unable to fathom that a death could occur during such a grand commercial event, especially that of Tang Yun's cherished brother. Bai Lingxue, observing the scene, glanced at Zhan Feng, who was leisurely swirling his wine glass, and her heart sank. It was likely Zhan Feng's doing, especially after their recent confrontation. Yet, she couldn't fathom how Zhan Feng could be so audacious as to commit murder in public, and she wondered how Tang Yu's bodyguards had failed to protect him. Mr. Tang, it was he who killed young Master Yu, shouted Iron Hand, Tang Yu's bodyguard, as the gravity of the situation hit him. Tang Yun's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared in fury, radiating an aura of vengeance. He leaped down from the second floor, landing steadily on the ground. Did you kill my brother? Tang Yun glared at Zhan Feng, his eyes burning with rage. In contrast, Zhan Feng held a glass of red wine, taking a delicate sip, displaying an air of calmness akin to tranquil waters amidst Tang Yun's fervor. This simple utterance only fueled Tang Yun's agitation further. Taisho, kill him. Tang Jun bao lao. Upon hearing this, Taisho glared fiercely at Zhan Feng. Kid, tonight I will crush you with a single punch. Aren't you the so-called king of African mercenaries? Come on, show me. Zhan Feng smiled, waving at Taisho. Go to hell. Taisho charged forward, swinging his fist toward Zhan Feng with a fierce whoosh. Yet, Zhan Feng remained composed, seated in his chair. Taisho's strength was not worthy of Zhan Feng rising to meet him. As Taisho's fist approached, Zhan Feng casually met it with his own. The seemingly soft and careless punch unleashed a violent force upon impact. Boom! In the next moment, Taisho's massive body flew backward, crashing into a pillar several meters away before hitting the ground. His arm that had just struck Zhan Feng was reduced to a mangled mess, bones shattered within. Witnessing this, Tang Yun's lips twitched involuntarily. It was evident that the individual before him possessed formidable strength. However, the vendetta over his brother's death clouded his reason, prompting him to leap forward and strike Zhan Feng himself. Yet before Tang Yun could approach, Zhan Feng casually tossed his wine glass at him. The glass struck Tang Yun in the abdomen, causing him to grunt in pain and kneel on the ground. Who are you? Tang Yun half-kneeled, his expression twisted and eyes glaring fiercely at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng did not rush to answer. Instead, he leisurely pulled out a cigarette. With a flick, the cigarette ignited, and he took a drag, exhaling wisps of smoke. I am Zhan Feng. You have until tonight to investigate me and then contact me. Leaving these words, Zhan Feng, smoking a cigarette and toying with his lighter, departed amidst the gazes of the onlookers. The crowd murmured, clearly intrigued by the audacity of someone who dared to harm Tang Yu and injure Tang Yun in such a public manner. They had never heard of a figure named Zhan Feng in Xiangqing. Zhan Feng, investigate him. I want all his information. Tang Yun's furious shout echoed throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxue, seeing Zhan Feng leave, quietly exited the hall as well. Little did she know, Zhan Feng had entangled himself in a colossal predicament. Had she known he would act in such a manner, she would never have brought him here. After exiting the building, Zhan Feng leaned against the car door, exhaling smoke. He smiled at Bai Lingxue, who approached him with an intense demeanor. Zhan Feng, have you lost your mind? She questioned, her tone reflecting her disbelief at his nonchalance over recent events. In her eyes, Zhan Feng appeared to be a reckless fool. Previously, she merely thought he was showing off. Now, he had crossed a line, resulting in a life lost, which was no trivial matter. It's quite simple. Do you think your grandfather would allow you to marry a madman? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, teasingly looking at Bai Lingxue. At such a time, you still have the leisure to banter with me? It's 8:40. Zhan Feng glanced at his watch. You merely killed a person. Why are you so anxious when the perpetrator is not even worried? He shrugged nonchalantly. You killed a person, not a chicken. This is a matter of human life. Bai Lingxue reminded him sternly. You are correct. I killed a person, not a chicken. Your husband is quite impressive, isn't he? Zhan Feng chuckled. Since you are aware, why act as if nothing happened? The deceased is not me. Should I mourn for Tang Yu? Zhan Feng shrugged again. Bai Lingxue, upon hearing his words, was rendered speechless. I simply cannot comprehend why you would kill Tang Yu over a mere argument. Chapter 33. I have everything under control. Your inability to understand stems from your ignorance of the truth. Zhan Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. Oh, if I am ignorant of the truth, then enlighten me. What truth could justify your act of killing Tang Yu? Bai Lingxue retorted coldly, her words sharp. My parents were harmed by the Tang family. Is that truth sufficient? Zhan Feng tilted his head, his gaze piercing into Bai Lingxue. Bai Lingxue was taken aback by his revelation. Your parents were harmed by the Tang family? Indeed, they fell to their deaths. Zhan Feng took a deep drag of smoke. At that moment, Bai Lingxue felt a pang of regret, realizing she may have been too forceful in her earlier tone. I am sorry. I did not know you had endured such a tragedy. Bai Lingxue spoke, her tone softening noticeably. Apologizing to a scoundrel like me does not align with your character. Zhan Feng smiled at her. If I made a mistake, I must acknowledge it. It has nothing to do with whether you are a scoundrel or not. Bai Lingxue replied. So, in your eyes, I'm still a scoundrel? Zhan Feng sighed. The events that transpired do not conflict with your character. Bai Lingxue asserted. Ah, Zhan Feng sigue deeply. It seems my image is quite difficult to alter in your eyes. No, it is not difficult. It is utterly impossible, because that is simply your nature. Bai Lingxue corrected him. I never expected to change your impression of me. Let us get in the car, Zhan Feng stated, tossing a cigarette but to the ground before opening the car door and getting in. Bai Lingxue followed suit. But this time she chose to sit in the front passenger seat instead of the back. There is a small tavern 500 meters left from the parking lot. I will treat you to a drink, Bai Lingxue informed Zhan Feng as they settled in. Oh, treating the scoundrel to a drink? Have you fallen for me? Zhan Feng teased. Less chatter. Are you going to drink or not? Bai Lingxue replied. I will drink. Drive. Zhan Feng grinned, then drove away. Bai Lingshue's intention to treat Zhan Feng to a drink stemmed from an unfinished plan. According to tonight's arrangement, Zhan Feng was to become inebriated, as Guan Ning awaited to entice him. Therefore, Bai Lingxue could not afford to miss this opportunity. Since the business dinner was a bust, they would have drinks at the tavern. After all, the sole aim was to get Zhan Feng drunk. Before long, the car stopped in front of a small tavern. The two exited and walked inside. The tavern played soothing music, and they found a secluded corner to sit. Bai Lingshu ordered some snacks and a variety of drinks, including spirits, red wine, and beer. Is anyone else coming? Zhan Feng inquired. It's just the two of us now, Bai Lingxue responded. Do you think we can finish all this alcohol? Zhan Feng inquired, gesturing at the table laden with drinks. If you can't, just say so, Bai Lingxue feigned disdain. A man cannot admit defeat. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. Then that settles it, Bai Lingxue replied, pouring Zhan Feng a full glass of wine. When did your parents fall to their demise? Zhan Feng took a sip and replied, 3 years ago. Why was nothing done at that time? I lacked power and influence. Does that matter? Zhan Feng looked up and smiled at Bai Lingxue. All right then. Bai Lingxue understood his sentiment, acknowledging the harsh realities of life. If one cannot change the world, one must change oneself and grow stronger. At last, I can seek revenge, Zhan Feng declared, taking another sip of wine. I must warn you, even if you align yourself with the Bai family, avenging your parents may still prove difficult. The Tang family is immensely powerful now, Bai Lingxue cautioned. Huh, Zhan Feng chuckled at her words, and Bai Lingxue thought it amusing that he believed he could take revenge solely by relying on the Bai family. Yet she refrained from elaborating further. What are you laughing at? I've noticed you're rather poor at conversation. Do you not realize this? After taking a sip, Zhan Feng lit a cigarette. Why do you say that? What do you mean by saying I have to rely on the Bai family? Surely you don't mean to suggest that the Bai family relies on you? Bai Lingxue retorted. From a certain perspective, one could say so, Zhan Feng replied. Oh, you. Bai Lingxue shook her head with a smile. Your expression suggests you genuinely believe I rely on the Bai family. Zhan Feng remarked. Fine, fine. Perhaps I used the wrong words. Bai Lingxue replied dismissively, thinking that Zhan Feng was merely saving face, so she decided to indulge him. Have you considered that tonight's events may put you in jeopardy? Bai Lingxue asked. Huh? Me in jeopardy? Zhan Feng feigned surprise, pointing at himself. Yes, you killed Tang Yu, who is the beloved younger brother of Tang Yun. It's clear what your future holds. Tang Yun will not spare you. Bai Lingxue replied. My dear wife, you've misunderstood the situation. It's not I who is in danger, but rather Tang Yun and the Tang family. Are you drunk, spouting nonsense? Let me tell you, Tang Yun's life is in my grasp. I could end him at any moment, but I prefer he doesn't die so easily. His demise is merely a conclusion. I am more invested in the process, Zhan Feng proclaimed. Really, that statement is utterly absurd. Bai Lingxue shook her head, deeming Zhan Feng's thoughts fanciful. If you find it absurd, then let it be. We are clearly not on the same wavelength. Let us just drink. Zhan Feng raised his glass. Come, let us drink. Let us indulge tonight. Bai Lingxue picked up her glass and clinked it with his. After Zhan Feng downed his glass of whiskey, he looked at the beer in Bai Lingxue's cup and remarked, Wait a moment. I'm drinking whiskey while you're having beer? I can't stand whiskey. I only enjoy beer. Bai Lingxue replied. If we drink like this, you'll have to get me drunk. Zhan Feng chuckled. Bai Lingxue shot him a glance and replied. What is there to fear for a grown man getting drunk? I have no ulterior motives. But what if? Zhan Feng countered. What if is nonsense? You're just being overly sentimental. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes. Come on. It's not every day I get invited out for drinks. We must drink more. After filling their glasses again, Zhan Feng declared, all right. Bai Lingxue smiled inwardly. Thus, Bai Lingxue accompanied Zhan Feng in drinking. Essentially, Zhan Feng consumed a glass of whiskey, while Bai Lingxue had half a glass of beer. However, as time passed, Zhan Feng noticed that Bai Lingxue had become intoxicated. Indeed, despite drinking only half a glass of beer against his whiskey, Bai Lingxue was thoroughly drunk. Zhan Feng internally lamented her poor drinking capacity. With such a tolerance, she should not be out drinking at all, barely equivalent to a child's amount. Well, it's getting late. Let us call a night, Zhan Feng said, observing Bai Lingxue's slurred speech and hazy gaze. No, we must continue drinking, Bai Lingxue insisted. With your tolerance, you should stop. What is wrong with my drinking capacity? Who do you look down upon? She retorted. If you keep drinking, I'll have to carry you home. Zhan Feng replied. No way. We must drink. Bai Lingxue insisted, pouring Zhan Feng another drink. Reluctantly, Zhan Feng complied and continued to drink with her. About half an hour later, Zhan Feng noted that Bai Lingxue was thoroughly inebriated. Consequently, he assisted her out of the bar. Drink, keep drinking. Bai Lingxue, supported by Zhan Feng, swayed left and right. We're going home, Zhan Feng stated. No, not home. Bai Lingxue waved her hand in refusal. If you don't go home, will you sleep on the street? Yes. I'll sleep in a hotel. Bai Lingxue asserted. Why sleep at a hotel when you have a home? Zhan Feng was at a loss for words. If you insist I go home, I won tea. If you say I can't stay at a hotel, then I will stay. Bai Lingxue declared. Goodness, is drinking making you rebellious? Zhan Feng sighed. I'm being rebellious, just being rebellious. Bai Lingxue replied playfully. Fine, we'll stay at a hotel. Zhan Feng conceded. He was too weary to argue with a drunken woman, knowing such disputes were futile. Thus, Zhan Feng took Bai Lingxue to a nearby 5-star hotel and booked a room. Upon entering, perhaps due to her intoxication, Bai Lingxue began to let loose, singing and dancing, demanding Zhan Feng's opinion on her performance. Zhan Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. He never anticipated that with her drinking capacity, she would become drunk after just a few beers. Had he known, he would never have agreed to drink with her. Just as Bai Lingxue was reveling in her dance, she suddenly vomited, covering herself in her own mess. Zhan Feng was utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxue fell back onto the bed, falling asleep. Unable to leave her in such a state, Zhan Feng reluctantly removed her soiled clothes, tossing them into the laundry room for cleaning. After tidying up, he covered the unclothed Bai Lingxue with a blanket before finally lying down to rest himself. The next day, Zhan Feng, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by a loud scream, only to feel a sharp kick in his back, causing him to tumble off the bed. What the hell is wrong with you? Zhan Feng cast a look of exasperation at Bai Lingxue, who was tightly wrapped in blankets on the bed. You are such a scoundrel, an absolute scoundrel, Bai Lingxue exclaimed, her emotions fraying at the edges. A scoundrel? What have I done? I woke up this morning and suddenly I am the scoundrel? Zhan Feng replied with a sigh. Who took off my clothes? Who else could it be? It was me. Then what does that make you? Am I a scoundrel just because I helped you out of your clothes? Zhan Feng retorted, visibly displeased. Tell me, what did you do to me last night? I took off your clothes, washed them, and then we slept. Didn't you see my body then? Of course I did. Do you expect me to close my eyes while undressing you? You should have closed your eyes, you shameless scoundrel. Bai Lingxue shouted. It's you who took advantage of my drunken state. You are not a man, she accused. And what about you? You clearly cannot handle your liquor. You insisted on coming to the hotel, and when we got here, you were singing and dancing, then threw up all over yourself. I cleaned up after you until the early hours, and now you wake up and berate me, calling me less than a man. Don't you think you're being a bit ungrateful? Zhan Feng complained. Bai Lingxue felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. Although she had been intoxicated, she remembered that it was indeed Zhan Feng who wanted to return home, while she insisted on going to the hotel. It was fair to say that Zhan Feng had been coerced into this situation by her. Did you do anything inappropriate? She asked, her tone softening slightly. What do you mean by inappropriate? You know, that kind of indecent thing. Bai Lingxue replied. When did something so wonderful become indecent in your eyes? Stop dodging the question and answer me. I merely looked, nothing more. It's as simple as that. Zhan Feng stated plainly. What do you mean, just looked? You are my husband, and I am a woman. What is wrong with looking? Had I known you would wear clothes covered in vomit, I would have let you sleep in them. Zhan Feng shot back confidently. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue decided not to argue further. Firstly, continuing to bicker was pointless since the events had already transpired. Secondly, from another perspective, Zhan Feng had displayed a degree of integrity. Had it been any other man, they likely would have taken advantage of the situation. Bring me my clothes, Bai Lingxue commanded, pointing to her garments hanging on the balcony. Apologize first, and then I will get your clothes. Zhan Feng replied. Me apologize? You kicked me out of bed this morning. Shouldn't you be the one apologizing? He continued. Who told you to sleep next to me? Bai Lingxue retorted with a huff. If I didn't sleep next to you, would you have preferred I sleep on the floor? Zhan Feng countered. Yes, you should sleep on the floor. Fine, if you don't apologize. You can fetch your own clothes. Zhan Feng crossed his arms and chuckled. Chapter 35. The encounter with kidnappers, however, Bai Lingxue could not retrieve her clothes by herself, as she was completely undressed. If she went to get them, Zhan Feng would see her again. All right, I apologize. I'm sorry, she said through gritted teeth. Having no other option. Apologizing is fine, but why do you sound so reluctant? That lacks sincerity. Be more genuine. Zhan Feng chuckled in response. Bai Lingxue took a deep breath, wishing she could strangle Zhan Feng, but she held back her irritation and composed herself. I'm sorry I was wrong. And thank you for taking care of me last night. That is more like it. Zhan Feng went to the balcony and retrieved Bai Lingxue's clothes, bringing them to the bed. Then, Bai Lingxue hurriedly put on her clothes. Once dressed, without a word, she pinched Zhan Feng's side fiercely. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed. Good, it should hurt. You deserve it. Bai Lingxue replied with a smirk. Now that you're dressed, you don't recognize me anymore? If you dare to flaunt what you saw, I won't let you off easily. She warned. Don't flatter yourself. I wouldn't brag about something so distasteful. Seeing your body is hardly something to boast about. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's for the best. Bai Lingxue replied, then grabbed her bag and left the room. Hey, wait for me. Zhan Feng called after her. I'll go to the company myself to avoid gossip. She retorted. Zhan Feng rolled his eyes in annoyance. Meanwhile, as Bai Lingxue had descended the stairs, she received a call from Guanning. Miss Bai, where are you and Zhan Feng? Guanning inquired over the phone. Don't even mention it. Bai Lingxue sighed in resignation. What happened? I waited in Zhan Feng's room all night, dressed in my sexy outfit, but I never saw either of you. Guanning get flamed. Zhan Feng has an impressive tolerance for alcohol. He didn't get drunk, but I did. Bai Lingxue explained. And then? Guanning pressed. Then we went to the hotel. Bai Lingxue admitted. What? Zhan Feng is heartless. He took you to the hotel while you were drunk, taking advantage of you. Guanning expressed her shock and anger. It was my decision to go to the hotel. I can't blame Zhan Feng. Oh, Guanning was at a loss for words. I was drunk and didn't know what I was thinking, Bai Lingxue lamented. Did you too, you know? Guanning asked cautiously. Fortunately, Zhan Feng has some principles. Nothing happened. Bai Lingxue clarified. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have killed him. Guanning took it. Right? I need to head back to the company. Bai Lingxue said before hanging up. Just as she ended the call, an unmarked white van pulled up beside her. Moments later, several burly men emerged and, without a word, forcibly bundled her into the vehicle. As the doors slammed shut, the van sped away. Who are you? Bai Lingxue demanded, staring at the men beside her. Miss Bai, from the passenger seat. Tang Yun smirked coldly, turning to face her. Tang Yun, what is the meaning of this? Bai Lingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and questioned him. Do you truly not understand my intentions? Dan Dun Jialin. I do not. Bai Lingxue responded, fully aware in her heart that Tang Yun had seized her due to matters concerning Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng is under your command, is he not? Dan Dun Vima? He is merely an employee of my company. Bai Lingxue replied. Huh, an employee who casually goes to a hotel with you, the beautiful president? Do you take me for a fool, Bai Lingxue? Dan Dun, no. Just say what you intend to do. I've investigated Zhan Feng. His parents were killed by me. I regret not eliminating him completely back then, leaving such a danger behind. Tang Yun stated. So this is your grudge. Why involve me? What do you intend to do by capturing me? Bai Lingxue demanded. You orchestrated his revenge, didn't you? Me? Are you joking with me? According to my investigation, Zhan Feng only arrived at your company a few days ago. If I am not mistaken, you are exploiting Zhan Feng's animosity towards me to undermine Tang's group, thereby diminishing the influence of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce and solidifying the Bai Group's foothold in the Xiangqing business community, Tang Yun declared. With a slight chuckle, Bai Lingxue shook her head and responded, what you are saying is merely a figment of your imagination. In matters of business, I rely solely on commercial tactics, never resorting to such violent methods. Such words are futile. I refuse to believe you. Dan Jun Vito, what do you truly wish for? Bai Lingxue inquired. I want you to assist me in eliminating Zhan Feng. Tang Yun replied. That is impossible. Bai Lingxue immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. Huh? Is she not merely your pawn? Since I have seen through your game, are you unwilling to sacrifice this piece? Tang Yun questioned coldly with a smirk. I have already told you that your grievances with him are irrelevant to me. I will not be coerced by you. Bai Lingxue asserted firmly. Whether it concerns you or not, Zhan Feng has killed my brother, and I must avenge him. As for our business dealings, they can be resolved through commercial means. But you must assist me in eliminating Zhan Feng. Tang Yun's voice was icy. Bai Lingxue shook her head, her resolve unyielding. That is impossible. Miss Bai, must you be so obstinate? Tang Yun tilted his head, observing Bai Lingshue's steadfast demeanor. I have my principles in how I conduct my affairs. Bai Lingxue replied. What principles? In plain terms, it is simply your unwillingness to let go. I did not expect you to be so infatuated, disregarding your own safety to protect Zhan Feng. Tang Dun Vima, believe what you will. Bai Lingxue countered. Very well. Tang Yun nodded, stating, since you are so loyal, I shall see if Zhan Feng shares your sentiment. And I hope your loyalty is not misplaced. Immediately, Tang Yun retrieved Bai Lingshue's phone and dialed Zhan Feng's number. What is it? Zhan Feng answered the call, displeased upon seeing Bai Lingshue's name on the screen. Ah, Zhan Feng. Tang Yun coldly smiled into the phone. Dan Jun, it seems your hatred for me runs deep. I could tell who you are just from your voice. Tang Yun's tone was laced with amusement. Have you spent the night investigating me? Zhan Feng asked casually, displaying no sign of tension, despite knowing that Bai Lingxue had fallen into Tang Yun's hands. You never regarded me as a person, and you cannot intimidate me in the slightest. I regret not eliminating you from the start, leaving you as a scourge that led to my brother's demise. Dan Jun spoke easily. You are mistaken. Your brother's death is merely the beginning, not the end. Leaving you alive last night was simply a means to prolong this game. Do not think I am incapable of killing you. I simply choose not to. Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. Tang Yun, you are far too arrogant and dismissive. You are correct. I am indeed arrogant and dismissive. So what? Do not forget that your woman is still in my grasp. Dan Jun Wun, oh, just a woman. Zhan Feng responded indifferently. He understood that the more he feigned concern for Bai Lingxue, the more agitated Tang Yun would become, thereby placing Bai Lingxue in greater danger. Meanwhile, Bai Lingxue, seated in the back of the car, was infuriated by Zhan Feng's words, cursing him silently for being a heartless scoundrel. She had just resisted doing anything disloyal to Zhan Feng under Tang Yun's threats, only to hear him dismiss her with such nonchalance. Truly, men are heartless creatures. Dan Jun, I will ensure your demise. If you do not perish, I will see to it that your woman does. Dan Jun, Thi Dan, do not waste your breath. You merely wish to use her as leverage against me. So tell me, how do you intend to threaten me? Zhan Feng asked casually. I will exchange your life for Bai Lingshue's. Tang Yun declared. Huh. Zhan Feng chuckled upon hearing this. He was certainly not someone Tang Yun could manipulate. Were you born with a brain that was cut with the umbilical cord? You dare speak to me in such a manner? Dan Jun Zito An Li. I ask you, if it were your life for your wife's, would you make the trade? You may threaten me with Bai Lingshue's life for other matters, but do not utter such foolish words about trading her life for mine. I am not that noble. Why should my life be exchanged for hers? Is her life worth more than mine? Tang Yun found himself at a loss for words, realizing the truth in Zhan Feng's assertion. It was utterly impossible to exchange Zhan Feng's life for Bai Lingshue's, as the tale of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai exists solely in films. I shall give you 20 minutes to arrive at the Tang Group building. I will be waiting for you on the rooftop, Tang Yun said, then hung up. 20 minutes later, Zhan Feng arrived at the rooftop of the Tang Group building as promised. At that moment, Bai Lingxue was bound by ropes at the edge of the rooftop, her hands and feet restrained. Beside her stood a burly man holding the rope. Should he loosen his grip, Bai Lingxue would plummet to her death. I have arrived. Zhan Feng casually approached Tang Yun while smoking a cigarette. Tang Yun narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and menacing. Zhan Feng, kneel. I will not kneel. Zhan Feng replied lightly. Bai Lingxue is in my custody. If you do not kneel, I will kill her. Dan Jun Thi Dan. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng not only remained calm, but even smiled, responding, use her life to compel my submission? Are you not at a loss? If you truly kill her, how will you threaten me afterward? Stop playing games. I simply want to know if you will kneel. Dan Jun spoke Gonli. I will not kneel. Go ahead and kill her. Zhan Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, unconcerned. His demeanor suggested that Bai Lingshue's life was of no consequence to him. Even if it were, the connection was minimal. Tang Yun's original intention to manipulate Zhan Feng had become reactive. Zhan Feng was decidedly too resolute. He showed no signs of yielding, not even in his words. As for Bai Lingxue, she was infuriated, having cursed Zhan Feng hundreds of times in her mind. Although they were merely a couple in name, without emotional ties. Surely she was worth more than her life. Let us discuss terms then. Tang Yun had no choice but to negotiate. Clearly, he could not afford to kill Bai Lingxue outright, for that would thwart his purpose of threatening Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng flicked off the ash from his cigarette and gazed at Tang Yun casually, smiling as he spoke. I believe you have made a mistake. What mistake? You have misjudged your standing. Allow me to clarify that you lack the right to negotiate with me. Do you understand? What do you mean? Tang Yun's expression darkened. It means I have never regarded you as a person. Zhan Feng stated. Do you know why I did not kill you last night? It is because of your life. Regardless of the circumstances, I can take it at any moment. In other words, every action of yours falls within my realm of control. To put it bluntly, do you think you can use Bai Lingshue's life to threaten me? In truth, it does not intimidate me in the slightest, Zhan Feng said with an air of indifference. The moment I give the command, Bai Lingxue shall plummet from this building. Dang Jun in does it? Then give the order. Zhan Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tang Yun, Bai Lingxue, do you think I dare not? Tang Yun asked with a dark expression. If you dare, then by all means, give the order. Why hesitate? Are you afraid that once you command, no one will threaten me? Do not let me look down upon you. Hurry up and issue the command. Zhan Feng tilted his head, not softening his tone, but rather urging Tang Yun onward. As for Tang Yun, he was cursing inwardly. He had anticipated that with Zhan Feng's arrival, he could control the situation, that Zhan Feng would obediently follow his directives like a clown. Little did he know, he was directly placed in a passive position, failing to gain even the slightest advantage in demeanor or action. It seemed he had made a miscalculation by attempting to threaten Zhan Feng with Bai Lingxue. In Zhan Feng's heart, Bai Lingxue was merely a woman easily discarded. Since he could not extract significant leverage from her, Tang Yun had no choice but to lower his stakes. Very well, since that is the case, let us discuss terms for Bai Lingshue's survival. Was my previous statement not clear enough? You do not possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. Do you understand? Zhan Feng interrupted Bai Lingxue. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, Tang Yun's expression twisted in rage, replying fiercely, her life does not even warrant the right to negotiate? Correct. You heard me right, it is not. Zhan Feng replied with a slight smile. Remember, I have never regarded you as a person. Enzai, Dang Jun et Lodet. Then I shall let her die. Chapter 37. Bai Lingxue the Fall. Then let it come. Zhan Feng smiled slightly and gestured. Bai Lingxue, if you wish to harbor resentment, directed at him. This is his desire for you to perish. With that, he waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to release the ropes. As the bindings loosened, Bai Lingxue, bound hand and foot, cried out in shock as she fell from the building. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng remained motionless, showing no concern for Bai Lingshue's safety, for he had already arranged for Tianlang and Ba Hu to be below for her rescue. With their capabilities, even if Bai Lingxue fell from a great height, they would be able to save her without a scratch. Thus, Zhan Feng was entirely unconcerned. On the rooftop, Tang Yun gazed at Zhan Feng, whose expression remained unchanged, and his lips quirked slightly. At that moment, he was somewhat astonished by Zhan Feng's ruthlessness. This man was truly heartless. His woman was falling to her demise. Yet he did not even blink, remaining utterly unfazed. Even if he did not know her, one would expect some shift in demeanor. Yet Zhan Feng remained as composed as ever, as if nothing had transpired. Tang Yun believed this man before him was more ruthless than himself, indeed 100-fold more so. Zhan Feng, your heart is truly cruel. Your woman has plummeted, and you remain so nonchalant. Tang Yun glared coldly at Zhan Feng. Admiration? Worship? Zhan Feng chuckled playfully. Do not speak of a person, let alone your woman. Would you remain so indifferent if a mere dog fell? Dang Jun Vito. Look, the person you cast down is now judging me by morals, Zhan Feng replied. Regardless, she can still survive. Speaking such nonsense is futile. I tell you, if Bai Laoi knows of this matter, he will absolutely not let you off. Dang Jun Wun. Zhan Feng tilted his head, smiling, and said, I find it strange. You were the one who threw her down, so why would he not hold you accountable? Shouldn't he be furious with you instead? Because you can save her life. Dang Jun In Si. Oh, who told you she is dead? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, amused. Are you insane? She has fallen from the building. If she is not dead, how could she possibly still be alive? Dang Jun Ziplit. If I say she is still alive, would you find it quite fantastical? Stop spouting nonsense. She is already a puddle of flesh. I tell you, she's still alive. I think you are truly mad, lost in illusions. Dan Jun's Nalet. Let's not dwell on such irrelevant matters. Your game has ended, and now it is my turn to play. Zhan Feng gazed at Tang Yun with a slight smile. A smile that was coldly chilling, causing Tang Yun to shiver involuntarily. For a person like Zhan Feng, Tang Yun could hardly fathom what ruthless actions he might undertake. What do you intend to do? Tang Yun asked warily. Zhan Feng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Bring them up. With a simple phrase, Zhan Feng hung up the call. Soon, Lu Ziguan arrived with several subordinates, escorting a middle-aged couple. Upon seeing this, Tang Yun's lips twisted in a snarl. For this middle-aged couple was none other than his parents. Tang Yun understood that Zhan Feng intended to repay this in kind. Zhan Feng, what do you intend to do? Tang Yun clenched his fists, glaring coldly at Zhan Feng. What do you think? Zhan Feng replied with a slight smile. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out you have Lu Ziguan backing you. Dan Jun et Gelim. Ah, Zhan Feng merely sighed in disinterest at Tang Yun's words. Lu Ziguan, you support such a person and thus offend me? Tang Yun turned and glared at Lu Ziguan. Tang Zong, you jest. What merit or ability do I, Lu Ziguan, possess to support Mr. Zhan? Lu Ziguan said, stepping forward to Zhan Feng and respectfully stating, Mr. Zhan, the people are here. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yun was slightly taken aback. From Lu Ziguan's words, it seemed that Lu Ziguan was to heed Zhan Feng's commands rather than the other way around. One must understand that Lu Ziguan was a prominent figure in the underground world of Xiangqing. What kind of power did Zhan Feng possess to command Lu Ziguan's obedience? Lu Ziguan, I do not care who supports whom. Quickly release my parents. You know who I am, Tang Yun warned Lu Ziguan. Lu Ziguan paid no mind to Tang Yun's threats and addressed Zhan Feng. Mr. Zhan, should we directly throw these two old folks off the building? Please take your people away. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Lu Ziguan complied before leading his subordinates away. Our game has begun. Zhan Feng smiled at Tang Yun. Oof. Tang Yun narrowed his cold, fierce eyes, scoffing. The outcome is still uncertain. Uncertain, you say? Indeed. Do not act as though you control everything. Are you overestimating your own importance? Dan Jun Dima? It seems you continue to cling to unrealistic fantasies. Zhan Feng chuckled softly. Zhan Feng, release my useless parents. Tang Yun shouted, pointing at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng, however, ignored Tang Yun's outburst, instead stating, the game is simple. Last night, I spared your life. And today I will do the same. However, the condition for you to save their lives is that you must personally push your parents off this building. What nonsense are you speaking? Dan Jun Zito Angili. Of course, you may attempt to resist now and then make your decision. Zhan Feng said lightly. Kill him. Dan Jun, feeling disinclined to linger further, issued a direct command to his subordinates beside him. With swift movements, several of his men leaped toward Zhan Feng. However, Zhan Feng remained rooted to the spot, merely stepping lightly. In an instant, a powerful shockwave erupted, cascading outward with tremendous force. Before the subordinates could even touch Zhan Feng, they were unceremoniously thrown to the ground, rendered incapable of further resistance. Witnessing this, Tang Yun's lips twitched, clearly astonished by Zhan Feng's formidable prowess, which had once again exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it would be wise for you to send your parents to their final rest, Zhan Feng remarked with a smile, casually lighting a cigarette. Do you believe you have one? Allow me to clarify, you have not. As he spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in Tang Yun's eyes, and he drew a gun from his waist, aiming it at Zhan Feng. Now, pray tell, who do you think I shall send to their demise? Go on, pull the trigger. Zhan Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke, dismissing the need for further conversation, and simply gestured with his hand, exuding an air of relaxation. Enough of this, Tang Yun declared, no longer hesitating, as he pulled the trigger aimed at Zhan Feng. The speeding bullet hurtled toward him, but Zhan Feng merely raised his hand to grasp it and, with a gentle crush, reduced the metal bullet to mere powder, scattering it to the wind. Dan Jun, witnessing this spectacle, found himself at a loss for words, his astonishment transcending mere shock. He questioned whether Zhan Feng was even human. Now, do you grasp the weight of my assertion about controlling the situation? Zhan Feng surveyed the awestruck Tang Yun. At that moment, Tang Yun indeed felt the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Zhan Feng's figure flickered, appearing before Tang Yun, and he seized Tang Yun by the throat. Instantly, Tang Yun was engulfed by an unprecedented sensation of suffocation. Now, let's see how grand you truly are. You have two choices. Either personally push your parents off the building, granting yourself a temporary chance at survival, or I will end your life and then do the same to them, Zhan Feng articulated. I will pay you back. I will compensate for the events of the past. Name your price. I have already informed you that you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. Make your choice. Zhan Feng's voice turned cold as he tightened his grip. The sensation of suffocation intensified for Tang Yun, his vision fading. I choose the first option. The first option, he cried out hastily, realizing he had no other recourse. Choosing the second option meant death for them all. Opting for the first would at least spare his own life. Zhan Feng released his grip, casting Tang Yun onto the ground. Tang Yun, his eyes pleading, seemed to hope Zhan Feng might retract his command. Do not harbor any illusions. Act swiftly and do not dawdle. Zhan Feng said, his impatience evident. Dejected, Tang Yun rose and approached his parents. Mother, father, I've been unfilial. Before they could utter a word, Tang Yun frantically pushed them off the rooftop. Tang Yun watched as his parents plummeted, collapsing to the ground in despair, his anguished cries echoing in the air. Stop your lamentations. Come here. Zhan Feng, smoking his cigarette, beckoned to Tang Yun. Tang Yun, his gaze twisted with hatred, confronted Zhan Feng. Today, I have merely exchanged your life for that of your parents. But this does not signify the end. My ultimate goal is your demise. Allow me to forewarn you. I intend to acquire all assets of the Tang Group for a mere $0 before claiming your life. You are free to resist as you wish, Zhan Feng stated, regarding Tang Yun. As for Tang Yun, the fury he felt was beyond words. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless adversaries, formidable foes among them. Yet he had never met someone as arrogant as Zhan Feng, who so brazenly announced his intentions. Every word and action exuded an air of confidence. Zhan Feng, you shall surely regret your actions today, Tang Yun declared. Oh, I eagerly await that, Zhan Feng replied with a smile, patting Tang Yun on the shoulder before departing. Upon reaching the base of the building, Bai Ling Xue stood in shock at the entrance, while Guan Ning, having received her call, rushed to her side. Clearly, this event had instilled a sense of terror within Bai Ling Xue. After all, falling from a rooftop is not an experience most can endure. When she saw Zhan Feng emerge from the building, her expression was a blend of panic and resentment. Zhan Feng's every action that day had left her utterly disillusioned. Not only had he failed to save her on the rooftop, but he had also provoked Tang Yun into pushing her off the ledge. Is this how one should behave? Even as a nominal husband, devoid of emotional ties, such behavior seemed excessive. Determined, Bai Ling Xue approached Zhan Feng, intending to slap him to relieve her pent-up frustration. What are you doing? Zhan Feng caught her wrist, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Zhan Feng, are you even human? Bai Ling Xue glared at him with icy disdain. Why do you say that? Zhan Feng replied. You may be a person, but your actions are not those of one. Bai Ling Xue retorted. Zhan Feng chuckled. You have misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding. What could I possibly have misunderstood? Do you wish for my demise, so that as my spouse, you might inherit my wealth? You are truly ruthless. Bai Ling Xue accused. I understand your feelings. Emotionally speaking, my actions may indeed be difficult for you to comprehend, Zhan Feng replied. Regrettably, I am rather fortunate. Even after falling from the building, I survived, thanks to an extraordinary individual. Upon seeing that I was unharmed, are you not particularly disappointed? Bai Ling Xue remarked. Do not presume me to be so sinister. This was all part of my plan. Zhan Feng countered playfully. So, you mean to say my rescue, by a higher power, was orchestrated by you? Bai Ling Xue responded with a light laugh. Zhan Feng nodded. Indeed, it was all my arrangement. Otherwise, why would I have allowed Tang Yun to push you off? This way, you would have been saved without a scratch, with the only cost being a moment of panic. You are utterly shameless. Bai Ling Xue's eyes brimmed with contempt for Zhan Feng upon hearing his words. What makes me shameless? He questioned. You can twist the narrative to suit your ends, but you truly are a master of manipulation. I speak only the truth. Zhan Feng asserted. Do you think I would believe you? Bai Ling Xue scoffed. Or do you genuinely believe that at the moment you fell, someone would intervene to save you? Zhan Feng inquired. I would rather believe in mere coincidence than accept that all of this was your orchestration. I know you wish for my death to claim my assets, you insidious fiend. Bai Ling Xue declared. Zhan Feng found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by her perception of him. Have I truly struck a chord with your inner thoughts? Bai Ling Xue continued. Let me tell you something that may come off as rather pretentious, As long as I desire, I could simply voice my wishes, and the elder would willingly bestow upon me the entirety of the Bai family's assets. So do you truly think I would covet your meager holdings? Zhan Feng remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. It is not I who is pretentious, but you who are displaying such pretentiousness. Your words are utterly ridiculous. Bai Ling Xue rolled her eyes, unable to fathom where Zhan Feng derived his confidence to utter such statements. This truly is a perplexing self-assurance. Even if the old man favors him, it cannot possibly justify such a level of arrogance. Fine, if you believe I'm being pretentious, then so be it. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in continuing the argument with Bai Ling Xue. This matter is far from over. Bai Ling Xue retorted. What else do you wish to do? Zhan Feng asked helplessly. I want the old man to agree to our divorce. Bai Ling Xue declared. Chapter 39. Assets? I want everything. Why on earth would we divorce? Zhan Feng scoffed. If we do not divorce, you will surely covet my assets, and who knows when you might conspire to eliminate me. It would merely be my fortune to escape this time. Bai Ling Xue replied. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng felt a wave of disbelief and said, It is not that serious. I am truly uninterested in your meager possessions. Did I not tell you that if I desire wealth, merely speaking will prompt the old man to willingly present it to me? Let's go find my grandfather. Why should we seek your grandfather? Did you not claim that as long as you speak, the old man would willingly offer all his assets? Let us go now. I must expose your pretentiousness today. Bai Ling Xue responded. Why are you taking this so seriously? Zhan Feng remarked, speechless. Let us go. Bai Ling Xue insisted resolutely. Very well, if that is your wish. I shall prove a point. Zhan Feng replied. Subsequently, Zhan Feng followed Bai Ling Xue into the car. As they entered, Tang Yun emerged from the building and happened to spot Bai Ling Xue getting into the vehicle. What? She's still alive? Tang Yun was momentarily stunned at the sight of Bai Ling Xue. Did she not fall from the building? How is she still alive? Could it be that Zhan Feng's words were indeed true? With this thought, Tang Yun's mouth twitched, overwhelmed with shock. Just as Zhan Feng had stated, he had completely grasped the situation, and it appeared that he truly was in control. At this moment, Tang Yun realized he could not afford to underestimate Zhan Feng. He must regard him as an unprecedented adversary. He then took out his phone and dialed a number, which was registered in Jingxing. The call connected swiftly. Young Master Morong. I have encountered a problem. Tang Yun spoke over the phone. What issue has arisen? Regarding the land ownership from 3 years ago. I killed Zhan Tianxiong and his wife, and now their descendants seek vengeance. Tang Jun et lai. You call me for such a trivial matter? I initially thought it a minor issue, but then Tang Yun detailed today as events, his words laced with hatred and fear toward Zhan Feng. A foe of such formidable strength? Yes, young Master Morong, you must assist me, or my life, along with the Tang family, will be at the mercy of Zhan Feng. Tang Jun im lot. Understood. I will send someone to assist you. Thank you, young Master Morong. Tang Yun expressed his gratitude hastily. After hanging up, Tang Yun gazed at the sky and exhaled deeply. With young Master Morong backing him, Zhan Feng's demise was assured. Furthermore, Zhan Feng's so-called formidable prowess paled in comparison to the influence of young Master Morong in Jingxing. At the entrance of the Bai family villa, Zhan Feng and Bai Ling Xue exited the car. Bai Ling Xue glanced at Zhan Feng, snorted coldly, and turned to enter the villa. Zhan Feng shrugged and followed her inside. Upon reaching the courtyard, Bai Tsongshan sat in the garden pavilion, sipping tea. It is truly remarkable that you two young ones have come to visit this old man. How delightful! Bai Tsongshan exclaimed upon seeing Zhan Feng and Bai Ling Xue, waving his hand joyfully. Grandfather! Bai Ling Xue approached Bai Tsongshan with a hint of a spoiled tone and sat beside him. Ling Xue, is married life treating you well? Are you planning to bless me with a little great-grandchild? Bai Tsongshan inquired. What are you talking about? Bai Ling Xue responded, somewhat speechless. Little girl, you should not feel shy. Bai Tsongshan chuckled. Grandfather, I want a divorce. Bai Ling Xue declared with firm resolve. What? Divorce? Yes, divorce. I do not agree. Bai Tsongshan shook his head. No, I must divorce. Bai Ling Xue remained adamant, seizing this opportunity to make her case. Why would you want a divorce so soon after marriage? Bai Tsongshan asked nonchalantly. He wants to put me to death. Put you to death? Bai Tsongshan was taken aback by Ling Xue's words, then burst into laughter, replying, You child, you cannot even find a proper excuse. I am not lying. He nearly caused my demise today. Bai Ling Xue insisted. Feng, what do you say? Bai Shan turned to Zhan Feng. Let her speak. Zhan Feng shrugged, indicating his helplessness. Why would I want to harm you? Bai Shan curiously asked Bai Ling Xue. Because he covets my assets. Think about it. We are legally married now, and should I die, all my possessions would be his. Bai Ling Xue explained. Does he covet your wealth? Indeed. Haha, you must be joking. Bai Shan waved his hand with amusement. Grandfather, to you, my assets may seem insignificant, but to him, they are a treasure, and I suspect he thinks of ways to acquire them day and night. Bai Ling Xue pouted. Child, you are being petty. Never mind your assets. If Feng desires, I would willingly bestow all my wealth upon him. Bai Shan asserted. Bai Ling Xue fell silent upon hearing this. So, the old man had offered before Zhan Feng even had the chance to ask. She had initially planned to use this to embarrass Zhan Feng, but now she found herself at a loss for words. Zhan Feng chuckled beside her and said, Did you hear that? I told you once I speak. The old man will grant me all his assets. Your possessions pale in comparison to his. Why would I go to such lengths to eliminate you for your meager wealth? As for Bai Ling Xue, feeling somewhat aggrieved, she turned to Bai Shan and said, Grandfather, I am not joking. I am not joking either, as long as Feng speaks. I can handle the paperwork immediately. Bai Shan replied resolutely. Seeing Bai Shan's attitude, Bai Ling Xue understood that he was not jesting. If Zhan Feng merely spoke, he could indeed claim all of the Bai family's assets. However, what puzzled Bai Ling Xue was the extent of Zhan Feng's favor in the eyes of the old man that would compel him to unconditionally offer all his wealth. It was truly unfathomable. You step aside. I need to speak with grandfather alone. Bai Ling Xue turned to Zhan Feng and said. Zhan Feng smiled and said nothing, stepping aside to smoke. You ought to treat Zhan Feng better. He has reluctantly married you, and your cold demeanor is not appropriate. Bai Gangshan admonites Bai Ling Se. Bai Ling Xue, upon hearing Bai Shan's words, felt utterly helpless. What did he mean by saying that Zhan Feng had reluctantly married her? It was she who had been forced into marrying Zhan Feng. Grandfather, have you got it all wrong? He is the one who feels wronged. I am the one who is wronged. Bai Ling Xue glanced at him, her lips pursed. What are you feeling wronged about? You aren't wronged at all. You should be secretly delighted. Bai Shan replied. I seriously suspect that Zhan Feng is your biological grandson. Bai Ling Xue scoffed lightly. Bai Shan chuckled and responded. If he were my biological grandson, that would be splendid, but regrettably, he is not. Grandfather, I simply cannot comprehend what is so commendable about Zhan Feng that you defend him so passionately. Bai Ling Xue voiced her doubts. If she did not express her concerns, she would surely feel stifled. After all, the old man had been defending Zhan Feng without any justification. Chapter 40. Nanjing Wangba, who is your husband's subordinate. He can protect the Bai family for generations. Bai Shan succinctly stated this. Such a simple statement conveys the immense weight of Zhan Feng's position. Grandfather, your words seem rather heavy, don't you think? Bai Ling Xue responded. Not at all. Bai Shan chuckled. With Zhan Feng's character, how could he protect the Bai family for generations? Indeed, I see him more as a parasite to our family. Bai Ling Xue shot a look at him. She truly could not fathom why the old man held Zhan Feng in such high regard. No matter how she looked at it, she saw no redeeming qualities in Zhan Feng. Child, with time, you'll understand. You have only recently encountered Zhan Feng. In the future, you will grasp why I claim he can protect our family for generations. Zhan Feng is a treasure I won through gambling. He is also the most prideful boast of my life. Bai Shan patted Bai Ling Xue's shoulder as he spoke. As for Bai Ling Xue, glancing at Zhan Feng, who was lazily smoking nearby, she certainly did not believe that he possessed the ability to safeguard the Bai family, considering it an absurd joke. Since you say that, I have nothing more to say. Even if I did, it wouldn't change your mind. Bai Ling Xue shrugged and replied. Fine, let us have dinner at home tonight. You'll cook, given your attitude towards Zhan Feng. He probably hasn't tasted your cooking yet. Let him experience your culinary skills. Lest he decides he no longer wants you. Bai Shan remarked. TCH. Bai Ling Xue rolled her eyes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after enjoying a few drinks with Bai Shan, Zhan Feng left the villa with Bai Ling Xue. On their way home, Zhan Feng smoked while savoring the city's night scene. I must say, your cooking is quite delicious. Zhan Feng smiled and chatted with Bai Ling Xue. What a waste. What do you mean by a waste? Are you implying that we are unworthy of eating? Unworthy, humph. Bai Lingxue huffed. Is there even a wife like you? TCH, who is your wife? Dream on. You wouldn't lose out by being my wife. Hasn't the old man told you why you have a prejudice against me? Zhan Feng replied helplessly. That's because grandfather doesn't understand you. Bai Lingxue countered. So you mean to say you understand me? Yes, I know you. You know nothing. Zhan Feng shot a glance at Bai Lingxue. Zhan Feng, let me make it clear. I will expose your true nature and then divorce you. Bai Lingxue declared firmly. This is my true nature. Do you need to expose it? Stop pretending. You've been hiding your true self, inflating your own worth, believing you deserve me. Actually, you've been under a misconception, thinking I was eager to marry you. To be honest, I am not at all. If it weren't for my master losing a bet to your grandfather, I wouldn't have married you. Zhan Feng replied. What do you mean? Are you saying I am not worthy of you? Bai Lingxue retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. See, you're getting anxious again. If you say I am not worthy of you, then it's fine for me to say you are not worthy of me, right? Yes, that is not okay. TCH, such double standards. Just double standards, humph. Bai Lingxue scoffed. The more you act this way, the more determined I become. One day, I will conquer you, and you will beg me for mercy. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow playfully. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue pinched his waist hard. If you keep acting all flirty, I will end you. Zhan Feng was unbothered, wrapping his arm around Bai Lingxue's waist and pulling her closer. Just like that, Bai Lingxue found herself in Zhan Feng's embrace, feeling the softness of their collision. If you end me, you'll become a widow. The distance between their faces was incredibly close, causing Bai Lingxue to lose her composure. Her heart raced wildly. Was she nervous? Zhan Feng lowered his chin, gazing closely at Bai Lingxue, who was so near that a mere lean could result in a kiss. Go to hell. In a daze, Bai Lingxue finally snapped back to reality and pushed Zhan Feng away. Spare me the Playboy routine. I'm not buying it. Zhan Feng was momentarily speechless. Remember, I am not that naive girl who could be easily seduced in a bed with sweet words. Bai Lingxue warned. I'm not trying to seduce you. Remember, you are my wife. Zhan Feng replied. Even if I am your wife, it still doesn't mean I agree. Bai Lingxue stated firmly. TCH, as if I am in need of women. I, Zhan Feng, do not lack women. Zhan Feng shrugged. Playboys also have their admirers. Zhan Feng chuckled. Yu Bai Lingxue was visibly annoyed. Noticing this, Zhan Feng remarked, why are you so worked up? After all, you don't like me. Or are you just pretending not to like me? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Bai Lingxue shot a glance at Zhan Feng and fell silent. As they approached the villa, Bai Lingxue's phone rang. What? Our cargo ship in the South Sea is having issues again? All right, I understand. I will have finance transfer the funds immediately. Bai Lingxue spoke a few words before hanging up the phone, sighing after ending the call. Bai Lingxue rubbed her forehead with her fingertips, appearing somewhat exhausted. What happened? Zhan Feng inquired. The cargo ship in the South Sea is being harassed by local armed forces. Several ships have been seized, and we need to send money. Bai Lingxue briefly explained. That's just a temporary fix. Continuously sending money is like throwing it into a bottomless pit. Zhan Feng replied. I know that, but what can we do? The best solution is to leverage connections with Nanjing Wangbahu. I heard from my brother that he has come to Xiangxing, but his status is too high for us to reach. Bai Lingxue explained. Why don't you kiss me, and I'll help you out? You'll help me out? Who do you think you are? Bai Lingxue scoffed, believing Zhan Feng had overestimated himself. I'm not being boastful. I can genuinely help with this. Come on, just kiss me. Zhan Feng pointed to his cheek. Chapter 41. A rhythm that is hard to believe. Stop pretending. I'm tired of this act. Bai Lingxue replied. Zhan Feng smiled. I already told you, I know Nanjing Wangbahu. If you want to meet him, it's just a phone call away. Zhan Feng. I've discovered a significant issue. What issue? Are you unwell? You cannot go a minute without boasting, and I sincerely suggest you visit a hospital for a checkup. I'm not joking, Bai Lingxue said with utmost seriousness. Zhan Feng, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Bai Lingxue. Am I wrong in what I said? What are you talking about? Who is Nanjing Wang, and how could you possibly know him? Why can I know him? Zhan Feng retorted with curiosity. Yes. You may know him, but he does not know you. Bai Lingxue responded. I have already stated that he is my subordinate. It is a matter of a single word. Yet you insist on contradicting me, don't you? Zhan Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. Zhan Feng, enough is enough. Your boasting seems endless, doesn't it? Bai Ling Xue remarked. I am not boasting. You are indeed boasting. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Today, when you fell from the rooftop of the building, the person who saved you was Nanjing Wang Bahu. Zhan Feng insisted. Your logic is flawed. You claim that everything was arranged by you. Yet now you say that the one who saved me is Nanjing Wang Bahu, implying that he follows your orders? Bai Ling Xue questioned. Zhan Feng nodded in affirmation. Yes, Haven T, I told you. Nanjing Wang Bahu is my subordinate. Not only him, but all 4 notorious kings of Huaxia are under my command, responding to my directives. Enough, enough. You are going on endlessly. What status does he hold that he would heed the commands of a mere youth like you? Bai Ling Xue doubted. Fine, I am too lazy to explain this to you. Zhan Feng waved his hand, choosing not to discuss the matter further. For Bai Ling Xue would not believe him regardless. I see you're at a loss for words now. Bai Ling Xue said, smiling with satisfaction. Yes, I'm at a loss for words. Zhan Feng nodded. Can you promise me that you will refrain from boasting in front of me in the future? I have had my fill of your pretentiousness, all right? You still haven't finished, have you? You say I am the one who cannot stop? Who prompted you to boast in the first place? Bai Ling Xue scoffed lightly. How about this? Since it is getting late, I will have Bahu wait for you at the company entrance tomorrow, so you can see whether I am indeed boasting. Zhan Feng declared. Bai Ling Xue laughed, naturally dismissing Zhan Feng's words. The following morning, Bahu, following Zhan Feng's instructions, arrived early at the entrance of Bai's company building. Was he the one who saved you yesterday? As the car drove into the parking lot in front of the building, Zhan Feng pointed toward Bahu, who was waiting at the entrance. Zhan Feng, you are indeed persistent. You really called him here? Bai Ling Xue remarked, realizing that it was indeed the person who had saved her yesterday. I must prove myself. Zhan Feng insisted. How ridiculous. Bai Ling Xue chuckled. Of course, if this person were a stranger who saved her, she would undoubtedly regard him as a savior. However, since everything was arranged by Zhan Feng, there was no notion of a savior at all. Get out of the car, Zhan Feng instructed, then opened the door and exited. Boss. Bahu approached and greeted Zhan Feng first. Come, tell her who you are. Zhan Feng pointed towards Bai Ling Xue and spoke directly to Bahu. Miss Bai, greetings. I am Bahu, a subordinate of Mr. Zhan. Bahu introduced himself to Bai Ling Xue. Upon hearing Bahu's introduction, Bai Ling Xue not only was not surprised, but could not help but laugh. To Bai Ling Xue, it was genuinely amusing. Yes, I understand. Bai Ling Xue nodded. If you wish to find Bahu, feel free to arrange matters with him. Zhan Feng suggested to Bai Ling Xue. Bai Ling Xue glanced at Zhan Feng and replied, How much longer must this farce continue? How much longer? Do you think I would believe you? Bai Ling Xue questioned. He's indeed Bahu. Zhan Feng responded. Well, I never said he was a false Bahu. He merely shares the same name as Nanjing Wang Bahu. Bai Ling Xue stated. Zhan Feng, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless. Miss Bai, if you encounter any troubles in Nanjing, do not hesitate to voice them. While I cannot guarantee assistance elsewhere, I can assure you that any issue in the Nanjing region will be resolved. Bahu at de Bai Ling Se. Enough with the theatrics. Hurry and collect your wages and leave. This performance is far too contrived. Bai Ling Xue replied. Bahu, upon hearing her words, was unsure of how to respond. At present, he truly had no means to prove he was Nanjing Wang Bahu. The crux of the matter was that Bai Ling Xue had already made up her mind that it was all an act, and changing her perception would be challenging. Subsequently, Bahu cast a helpless glance at Zhan Feng. Boss, this Zhan Feng smiled helplessly and shrugged, responding with 2 words. No way. Although you are not Nanjing Wang Bahu, your capabilities are still quite impressive. How about working here and collecting wages? Bai Ling Xue proposed to Bahu. After all, Bahu had saved her in such a situation. Even though the Bahu before her was not Nanjing Wang Bahu, his strength was undeniable and had been proven. He would certainly be competent as a bodyguard. Collect wages? Bahu dipli akwadili, Miss Bai, isinsili apolit. But I do not require money at this moment. What a pity. Regardless, your strength is indeed formidable. Bai Ling Xue agreed. Miss Bai, let us return to the matter at hand. If you need assistance in Nanjing, please do not hesitate to ask. Bahu returned to the topic. If you are truly Nanjing Wang Bahu, you could help, but alas, you are not. The performance has been played out, and that is that. Bai Ling Xue waved her hand and stepped into the company building. Boss, Bahu helplessly looked at Zhan Feng. So be it. If she does not believe us, we cannot do anything about it. Zhan Feng shrugged in response. Perhaps I should make a public appearance in Xiangcheng. Then she would surely believe. Bahu suggested. There is no need. If she does not believe, we cannot go out of our way to prove ourselves. Forget it. Let things unfold as they may. Zhan Feng waved his hand. Understood. Bahu note that. Very well. That shall be the case. Subsequently, Zhan Feng entered the company. Just as Zhan Feng returned to his office, Bai Lingxue called him into her office. Is there something you need? Zhan Feng asked as he entered the office, sitting down and casually lighting a cigarette. Chapter 42. The supernumber of 500 billion, how much did you pay for that person? Bai Lingxue inquired curiously. This is not over yet. I have already told you. He is my subordinate, and I did not spend a dime. Zhan Feng replied helplessly. To be honest, that guy's abilities are quite impressive. I would love to pay him to work as a bodyguard for our company. Bai Lingxue expressed her thoughts. He is not short on money. It is not a matter of finances. Zhan Feng shrugged. Do you have a solution? He is Nanjing Wang, a formidable figure. Do you think it is feasible for him to work as a bodyguard in a company? Zhan Feng replied helplessly. Nanjing Wang. You know how powerful he is? Do you understand his identity and influence? Bai Lingxue countered. I know, that is enough, right? I have already said, if you have matters in Nanjing, just speak to him directly, but you refuse to believe. I have no other means. Zhan Feng responded in frustration. I acknowledge his strength, but to claim he is Nanjing Wang Ba, who is laughable. Bai Lingxue remarked. Why is it laughable? Firstly, the southern realm's Wang Ba, who is not lacking in wealth. He cannot be swayed by money. Moreover, considering his esteemed identity and status, it is inconceivable for him to heed your commands. Therefore, he cannot possibly be Wang Ba, who of the southern realm, no matter how one puts it. I refuse to believe it, Bai Lingxue analyzed. Well, your analysis is indeed astute, and your wisdom is commendable. You truly deserve the title of the Queen of Commerce in Xiangcheng. Zhan Feng praised Bai Lingxue with a thumbs up. When confronted by a woman, if one cannot refute her, the only recourse left is to offer compliments. Your words sound rather insincere, don't they? Not insincere. At that moment, Bai Lingxue's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, she eagerly answered. Hello, Director Liu. Yes, it is indeed regrettable that we could not converse at the last business banquet due to unforeseen circumstances. I'm glad to hear you finally have time. Wonderful. Let us meet at the Ding Tai Hotel tonight. I shall treat you to dinner. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, Bai Lingxue could hardly contain her excitement. What is the occasion that has you so elated? Zhan Feng inquired. It's all your fault. Bai Lingxue retorted. Why do you always blame me for everything? Zhan Feng replied, somewhat disgruntled. 500 billion, 500 billion. Bai Lingxue exclaimed joyfully. What 500 billion? The caller was Lu Shan, the director of Xiangcheng Bank. I intend to secure a loan of 500 billion from a bank. We were supposed to discuss it at the business banquet, but your antics delayed it. Lu Shan has now said he is available to discuss the loan. Bai Lingxue explained. I'm amazed. Every matter seems to involve me. Zhan Feng scoffed. This loan could indeed be a breakthrough. With this funding, we need not fear the pressure from the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Bai Lingxue rejoiced. Well, enjoy your glee. I'm heading downstairs. Zhan Feng rose and exited the office. While descending, Zhan Feng's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Xiao Yuandong. Hey, what is up? Zhan Feng answered the phone. Zhan Laudi, I've been wanting to share a drink with you. Xiao Yuandong cheerfully replied. If you wish to drink, then let us drink. Zhan Feng responded. All right, let us meet tonight at Ding Tai Hotel. I've invited a few good friends to introduce you to. Xiao Yuandong stated. Okay, Zhan Feng agreed. At 6 in the evening, Zhan Feng waited at the entrance of the building for Bai Lingxue to emerge. Why are you standing here instead of going home? Bai Lingxue asked, glancing at Zhan Feng. Could you give me a ride? Zhan Feng replied. I'm going to Ding Tai Hotel for dinner. I'm also going to Ding Tai Hotel for dinner. Zhan Feng responded. I have no time to waste with you here. Bai Lingxue shot him a glance. You eat your meal, I'll eat mine. We want to interfere with each other. Just give me a ride. Zhan Feng raised his hands in surrender. I'm going to discuss a loan. What business do you have accompanying me? To mooch a meal? Someone invited me for drinks. So I'm just hitching a ride since I'm too lazy to drive. Who invited you for drinks? Bai Lingxue queried. Zhan Feng was about to mention that it was Xiao Yuandong, the military head of the Dongzhou battle zone, but reconsidered, knowing Bai Lingxue would misconstrue it as boasting. A friend of mine, Zhan Feng replied. All right, but let us agree beforehand. You eat your meal, I'll eat mine. And after we get out of the car, we want to know each other? Bai Ling Shui stipulated. Understood. Zhan Feng nodded. I swear. All right, I swear. Once we exit the vehicle, you are you, and I am I. We shall not recognize each other. Zhan Feng pledged. That seems more like it, Bai Ling Shui remarked. And then they both got into the car. Upon arriving at Ding Tai Hotel, Zhan Feng and Bai Ling Shui exited the car. I'll go in first, Bai Ling Shui declared, and walked into the hotel. Zhan Feng called Xiao Yuan Dong to confirm the room number and then followed suit into the hotel. Arriving at the private room, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, apart from Xiao Yuan Dong, there were 3 middle-aged men and a vivacious young woman. It seems they have been waiting for me. Zhan Feng smiled and walked in. Come. Sit over here. Xiao Yuan Dong joyfully beckoned. Zhan Feng nodded and took a seat beside him. I'd like to introduce a few friends. This is Wang Shulin, the head of Xiangcheng City. This is Du Yun Tao, the chief of police in Xiangcheng. And this is Lu Shan, the director of Xiangcheng Bank. Xiao Yuan Dong introduced each of them to Zhan Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng silently mused that all the prominent figures from various sectors in Xiangcheng had gathered here. Of course, Xiao Yuan Dong's intentions were clear. While not explicitly stated, Zhan Feng understood this would facilitate any future endeavors he wished to pursue in Xiangcheng. One detail caught Zhan Feng's attention. Wasn't Lu Shan supposed to be dining with Bai Ling Shui to discuss the loan? Why was he here instead? However, considering Xiao Yuan Dong's invitation, it was only natural for Lu Shan to attend. Bai Ling Shui's status could not compare to that of Xiao Yuan Dong. It seemed that Bai Ling Shui's plans for discussing the loan tonight were likely to be thwarted. After the introductions, Xiao Yuan Dong proclaimed, I would like to formally introduce my sworn brother, Zhan Feng. In the future, should he require any assistance, I hope you will extend your support. Mr. Zhan, greetings. The 3 men warmly greeted Zhan Feng. Being individuals entrenched in the realm of power, they understood the weight of Xiao Yuan Dong's endorsement of Zhan Feng. Xiao Yuan Dong was in his 60s, while Zhan Feng was in his 20s. Such a significant age difference, yet they were brothers, underscoring Zhan Feng's importance. They all eagerly anticipated the opportunity to assist Zhan Feng in the future, as helping him would be akin to granting Xiao Yuan Dong a favor, whose significance was undoubtedly profound. This is my granddaughter, Xiao Yinxi. Xiao Yuan Dong introduced the young woman beside him to Zhan Feng. Chapter 43. Can I arrange 100 billion for you? Hello, brother Zhan Feng. Although you are my grandfather's sworn brother, we shall keep our matters separate, he. Xiao Yinxi giggled and greeted Zhan Feng. Hello. Zhan Feng replied with a smile and a nod. Now, as we gather tonight, the purpose is simply to get acquainted and enjoy drinks. Regardless of our statuses, let us be at ease. We are all among friends, Xiao Yuan Dong stated. Thus, they all sat together, dining, conversing, and drinking. Individuals such as Wang Shulin, Du Yun Tao, and Lu Shan, typically serious and stern in public, revealed their jovial sides in private, playfully jesting and drinking heartily, quickly forming camaraderie with Zhan Feng. As the evening progressed, Lu Shan received a phone call. After excusing himself, he exited the private room. In the corridor outside, Bai Ling Shui approached. Director Lu, where have you been? Bai Ling Shui inquired after having waited for roughly 20 minutes since arriving at the hotel and not having seen him. I sincerely apologize, Miss Bai. I had a sudden engagement with some important friends, which caused me to miss our meeting. Please do not take offense. Lu Shan responded with a hint of regret. Not at all. May we discuss the loan now? Bai Ling Shui asked. According to the qualifications of the Bai Group and Bai Ling Shui, securing a loan poses no difficulty. Thus, the proposed loan of 50 billion yuan is entirely feasible. Tomorrow, you may arrange for a dedicated individual to visit the headquarters for the application, and I shall ensure its approval, Lu Shan conveyed to Bai Ling Shui. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling Shui was elated, astonished that she had achieved her goal without exerting any effort. Thank you, President Lu, she replied. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. May I treat you to a meal as a gesture of gratitude? It would be rather awkward otherwise. Bai Ling Shui suggested. Lu Shan gestured towards the private room and explained, there are important guests inside. It is indeed not possible. Understood, perhaps another time. Bai Ling Shui nodded in agreement. With that, Lu Shan returned to the private room, while Bai Ling Shui exited the hotel. Although she did not dine with Lu Shan, her objective had been accomplished, leaving her in high spirits. On the other hand, Zhan Feng continued to drink until past 11 o'clock at night. After their revelry, Xiao Yuandong arranged for Xiao Yunxi to personally escort Zhan Feng home, seemingly intent on nurturing their relationship. Brother Zhan Feng, may we exchange contact information for future convenience? Xiao Yunxi inquired as she drove. Of course, Zhan Feng smiled and promptly shared his contact details with her. While both Xiao Yunxi and Bai Lingxue were strikingly beautiful, their styles were entirely different. Bai Lingxue epitomized the icy beauty that one could admire from afar but dare not approach, whereas Xiao Yunxi exuded a playful charm that was infectious and sweet at every moment spent in her company. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, they made their way back to the Longhu villa. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yunxi, Zhan Feng entered the villa. In the living room, Bai Lingxue was clad in a sleeping garment, while Guanning wore a sultry black camisole adorned with lace trim. The two were comfortably nestled on the sofa, enjoying sunflower seeds while watching television. Zhan Feng found himself puzzled by the close relationship between Bai Lingxue and Guanning, as he wondered how Bai Lingxue could tolerate Guanning's revealing attire in her home. Did she not fear it might tempt her husband? However, it was clear that Bai Lingxue did not concern herself with such matters. You returned quite late after your drinking spree, Guanning commented, casting a sidelong glance at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng chuckled and took a seat, remarking, well, if one drinks, one must drink heartily, unlike some who should have returned for dinner. With a playful glance at Bai Lingxue, he continued, it seems President Liu dined in his private room. So it is apparent that you did not manage to meet him. Bai Lingxue shot a glance at Zhan Feng and retorted, were you keeping tabs on me? Monitoring? Hardly. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Then how did you know I left the hotel without having dinner? Bai Lingxue asked curiously. I simply knew, but I won't disclose how. Lest you accuse me of showing off, Zhan Feng replied. No worries, you can tell me. I promise I won't call you pretentious. Bai Lingxue insisted. All right then. It was because I dined with Lu Shan last night, Zhan Feng revealed. Upon hearing this, both Bai Lingxue and Guanning cast him a scornful look, clearly skeptical of his claim. After all, Lu Shan was the president of Xianqing Bank, a figure of significant stature. How could he possibly share a table with Zhan Feng? Don't believe me? Zhan Feng asked, noting their disdainful expressions. We are not fools, and you shouldn't treat us as such, Bai Lingxue replied. If I were to say that in attendance were not only Lu Shan, but also the chief of police, Du Yuntao, and the mayor of Xianqing, Wang Shulin, would you find it even harder to believe? Zhan Feng laughed. Enough of this nonsense. Do not let a few drinks lead you to exaggerate. You might as well be claiming to have summoned a bull to the heavens. Bai Lingxue interjected. I anticipated your disbelief, yet you insisted that I share. Zhan Feng shrugged, exuding mild exasperation. What truly matters is that the loan has been secured. 50 billion. Bai Lingxue remarked with a triumphant smile. Is that sufficient? With just a word from me. Securing 100 billion would be effortless. Zhan Feng countered. Stop boasting, you always have to show off. Let me tell you, 50 billion is already a delightful surprise. 100 billion is a substantial amount, not mere paper. Bai Lingxue replied, shooting a glance at Zhan Feng. I was merely stating a fact. Should you require assistance? Do not hesitate to ask, Zhan Feng said. Please spare me your pretentiousness. It is utterly tiresome. Bai Lingxue retorted. Fine, I shall retire upstairs for some rest. Zhan Feng said, waving his hand dismissively. The following morning, in the president's office of the Bai Group, Bai Lingxue received a call from the bank employee regarding the loan approval. What? It was denied? How is that possible? Very well. I shall personally call President Liu. Bai Lingxue stated before hanging up. At that moment, her expression reflected a hint of anxiety. Would it cause Lu Shan to suddenly renege on their agreement? All parties involved were individuals of status, and words spoken were not to be taken lightly. It was inconceivable for him to withdraw without reason. Subsequently, Bai Lingxue dialed Lu Shan's number. President Liu, hello. Regarding the loan matter, I am aware it has been temporarily denied. By Xiaojia, I sincerely apologize. Lu Shan interrupted, offering no excuses. Why is that? Bai Lingxue questioned, perplexed. By Xiaojia, this 50 billion is not a trivial sum. The approval process cannot be taken lightly. Lu Shan explained. But you promised me last night. Our company urgently requires this money. Without it, our cash flow will be insufficient, and we could face significant difficulties. Bai Lingxue implored Lu Shan. I can only say that I am powerless to assist, Lu Shan replied. How about this? A temporary loan of 10 billion to alleviate the immediate crisis. Would that be acceptable? Bai Lingxue found herself compelled to seek a compromise. Even a loan of 10 billion was better than none at all. I fear that will not suffice. You will need to seek alternative solutions. Lu Shan concluded before abruptly ending the call. Staring at the disconnected line, Bai Lingxue felt a surge of anxiety. The pressure from the Fushan Chamber of Commerce was intensifying. And without an infusion of capital, her company's competitiveness and market share were at risk of being consumed by them. Just then, her phone rang again. Looking at the caller ID, she recognized it was Han Jintian, the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. The timing of his call was telling. It was likely that Lu Shan's abrupt change of heart was a maneuver orchestrated by the Fushan Chamber. With resolve, Bai Lingxue answered the call. President Fan, are you calling at this hour to revel in my misfortune? She stated bluntly. Han Jintian chuckled, responding by, Xiaojia, what an accusation. Han would never engage in such behavior. Lu Shan's cancellation of the loan must be your doing, Bai Lingxue accused. One cannot assert that. Banks possess their own judgment, and my words alone cannot sway their decisions, Han Jintian replied, his words implicitly acknowledging his influence over the bank's decision. Please, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get to the point. As president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, I would like to extend a formal invitation for you to join us once more, Han Jintian declared. I shall not be joining the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Bai Lingxue resolutely replied. Bai Lingxue did not hesitate and directly declined. Miss Bai, why must you insist on going it alone? Joining the Fushan Chamber of Commerce would create a formidable alliance, paving the way for national expansion. What era are we in to choose solitary endeavors? Han Jintian replied. Our philosophies on business development are fundamentally different, Bai Lingxue retorted. Han Jintian chuckled and said, what a profound statement about differing paths. Have you considered that without joining the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, you may find yourself devoid of avenues for growth? There is always a way out. Bai Lingxue responded. Despair is not the answer. Han Jintian sighed on the phone. Miss Bai, you must be aware of your precarious situation after losing this loan. Why maintain such stubbornness? Bai Lingxue chose not to respond and hung up the phone. Despicable. Bai Lingxue threw her phone onto the table, exclaiming in anger. Who is despicable? At that moment, Zhan Feng walked in with a cheerful demeanor. Bai Lingxue glanced at him and asked, what brings you here? Is it not permissible for a husband to come and comfort his wife when she is upset? Zhan Feng replied, spare me the banter. I'm not in the mood. Bai Lingxue snapped. What happened? Who provoked you? You did. She shot back. How could that be? Why must everything be blamed on me? Life is tough, Zhan Feng said, taking a seat on the sofa. Enough of your nonsense. Is there something you need? Bai Lingxue asked impatiently. Do you want a gift? Zhan Feng leaned back on the sofa and casually lit a cigarette. Flattery will get you nowhere. I have no interest in your gifts. Bai Lingxue rejected. You haven't even heard what it is, and you refuse? Please, what kind of good gift could you possibly offer? Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. I'm preoccupied with the loan issue. Spare me your chatter. The loan has been resolved, hasn't it? Why the sudden worry? Zhan Feng inquired curiously. I was turned down again. Why? Han Jintian, the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, is sabotaging us. It's utterly infuriating. Bai Lingxue explained. Is this 50 billion necessary? Of course. Without this 50 billion, our company's cash flow will face a crisis. The Fushan Chamber of Commerce is constantly suppressing us. Bai Lingxue replied. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me, and I will handle it effortlessly. Zhan Feng asserted confidently. Leave it to you? Just don't create more trouble. Bai Lingxue warned. Zhan Feng smiled and replied, rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. Securing a 50 billion loan is merely a matter of my word. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes at him. This is a 50 billion loan, not 500. I understand. If you wish, even 100 billion is not beyond reach. Zhan Feng said nonchalantly. Enough boasting. Bai Lingxue waved her hand. Of course, she was accustomed to his exaggerations, as Zhan Feng often spoke without restraint. Boasting? Are you not doing the same? I am not boasting. I told you last night that Lu Shan dined with me. So securing the loan is merely a matter of my word. Bai Lingxue countered. Come on, have faith in your husband's capabilities. Please, what capabilities do you possess? The ability to brag? Bai Lingxue shot him a skeptical glance. To her, there was no way she could trust Zhan Feng's words. How could he possibly convince Lu Shan to agree to the loan with just a single statement? Why not place a bet? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. A bet? Yes. Since you don't believe me, let's wager. Zhan Feng proposed. What are the stakes? Bai Lingxue intended to expose Zhan Feng's exaggerations. She had long been irritated by his constant boasting, and this was undoubtedly an opportunity to show him the reality of his situation. Zhan Feng pondered before responding. If I win, you must kiss me unconditionally. Agreed. Bai Lingxue instantly accepted without hesitation. Make sure you think this through. Once you agree, there's no backing out. Zhan Feng reminded her. I, Bai Lingxue, always keep my word. She asserted. Then it's settled. Zhan Feng smiled. And if you lose? Me? I will not lose. Cut the theatrics. Let's clarify the terms. What if you lose? If I lose, you may demand whatever you wish, Zhan Feng stated confidently. All right, if you lose. You must divorce me, and you will have to inform your father. Bai Lingxue proposed. Okay, no problem. Zhan Feng agreed. Seeing Zhan Feng's acceptance, Bai Lingxue felt a surge of joy. Finally, she could be free from him, which was one of her long-held desires. What is the time limit? Bai Lingxue inquired. To ensure you can kiss me quickly, let us say 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. Zhan Feng remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, struggling to suppress her anger and stabilize her emotions. Zhan Feng, do you find this amusing? What's wrong with me? Am I making you feel inferior by teasing you? We were having a decent conversation. Why turn it into a joke? Zhan Feng replied helplessly. You claim 10 minutes to resolve this, and you think your nonchalant attitude is conducive to a serious wager? Bai Lingxue challenged. My assertion of 10 minutes is merely a testament to my confidence. Why would you perceive it as jest? Fine, let us see how you handle this. 10 minutes, and I will start the countdown, Bai Lingxue declared, ceasing further discussion. She glanced at the time, determined to catch Zhan Feng off guard. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng calmly took out his phone and dialed Lu Shan's number. As the call connected, Lu Shan cheerfully greeted him. Brother Zhan, did you enjoy last night's revelry? Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. Zhan Feng replied with a smile. I'm calling because I need a favor. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan felt a surge of excitement, realizing that fortune had smiled upon him. Zhan Feng was a brother of Xiao Yuandong, the military chief of the Dongzhou war zone. Having Zhan Feng request assistance meant that Xiao Yuandong's backing was also at hand. Brother Zhan, between us, there is no need to hold back. If there's anything I can do, just ask, and I will help to the best of my ability. Lu Shan assured him. I would like to secure a loan of 100 billion for the Bai groups by Lingxue, if possible, Zhan Feng stated. What is your relationship with Miss Bai? We are extremely good friends, Zhan Feng replied. Ah, Miss Bai has kept her connections well hidden. Had I known of her relationship with you, this would have been a non-issue. No problem at all, Lu Shan readily agreed. How about you give her a call to inform her? Zhan Feng suggested. Absolutely, I will call her right away. Lu Shan affirmed. Thank you. Zhan Feng uttered a phrase before abruptly disconnecting the call. Are you speaking to thin air? Bai Lingxue glanced at Zhan Feng, finding his words utterly amusing. So amusing that she sometimes thought Zhan Feng possessed a certain naive charm. A loan of 500 billion upgraded to 1 trillion based solely on his few words? How could that be conceivable, even if the sun were to rise in the west? Zhan Feng could not possibly secure a loan of 1 trillion with mere trifles. Thus, Bai Lingxue harbored a certain disdain for Zhan Feng's pretentiousness. He was truly ostentatious. If there were a ranking for pretentiousness, Zhan Feng would indisputably claim the top spot, far surpassing the second place by a considerable margin. Zhan Feng, however, paid no mind. Lazily leaning back on the sofa, he spoke nonchalantly, waiting for the call to come through. Excessive words were futile. You claim I am pretentious? Well, let me assure you. Today, Zhan Certain will wear that mask with pride. Is that so? Remember, you only have 10 minutes. Bai Lingxue laughed as she remarked. I doubt it will take 10 minutes, at most 5. Zhan Feng replied. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Lingxue's phone began to ring. She looked at the incoming call, momentarily stunned, and then involuntarily lifted her gaze to the smugly grinning Zhan Feng. Could it be that Zhan Feng was not merely talking to the void, but had indeed called Lu Shan? Or was it just a coincidence? If he truly had called Lu Shan, how could he possibly hold such sway? If it were merely a coincidence, it was too fortuitous to be believable. With a questioning mindset, Bai Lingxue slowly answered the call. Miss Bai, you truly are too modest. If I had known about your relationship with Brother Zhan, I would have resolved this matter much sooner. Lu Shan's voice laughed from the other end of the line. Bai Lingxue, still recovering from her shock, realized that Lu Shan's words confirmed that Zhan Feng had indeed called him. She had initially thought Zhan Feng was just bluffing, but it turned out to be true. Mr. Zhan has spoken. I will directly approve a loan of 1 trillion for you, with the interest set at the lowest permissible under my authority. Would that be satisfactory? Lu Shan inquired. Bai Ling Xue, upon hearing Lu Shan's words, found herself momentarily speechless. Not only had Lu Shan increased her loan limit from 500 billion to 1 trillion, but he had also offered the lowest interest rate in the entirety of Xiangqing. No entrepreneur could ever hope for such treatment. At that moment, Bai Ling Xue felt as though she were in a dream. Simultaneously, her gaze shifted back to the man, lounging on the sofa, the very one she had previously looked down upon. This was all due to him. It was utterly inconceivable. Bai Ling Xue could never have anticipated this. However, it must be noted that she had indeed been outdone by Zhan Feng's display. Miss Bai, are you satisfied? Seeing Bai Ling Xue's silence, Lu Shan inquired once more. Satisfied, very satisfied, Director Lu, Bai Ling Xue quickly replied. For her, there was no room for dissatisfaction. She was entirely content, unable to utter a single word of complaint. I'm glad to hear that. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to ask without hesitation. Given your connection with Brother Zhan, I will do my utmost to assist, Lu Shan stated. Well, thank you, Director Lu. Bai Ling Xue expressed her gratitude. It is but a small matter. Let us leave it at that, Lu Shan responded. After hanging up, Bai Ling Xue's gaze turned toward Zhan Feng. Her perception of him entirely altered. Zhan Feng, meanwhile, looked at her with a smile that carried a hint of smugness. Did one phrase resolve everything? Zhan Feng remarked. As for Bai Ling Xue, she found herself at a loss for words. Previously skeptical, she now believed wholeheartedly. What baffled her was how Zhan Feng possessed such influence that Lu Shan would treat him with such deference. In this instance, it seemed that Han Jintian's prestige paled in comparison to Zhan Feng's. You win, Bai Ling Xue begrudgingly conceded. Zhan Feng triumphed splendidly, and she had no grounds for counterargument. Come here. Zhan Feng gestured towards his cheek, raising an eyebrow at Bai Ling Xue. Chapter 46 Papaya, Juice Reminder. Bai Ling Xue felt somewhat troubled upon hearing this. She had no desire to kiss Zhan Feng. Agreeing to this condition was merely predicated on her belief that he could not possibly win. Zhan Feng observed her hesitation and chuckled, saying, You wouldn't be having second thoughts, would you? Who said I would backtrack? I, Bai Ling Xue, am a woman of my word. Bai Ling Xue lifted her chin defiantly. Then let us proceed. Zhan Feng beckoned. Can we let slide for now? Bai Ling Xue inquired in a negotiating tone. Slide for now? Yes, just for the time being, how about that? Bai Ling Xue's tones softened slightly, a veiled plea to Zhan Feng. No way. Zhan Feng shook his head with a smile. TCH. Bai Ling Xue rolled her eyes. Come on, I can hardly wait. Zhan Feng urged. As for Bai Ling Xue, she felt she had no other choice. She stood up and approached Zhan Feng. How do I kiss? Bai Ling Xue stammered, lacking confidence. Just lean in and kiss. Do you expect it to blossom into something grand? I've never kissed anyone. There's always a first time for everything, and besides, we are both adults. I'm your husband, so why the hesitation? Zhan Feng remarked, noticing her reluctance. Enough with the hesitation, just do it, Zhan Feng urged, tilting his head towards Bai Ling Xue. Bai Ling Xue, unsure and hesitant, did not want to kiss, but also did not wish to appear untrustworthy. After a deep breath to steady her nerves, she closed her eyes. Why close your eyes? We're both adults, Zhan Feng retorted. Do you think everyone is like you, so brash? Bai Ling Xue shot a glance at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng, are we kissing or not? Hurry and close your eyes. Bai Ling Xue insisted. Come on, kiss me, I'll close my eyes, Zhan Feng declared, then promptly shut his eyes. As Bai Ling Xue observed Zhan Feng's closed eyelids, she slowly leaned in. Just as her lips were about to touch his cheek, she hesitated again. Up until this moment, she was still engaged in a mental struggle. After all, this was her first kiss. Although in this era, the value of a first night had diminished. The same could not be said for a first kiss, which she held in high regard. Nevertheless, a loss is a loss. She had to accept it. Gathering her courage, Bai Ling Xue pressed her lips against Zhan Feng's cheek. At that very moment, Zhan Feng seized the opportunity to open his eyes. Heh. Zhan Feng chuckled at the retreating Bai Ling Xue. You're insufferable. Who told you to open your eyes? How infuriating, Bai Ling Xue exclaimed, both annoyed and embarrassed, as she playfully hit him. If you enjoyed it, then what is the problem? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. You are quite the rogue, a true scoundrel. Bai Ling Xue scoffed. A man must have a bit of mischief. Otherwise, women want to fall for them. Zhan Feng remarked, rubbing his nose. TCH, remember. Keep our kiss under wraps. Bai Lingxue warned. To speak candidly, you often exhibit a sense of self-importance. You believe that your affection towards me is something I should take pride in. However, it holds little significance for me, Zhan Feng retorted. Regardless of whether it is worthy of boasting, it must remain a secret, Bai Lingxue stated. Understood, I am aware, Zhan Feng replied. I find it quite peculiar that your reputation seems to eclipse that of Han Jintian, Bai Lingxue inquired with utmost seriousness. Why would my reputation not surpass that of Han Jintian? Zhan Feng countered with a smile. This is utterly baffling. You have many baffling traits. Once you truly comprehend my essence, you will find yourself in awe of me, Zhan Feng declared. Puffed, Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively, admitting, I can see that I underestimated you, but that does not imply I misjudged you. It merely indicates that you possess some merit. Goodness, we have shared a kiss. It seems I have not won your heart. Winning your heart is a far-fetched notion. This is merely the fulfillment of a wager, devoid of any emotional ties. So refrain from overthinking. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes in response. Zhan Feng chuckled and replied, It appears I must persist in my efforts. I advise you to abandon such efforts. They would be futile, for I harbor no affection for a scoundrel who indiscriminately sows seeds, Bai Lingxue remarked. Zhan Feng, upon hearing her words, was taken aback, retorting, When did I ever indiscriminately sow seeds? Or have you seen evidence of this? My reputation has been tarnished by individuals like you. Whether it is true or not, you know in your heart, Bai Lingxue replied. Goodness, Zhan Feng exclaimed, somewhat exasperated, covering his face and shaking his head. It seems that first impressions are indeed crucial in a woman's eyes. I cannot fathom when I became the man who indiscriminately sows seeds in Bai Lingxue's perspective. It seems I have not been entangled with any woman ambiguously, have I? This is quite troublesome indeed. Your expression suggests I've hit the nail on the head, Bai Lingxue observed. Indeed, you have accurately discerned, and when the opportunity arises, I must scatter seeds upon you, Zhan Feng quipped. Away with you. Bai Lingxue shot Zhan Feng a glare. After all, if I enjoy scattering seeds, it would be a waste not to do so upon you. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Bai Lingxue stepped closer, pinching the flesh at Zhan Feng's waist and twisting it sharply. Do you enjoy speaking nonsense? Ouch, that hurts. Speak gentle. Will you dare to act this way again? I shall not. I shall not. I shall let you off this time. Bai Lingxue huffed, releasing him. Their playful banter inevitably led to some physical contact, and Bai Lingxue's curves inadvertently pressed against Zhan Feng. Once Bai Lingxue withdrew her hand, Zhan Feng stood up from the sofa, clearing his throat. I have something to say to you. What is it? It is far too small, not up to my standards. I suggest you drink more papaya juice. Zhan Feng pointed at Bai Lingxue's chest area, and before she could respond, he dashed out the door. You flirt, Bai Lingxue scolded, albeit with a hint of delight in her heart. For this moment, Zhan Feng had resolved her company's loan crisis. Without the loan, her company would have faced dire straits, potentially leading to bankruptcy under the pressure from the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. From another perspective, Zhan Feng had saved her company. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Lingxue's attitude toward Zhan Feng had subtly shifted. Upon exiting the office, Zhan Feng's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Xiao Yunxi, the granddaughter of Xiao Yuandong. He promptly answered the call. Brother Feng, are you busy? Chapter 47. Entering the Martial Arts Association with 888? Not busy, just at work. Zhan Feng replied. Really? You still have to work? Xiao Yunxi inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Zhan Feng chuckled, responding, I am but a mere mortal. I must work to earn my living. With your prowess, I thought you would need to work, Xiao Yunxi remarked. I am no extraordinary individual, merely an ordinary person. You are far too modest. My grandfather has spoken highly of you, Xiao Yunxi insisted. That is merely his flattery. Are you free for lunch? I have nothing to do and would like to treat you, Xiao Yunxi proposed. Sure, that works. Let us meet at the Vesa Western Restaurant. Sound good. See you then. Zhan Feng agreed. After hanging up, Zhan Feng returned to his office downstairs. He decided not to return to work in the afternoon, removing his ID badge and informing Guining of his departure. Guining glanced at Zhan Feng, asking, which girl are you off to flirt with now? The granddaughter of the East Continent War Zone's commander, Xiao Yunxi, has invited me to lunch. I will also address matters concerning Tang Yun this afternoon, Zhan Feng replied. Go on and flirt. Does she even know you? and the granddaughter of the East Continent war zone. Is your greatest pleasure merely bragging? Let me tell you, it is only because you do not regard me that you are unaware of the number of women who are infatuated with me out there. Zhan Feng asserted. You are just being conceited. I'm not conceited. All right, you're not conceited. Rather, you are a heartthrob. Guan Ning remarked, then inquired. How do you plan to deal with Tang Yen? Gradually instill in him a sense of fear regarding death. Zhan Feng replied with a smile. For Zhan Feng, eliminating Tang Yen would be a simple task. However, to do so directly would lack intrigue. Death itself is not terrifying, as it leads to oblivion. The true horror lies in the fear of death before it arrives. Allowing Tang Yen to live perpetually in the dread of death is far more entertaining, ultimately leading to his complete emotional collapse. I must warn you, Tang Yen has powerful backing. You must tread carefully, Guan Ning cautioned. Mere ants, Zhan Feng succinctly responded. Blind arrogance is not a virtue. You must discern, and this is not blind arrogance. It is a profound confidence in my own abilities. Zhan Feng replied calmly. 88. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively and exited the office. Leaving the building, Zhan Feng arrived at the Vesa Western restaurant, where he was to meet Xiao Yunxi. Brother Feng, over here. Xiao Yunxi, seated at a window-side table, waved excitedly upon seeing Zhan Feng enter. Zhan Feng smiled and approached to take a seat. You are truly handsome. Xiao Yunxi tilted her head, fluttering her beautiful eyes at Zhan Feng. Cough. Such direct flattery makes me somewhat bashful. Zhan Feng coughed lightly in response. It is not flattery. It is merely the truth. Xiao Yunxi giggled, playfully sticking out her adorable tongue. You have good taste. Zhan Feng gave Xiao Yunxi a thumbs up. What would you like to eat? Xiao Yunxi inquired. Whatever you prefer. I am open to anything. Zhan Feng replied. Very well. With that, Xiao Yunxi called over the waiter to order some food. After placing their orders, the two engaged in casual conversation. Brother Feng, there is something I would like to ask of you. Xiao Yunxi stated. With a grandfather as remarkable as yours, what could you possibly need from me? Zhan Feng chuckled in response. It is precisely because of that. I need your help, and I cannot do it without you. Speak freely. I am more than willing to assist, Zhan Feng assured her. I wish to become your disciple and learn martial arts from you, said Xiao Yunxi earnestly. I promise I won't bring you shame. Trust me. Xiao Yunxi responded with a determined expression. Do you truly wish to learn martial arts? Yes, I am eager to learn. Xiao Yunxi nodded enthusiastically. Well, it's not entirely impossible, as long as you are passionate about it. However, you must be prepared to endure hardships. Mastering martial arts is not as simple as you might think. Zhan Feng advised. No problem. I am not afraid of hardship. Then it's settled. You agree? Yes, I agree. It's just a small matter. Zhan Feng nodded. That's wonderful, master. I shall toast you with coffee instead of wine, and I bow to you as my teacher. Xiao Yunxi declared, lifting her coffee, ready to kneel before Zhan Feng. Don't do that. It's too cliched. Zhan Feng quickly waved his hand. No, a promise is a promise. Zhan Feng, feeling helpless, allowed Xiao Yunxi to perform the bowing ceremony. From now on, you will be my master. After the ceremony, Xiao Yunxi exclaimed joyfully, Please don't call me master, just address me as before. We are not that far apart in age, and I am not accustomed to being called master. Zhan Feng replied, All right, I shall heed your wishes, master. I will call you Fenga. Xiao Yunxi playfully stuck out her little tongue. Zhan Feng was quite pleased with the clever and spirited Xiao Yunxi. She possessed considerable talent and was a promising individual. Once their meal arrived, Zhan Feng and Xiao Yunxi began to eat while chatting casually. When the conversation turned to her joining the Martial Arts Association, Zhan Feng couldn't help but chuckle in surprise. You actually joined the Martial Arts Association? Yes, to be honest. Joining the association is not as beneficial as having your grandfather find a special forces master train you. That would be far better than those people in the association. Zhan Feng retorted. Fenga, are the people in the Martial Arts Association really that incompetent? Xiao Yunxi inquired curiously. Not just incompetent, but exceptionally so. They are merely a group of pretenders with flashy moves. And in actual combat, they are nothing short of a joke. Zhan Feng asserted. But the head instructor, Yang Jinbao, is quite formidable. His techniques are truly masterful. Recently, I was even looking for someone to have him personally teach me martial arts. Xiao Yunxi countered. Zhan Feng laughed lightly and replied, That's just self-aggrandizement. Especially in an organization like the Martial Arts Association, they are notorious for boasting. They talk of destiny. Yet it all boils down to profit. Is that so? But you are too naive. Everyone speaks highly of him. You should just consider it a joke. There is no need to take it seriously. Zhan Feng advised. And I paid 888 to join. Xiao Yunqi remarked, her lips pouting. Clearly, you were taken advantage of, but given your status, do they dare to exploit your money? Zhan Feng asked curiously. After all, Xiao Yunqi was the granddaughter of Xiao Yuandong, the military commander of the Eastern Continent war zone. To swindle her money would be tantamount to courting death. No one knows my identity. Xiao Yunqi shrugged. That explains it. Zhan Feng chuckled. Today, there happens to be a martial arts competition at the gym. Shall we go take a look? If it truly is inadequate, I will demand a refund, Xiao Yunqi suggested. All right, I have nothing else to do. Zhan Feng nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. In terms of acting, they are professors. In terms of skill, they are novices. After finishing their meal, Zhan Feng accompanied Xiao Yunqi to the Xiangqing Sports Center. Inside, a martial arts exchange competition was underway. Yunqi. As they entered the gym, a young man waved and ran toward them. What brings you here? He asked with a smile. Just gonna take a look. Oh, I see. The young man's expression shifted, and he turned to Zhan Feng, saying, What are you doing here? Are you asking me? Of course. Who else would I ask? The young man spoke with an air of arrogance. Zhan Feng was taken aback by the young man's attitude, as he did not recognize him. He wondered why he was being interrogated so aggressively. Nevertheless, Zhan Feng remained composed, striving to be civilized. Who are you? Zhan Feng asked calmly. Zhan Feng. You don't even know me, Bai Zihao? The young man scoffed. Oh, it's you? My apologies, I didn't remember you well. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have recognized you. Zhan Feng replied with a smile. Yunqi, he is not a good person. Stay away from him. Bai Zihao warned, turning to Xiao Yunqi. Hearing this, Xiao Yunqi glanced awkwardly at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng met her gaze, silently conveying that Bai Zihao was a complete nuisance. I understand. I want to watch the competition. Xiao Yunqi replied dismissively to Bai Zihao. You should have said you were coming. I would have picked you up. Bai Zihao insisted, his demeanor overly eager. It was evident that he had feelings for Xiao Yunqi. I apologize, but I prefer not to have unfamiliar people pick me up. Xiao Yunqi responded politely with a slight smile. Bai Zihao, you are being too distant. We are such good friends. How can you say we are unfamiliar? Indeed, we are unfamiliar. Yunqi, over here. Xiao Yunqi ignored Bai Zihao and took Zhan Feng's hand, leading him forward. Seeing this, Bai Zihao grew impatient. He shouted Zhan Feng. Let go of Yunqi's hand. Do not disrespect her. Zhan Feng turned around, chuckling, and replied, Were you hit on the head when you were born? Can't you see she took my hand willingly? That doesn't matter. Bai Zihao insisted. And who are you to say it matters? You think your opinion holds any weight? Zhan Feng replied playfully. Bai Zihao gritted his teeth in anger but couldn't say much, as he and Xiao Yunqi were merely acquaintances at best. If he were to meddle further, he would be overstepping. When they arrived at the competition area, Zhan Feng and Xiao Yunqi took their places in the viewing section. At that moment, two members of the Martial Arts Association were engaged in a fierce contest. The one in the golden Tai Chi suit is the head instructor, Yang Jinbao. Xiao Yunqi pointed out the competitor. I see. Fengo, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yunqi asked. Both are exceptionally skilled performers, akin to professors from prestigious film academies. I hold their acting abilities in high regard. Zhan Feng responded with a smile. Yunqi, does Yang Zongjiao truly have any substance? If we are speaking of acting, then he possesses none. As for martial prowess, well, he is overflowing with it. Zhan Feng remarked. Zhan Feng, how dare you slander our Yang Zongjiao? Bai Zihao, who had followed them, sharply chastised Zhan Feng upon hearing his evaluation. For Bai Zihao, this was an opportunity to confront Zhan Feng openly. Is that slander? If you claim Yang Zongjiao lacks skill, then that is indeed slander. As a member of the Martial Arts Association, I cannot allow such statements to go unchallenged. Bai Zihao stated with righteous indignation. Look, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Zhan Feng chuckled. It is worth noting that Yang Zongjiao is widely recognized as the foremost master of the Martial Arts Association. Understood, Zhan Feng replied, dismissively waving his hand. Whatever you say is correct. I refuse to engage in a debate with a fool. You must apologize to Yang Zongjiao shortly, after which you will decide your fate. Bai Zihao interjected. Zhan Feng, uninterested, chose not to respond further to Bai Zihao, feeling that engaging with him would detract from his own intellect. Seeing that Zhan Feng was ignoring him, Bai Zihao pressed on with an aggressive tone. Did you hear my words? You must apologize to Yang Zongjiao. Is this never-ending? Zhan Feng replied impatiently. You insult Yang Zongjiao and expect it to be forgotten? I assure you, that will not happen. If it weren't for the fact that you are Ling Shui's brother, I would have already slapped you. Zhan Feng cast a disdainful glance at Bai Zihao. Stop pretending to be impressive. If you do not apologize today, you will not leave this place. Bai Zihao retorted. Meanwhile, the duel on the martial arts stage had concluded, and as Zhan Feng anticipated, Yang Jinbao emerged victorious. To outsiders, it was an exhilarating match where Yang Jinbao showcased extraordinary prowess, but to Zhan Feng, it was merely a splendid performance. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Yang Jinbao descended from the stage. Yang Zongjiao, someone has insulted you. At that moment, Bai Zihao rushed forward to report to Yang Jinbao. It was him, Zhan Feng. He claimed that your recent match was merely a performance, which is a grave insult to you. Bai Zihao pointed at Zhan Feng. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinbao's expression visibly darkened, with his hands clasped behind him. He stepped forward and addressed Zhan Feng. Do you doubt my strength? Zhan Feng shook his head and replied, No, I do not doubt your strength. Coward, you just said those words, yet now, in front of Yang Zongjiao, you dare not admit it? Bai Zihao interjected from his side. Zhan Feng smiled slightly and replied, What I said was not a doubt, but a confirmation. Do you understand the distinction between doubt and confirmation? Bai Zihao was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Zhan Feng's audacity. You claim I lack true strength? Yang Jinbao's face was filled with anger, clearly displeased by Zhan Feng's remark, which felt like a public humiliation. Indeed, Zhan Feng succinctly affirmed, Fine, do not leave yet. Allow me to change my attire, and then we shall debate, so you may witness whether I possess true strength. Yang Jinbao declared, Rest assured, I will not leave, as we are still owed a refund from the Martial Arts Association. Zhan Feng chuckled. With a cold snort, Yang Jinbao turned and temporarily departed from the scene. Zhan Feng, you dare to slander Yang Zongjiao. Today, you will suffer. Bai Zihao sneered, seemingly envisioning Zhan Feng's dismal fate. Given Yang Jinbao's strength, dealing with Zhan Feng would be as effortless as handling a child. Oh, Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly, offering no further comment. About 10 minutes later, Yang Jinbao returned, having changed his attire. Meanwhile, the onlookers had mostly dispersed, leaving only the members of the Martial Arts Association. With Bai Zihao's instigation, the gathered members now regarded Zhan Feng with hostility. Brother Feng, perhaps we should leave. The situation does not bode well. Xiao Yunxi whispered to Zhan Feng, aware that inciting the crowd's anger could put them at a disadvantage. Zhan Feng smiled and replied, Do not worry. We must reclaim your tuition. The tuition is secondary. It is the principle of not swallowing this insult that matters. I do not care about the money, Xiao Yunxi said. Therefore, if you cannot swallow this insult, then do not. Zhan Feng responded. All right, Xiao Yunxi nodded in agreement. For her, there was little to fear should the situation escalate. She could simply call her grandfather, given her privileged background. Apologizatu Yang Zongjiao. Yes, hurry up and apologize to Yang Zongjiao. Do you not realize your own worth? Daring to insult him? Apologize. Apologize. As Yang Jinbao approached, Bai Zihao took the lead in demanding Zhan Feng's apology. Zhan Feng remained composed, casually lighting a cigarette, his expression betraying no sign of distress. Let's discuss this. What do you mean by saying I lack true strength? Yang Jinbao inquired, his hands clasped behind him as he fixed his gaze on Zhan Feng. It means exactly what it says. Zhan Feng replied plainly. Such arrogance. You claim I lack strength. Do you possess it instead? Yang Jinbao retorted coldly. Indeed, I possess strength. Zhan Feng smiled slightly. Are you looking down on me? Yang Jinbao preset furter. Congratulations, you are correct once more. To act so brazenly in front of the Martial Arts Association, do you not fear you will not leave here? Yang Jinbao telling it. Zhan Feng shook his head. I do not fear. Not only do I look down upon you, but I also regard the entire Martial Arts Association with disdain. The atmosphere erupted with indignation as Zhan Feng's words reverberated throughout the room, drawing angry outbursts from the crowd. You insolent brat, apologize immediately. Kneel down and apologize. Not only must you apologize, but you must bow your head. To insult our Martial Arts Association is an unforgivable sin. The crowd rallied, each person adding their voice to the chorus of accusations against Zhan Feng. Are you all so fragile? If you have the ability, feel free to challenge me. Do not merely engage in empty threats. Zhan Feng responded with a calm demeanor. You do not think your words are excessively arrogant? Yang Jinbao glared at Zhan Feng, demanding an explanation. I speak the truth. How can that be considered arrogance? I do not wish to resort to violence, but if you do not apologize quickly, I will grant you a reprieve. Yang Jinbao warned. Please do not hold back. I implore you to strike. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Yang Zongjiao, he not only insulted you, but also our entire martial arts association. Teach him a lesson and restore our honor. The crowd urged Yang Jinbao, their voices rising in fervor. Cough, cough. Zhan Feng cleared his throat, surveying the room with a smile. I assure you, it is not that I look down upon you, Yang Zongjiao. In terms of theatrics, I may not compare. But in terms of skill, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Brat, when I was unrivaled in Xiangqing, you were still in your infancy, and now you dare to boast so audaciously. Yang Jinbao retorted coldly. Unrivaled in Xiangqing? Surely, you mean you were merely performing? Zhan Feng replied with a grin. I had no intention of quarreling with you, but your repeated insolence leaves me no choice but to respond accordingly. Yang Jinbao declared. You're quite verbose. If you truly had skill, you would have acted by now, rather than engage in idle chatter. Zhan Feng shrugged with amusement. You seek death. Yang Jinbao's expression turned menacing, as if he were ready to strike. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out, Zhan Feng. The voice was powerful, echoing throughout the room. A man clad in a black leather jacket and tall boots strode towards them. As the voice resonated, Zhan Feng turned to see who it was. Oh, and who might you be? And Sha, the harbinger of your demise. With both hands tucked into his pockets and a slight smirk gracing his lips. And Sha exuded an aura of sinister delight. Oh, Zhan Feng responded nonchalantly. Step aside. I am about to teach this young man a lesson in humility. Yang Jinbao interjected, addressing in Sha. Upon hearing Yang Jinbao's remark, and Sha let out a derisive chuckle. This laughter struck Yang Jinbao, who held himself in high regard, like a blow to his dignity. Do you look down on me as well? Old fool, if you wish to keep breathing, I suggest you leave promptly. And Sha retorted with a calm, yet ominous tone. How dare you refer to our esteemed Yang Zongjiao as an old fool? You deserve to die. Yes, indeed. You should kneel and bow before our Yang Zongjiao. Kneel, bow down and pay your respects. The disciples of the Martial Arts Association began to point fingers at Sha, vociferously denouncing him. In response, Sha merely scoffed coldly. Today, I will first teach you the essence of respect, and thereafter, I shall instruct that young man on the same. Yang Jinbao glared at Sha as he spoke. Bang! However, as Yang Jinbao finished his sentence, Sha's figure blurred, and with seamless precision, he delivered a kick that sent Yang Jinbao flying. Thud! Yang Jinbao crashed to the ground, his abdomen churning violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Simultaneously, this spectacle left the entire gymnasium in stunned silence, an eerie quiet that allowed one to hear the very rhythm of their own heartbeat. Each onlooker exchanged glances, bewildered by the sight of Yang Jinbao, whom they idolized, being so easily vanquished by this individual. Moreover, it was utterly inconceivable that the formidable Yang Zongjiao had not even had the chance to react. Was Yang Zongjiao truly so ineffectual? You dare to lecture me on humility? How utterly shameless. And Sha cast a scornful glance at Yang Jinbao. All disciples of the Martial Arts Association, unite and attack. Yang Jinbao, trembling as he rose from the ground, commanded loudly. The disciples surged toward Sha. Yet he remained unfazed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. With a mere step, a tempest of force emanated from his feet, surging outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air as the disciples of the Martial Arts Association were swept off their feet, writhing in pain. In that moment, all disciples, including Yang Jinbao, were rendered docile to them, and Sha appeared as a reaper, his power monstrous in nature. For words encapsulated their feelings, utterly terrifying. Spare us, Great One. Spare us. Led by Yang Jinbao, the disciples knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, their previous bravado evaporating. In my eyes, you are all deserving of death. And Sha's voice dripped with murderous intent, the very atmosphere of the gymnasium thick with an oppressive dread. You have a grudge against him. Our quarrel is not with you. Just kill him. Yang Jinbao pointed at Zhan Feng, attempting to divert the animosity. Zhan Feng, observing Yang Jinbao's foolishness, remarked, "Do you truly believe anyone can save your lives now? It is I, you imbecile. You cannot save anything. Your strength is hardly worthy of even polishing Lord and Shah's shoes." Yang Jinbao shook at Zhan Feng. At this juncture, Yang Jinbao sought to curry favor with Shah, for the latter's strength was overwhelming, and Zhan Feng was no match for him. Furthermore, when comparing moral standings, Zhan Feng appeared to be the more benevolent of the two. In such circumstances, it is preferable to offend a good person rather than a bad one. Offending a good person may lead to leniency, while a bad person will seek revenge without mercy. This was their mindset. You are truly despicable. Zhan Feng could not suppress a chuckle. You are the despicable one. Very well, kill him. Zhan Feng urged Shah. You expect me to kill just because you command it? And Shah, however, turned his gaze to Zhan Feng. For his true target was Zhan Feng alone. If there is to be death, I must ensure you perish first. That seems unlikely. Zhan Feng shook his head. Unlikely? It appears you possess quite an abundance of confidence in your abilities. And Shah remarked, it is not confidence in my own strength, but rather disdain for yours. Zhan Feng replied with a smile. I shall not waste words with you. Tell me, do you wish for me to strike, or shall you grant yourself a swift end? And Shah inquired, his tone deceptively calm. How about I offer you a quick end instead? Zhan Feng replied with a playful grin. Huh? Do you believe your strength is sufficient? More than enough. Dispatching you will be no challenge. Dispatch me? Indeed, I shall. Tang Yin informed me of your prowess. But from my perspective, you possess only the strength of empty boasts. And Shah declared, Oh, I grant you the opportunity to end your own life. I have no desire to dirty my hands. And Shah stated. Zhan Feng regarded Shah with narrowed eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, yet remained silent. Whoosh! In the next moment, Zhan Feng, who had been standing before Shah, suddenly appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, Shah, caught off guard, fell silently to the ground. In that instant, it was evident that he had not even comprehended the manner of his demise. Humans are often too fond of their own misplaced confidence. Zhan Feng smirked, rubbing his fingers together. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The collective gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the gymnasium upon witnessing Shah's fall. All disciples of the Martial Arts Association, including Yang Jinbao and Bai Zihao, were left utterly astonished. This astonishment was unlike any they had previously experienced. It felt as though their very souls had been battered by a colossal wave. And Shah could effortlessly defeat Yang Jinbao, yet Zhan Feng could dispatch Shah in an instant. The disparity was unmistakable, reflecting on their prior insults to Zhan Feng's capabilities. The disciples wished they could bury their heads in shame. At this moment, Zhan Feng approached Yang Jinbao, standing before him. Yang Jinbao, trembling uncontrollably, could not meet Zhan Feng's gaze. What was it you just said? Zhan Feng inquired, playfully digging at his ear, his eyes fixed on Yang Jinbao. I said nothing. Yang Jinbao stammered in reply. It seems your memory is rather lacking. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Yang Jinbao pleaded, dropping to his knees before Zhan Feng. Enough of this farce. Zhan Feng waved his hand, uninterested in humiliating the now terrified Yang Jinbao. To do so would provide Zhan Feng with no sense of superiority. Let's depart. Zhan Feng instructed Xiao Yunxi. Indeed, Xiao Yunxi nodded in agreement. Wait. At that moment, Yang Jinbao called out. Oh, do you still wish to teach me a lesson? Zhan Feng tilted his head, scrutinizing Yang Jinbao. No, not all. Yang Jinbao hurriedly waved his hand and said, I wish to invite you to join the wuxia. Invite me to join the wuxia? Indeed, a fee of 888. Is that how I am to learn martial arts from you? Zhan Feng jested. Yang Jinbao, I am not adept at acting, nor do I wish to become an actor. So I shall decline your invitation to join your wuxia. Oh, and do not forget to refund her tuition. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively and then departed with Xiao Yunxi. Brother Feng, you were amazing. As they exited the gymnasium, Xiao Yunxi clasped Zhan Feng's hand, shaking it with excitement. Ahem, it was merely adequate. Zhan Feng coughed lightly, feeling rather pleased with the attention of a young admirer. I must earnestly learn martial arts from you, Xiao Yunxi declared. Then do your best. Zhan Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yunqi, Zhan Feng needed to address matters concerning Tang Yun. Subsequently, Zhan Feng called Tang Yun. Upon receiving my call and hearing my voice, do you feel particularly disappointed? He said with a chuckle once the call connected. Zhan Feng, you are still alive. The sinister voice of Tang Yun echoed through the phone. If my strength were so meager, how could I possibly hold sway over your life and death? Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhan Feng, Tang Yun hissed through clenched teeth. No need to shout. You still possess a bargaining chip for your continued existence, which at present is the assets of the Tang Group. Zhan Feng stated. What do you mean? Years ago, you acquired my father's enterprise for a mere 1 yuan. Well, I now desire it for 0. Zhan Feng articulated plainly. The Tang Group possesses assets amounting to hundreds of billions. Do you believe that is feasible? Dan Jun In Guit? Is it not feasible? Zhan Feng countered. It is impossible. Dan Jun Zipli? Zhan Feng smiled faintly and said, if that is the case, you shall have no chips left to play. Your life may not see the dawn of tomorrow. Chapter 51. The greatest joke is the weak demanding fairness. Are you threatening me? Tang Yun's voice was ominous. Yet beneath the facade, there lay an unmistakable tremor of fear. Indeed, you are quite right. You may interpret my words as a threat. Zhan Feng responded casually. However, Tang Yun ultimately lost his composure, softening his tone. Can the hundreds of billions of assets of the Tang Group secure my life? No. Zhan Feng replied. No, indeed. Your assets merely purchase you another day of life. Your ultimate fate remains unchanged, as I trust my meaning is sufficiently clear. Zhan Feng elaborated. This is not fair. Huh? Unfair? Zhan Feng chuckled softly in response. Is there any notion of fairness between us? I demand fairness. Dan Jun Ge Dao. The condition for fairness is that both parties are evenly matched. What fairness can the weak demand from the strong? Zhan Feng retorted. Since death is inevitable, why should I relinquish the hundreds of billions of assets of the Tang Group to you? Dan Jun Gao De. You are mistaken. While you are indeed doomed, your refusal to cede the Tang Group's assets does not imply that I cannot obtain them. It merely alters the order of events. Zhan Feng replied. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, Tang Yun felt utterly helpless, realizing he was entirely at Zhan Feng's mercy. Zhan Feng, I warn you should this escalate. You will not fare well. I have received your warning. Now, what is your choice? Tang Yun hesitated, wishing to confront Zhan Feng, but ultimately succumbed. He recognized that he could not afford to lose his composure or handle this matter with emotion. Money could buy him time to live, so he could only spend it to secure that time and continue to seek assistance from the esteemed Murong Gongzi in the capital. I agree to unconditionally transfer the hundreds of billions of assets of the Tang Group to you. Clever of you. So how long can I live? Your life's final chapter is set for tomorrow night. Your time is limited. Do not despair. Hasten to find someone to kill me and make your last stand. Zhan Feng advised. All right. Tang Yun coldly responded with a single word before hanging up. For Tang Yun, this marked the first occasion he had encountered such an adversary. In the Tang Group's skyscraper, in the CEO's office on the top floor, Tang Yun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the entire city of Xiangqing. He could scarcely fathom that he had sunk to such depths. To survive, he had once pushed his parents from the building. Now, in the quest for survival, he was about to hand over the Tang Group's hundreds of billions of assets to his enemy. In the business realm of Xiangqing, he was perceived as a powerhouse. Yet before Zhan Feng, he felt akin to a powerless fledgling. Lighting a cigar, he dialed the number from the capital once more. Murong Gongzi, the Dark Pact has failed. Upon connecting, Tang Yun stated, with the strength of the Dark Pact, how could it possibly fail? The somewhat surprised voice of Murong Gongzi came through the line. This Zhan Feng is far too formidable. Murong Gongzi, my time is running out. Tang Yun replied. You are my representative in Xiangqing. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. When will you arrange for someone to come? I will arrange for someone immediately. They will arrive by tonight at the latest. Rest assured this time, we shall take Zhan Feng's life. Good. Tang Yun sighed in relief upon hearing this. Then it is settled. Await the arrival. Indeed, Tang Yun acknowledged. After ending the call, Tang Yun took a puff from his cigar, staring out at the city, feeling an indescribable sense of unwillingness. At that moment, the office door swung open. Xian Lang cheerfully strolled in. Who are you? Tang Yun asked cautiously upon seeing him. Mr. Zhan's associate. Xian Lang replied. Zhan Feng. Indeed. How did you get in? Tang Yun was taken aback, silently lamenting the existence of such formidable allies surrounding Zhan Feng. The reason for Tang Yun's assessment of Tianlang as a powerhouse was quite simple. His building security was exceptionally stringent. Not even a fly could enter unnoticed. Yet, this individual had slipped in silently, demonstrating his prowess. I have not come here for idle chatter. Tianlang stepped closer. Tang Yun felt the suffocating pressure emanating from Tianlang and instinctively took a step back. Did not Zhan Feng say he would not kill me for now? Tianlang smiled and replied, Fear not. Your life can only be claimed by Mr. Zhan. No one else is worthy. With that, Tianlang tossed a collection of transfer documents onto the desk, signed the necessary documents, and from this moment forth, this place shall be irrelevant to you. Very well. Tang Yun hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement, for he had no other options. He then meticulously signed each document, taking a full 10 minutes to do so. After all, Tang Yun's enterprises were numerous, collectively valued in the hundreds of billions. The thought of willingly handing over the Tang Group's assets to his enemy filled him with immense resentment. It was merely that, resentment. He could not mount any effective resistance. After signing, Tianlang collected the documents and departed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the Tang family villa, Tang Yun sat alone in the living room, smoking a cigarette. The entire living room was shrouded in smoke. At this moment, he awaited the arrival of the skilled individual sent by Mu Rong Gongzi. The driver was already en route to pick him up for the return journey. Tang Yun felt somewhat reassured by the efficiency of Mu Rong Gongzi's operations in the capital. As a pawn placed in the business realm of Xiangqing by Mu Rong Gongzi, he had not been abandoned at this crucial moment, indicating he had not chosen the wrong ally. Approximately 20 minutes later, a Maybach slowly drove into the villa's courtyard. A man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the back seat, wiping his blood-stained hands with a damp cloth. Meanwhile, fresh crimson blood began to seep from the gap of the front driver's door. The man in the baseball cap then strode towards the villa's entrance. Upon seeing this, Tang Yun promptly rose to greet him. Mr. Tianjun, welcome to Xiangqing. The man referred to as Tianjun glanced at Tang Yun and then turned to take a seat on the sofa. Tianjun, Mu Rong Gongzi instructed me to convey a message to you, Tianjun stated. What message? You are his prized possession. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. Mu Rong Gongzi. Tang Yun replied with a smile. This is only the first half of the message. There is a second half. A second half? For the greater cause. You must be sacrificed. Tianjun added. Tang Yun was taken aback by Tianjun's words, struggling to comprehend their meaning. Mr. Tianjun, I do not quite understand what you mean. He replied, I am here to send you on your way. Tianjun stated bluntly. Isn't Mu Rong Gongzi sending you to kill Zhan Feng? Tianjun question astonits. Tianjun shook his head, explaining, Mu Rong Gongzi's intent is simple. Killing Zhan Feng is far more challenging than eliminating you. The game he plays in Xiangqing is not yet complete, so you must die first. Your survival would disrupt his plans. Is he trying to kill me to silence me? Tang Yun's lips curled in a grimace. Tianjun nodded. That is one way to interpret it. With that, a chilling aura of malice enveloped the entire living room. Tang Yun realized that any words he spoke were futile. His only option for survival was to flee. He swiftly turned and leaped toward the exit. However, as he approached the door, Tianjun's figure had already appeared before him. You cannot escape, Tianjun said calmly, arms crossed. I have fought for him. So why is he treating me this way? Tang Yun questioned while searching for an opportunity. A discarded pawn must always be removed. Otherwise, it will disrupt the entire game. Tianjun replied. Then I will fight you, Tang Yun declared, launching a punch at Tianjun, who merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the blow to breeze past him. At the same time, Tianjun lifted his foot and kicked Tang Yun in the abdomen, propelling him backward. Tang Yun fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Do not resist. It is futile, Tianjun remarked as he stepped towards Tang Yun. Helpless and unable to fight back, Tang Yun gazed at Tianjun approaching him, akin to staring into the face of death. He never imagined he would ultimately perish not at Zhan Feng's hands, but at the hands of his own benefactor. This was nothing short of a cruel joke. Slowly, Tang Yun closed his eyes, surrendering all hope of resistance and awaiting the arrival of death. Tianjun, devoid of superfluous words, raised his hand to end Tang Yun's life. Just as Tianjun was about to strike, a formidable pressure surged from behind him, striking his back. Instantly, Tianjun spun around, and a shadowy figure charged towards him, closing the distance in an instant. With a powerful fist, Tianjun retaliated. The two fists collided with a resounding thud, akin to a massive wheel rolling over the earth. Simultaneously, Tianjun was sent flying backward by the force of the impact until he crashed into the wall, barely regaining his balance. Tianlang rubbed his fist and regarded Tianjun with a playful smile. "You are Zhan Feng?" Tianjun narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning cautious. "You think you are worthy of Mr. Zhan's attention?" Tianlang scoffed. "Is it you?" Tang Yin looked at the newly arrived Tianlang, feeling a mix of surprise and relief. He had thought he was doomed tonight, but now Zhan Feng's subordinate had appeared. "Tang Yin, I have told you. Your life is to be taken only by Mr. Zhan. No one else has the right," Tianlang declared. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin was uncertain whether to feel elated or despair. The hope of survival clashed with the inevitability of his fate. Ambushing does not equate to skill, Tianjun retorted. "Gloating of Tianlong. Honestly, your strength is not much different," Tianlang replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" A glint of malice flickered in Tianjun's eyes. In the next moment, he vanished from sight. Mere seconds later, he reappeared before Tianlang with extraordinary speed, akin to lightning. Without hesitation, Tianjun unleashed a punch aimed at Tianlang's midsection. Bang! Tianlang did not flinch, meeting the blow head-on. Boom! The collision unleashed a torrent of energy that rippled outward. In an instant, Tianjun was sent soaring backward. Before Tianjun could even land, Tianlang darted forward, unleashing a barrage of punches to Tianjun's abdomen. As Tianjun fell to the ground, blood spewed from his mouth, and after a few spasms, he breathed his last. Tang Yin gasped in shock at this scene. That was incredible. He had never anticipated that Zhan Feng's subordinate would possess such overwhelming strength. Tianlang glanced at the lifeless Tianjun and then turned his attention to Tang Yin. "Remember, your life belongs to Mr. Zhan. No one, including yourself, has the authority to decide your fate." With that, Tianlang departed. At that moment, Tang Yin found himself engulfed in profound dread. It was the primal fear of humanity encoded in our genes. A fear of death that could not be dispelled merely by willpower, especially when faced with the helplessness of existence. The following day, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Xiangqing cemetery, Tang Yin faced what he believed to be the day of his reckoning. Yet, driven by humanity's instinct to survive, he clung to a flicker of hope. Zhan Feng stood before his parents' gravestone, smoking a cigarette, the smoke curling around his sharp features. At the foot of the hill, Tianlang brought the seemingly dazed Tang Yin to the gravestone. "Kneel," Tianlang urged Tang Yin, who trembled as he sank to his knees before Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing down at the kneeling Tang Yin. "Today marks the final chapter of your life. Mr. Zhan, can you spare me my life?" Tang Yin pleaded with a beseeching gaze directed at Zhan Feng. "Huh!" Zhan Feng merely chuckled in response to Tang Yin's words. "It was never my intention to slay your parents. I was compelled to do so. Your true enemies lie elsewhere," Tang Yin explained to Zhan Feng. "Oh, how so?" Zhan Feng yin guit scuting Tang Yun. "It was the esteemed young Master Murong of the capital who commanded me to act thus. Years ago, he had set his sights on a piece of land owned by your father's company. When negotiations fell through, he ordered me to eliminate your parents, and I was merely a pawn in his game. Your true adversary is young Master Murong," Tang Yin elucidated to Zhan Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng narrowed his eyes, a chilling coldness emanating from them. "Is that so? I would not dare utter a falsehood. Your subordinates can attest that the one who sought my life was indeed a person of young Master Murong, who aimed to silence me." Tang Jun Vito. Huh. Zhan Feng exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Clearly, Tang Yun's words bore the weight of truth. "Who is this young Master Murong you speak of?" Zhan Feng probed. "He is the eldest scion of the Murong family in the capital, named Murong Xiaotian. The Murong family ranks among the 4 great families of the capital, wielding immense power and influence. As for the extent of their might, I cannot say. I have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg." Tang Yin conveyed his knowledge to Zhan Feng. Chapter 53. Underestimate me? I shall make you acknowledge my worth. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng smiled with intrigue, realizing that the matter was far from over. "Mr. Zhan, please grant me my life. The one who pushed your parents to their demise was not I, but rather Murong Xiaoyin's men. Dan Jun im lot det poten. For him, there was no alternative but to plead, as this was his sole chance at survival. That alone is insufficient to spare your life. Zhan Feng shook his head firmly. Grant me an opportunity for redemption. I can assist you in avenging Murong Xiaotian. Dan Jun Ziplit. Assist me? You clearly hold me in contempt. Zhan Feng remarked with a bemused smile. Murong Xiaotian's power is formidable with my assistance. We can achieve results with far less effort. Tang Yin continued to plead, aware that this was his only justification for survival. However, Zhan Feng's refusal plunged him into despair. How could I allow my adversary to aid me? Without further ado, Zhan Feng raised his hand, and a blade of energy pierced through Tang Yun's throat, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. This, indeed, was Zhan Feng's mercy, allowing him to depart without the suffocating fear of impending death. After eliminating Tang Yun, Zhan Feng turned and knelt before a tombstone, bowing 3 times. The hatred was far from extinguished from the current circumstances. It was evident that Tang Yun was but an inconspicuous pawn, a mere piece in the chess game of Xiangqing. As for Zhan Feng, regardless of Murong Xiaotian's identity or his powerful background, this vendetta would be avenged. As night fell, Zhan Feng returned to the villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by an unexpected guest, his brother-in-law, Bai Zihao, who had previously looked down upon Zhan Feng. With a beaming smile, Bai Zihao approached Zhan Feng. Brother-in-law, you're back. Bai Zihao warmly greeted him. Zhan Feng glanced around and responded, Who are you calling? Are you referring to me? Bai Zihao, still smiling, replied, Brother-in-law, you truly have a sense of humor. I have only one sister, Lingxue, so of course, I am calling you. Oh, how rare it is for the sun to rise in the west. You actually addressed me as brother-in-law. Quite the achievement. Zhan Feng chuckled, then gestured to Bai Lingxue, who was seated on the sofa, saying, Did you hear that? He called me brother-in-law. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes from the sofa, remaining silent. She too was perplexed, wondering if Bai Zihao had banged his head against the door, especially given his unusually cordial demeanor today. Before Zhan Feng's return, Bai Zihao had arrived and incessantly addressed Zhan Feng as brother-in-law, inquiring about when he would return. This left Bai Lingxue speechless and bewildered, for she knew that Bai Zihao had not always held such an attitude toward Zhan Feng. Their first encounter nearly resulted in a confrontation had she not intervened. Brother-in-law, come. Sit down quickly. Don't just stand there. Bai Zihao urged Zhan Feng, pulling him toward the sofa. You need not be so enthusiastic. I can hardly bear it. Zhan Feng said with a hearty laugh as he took a seat. While others may not comprehend Bai Zihao's sudden change of heart, Zhan Feng was acutely aware of the reason. It was evident that his display of skill at the Martial Arts Association had left Bai Zihao in awe. Undoubtedly, Zhan Feng now appeared to him as an unparalleled master. Brother-in-law, you truly know how to jest. Being warm-hearted is only fitting. Bai Zihao replied, I recall you once remarked that I was akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, unworthy of your sister, and even less deserving of being your brother-in-law. I trust one have not misremembered. Zhan Feng scrutinized Bai Zihao. Bai Zihao awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I was young and naive back then. Now I acknowledge you as my brother-in-law, and I care not for anyone else. Aside from you, I recognize no one. Bai Zihao, has your head been kicked by a mule? Bai Lingxue interjected with a disdainful look. After all, she was well aware of Bai Zihao's previous attitude toward Zhan Feng. Had she not intervened, their first meeting would have escalated into a brawl. Sister, why are you so harsh on your brother? Bai Zihao retorted with a pout. Just tell me, don't you find your own words repugnant? Bai Lingxue challenged. Not at all. What I said was the truth, heartfelt and sincere. What is there to find repulsive? Bai Zihao insisted. Virtue. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes. Sister, I truly envy you for having such an excellent husband. Bai Zihao added. Cease your chatter. If you do not quiet down, I shall sew your mouth shut. Bai Lingxue replied. She simply could not fathom what had prompted her brother to act so strangely. Sister, you may treat me this way, but not my brother-in-law. Otherwise, I shall be the first to object. Bai Zihao declared. Must you truly push me to the point of sewing your mouth shut? Bai Lingxue glared at Bai Zihao. Virtue. Let's not discuss it further. Bai Zihao shrugged. Instead of your incessant flattery, did you not promise to leverage your connections at the Martial Arts Association to assist me in locating Nanjing Wang Bahu? Have you any news? Bai Lingxue inquired. The Martial Art Association is nothing but a bunch of useless individuals. It would be a miracle if they could find anything. Do not rely on them. Bai Zihao waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingshue's expression darkened, and she responded, "Were you not a loyal supporter of the Martial Arts Association? Have you now turned your back?" Bai Zihao chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, I have changed. I am now a loyal supporter of my brother-in-law and have withdrawn from the Martial Arts Association. Sister, I truly believe you need not seek Nanjing Wangbahu. Rather than going through all that trouble, why not just ask brother-in-law?" Bai Zihao suggested. "Ask him? Are you joking? Do you truly believe he is the sort of person who handles significant matters?" Bai Lingxue crossed her arms, incredulous. I am still here. Please be mindful of your words. Do I not appear to be someone capable of handling substantial matters?" Zhan Feng expressed his complaints. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue could not help but chuckle, responding, "Are you displeased? Has your self-esteem been wounded? I simply cannot tolerate your condescending demeanor." Zhan Feng retorted, "If you wish to be regarded with respect, you must demonstrate the abilities that warrant such regard." Bai Lingxue countered, raising her hands in surrender. "Tonight, I shall take this seriously. Are you bold enough to wager again?" Zhan Feng fixed his gaze upon Bai Lingxue. "What shall we bet on? I will ensure that Haihong freight remains safe and sound in the southern seas." Zhan Feng replied. Chapter 54. The results are in. Victory and defeat clearly defined. Are you truly serious? Bai Lingxue questioned, observing Zhan Feng's earnest expression. "Of course, I'm serious. Let me inform you that accompanying Haihong's cargo ship is a remarkably arduous and perilous endeavor. Can you endure such hardship?" Bai Lingxue cautioned. Zhan Feng chuckled, replying, "You misunderstand. I never said I would sail the high seas." "Humph." Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. "In the end, it seems you are simply too afraid. What is there to wager on? If I do not need to sail the high seas, yet can guarantee the safety of the cargo, would that not make me even more impressive?" Zhan Feng shrugged. "Coincidentally, a cargo ship is set to arrive in the southern seas tonight. If all goes well by tomorrow morning, I shall concede victory to you. Shall we wager?" Bai Lingxue proposed. "Let's wager. If I win, you must agree to initiate the divorce." Bai Lingxue declared. "No problem. If my father does not consent, I would rather end my own life than allow you to remain married." Zhan Feng laughed. "Stop with the smooth talk," Bai Lingxue exclaimed. "What smooth talk? You have never even experienced it firsthand." Zhan Feng teased. "Do you believe I would tear your mouth apart?" Bai Lingxue retorted angrily. Zhan Feng leaned forward, extending his face with a playful smirk. "Come on, I dare you." As Bai Lingxue spoke, she rose from the sofa, preparing to confront Zhan Feng. Bai Zihai, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened, saying, "Sister, this is where you are mistaken." Upon hearing Bai Zihai's words, Bai Lingxue felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him first, then Zhan Feng. "Mistaken? So now you have learned to divert your loyalty, have you?" Bai Lingxue shot back. Bai Zihai chuckled, replying, "This is not a matter of loyalty. You are my sister, and he is my brother-in-law. We are all family. Get out of the way." Bai Lingxue pushed Bai Zihai aside, turning her attention to Zhan Feng. "I realize you possess quite the charm in your persuasion. If you insist on considering my strength as a form of persuasion, then I must concede that I am indeed skilled in such tactics." Zhan Feng retorted with a grin. "You have no real strength. You are utterly incapable of resolving matters in the southern seas." Bai Lingxue scoffed. "Have I not stated that we are wagering? If I lose, I will fulfill your wish and divorce you without hesitation." Zhan Feng replied. "What do you believe you will win? Luck? Betting that there will be no pirates in the southern seas tonight?" Bai Lingxue pressed. Zhan Feng shrugged helplessly, saying, "Did I not disclose earlier? Wang Bahu of the southern region is my subordinate. Such trivial matters are easily resolved." Cough, cough. Bai Zihai cleared his throat, covering his mouth, and quietly remarked to Zhan Feng, "Brother-in-law, you are being a bit too boastful. Even I find it hard to believe your words. Get out of here." Zhan Feng playfully slapped Bai Zihai's head. Though Zhan Feng sensed Bai Zihai was somewhat agitated earlier, he found the lad amusing in conversation and action. "Honestly, no one believes you when you say that," Bai Zihai insisted, his expression earnest and anxious. "Whether you believe it or not is your concern. Brother-in-law, do not behave this way." Bai Zihai urged Zhan Feng with a playful wink. This was his way of indicating that Zhan Feng should temper his words. Moreover, this would undoubtedly benefit Zhan Feng. "You have not seen my strength?" Zhan Feng inquired of Bai Zihai. I have seen it, but compared to Wang Ba, who, you still fall short. Brother-in-law, I certainly do not mean to underestimate you. You are impressive, but Wang Ba, who is simply too formidable. Bai Zihai clarified. Zhan Feng, be good. Brother-in-law, listen to me. Bai Zihai added. Get lost, go away. Zhan Feng shot a glance at Bai Zihai and kicked him aside. Bai Zihai pouted, retreating to a corner. I do not care if you're showing off or not. I will ask you one question. Do you intend to uphold the bet? Bai Lingxue fixed her gaze on Zhan Feng. For Bai Lingxue, her objective was to divorce Zhan Feng. Therefore, she was indifferent to whether Zhan Feng was being boastful. All that mattered was that he honored his promise. I shall abide by it. Very well, we shall see the outcome by tomorrow morning. Bai Lingxue stated. Wait, I have yet to present my conditions. Speak. Last time, you lost and had to kiss me. This time, if you lose, I shall kiss you. How does that sound? Zhan Feng proposed with a playful smile. No problem. Bai Lingxue immediately agreed without hesitation. Having lost to Zhan Feng previously, she did not believe he could win again. That settles it. Zhan Feng grinned, gesturing with his hand. Just wait for the divorce. Bai Lingxue huffed, then turned and ascended the stairs. Alas, brother-in-law, you are quite unfortunate. Being married, and even the act of kissing my sister has become a luxury? Bai Zihai inquired, astonished. Get lost. You know your sister's nature better than anyone else. Zhan Feng retorted. Ah, I suppose you are right. Bai Zihai chuckled sheepishly. All right, I too shall retire for the night. Zhan Feng yawned. Wait. Bai Zihai quickly stopped Zhan Feng. What else is there? Hee. Bai Zihai grinned mischievously. Since you are my brother-in-law, and we are family, could you teach me a few martial arts moves? You wish to learn martial arts? Zhan Feng appraised Bai Zihai. Yes. Bai Zihai nodded vigorously. Let me see how you perform first. If you impress me someday, I might just teach you a thing or two. Zhan Feng patted Bai Zihai's shoulder. I cannot wait. Bai Zihai clasped his hands together, adopting a beseeching expression toward Zhan Feng. Given your demeanor, I shall await your performance. Zhan Feng waved his hand and ascended the stairs. Alas, Bai Zihai shrugged helplessly. The following morning, Zhan Feng descended the stairs and heard Bai Lingxue on the phone in the living room. What? Everything was calm last night? How can that be? You must be joking. Did the ship leave the southern seas? It did? Nothing happened at all? Hearing the news from the cargo ship, Bai Lingxue leaned back on the sofa, feeling utterly speechless, her emotions crumbling. For Bai Lingxue, she always prayed that the company's cargo ships would navigate the southern seas without incident. Yet each time, the opposite occurred, resulting in disaster. And now, she had prayed for misfortune, only for none to materialize. Bai Lingxue could not help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Zhan Feng's luck was simply extraordinary, as if fate favored him excessively. Ahem, the results are in, I presume? Zhan Feng cleared his throat and descended the stairs with a smile. Chapter 55. A Thief's Heart. Without the courage, Bai Lingxue cast a sidelong glance at Zhan Feng, her cherry lips curling into a sneer as she crossed her arms. What are you so smug about? You merely had good fortune. Zhan Feng chuckled in response, bemused. Why does everyone always attribute our strength to luck? You're just lucky. Don't argue. Bai Lingxue retorted. If that's the case, then I must be extraordinarily fortunate, and heaven must favor me greatly. You've truly struck gold by finding a husband with such good fortune. Zhan Feng teased. Regardless of strength or luck, I won, and I trust your integrity. You won't back out. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow in reply. A bet is a bet. I, Bai Lingxue, never go back on my word, she declared, lifting her chin defiantly. On this point, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Zhan Feng said, pressing his lips together before leaning closer to Bai Lingxue. Shall we fulfill our wager then? Can you not be so disgusting? Bai Lingxue leaned back, exasperated. How am I being disgusting? Just kiss me, why are you pouting? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow playfully. Hey, it's not like we've kissed before, just pucker up. You're becoming increasingly nauseating. Are you doing this on purpose? Bai Lingxue exclaimed. Rest assured, I brushed my teeth before coming downstairs. Zhan Feng smirked mischievously. That's what you get for being so cheeky, Bai Lingxue replied, then playfully kicked Zhan Feng in the abdomen. Are you trying to incapacitate your husband? Another inch and your lifelong happiness will be gone. Zhan Feng rubbed his stomach, a cold sweat trickling down his back, nearly losing his dignity. If I'm incapacitated, then you won't be able to cause trouble for others. Bai Lingxue shot back. If I cause trouble, I'll start with you. Zhan Feng countered. You want to kick me again, don't you? All right, I yield. He laughed. Hurry up and kiss me. The sooner done, the better. Bai Ling Xue urged. Oh, you seem quite eager. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. What is there to talk about? Hurry up, time waits for no one. Bai Ling Xue pushed. Then close your eyes. Oh, Bai Ling Xue complied, shutting her beautiful eyes. Zhan Feng leaned in, gazing at Bai Ling Xue's cheeks, as smooth as mutton fat, and had to admit she was truly stunning, a natural beauty. In Zhan Feng's eyes, pretty and beautiful existed on different planes. He considered beauty to be a level above mere prettiness. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and kiss. Bai Ling Xue urged as Zhan Feng hesitated. I need to admire your beauty up close a little longer. He smiled. Hurry, don't dawdle. Fine. Zhan Feng smiled and leaned in to kiss Bai Ling Xue. However, after the kiss, Bai Ling Xue exploded with frustration, for Zhan Feng had not kissed her cheek, but rather her lips. Bai Ling Xue clenched her fists. Her voice filled with despair. Is my kiss that powerful? Zhan Feng asked curiously. Zhan Feng, are you trying to die? You scoundrel, shameless lewd. Bai Ling Xue scolded. Miss Bai, what is wrong with your brain? Zhan Feng said, bewildered by her reaction. Bai Ling Xue, infuriated, stomped her feet, her eyes glistening with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Who told you to kiss my lips? You didn't say I couldn't kiss your lips, did you? Zhan Feng shrugged. Shameless, shameless, shameless. Bai Ling Xue's expression was one of fury, as if she wanted to tear Zhan Feng apart. Bai Ling Xue truly cared, for her first kiss had been taken away in such a manner, given to a scoundrel without any lovely memories attached. A bet is a bet. I never agreed to let you kiss my lips. That was my first kiss. Bai Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. You are my wife. Your first kiss should naturally belong to me. Would you rather save it for someone else? Zhan Feng retorted. I am not your wife in the truest sense. Bai Ling Xue said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhan Feng, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. Are you really that upset? He asked. Shameless. Bai Ling Xue turned away, crying as she wiped her tears. Zhan Feng scratched his head, feeling at a loss. It was the first time he had seen her cry. Unsure of how to comfort her, he blurted out, Stop crying. I'll learn my lesson this time. When I want your first time, I will definitely seek your consent. His words had an immediate effect. Bai Ling Xue's crying stopped abruptly, as if someone had pressed a mute button. She turned to glare at Zhan Feng, her anger palpable. So, you've been thinking about my first time all along, you scoundrel? Zhan Feng froze at her accusation. Scoundrel, Bai Ling Xue repeated. Call me what you will. You already have a poor impression of me, so it can't get much worse. As long as you're not crying, that's what matters. Zhan Feng replied. Oomph. Bai Ling Xue huffed again. Come on, give me a smile. I prefer to see you happy. Zhan Feng teased. Smile at you? Not a chance. Bai Ling Xue shot him a glance. Are you still angry? Is it worth getting angry with me? I'd be dead from rage. Bai Ling Xue said. As long as you're not angry, that's fine. Zhan Feng smiled. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I need to get ready for work. Bai Ling Xue stood up and went to wash up. While Bai Ling Xue was washing up, Guanning descended the stairs. As usual, she wore a black lace camisole, with nothing underneath. Don't ask how Zhan Feng knew. It was evident when she bent over. Each time he saw her, his blood surged. Such a captivating figure swaying before him was irresistible. Zhan Feng couldn't tell if Guanning did this on purpose, but she always walked with a sway, making him want to give her a playful slap. He loved the sound of his palm meeting her behind. It was utterly delightful. Smack! When Guanning swayed her hips in front of Zhan Feng, he couldn't resist giving her a playful slap. Are you trying to kill me? Guanning glared at him. Who told you to flaunt yourself in front of me? You deserved it. Zhan Feng chuckled. Go ahead. Sleep with me if you're so bold. You have the heart of a thief, but lack the courage. Cool, Ning Talinget. Just wait. One day I will. Zhan Feng replied. Don't wait too long. If you're capable, do it now. Guanning Desit. Chapter 56. Bodyguard? The Four Great Kings? No. Saying that now could lead to a marital crisis. Zhan Feng shook his head. You're just making excuses. You simply lack the guts. Guanning Provoked. That tactic won't work on me. No matter what you say about my manhood or cowardice, it doesn't affect me at all. Zhan Feng laughed. You, Guanning Botet Angridi. But if you keep acting so shamelessly in front of me, I'll definitely take advantage of you. Also, could you wear something underneath? When you bend over, it's quite distracting. Zhan Feng suggested. Go away. If it distracts you, don't look. You're taking advantage and then acting innocent. Guanning cast a disdainful glance at Zhan Feng before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The three of them had a simple meal, tidied up, and then left the villa. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met by four imposing figures clad in Zhongshan suits, standing straight and tall on either side. What is going on here? Zhan Feng inquired, puzzled. These are the newly hired bodyguards, the four great kings of Longmen and Xiangqing, renowned for their exceptional strength. Bai Lingxue proudly introduced them to Zhan Feng. Why do you need bodyguard when I am here? Zhan Feng retorted. Precisely to guard against you. Bai Lingxue replied with a light snort. Zhan Feng was left speechless, responding, What? Guard against me? Indeed. What on earth are you guarding against me for? Zhan Feng questioned. Bewildered. After the last incident, I must take precautions. Who knows what your intentions might be? As they say, one must always be wary of others. Bai Lingxue explained. Zhan Feng, you're speaking nonsense. He sighed and shook his head. President Bai, please get in the car. At that moment, one of the leading men opened the car door and addressed Bai Lingxue. Shuebiao, this is Zhan Feng. Bai Lingxue briefly introduced Zhan Feng to the head of the bodyguards. Understood. Shuebiao nodded. Then, Bai Lingxue entered the car. As Zhan Feng attempted to follow, Shuebiao blocked his path with an outstretched hand. What is this about? Zhan Feng asked, taken aback. You are not worthy of this vehicle. Go to the one at the back. Shuebiao said arrogantly, looking down on Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng chuckled and replied, My friend, can we choose our words more appropriately? Are you sensitive? Shuebiao asked. Yes, very sensitive. I cannot tolerate provocations, especially from those who do not speak properly. Zhan Feng responded. Shall we have a contest then? Shuebiao challenged. No, I would dare. You are the four great kings of Longmen, hired at a hefty price by President Bai. I wouldn't dream of it. Zhan Feng laughed. Good, that's better. Just so you know, in our eyes, apart from President Bai, no one else holds any significance, understand? Shuebiao stated with pride. Understood. I'll head to the back. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively and ignored Shuebiao, proceeding to the rear vehicle. Ultimately, Zhan Feng found it unnecessary to engage in trivial disputes, as they held no value. Shuebiao was merely a typical sycophant, attempting to showcase his prowess in front of the boss to justify the expense. As the vehicle drove away towards the company, Zhan Feng, while smoking, asked Guanning, Do you think President Bai has some issues? Be careful speaking ill of President Bai. She might retaliate. Cool, Ningrippliet. You dare to seduce President Bai's husband. Do you think I'd be afraid of saying something negative? Zhan Feng chuckled. Speak nicely. What do you mean by seducing? I prefer to call it repurposing waste. Cool, Ningretorted. Excuse me, who are you calling waste? After all this time, you two are all talk and no action. From another perspective, aren't you the waste? Guanning lightly scoffed. Zhan Feng shot her a glance, remarking, You just told me to speak nicely, yet your words are the most unpleasant. Of course, in the midst of their banter, Zhan Feng had one hand on the steering wheel while the other rested on Guanning's leg, clad in black stockings. Guanning exuded a mature and sensual charm. Her black stockings paired with her alluring figure and sophisticated demeanor made it quite difficult for Zhan Feng to keep his hands to himself. Can you keep your hands to yourself? Guanning shot Zhan Feng a glare. With that outfit, it's hard to be restrained. Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. At this rate, you'll ruin my stockings. Cool, Ning protested. If you like it so much, buy me new ones. Zhan Feng joked. Then I'll just focus on the upper part. Go away. Guanning swatted Zhan Feng's hand away. As they continued their light-hearted banter, they arrived at the company. After exiting the vehicle, Guanning straightened her slightly disheveled outfit, cast another glance at Zhan Feng, and then walked into the building alongside Bai Lingxue. Sister Ning, how is the seduction plan for Zhan Feng progressing? Bai Lingxue asked. No progress whatsoever. Guanning shook her head. With your allure, how can he possibly resist? Has he made any accidental advances? Bai Lingxue inquired further. No. He shows no interest in me at all. Being with him feels like being with any other man. Guanning hesitated before omitting Zhan Feng's more inappropriate behaviors. It's quite strange. How can he be so proper? Bai Lingxue pondered. Who knows? Perhaps, as you suggested. He.s. just pretending. Cool, Ningripriet. Sister Ning, you need to put in more effort. Bai Lingxue encouraged. I will try. Cool, Ning Smilet. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng parked the car, lit a cigarette, and headed towards the company entrance. Halt! Just as he reached the door, the four great kings of Longmen blocked his way. What's the matter? Zhan Feng asked. Put out that cigarette. Shuebiao commanded. Why? Smoking is not allowed in the company. Shuebiao responded. Hearing this, Zhan Feng chuckled and remarked, "Do you know your role? You are merely a bodyguard. Don't you think you're overstepping? And if I am?" Shui Biao challenged. "I see you're deliberately seeking trouble, aren't you? If you wish to interpret it that way, so be it. Hurry up and extinguish that cigarette. And if I refuse?" Zhan Feng surveyed Shui Biao. "If you don't, you won't be allowed into this building, where you can finish your smoke first." Shui Biao replied, "Fine, I'll finish it before going in. There's no rush." Zhan Feng laughed and stepped aside to smoke. "What a coward," Shui Biao muttered, realizing his provocations were futile before entering the building. Chapter 57. A bodyguard worth 10 million? Is there money to burn? After finishing his cigarette outside the building, Zhan Feng finally entered the company. He ascended to Bai Ling Xue's office, where he complained in annoyance. "Can you tell that Shui Biao to stop targeting me?" Bai Ling Xue chuckled, responding with satisfaction. "Someone needs to keep you in check, so you don't get too cocky." Zhan Feng shrugged and said, "The problem is, with his pathetic demeanor, he cannot possibly handle me. If he can't handle you, then why mention it? He.S. not your subordinate. So dealing with him would be like slapping your own face, which wouldn't be good. Just tell him not to keep picking on me. Otherwise, next time, I'll have to return the favor." Zhan Feng insisted. "If you're scared, just admit it. Don't make up such ridiculous excuses." Bai Ling Xue scoffed. "I'm not scared at all," Zhan Feng replied, exasperated. "Given your personality, if he provokes you and you aren't afraid of him, can you remain calm? I've already said, he's your man. Dealing with him is like slapping your own face, which isn't ideal, especially since you're my legally recognized wife." Zhan Feng stated. "Come on, Shui Biao is the leader of the 4 great kings of Longmen. With your little strength, you're like a child in front of him." Bai Ling Xue countered. Sigh. Zhan Feng shook his head, unsure what else to say. "Do not be disheartened. I'm not you. I possess no inclination for self-aggrandizement. The annual salaries of those 4 individuals amount to an astounding 10 million. Bai Ling Xue proclaimed. "What? What did you say? How much?" Zhan Feng inquired, astonished. 10 million. Rest assured, it is undoubtedly worth it." Bai Ling Xue replied with pride. "Such a waste of 10 million. To be frank, their capabilities are merely at the rookie level." Zhan Feng retorted. "Enough. Jealousy renders one unattractive." Bai Ling Xue waved her hand dismissively. "Fine, I admit my jealousy." Zhan Feng responded. "What do you mean by I admit my jealousy?" "You are inherently envious." Humph. Bai Ling Xue scoffed lightly. "Honestly, I can hardly fathom your reasoning for hiring 4 novices at such a cost. It is an affront to your intelligence. Do you comprehend?" Zhan Feng replied. "Bai Ling Xue, why must you be so obstinate? Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Must they be inferior to you for your satisfaction?" Bai Ling Xue questioned, her expression one of confusion. "Tonight, President Han Jintian of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce has invited me to dinner. It is safe to presume it will be a banquet of intrigue. I intend to bring Shui Biao and his 3 companions along. You should accompany us as well, so you can witness true authority and see how Han Jintian dares to confront me." Bai Ling Xue explained to Zhan Feng. "Excellent. This is precisely an opportunity to test one's intellect. Do not be dismayed by your own limitations when we go out with Shui Biao. It will only lead to embarrassment." Zhan Feng chuckled. "Jealousy, continue to be envious." Bai Ling Xue shrugged, categorizing all of Zhan Feng's words and actions as mere jealousy. "Yes, I am envious." Zhan Feng waved his hand and departed the office. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, Zhan Feng, accompanied by Ling Xue and the 4 stalwarts to the appointment at the Dizun Private Club. The owner of this establishment was none other than Yi Tian, whom Zhan Feng had previously dealt with. Following Zhuolong's warning, Yi Tian had not dared to trouble Zhan Feng again. In fact, he was keenly aware of Zhan Feng's terrifying reputation, not only in terms of strength, but also in connections. Upon arriving at the club, President Han Jintian of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce had already arrived and was waiting in the private room. "Mr. Bai, please take a seat." Han Jintian smiled as Bai Ling Xue entered the room and gestured towards the dining table. Next to Han Jintian sat 2 individuals, an elderly man clad in Tai Chi attire and a young man with black frame glasses. Bai Ling Xue, deserving of her title as the queen of the business world, maintained her composure and nodded lightly before taking a seat. Zhan Feng and the 4 stalwarts stood behind Bai Ling Xue. "It is quite rare to be invited to dinner by President Han." Bai Ling Xue remarked with a faint smile as she sat down. "Just a simple meal, yet you seem to have brought quite an entourage. The atmosphere feels somewhat tense." Han Jintian observed, glancing at Zhan Feng and the others before managing a smile. Tense? Not at all. Bai Lingxue shrugged, appearing quite relaxed. Indeed, your status must be rather extraordinary now, given the number of bodyguards you bring along. Han Jintian's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Of course, the high-ranking individuals did not express their sarcasm as blatantly as those of lower status. Typically, only the less astute would fail to recognize the subtlety. Yes, nowadays, it is easy to guard against outright villains, but the cunning are far more difficult to detect. It is a necessary precaution. Bai Lingxue smiled, delivering a high-level rebuttal. Han Jintian's eyes twinkled as he laughed jovially, then continued, I invited you tonight purely for a meal and casual conversation. I believe it is best to speak directly, so we can save time. Then let us chat while we dine. Bai Lingxue replied, Mr. Liu from the bank has approved your loan application for 100 billion. It seems Miss Bai has some formidable support behind her. Han Jintian remarked, picking up his chopsticks. Bai Lingxue smiled. She was well aware that the so-called support came from Zhan Feng. However, to outsiders, securing a 100 billion loan was indeed an impressive feat, quite satisfactory. Bai Lingxue offered succinctly, May I inquire who your benefactor is? Han Jintian asked. Regrettably, I cannot divulge that information, Bai Lingxue replied with a smile, intentionally leaving the matter ambiguous. Leading Han Jintian to believe that she had influential backing was advantageous, as it would instill a degree of caution in his dealings. It appears that Miss Bai wishes to retain some of her strength, Han Jintian noted. Indeed, one cannot reveal all their cards at once, Bai Lingxue replied. However, Han Jintian paused, lighting a cigarette. I wish to convey to you that even if you do have powerful allies, they cannot rival the entirety of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. We do not live in an era of solitary struggle. It is a time for collaboration and mutual benefit. I trust you understand this principle better than I. Indeed, you speak wisely. It is a time for collaboration and mutual benefit. But the choice of partners is of utmost importance. Bai Lingxue replied with a gentle smile. Miss Bai, I extend to you a formal invitation to join the Fushan Chamber of Commerce and embark on a grand enterprise together. Han Jintian proposed, but as he then found, I advise you to abandon this notion. It is simply impossible. Bai Lingxue shook her head in refusal. So you are truly intent on opposing me and the Fushan Chamber? You misunderstand. I am merely a businesswoman, unwilling to make enemies, yet unafraid of any adversary. Bai Lingxue stated. Han Jintian chuckled coldly, then subtly gestured to the elderly man in Tai Chi attire. The old man immediately understood and raised his wine glass. Miss Bai, I have only heard of your reputation before. Today, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I toast to you. Bai Lingxue shook her head in refusal. I apologize. I am not feeling well tonight and cannot drink. Miss Bai, this is Master Wu, a grandmaster of the Mantis Fist, an ancient martial arts expert. Do you not wish to honor him? Han Jintian observed Bai Lingxue. Our Miss Bai will extend her respect if she desires. If not, she need not. What is the point of this pretense of grandeur? It is merely a show, Xue Biao interjected, standing behind Bai Lingxue and boldly addressing Master Wu and Han Jintian. You are merely a dog at Miss Bai's side. Do you even have the right to speak? Master Wu retorted, fixing his gaze on Xue Biao. I may be a dog beside Miss Bai, but you are nothing more than an old dog at Han Jintian's side. Xue Biao shot back. Huh. Master Wu's smile was devoid of warmth. You claim to be a grandmaster of the Mantis Fist. Do you dare to compete with me tonight? Zhan Feng, overhearing this, pulled Xue Biao aside, cautioning him. This old fellow is quite capable. Do not engage him in a contest. You cannot defeat him, and it would only bring disgrace to Lingxue. Xue Biao turned to glare at Zhan Feng. What nonsense are you spouting? Get lost. For Xue Biao, this was a deliberate provocation directed at Master Wu, as he believed it would allow him to display his prowess before Bai Lingxue. Do you truly believe your skills are sufficient to contend with him? Zhan Feng pressed. Get lost. 10 of him would not be my match. Xue Biao asserted. Quickly. Dissuade him. He cannot win. Zhan Feng urged Bai Lingxue. Bai Lingxue shot a glance at Zhan Feng, clearly displeased with his undermining of her associate's confidence. Now is not the time for internal conflict. Bai Lingxue declared. I am not causing any internal strife. I understand your disdain for Xue Biao. Yet this has little relevance to the matter at hand. My concern lies with you. Xue Biao symbolizes your reputation, and his humiliation reflects poorly upon you, Zhan Feng remarked. Your inadequacy does not imply others are incapable, Bai Lingxue retorted, casting Zhan Feng a look that admonished him to silence. Zhan Feng shrugged, choosing not to press further. If he enjoys being humiliated, then let it be. After all, the embarrassment is not his to bear. Miss Bai, I advise you to manage your subordinates more effectively. Otherwise, they may bring you shame when out in public. Master Wu replied. Is that so? Bai Lingxue chuckled. I beg to differ. It appeared that Bai Lingxue's words carried a hint of defiance, prompting Master Wu to scrutinize her. Why should I concede? She responded with a lightness that belied the tension. To speak candidly, in the realm of business, you undoubtedly command respect. No one questions your competence. However, in martial arts, you remain a mere novice, Master Wu stated. Bai Lingxue, steadfast in her belief in Xue Biao's prowess, felt this was an opportune moment to assert her strength. She intended to convey to Han Jintian that she harbored no fear, whether in commerce or combat. I may lack martial skills, but my bodyguard is well versed in them. Master Wu's reluctance to engage would not be merely a facade, would it? Bai Lingxue replied. Very well, let us engage in a contest. Otherwise, dining together could become rather mundane. Consider it a form of entertainment. Master Wu proposed. Come fort. Xue Biao smirked, stepping toward Master Wu. The latter remained seated, showing no inclination to rise. Are you hesitant? If you are, apologize to Miss Bai, and I might let you off the hook, Xue Biao taunted. Huh? Why should I rise to greet someone of your caliber? You are not worthy, Master Wu replied coolly. Xue Biao, incensed by this dismissal, charged at Master Wu like a ferocious tiger, swinging a powerful punch. Yet, Master Wu remained unfazed. As Xue Biao's fist approached, Master Wu's fingers formed a defensive stance, effectively neutralizing the force of Xue Biao's attack. With a swift motion, he twisted Xue Biao's wrist, resulting in a sharp crack as it broke. Almost immediately, Master Wu delivered a precise strike to Xue Biao's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Miss Bai, safety is no trivial matter. You cannot afford to cut corners on security. Spending merely tens of thousands on a bodyguard is beneath your stature, Master Wu remarked, turning to Bai Lingxue. Hearing this, Bai Lingxue felt a pang of embarrassment, especially given that Xue Biao, one of the four great kings, was not a mere bodyguard but a highly paid protector. I told you so. This was bound to happen. You should have heeded my advice, Zhan Feng shrugged, addressing Bai Lingxue. What good is it to say that now? Bai Lingxue replied, her expression sour. You didn't listen before, Zhan Feng continued. Enough of this. It is pointless to dwell on it now. Fear not, for I am here to turn the tide, Zhan Feng added with a smile. Oh, please, Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. I would rather not depend on your assistance. Xue Biao wiped the blood from his mouth and disdainfully addressed Zhan Feng. How audacious of you to speak. Zhan Feng shot back with a grin. Why should I not speak? If I were in your position, I would be silent in my shame. Humph, if it were you, you would be lying on the ground, unable to rise. Xue Biao sneered. Are you certain of that? Just because you failed doesn't mean I would, Zhan Feng retorted. Indeed, you are merely overestimating your abilities. Xue Biao scoffed. From our first encounter, you have shown nothing but contempt. Out of respect for Lingxue, I refrained from responding, but I could have easily dealt with you. Zhan Feng explained. In this setting, your words only serve to humiliate yourself, Xue Biao shot back. Humiliate? It seems the one embarrassed here is you. Zhan Feng replied with amusement. That is far preferable to your cowardly stance at the back, merely offering snide remarks, Xue Biao countered. Tonight, I shall demonstrate what true strength is, Zhan Feng declared. What do you intend to do? You have embarrassed Miss Bai. It is my duty to rectify that. Zhan Feng asserted. I believe you have lost your mind. If I cannot defeat him, how could you? Xue Biao derided. Just because you cannot does not imply I am incapable. Zhan Feng argued. Huh. Your bravado reveals your lack of understanding, Xue Biao sneered. Step aside and observe. Learn something. Zhan Feng gestured. Miss Bai, we cannot allow him to fight. It is one thing to risk injury, but to further disgrace you is far worse. Besides, should we provoke him, our exit tonight may be compromised, Xue Biao whispered to Bai Lingxue. Bai Lingxue considered his words with a measure of agreement. Firstly, she did not believe Zhan Feng could best master Wu. Secondly, provoking an opponent could indeed complicate their situation. After all, tonight was a pivotal gathering. Zhan Feng, we are leaving, Bai Lingxue announced, rising. Are we no longer concerned with regaining our dignity? Zhan Feng queried. Dignity is hardly worth risking your life for. Bai Lingxue shot him a look that communicated her frustration. Trust me, Zhan Feng urged. Trust you? You are only escalating the situation. Xue Biao scolded Zhan Feng. With a swift motion, Zhan Feng struck Xue Biao across the face, leaving him dazed. Silence. You believe yourself capable now that I am injured? Where was your bravado when I was unscathed? Xue Biao seethed. Previously, I had no desire to engage with you. Your incessant whining now is quite irksome. Do you understand? Zhan Feng responded. You only bully the weak. Enough of this. We are leaving. Bai Lingxue declared, making for the exit. Stop, Master Wu called out, halting Bai Lingxue in her tracks. Internally, she lamented this turn of events. As Xue Biao had predicted, their adversaries would not relent easily. Miss Bai, fear not. I will ensure your safety, Xue Biao assured her before turning to Master Wu, bowing in respect. Master Wu, you truly embody the essence of a grandmaster. I greatly admire your strength. You have won this contest. I kindly ask that we be allowed to depart, for this was merely a friendly exchange. Are you imploring me? Master Wu mused with a smile. Indeed, I beseech you, Xue Biao replied. What makes you think you are worthy of my consideration? You are not fit to seek my favor. Let Miss Bai be the one to plead, Master Wu declared. At this moment, Bai Lingxue felt utterly humiliated, realizing she had underestimated Han Jintian. Simultaneously, she understood that it was absolutely impossible to plead with Master Wu for their release. Otherwise, news of this incident would spread, and she would become the laughingstock of the commercial world in Xianqing. She turned to Han Jintian and inquired, President Han, what does Master Wu mean by this? Han Sintian, puffing on a cigarette, replied with a smile, This is his personal choice. I have no power over it. He is someone you summoned. Indeed, I called him. But Master Wu is not my subordinate. He is merely my friend and does not heed my commands, Han Jintian responded. There is no need to argue with him. Come, sit down. I will help you regain your dignity. Zhan Feng beckoned to Bai Lingxue. What dignity can you recover? Do you truly consider yourself significant? Xue Biao retorted angrily. Your mouth is still intact, yet you wish to be struck again? Zhan Feng shot a glance at Xue Biao. President Bai, feel free to leave. The four of us will ensure your safety. Xue Biao declared with utmost conviction. What are you four capable of? Do you not realize your own limitations? Zhan Feng remarked. You can go away. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively and then looked at Bai Lingxue. Sit down peacefully. I will secure your face tonight. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue glanced at Zhan Feng, about to speak, but he interrupted her. Trust me just this once, okay? After a moment of hesitation, Bai Lingxue chose not to argue further and sat down. Naturally, she had no better alternatives. Xue Biao, on the side, was growing increasingly anxious. President, you cannot listen to him. Your safety is paramount. None of us can match Master Wu, let alone him. He is merely putting on a show. Stop talking. Bai Lingxue instructed Xue Biao. She held no hopes for the abilities of the four of them. Previously, when Zhan Feng said that Xue Biao and his companions had no real skills and that 1,000,000 was wasted, she thought Zhan Feng was merely envious. However, tonight's events had proven that indeed, the 1,000,000 was squandered. Young man, are you certain you wish to challenge me? Master Wu inquired, directing his gaze at Zhan Feng. Let us give it a try. If you want to let us leave, then we want to leave. I must reclaim my dignity tonight, Zhan Feng replied with a smile. Do you believe you can reclaim it? Master Wu scoffed. It should not be an issue. Zhan Feng answered nonchalantly. That is mere overestimation, in my eyes. You lack the qualifications to compete with me. Master Wu retorted with a cold snort. Zhan Feng remained silent, merely twisting his wrist, unleashing a wave of energy that sent the chopsticks on the table flying towards Master Wu. Master Wu swiftly turned his head, and the chopsticks pierced the wall behind him. Witnessing this, Master Wu's aged eyes widened in surprise. Clearly, the individual before him was far from an insignificant character. While not boasting extraordinary strength, he was certainly several hundred times more formidable than Xue Biao. Now, do I have the qualifications to compete with you? Zhan Feng assessed Master Wu. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. Master Wu rose, realizing he could not afford to be careless in the face of such an opponent. Should he let his guard down, he might very well find himself defeated. With a swift motion, Master Wu launched an attack on Zhan Feng, moving with resilience and precision, his arms positioned like a mantis ready to strike. Zhan Feng remained stationary, then firmly planted his foot. A powerful wave of energy surged from beneath him, rushing toward the advancing Master Wu. Before Master Wu could close the distance, he was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Weaker than I anticipated. This is rather dull, Zhan Feng remarked, casually lighting a cigarette and shaking his head. Everyone in the room, apart from Zhan Feng, was left in shock at the sight, especially Xue Biao and his three companions, who could not fathom Zhan Feng's prowess in effortlessly dispatching Master Wu. Reflecting on their earlier bravado towards Zhan Feng, they realized how absurd their actions had been. Zhan Feng's avoidance of confrontation was not out of fear, but rather indifference. Bai Lingxue, too, felt astonished. She knew Zhan Feng possessed some skill, but not to the extent of being able to defeat Master Wu. The unfavorable situation that had once loomed over her was instantly reversed. So, have I regained my dignity? Zhan Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke and smiled at Bai Lingxue. Indeed, Bai Lingxue nodded in agreement, recognizing Zhan Feng's impressive performance and re-evaluating her opinion of him. We can leave now, Zhan Feng stated. Let us go. Bai Lingxue stood up and began to walk out. Halt! Han Jintian called out, not addressing Bai Lingxue, but rather Zhan Feng, as he greatly admired his strength. But as he then fan, if you persist, you will only embarrass yourself. Bai Lingxue turned back to Han Jintian. I was not calling you, but this young man, Han Sen Tian Smilit. Looking at Zhan Feng. Young man, I offer you an annual salary of 100 million to work by my side. 100 million? Truly? Zhan Feng chuckled. Bai Lingxue, upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, cast him a glance, pondering whether he might be tempted by such an offer. You are worth that price. What do you think? Join me, and your future will be limitless. Han Sen Tian replied. I'm not fond of money. I have no interest in wealth. Zhan Feng remarked with a smile. Perhaps you could propose a different figure. I will certainly meet your demands. Han Sen Tian suggested. But as he then fan, it is rather inappropriate for you to attempt to poach my ally in front of me. Bai Lingxue expressed her displeasure toward Han Jintian. Your attitude towards him has not been particularly favorable. I am merely recognizing talent. Han Sen Tian countered. He indeed valued talent, offering an annual salary of over 100 million. A pinnacle in the bodyguard industry. Zhan Feng glanced at Bai Lingxue with a smile. Bai Lingxue glared at Zhan Feng, signaling him not to agree. After all, you do not care for me. You surely wouldn't mind letting me go? Zhan Feng replied. Han Jintian, upon hearing Zhan Feng's words, became increasingly excited, sensing a potential opportunity. Come with me, and I will undoubtedly treat you well. Zhan Feng, you dare? Bai Lingxue's words were forced through gritted teeth, as if to imply that if Zhan Feng were to agree, she would not let him off easily. Then say it. I care for you, and I cannot do without you. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow with a smile. That is impossible. Bai Lingxue firmly rejected. Oh, Zhan Feng casually responded. Then turned to Han Jintian, regarding your proposed salary, I find it quite. Zhan Feng, Bai Lingxue interrupted. Will you say it or not? All right, I will say it. I care for you, and I cannot do without you. Bai Lingxue reluctantly complied with Zhan Feng's wishes. Now, that is more like it. Zhan Feng smiled with satisfaction. I can increase your salary further. Han Jintian added, don't just increase the salary, even if you offered all your assets. I would not be interested. I merely sought for President Bai to express something I long to hear. Zhan Feng replied to Han Jintian. Han Jintian. Can a mere compliment from her truly equate to a salary of billions? Han Jintian was left speechless. Not only could that salary not be compared, but even your entire wealth pales in significance. Zhan Feng remarked. Han Jintian, let us go. Bai Lingxue stated before departing. At the Long Hu Tian Jingshan Villa, upon returning home, Zhan Feng reclined on the sofa. Now you understand the importance of your husband, don't you? It's just that you don't care for me, while others find me invaluable. Stop being so smug. Bai Lingxue cast a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Zhan Feng. Go, pour me a glass of water. I'm thirsty. Zhan Feng waved his hand. Bai Lingxue did not refuse and obediently poured him a glass of water. After all, it was indeed Zhan Feng who had single-handedly turned the tide tonight. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Now, asking her for a glass of water was completely reasonable. In fact, he felt it was too modest a request. Here you go. Drink up. Bai Lingxue handed the water to Zhan Feng. Ah, Zhan Feng opened his mouth. Feed me. You're handicapped, and you still need to be fed? Bai Lingxue shot him a glance and replied. Yes, I need to be fed. Don't overdo it. Bai Lingxue cautioned. I've made such significant contributions. Restoring your dignity in the process, not asking to cuddle with you at night, is already generous enough, and merely requesting a sip of water, isn't too much. Is it? Zhan Feng countered. It is. Come on, young master, I will feed you. Bai Ling Shui replied. Now that is more like it. Zhan Feng chuckled, leaning back and opening his mouth. Bai Ling Shui held the water and brought it to his lips. Zhan Feng enjoyed the water as he drank. When the glass was half empty, Bai Ling Shui tipped the remaining water directly into Zhan Feng's mouth. Cough, cough. Zhan Feng sat up abruptly and exclaimed, Are you trying to murder your husband? Oomph. Bai Ling Shui raised her chin with a triumphant smile. How dare you let this young lady feed you? Drowning you'll be just fine. Drown me, and you'll become a widow. Zhan Feng retorted. There are plenty of handsome men. I could easily find another. Bai Ling Shui replied. While there are many handsome men, none can compare to my looks and strength. Zhan Feng laughed. Narcissistic. Have you now subconsciously accepted that I am your husband? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow at Bai Ling Shui. Humph. Don't think that just because I've given you a smile that I've accepted you. You remain my nominal husband. Bai Ling Shui huffed. So when will I become your actual husband? Continue your evaluation. As if I would be so eager for you. Zhan Feng shrugged. Oomph. As if I would be so eager for you. I'm not interested. Bai Ling Shui crossed her arms and scoffed. Are you trying to speak in riddles? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Bai Ling Shui pushed Zhan Feng aside and retreated to her room. Zhan Feng felt a surge of impulse to pin Bai Ling Shui down. She truly took herself too lightly. After Bai Ling Shui went to her room, Guanning appeared at the top of the stairs, wearing a lace camisole, beckoning Zhan Feng. How about you come to my room tonight for some fun and to vent a little? Chapter 61. The sky is falling. The king of the Southern Territory, Bahu, wants to kill you. It's late at night. Are you being flirtatious? Zhan Feng glanced at Guanning and remarked. Meow. Guanning playfully called out. Zhan Feng, come here. She beckoned Zhan Feng with her finger. You seem rather thirsty? Yes, quite thirsty. Why don't you fill me up? If you're thirsty, just get your own water. If there's no water, sleep it off and you'll have water in the morning. To sleep with you, I must choose the time. Not you. Zhan Feng smiled at Guanning. TSK, you lack romance. Guanning, feeling her seduction failed once again, waved her hand and returned to her room. Feeling somewhat bored, she had initially thought the plan she devised with Bai Ling Shui would be easy to execute. Little did she know, it was proving to be exceedingly difficult, as Zhan Feng remained elusive. This man was adept at the game of cat and mouse, even more so than women. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhan Feng and the others headed to work as usual. Where are your 4 bodyguards? I haven't seen them. Zhan Feng cheerfully asked Bai Ling Shui once he got into the car. Don't bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned. Bai Ling Shui shot Zhan Feng a glance. She felt embarrassed, as if her intelligence had been trampled upon. Haha, so you've realized you've been wronged, and they've been dismissed? Zhan Feng couldn't help but chuckle. TSK. Bai Ling Shui waved her hand, choosing to ignore Zhan Feng. Upon arriving at the office, Zhan Feng went to his workstation to play games on his phone. He was merely at work out of boredom, with no actual tasks to attend to. Of course, in terms of contributions, after the loan and last night's ordeal, he had surpassed anyone else in the company. While Zhan Feng was engrossed in his game, his phone rang. What is it? Zhan Feng answered, seeing Bai Ling Shui's name on the screen. Come to my office, quickly. Bai Ling Shui's tone was somewhat anxious. What has happened now? Zhan Feng asked helplessly. Hurry, we'll talk when you get here. Bai Ling Shui insisted. Oh. Zhan Feng acknowledged, hanging up and heading to Bai Ling Shui's office. Upon entering the office, Bai Ling Shui appeared worried. Zhan Feng, something serious has happened. Bai Ling Shui looked at Zhan Feng gravely. What's wrong? Did Mars collide with Earth? Or is the sky falling? Zhan Feng asked playfully. I don't have time for your jokes. For you, the sky is indeed falling. Bai Ling Shui replied. Oh. Zhan Feng responded nonchalantly. Your doom is upon you. Bai Ling Shui added. Zhan Feng's expression turned serious, and he replied, What on earth is happening that my doom is approaching? The king of the Southern Territory. Bahu wants to kill you. Bai Ling Shui stated. Huh? Zhan Feng was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Bai Ling Shui's words. I said, The king of the Southern Territory, Bahu wants to kill you. Bai Ling Shui reiterated. Have you lost your mind? Zhan Feng curiously scrutinized Bai Ling Shui. I'm serious. I'm not joking. Bai Ling Shui's face was solemn, devoid of any levity. Zhan Feng couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing? Don't you feel any sense of urgency? Bai Ling Shui was exasperated by Zhan Feng's reaction. Don't blame me for laughing. Your words are simply too amusing. Zhan Feng replied. Did you not hear what I said? I heard you say the king of the Southern Territory, Bahu, wants to kill me. Zhan Feng responded. Then why are you so calm? Shouldn't I be preparing to flee for my life? Zhan Feng inquired. Yes, if you wish to survive. That is what you must do, as it is indeed the king of the Southern Territory, Bahu, who wants to kill you. You need to flee immediately. Bai Ling Shui's expression remained serious. Young lady, where did you hear such ludicrous news? Zhan Feng felt somewhat helpless. If someone else wanted to kill him, that might be credible. But the king of the Southern Territory, Bahu, wanting to kill him? That was simply a jest. The Martial Association, led by the king of the Southern Territory, Bahu, has issued a decree for your assassination. The specifics involve Bahu himself rallying the top fighters from Xiangcheng to collectively hunt you down. Bai Ling Shui explained. Ah, how amusing. They have even issued a death warrant and summoned the esteemed masters of Xiangcheng to hunt me down. Zhan Feng chuckled heartily. I speak not in jest. What I say is the truth. Tonight, the Wang Bahu of the Southern Realm will make an appearance at the Titai Square in Xiangcheng. Given his esteemed reputation, the masters of Xiangcheng will undoubtedly respond, and at that moment, your life will be in jeopardy. Bai Ling Shui replied with utmost seriousness. Do not be ridiculous. The Wang Bahu is a mere illusion, just a jester. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. How can it be false? I have already told you. Wang Bahu is one of my subordinates. Zhan Feng insisted. At this point, please refrain from this pretense. I beg you, can we not be serious? Bai Ling Shui pleaded, perplexed by his nonchalance. What have I ever pretended? I have maintained a low profile. Every word I utter and every action I take is done with humility, devoid of any semblance of arrogance. Zhan Feng retorted, while the Wang Bahu rallies the heroes of Xiangcheng and issues a death warrant against you. You still insist he is your subordinate? Are you jesting? What are you trying to prove? Bai Ling Shui questioned. Your understanding is limited. It is futile to reason with you. Zhan Feng responded, waving his hand again. Bear in mind, I am concerned for your safety, not my own. Yet you continue this pretense. Is this amusing to you? Bai Ling Shui admonished. Zhan Feng scratched his head helplessly, replying, let us take a step back. If I am the target, why should I be anxious? You need not worry about me. I appreciate your concern. Then how do you intend to respond? Bai Ling Shui inquired. I have already stated, the Wang of the South is certainly a fabrication. Thus there is no need to dwell on it. Zhan Feng replied with indifference. How can that be false? It is indeed real. Bai Ling Shui insisted. False. True. False. True. Zhan Feng exclaimed. Miss Bai, let us use our intellect. Even if the Wang were not my subordinate, if he truly wished to kill me, would he need to gather the masters of Xiangcheng to do so? If he is as powerful as claimed, could he not accomplish it alone? There are inherent flaws in this scenario. Bai Ling Shui considered Zhan Feng's words and found some merit in them. Given the strength of the Wang of the South, eliminating Zhan Feng should be a simple task, so why the need for allies? Indeed, what is truly going on? Bai Ling Shui pondered aloud. Whatever the case may be, I shall visit Titai Square tonight to uncover the truth. Zhan Feng declared. Huh? You are mad. Shouldn't you be hiding instead of seeking confrontation? Bai Ling Shui responded, astonished. Zhan Feng smiled, saying, if you think me arrogant, then allow me to say, regardless of their numbers, they are but ants in my eyes, posing no real threat. Bai Ling Shui, upon hearing this, felt Zhan Feng was overestimating himself. The masters of Xiangcheng were numerous, and Wang Bahu, as a local tyrant, commanded great authority. While Zhan Feng was formidable, could he truly contend with a multitude of elite fighters? It seemed impossible. His visit would amount to a death wish. Enough with your heroics. Wise men do not court danger unnecessarily. I will not mock you. Bai Ling Shui warned. The fact remains. I am genuinely unafraid. Zhan Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. I know whether you are afraid or not. With such bravado, you clearly lack awareness. Zhan Feng shrugged. Listen to me. Do not go. Bai Ling Shui insisted. I intend to go, and I shall bring you with me. Zhan Feng laughed. What do you mean? You want to meet your demise and drag me along? I wish to show you my audacity. Zhan Feng teased, raising an eyebrow. Addicted to showboating? Indeed, it is quite an addiction. Zhan Feng replied. Be mindful of your own limits. Do not act foolishly. Bai Ling Shui cautioned. Very well, then I shall boast with wisdom. Zhan Feng quipped. Take your life seriously, will you? Bai Lingxue asked. Regardless of your choice, I am going tonight. I wish to see who dares impersonate the Wang Ba, who to target me. Zhan Feng stated resolutely, not heeding sound advice. Spare me the theatrics. It's tiresome. Zhan Feng directly addressed Bai Lingxue. Is this how you speak to me? I am your wife. Is it wrong to speak this way? Zhan Feng replied with a smug expression. You are simply asking for trouble. Bai Lingxue huffed. Enough of this banter. If you intend to go, wait for me at the building below. If not, simply return home. Zhan Feng declared, rising and waving his hand as he exited the office. For Zhan Feng, this matter held little weight. His curiosity lay in discovering who sought to take his life, with the answer likely resting in the identity of the one impersonating Wang Ba Hu. Around 6 in the evening, Zhan Feng emerged from the company building, a cigarette in hand. Zhan Feng, Bai Lingxue called from in front of the car at the entrance. He glanced up, smiling as he approached. What is it? Are you here to bid me farewell, fearing I might perish? Bai Lingxue shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I am as heartless as you, wishing for your demise? One may indulge in all manner of food, but words must not be trifled with. Well, have I ever wished for your death? Zhan Feng replied, exasperated. Deep down, you hope for my demise. Bai Lingxue retorted, go to hell. If I were to wish for anything, it would be for you to fall asleep, not to perish. Have a conscience. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Sensitive much? A mere jest, and you are already defensive. Bai Lingxue rolled her eyes at him. Make such jokes with caution. I might just use your picture for target practice tonight. Bai Lingxue glared at him, playfully kicking him. You're just itching for trouble. It was all in jest. Zhan Feng laughed. Get in the car. Bai Lingxue commanded, her tone light yet firm. I must go to Titai Square. You should head home. Zhan Feng replied. I will accompany you. Bai Lingxue declared as she opened the car door and entered. Zhan Feng followed suit, bemused. You claim to be afraid, yet you still choose to accompany me? I am not afraid. I am merely concerned for your safety. I, Bai Lingxue, have never feared anything. She asserted. Can I then interpret this as you caring for me? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, smiling. Do not flatter yourself. Bai Lingxue turned her head away. Caring is caring. Why deny it? I'm only going to retrieve your corpse, which hardly counts as concern. Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. Well, if you are to bury me, be sure to burn several paper dolls to keep me company. Zhan Feng quipped. Such audacity. Bai Lingxue shot him a disdainful look. Before long, the car made its way toward Titai Square in Shanxing. On the road, Bai Lingxue observed the subtle shifts in Zhan Feng's expression. She had long suspected that his apparent lack of fear was merely an act, a facade to project his masculinity in her presence. However, after careful observation, Zhan Feng remained extraordinarily calm, showing no signs of trepidation. It was unclear whether he could truly handle the situation or if he was merely putting on a show, but she firmly believed that his decision to come here was exceedingly unwise. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the road in front of Titai Square. Through the car window, it was evident that the square was particularly crowded tonight, with numerous experts from various levels of Shanxing gathered. Boss, at this moment, Ba Hu appeared at the front of the car, tapping on the window. He had been waiting here for a considerable time, following Zhan Feng's orders. Zhan Feng opened the car door and stepped out, smiling as he remarked, I must say, your charisma as the king of the southern region, Ba Hu, is quite impressive. How embarrassing. I can't believe someone dares to use my name for such antics. Tonight, I shall tear that fake Li Kuei to shreds. Ba Hu declared. At this point, Bai Lingxue stepped out of the car and looked at Ba Hu, saying you again? Ba Hu chuckled and replied, Miss Bai, with a fake Li Kuei appearing. I must take action. Upon hearing this, Bai Lingxue felt a wave of exasperation and said, Your name is Ba Hu, but don't truly consider yourself the king of the southern region. Miss Bai, I really am the king of the southern region, Ba Hu. Ba Hu responded with a look of helplessness, feeling unjustly labeled as a fraud. Enough about it. You know the truth better than anyone. Bai Lingxue waved her hand dismissively. Seeing the situation, Ba Hu was at a loss for words and simply stood quietly to the side. Zhan Feng casually lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, Let us wait a moment. It seems the crowd isn't fully assembled yet. Once they are, it will be quite interesting. Meanwhile, people continued to arrive in droves, with the total number in Titai Square nearing several hundred. Among them were not only members of the Martial Arts Association and experts from Shanxing, but also various factions from the underground world of Shanxing, all gathering to join the spectacle. After all, It was the call of the king of the southern region, Ba Hu, and everyone was eager to respond. Associating with Ba was a coveted opportunity for many. Chapter 63. I am reluctantly putting on a show. About 20 minutes had passed when a Rolls-Royce drove directly into the center of the square. The fake Li Kuei has arrived. Let us go take a look. Zhan Feng beckoned, leading by Ling Xue and Ba Hu into the crowd. The people were quite mixed, and since they had never seen Zhan Feng before, no one recognized him. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt, and a middle-aged man wearing a tiger mask stepped out of the vehicle. After exiting, he clasped his hands behind his back and surveyed the surroundings with an air of superiority. Accompanying him was Yang Jinbao, the head of the Martial Arts Association. Welcome, King of the Southern Region. Yang Jinbao boed in greeting. Welcome, King of the Southern Region. Welcome, King of the Southern Region. The disciples of the Martial Arts Association followed suit, and soon everyone in the square joined in the grand chorus, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The man in the tiger mask waved his hand and strode confidently onto the stone platform. Thank you all for answering the call. Here, I promise that anyone who participates in eliminating Zhan Feng shall receive the protection of the king of the southern region. He proclaimed in a booming voice. Respond to the king of the southern region. Eliminate Zhan Feng. Respond to the king of the southern region. Eliminate Zhan Feng. The crowd below raised their arms in enthusiastic response. Bai Ling Xue stood beside Zhan Feng and, witnessing this overwhelming scene, could not help but ask, "Are you still going to show yourself?" "Of course. How can I not when it's time to put on a show?" Zhan Feng replied with a smile. "Bai Ling Xue, if you don't put on a show for a day, don't you feel uneasy?" She inquired, exasperated. "I don't wish to put on a show. However, they're insisting that I do. This is what I call reluctant showmanship, not voluntary." Zhan Feng explained. "The question is, can you truly maintain your composure in such a situation? The larger the spectacle, the more comfortable I feel. In fact, I wish it were even grander," Zhan Feng asserted. "Enough, there are so many people here. You might not even know how you will meet your end. Let us leave quickly," Bai Ling Xue urged Zhan Feng. Clearly, in the current situation, if Zhan Feng continued to stay and reveal himself, there would be no favorable outcome. Quite the opposite, he might lose his life. The atmosphere was charged, with experts from all walks of life eager to tear Zhan Feng apart. "If I don't stay, how will I show off?" Zhan Feng responded, lighting another cigarette and swaggering towards the platform. Seeing this, Bai Ling Xue felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to stop him, but found herself powerless to do so. "Miss Bai, rest assured, not only can Mr. Zhan easily manage the situation, but even if he cannot, I am here, as the genuine king of the southern region. Ba Hu, there is nothing to fear. Just treat this as a game," Ba Hu said, attempting to reassure Bai Ling Xue, who was visibly worried. "Stop with the empty words. When he gets into trouble, I'll see you run faster than anyone," Bai Ling Xue retorted. Ba Hu was at a loss for words. "I'll double your pay. If he gets into trouble, you must step in to help," Bai Ling Xue insisted, fearing that Ba Hu might flee when Zhan Feng was in danger. "All right," Ba Hu responded simply, not saying anything further. Meanwhile, Zhan Feng had already stepped onto the platform from the back of the crowd. Once he was on stage, Yang Jinbao immediately recognized him. While others might not know Zhan Feng, Yang Jinbao certainly did. "King of the southern region, he is Zhan Feng," Yang Jinbao exclaimed, pointing at Zhan Feng, his voice filled with excitement. "Are you certain?" the man in the tiger mask asked, sounding slightly skeptical. Normally, one would expect Zhan Feng to flee after a death warrant was issued against him. Yet here, he was voluntarily stepping forward in front of everyone. Wasn't he that tantamount to seeking death? This situation could only suggest two possibilities. Either this person was not Zhan Feng, or Zhan Feng had been rendered utterly speechless by fear. "I am certain. I have dealt with him before," Yang Jinbao affirmed. Zhan Feng glanced at Yang Jinbao and smiled. "You truly are something. I once saved you and your disciples from the Martial Arts Association, and now you have turned around to answer the call, to kill me? Huh? Did I ever ask you to save me? Did any of our disciples ask you for help? Who would care for your assistance?" Yang Jinbao replied disdainfully. Upon hearing Yang Jinbao's words, Zhan Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, saying, "I must admit, your shamelessness is quite admirable. Zhan Feng, today marks your demise because you have offended the king of the southern region." Yang Jinbao declared, "Whether I die today, I do not know, but I am certain you will have a dreadful evening." Zhan Feng retorted, "Are you trying to scare me? Soon, you'll be begging me for mercy like a dog. But let me make it clear, begging will be of no use," Zhan Feng stated. Beg you? What a ridiculous dream. I will never beg you. Not even in death. Yang Jinbao swore vehemently. Well, that is for the best. Zhan Feng ignored Yang Jinbao and turned his attention to the man in the tiger mask. Smiling as he asked, "Who sent you?" "I am the Southern Territory's King Ba, who hasten to kneel before me." The man wearing the tiger mask commanded sharply. Zhan Feng, drawing on his cigarette and exhaling a wisp of smoke, retorted, "With your pitiful demeanor, how can you claim to be the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory? Do you even qualify? How dare you insult me?" The tiger-masked man exclaimed, "Spare me your theatrics. You know in your heart whether you are the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory." Zhan Feng scoffed. "I am indeed the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory. You claim to be, and thus you are? Whether you believe me or not is inconsequential. Regardless, you shall perish tonight." The tiger-masked man pointed at Zhan Feng as he spoke. "I beg to differ. Your confidence is rather misplaced," Zhan Feng replied. "Humph. Do you think you can withstand the might of hundreds of skilled fighters?" The tiger-masked man sneered. "Thus, I pose the question, since you are the renowned King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory, such a formidable figure, why do you require the assistance of the masters from Xiangqing to eliminate me? Surely, you can handle me on your own?" Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The tiger-masked man was momentarily speechless upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. Theoretically, this indeed revealed a flaw in his fabricated identity. However, it mattered little. The genuine King Ba Hu was absent, and no one could prove him false. He maintained the upper hand, and none present would believe Zhan Feng's claims. "It is not that I cannot eliminate you myself, but rather that I am providing an opportunity for the masses to receive my protection as the king of the Southern Territory." The tiger-masked man hastily concocted a justification. "Ha! Do not make me laugh." Zhan Feng chuckled in response. "Everyone, are you willing to join me in eliminating Zhan Feng?" The tiger-masked man immediately shouted to those below. "We are willing to follow the king of the Southern Territory. We are willing to follow the king of the Southern Territory. We are willing to follow the king of the Southern Territory." The crowd echoed enthusiastically, seemingly not thinking too deeply. "Oof. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to fend off hundreds alone?" The tiger-masked man retorted coldly to Zhan Feng. "A rabble without any challenge. I have no desire to resist these hundreds." Zhan Feng replied calmly. "Are you afraid? Seeking excuses is quite futile, is it not? Allow me to inform you. The real king of the Southern Territory will make an appearance tonight. Will you be surprised?" Zhan Feng declared. "Are you jesting? Do I appear to be jesting?" Zhan Feng countered. "If you possess the ability, then summon the true king of the Southern Territory to reveal himself. Can you do that? Do you have such capability?" The tiger-masked man scoffed disdainfully. "Who dares impersonate my identity?" The real Ba Hu, aware it was his time to appear, bellowed with formidable presence, then leapt onto the stage from behind. Instantly, the overwhelming aura of Ba Hu filled the air, creating a suffocating pressure. In comparison, the tiger-masked man seemed as insignificant as a cat beside a tiger. "Who are you?" the tiger-masked man inquired, feeling the weight of Ba Hu's imposing aura. "Humph. Who I am is of little concern. I question your audacity in impersonating my identity," Ba Hu replied with a cold grunt, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the tiger-masked man. The tiger-masked man was momentarily taken aback by Ba Hu's words. The implication was clear. He was the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory, yet he knew he could not show weakness. The lines between truth and deception were still blurred. "Impersonate you? I am the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory. Do you dare claim to be him as well?" The tiger-masked man attempted to bolster his confidence. "You speak the truth. I am indeed the King Ba Hu of the Southern Territory." Ba Hu Popim, exuding a fierce and domineering aura once more. His overwhelming presence eclipsed that of the tiger-masked man, revealing the latter's inferiority in every aspect. "Humph, you cannot even act. You are merely a pawn of Zhan Feng, pretending to be me," the tiger-masked man asserted. "Pretending to be you? Do you believe that wearing a tiger mask makes you King Ba Hu? Why not remove the mask and let everyone see?" Ba Hu teased. Meanwhile, the crowd was bewildered. How could there be two King Ba Hus of the Southern Territory? Who among them was the true one? "All followers heed my command. Immediately eliminate these two. Those willing to join in the slaughter shall receive the eternal protection of the king of the Southern Territory," the tiger-masked man commanded, knowing that continuing this dialogue would only worsen his situation. Thus, the best course of action was to order their execution before their identities were confirmed. Upon hearing this, the crowd became fervent, eagerly eyeing Zhan Feng and Bahu. Eliminate these two! Eliminate these two! The crowd shouted in unison. In this moment, they leaned towards believing the tiger-masked man was the genuine King Bahu, especially since the Martial Association's head, Yang Jinbao, was among his supporters. As for Zhan Feng and Bahu, their expressions remained calm, akin to still waters, treating the situation as nothing more than a trivial matter. I wonder who dares to take action. At that moment, Lu Ziguan of the Tiger Clan arrived with his entourage. The crowd parted to make way for him. In terms of individual combat, Lu Ziguan may not be the strongest in Xiangqing, but in terms of influence, he undoubtedly ranked among the elite of the underground world. Everyone knew that Lu Ziguan's power was backed by the king of the Southern Territory. Upon reaching the stage, Lu Ziguan wasted no time and delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of the tiger-masked man, sending him sprawling to the ground. You, the king of the Southern Territory? Lu Ziguan scoffed coldly. This occurrence undeniably proved a singular truth. The man in the tiger mask was an impostor. They had been deceived. The reasoning was simple. While they could not distinguish the true King Bahu from the false, Lu Ziguan, being a faction of the King Bahu, naturally recognized the authenticity. Moreover, could the King Bahu possess such feeble strength? Being kicked down by Lu Ziguan? Impossible. Undoubtedly, this man was a fraud. Curses echoed from the crowd as they realized they had been made fools. Tiger Clan Lu Ziguan, paying respects to the King Bahu. Lu Ziguan protect Bahu. Bowing respectfully, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It turned out this man was the true King Bahu, explaining his remarkable aura. We pay our respects to the King Bahu. We pay our respects to the King Bahu. We pay our respects to the King Bahu. The crowd followed suit in reverence. Meanwhile, Yang Jinbao, the head of the Martial Association, who had been in a daze, quickly approached to pay his respects to Bahu. For Yang Jinbao, this moment was filled with trepidation, especially since he had just disrespected Zhan Feng. You are Yang Jinbao, the head of the Martial Association, are you not? Bahu scrutinizet Yang Jinbao. Yes, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me, King of the Southern Territory. Yang Jinbao lowered his head in apology. Bahu chuka gonli. This laughter sent shivers down Yang Jinbao's spine, causing his legs to tremble. You're not seeking my forgiveness. Rather, you should plead for Mr. Zhan's clemency. Mr. Zhan, please forgive me. Grant me mercy just this once. Yang Jinbao hastily turned to Zhan Feng, begging for forgiveness. Zhan Feng rubbed his nose, regarding Yang Jinbao with a smile. Are you a fish with a memory span of merely 7 seconds? I do not comprehend what Mr. Zhan means. Yang Jinbao stammered. If I recall correctly, you just mentioned that even if you were to die, you would never beg for mercy from me, right? Have you forgotten so quickly? Zhan Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Yang Jinbao felt an overwhelming sense of regret, wishing he could slap himself a few times for his reckless words. How foolish of me. It is my fault. Yang Jinbao immediately knelt on the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. Get up. There's no need to beg. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. I already told you that begging for mercy afterward is futile. I truly made a mistake. Spare my life. Yang Jinbao continued to implore desperately. However, Zhan Feng chose to ignore him and glanced at Lu Ziguan, gesturing for him to take Yang Jinbao away. Meanwhile, Bahu had already brought the man in the tiger mask before Zhan Feng. Kneel. Bahu pushed the man down, simultaneously removing his mask. Chapter 65. A successful act tonight. Who instructed you to do this? Zhan Feng asked, taking a drag from his cigarette and scrutinizing the individual before him. It was my own decision, the man replied. Do not be obstinate. Make him comply. Zhan Feng commanded Bahu without further ado. Understanding the directive, Bahu immediately began to strike the man. The sound of slaps echoed continuously, causing the man's face to swell instantly. Confess quickly, or I will sever your tendons and toss you into the river to feed the fish. Bahu wunna. I am under Lord Guo's command. He directed me to act this way. The man replied promptly. Name him, Zhan Feng demanded. Guo Xingyang. What is his status? I do not know. I believe he maintains a very secretive identity in Xiangqing, and few know of him. The man responded, seeing he could extract no further information. Zhan Feng waved his hand, signaling Lu Ziguan's men to take him away. Of course, Neither Yang Jinbao nor this man would be spared. Everyone disperse. Lu Ziguan instructed, dismissing those present. Zhan Feng, with a smile, approached Bai Ling Xue. Tonight, you certainly played your part well. Bai Ling Xue replied, unable to hide her admiration for Zhan Feng's ability to navigate such a crisis with apparent ease. Not only was the crisis averted, but he also enhanced his reputation as a subordinate of the Southern King. Truly, one cannot help but admire him. You respect him, do you? Only those ignorant of the truth would admire you. I know your true weight, so there is nothing to admire. Bai Ling Xue retorted. What do you mean by that? You acted splendidly. Acted? Zhan Feng was perplexed. Indeed. Tell me, how much did you pay Lu Ziguan to cooperate with you? Bai Ling Xue inquired with a smile. Zhan Feng, you are quite something. One cannot help but admire you, she added, giving him a thumbs up filled with respect. What are you talking about? There's no performance here. He is indeed the Southern King Ba Hu. Zhan Feng replied, exasperated. He never expected that even at this point, Bai Ling Xue would still doubt Ba Hu's identity. Isn't this evidence enough? Yet you still think it's an act? Perhaps it would convince others, but not me. Even if it were a performance, I would still admire you. You handled this matter exceedingly well, Bai Ling Xue concluded. I acted, you say? Zhan Feng shot back. Speak more politely. Bai Ling Xue kicked him playfully. You've left me feeling quite bewildered, and now you want me to be polite? Zhan Feng rolled his eyes in response. All right, I believe you. You weren't acting. He truly is the Southern King, and I'm misunderstood. Don't sulk now. Bai Ling Xue consoled, unable to suppress a laugh. You go to hell. I truly want to give you a few slaps. Zhan Feng shot back, glancing at Bai Ling Xue. You're asking for it, aren't you? She challenged. Hands on her hips. No, I need to vent my frustrations. With that, Zhan Feng raised his hand and playfully slapped Bai Ling Xue's alluring rear. That felt quite nice. He exclaimed, then swiftly dashed to his vehicle. Zhan Feng, are you trying to get yourself killed? Bai Ling Xue shouted angrily, attempting to chase him. The following morning, Zhan Feng received a call from Ba Hu. Boss, we've uncovered some information regarding Guo Xingyang's identity. Ba Hu informed him over the phone. Go ahead. He appears to have connections to the Murong family in the capital and has established an ancient martial arts academy in Xiangqing, simultaneously maintaining intricate ties with the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Ba Hu relayed the findings. Interesting. We must have a word with Guo Xingyang, Zhan Feng declared. I've looked into his whereabouts, but they are exceedingly elusive. I couldn't track him down. Ba Hu deeply. After pondering for a moment, Zhan Feng suggested. Then let us speak with Han Jintian, the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Understood. I'll bring him to you. Ba Hu confirmed. No need. I'll visit the Han group personally. Zhan Feng responded. After ending the call, Zhan Feng made his way to the Han group. Based on his deductions, Guo Xingyang was likely a covert piece on the chessboard left in Xiangqing by Murong Xiaotian, and his ties to the Fushan Chamber of Commerce were deeply woven. Thus, it was highly probable that the entire Fushan Chamber of Commerce was, in fact, under the control of Murong Xiaotian. After all, based on what Tang Yin had previously disclosed, Murong Xiaotian harbored ambitions to dominate the entire commercial kingdom of Xiangqing. Upon arriving at the Han group, Zhan Feng identified himself and requested to see Han Jintian. After receiving Han Jintian's consent, an aide escorted Zhan Feng to his office. Mr. Zhan, please take a seat. I knew you would come find me. Han Jintian said with a smile. Oh, after all, who would refuse money? Moreover, by aligning with me, you would be given significant opportunities. Far better than being overlooked at the Bai group. Han Jintian continued. He mistakenly believed that Zhan Feng was succumbing to the allure of wealth to ally with him. After all, that night, he had offered a staggering sum of 1 billion, an irresistible temptation for anyone. Upon hearing Han Jintian's words, Zhan Feng chuckled and remarked, It seems Chairman Han has a keen understanding of human nature. Naturally, to put it plainly, from childhood to adulthood, including the importance of studying diligently, all human interactions and behaviors revolve around money. Who says studying hard isn't for money? Who says social connections aren't for money? That's just pretending. Han Sentian replied confidently. But I am the exception, Zhan Feng countered. Ha! Han Jintian scoffed at Zhan Feng's words. If you were truly an exception, you would be here. It appeared that he underestimated Zhan Feng, having failed to investigate him thoroughly. You're merely an employee of the Bai group. I am far too busy to investigate you. Nor is it necessary. Han Sentian responded. I killed Tang Yun, and all the assets of the Tang group now belong to me. Regardless of what others say, Tang Yin was previously a member of your Fushan Chamber of Commerce. You should be familiar with him, right? Zhan Feng said with a smile, his demeanor suggesting he was merely joking. Tang Yin is dead? Han Jintian was in a state of bewilderment, somewhat astonished. It seems you truly are oblivious to the events outside, Zhan Feng replied. For Han Jintian, it was not that he was unaware of the world around him, but rather that he had just returned from abroad 2 days prior. Consequently, he was not well informed about Tang Yun's demise or the significant happenings in Xianqing. Chapter 66. No more pretense. It's time to lay it bare. I am the one who killed him. Can you truly kill Tang Yun? Han Jintian scrutinized Zhan Feng, then shook his head. I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential to both of us. Zhan Feng exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly. Please wait a moment. Han Jintian retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After inquiring, his astonished gaze turned toward Zhan Feng, and he hung up. It seems I truly underestimated you. Han Sun Tian remarqued. That is of little importance. What matters is that I have come to discuss a matter with you. Zhan Feng replied. Are you asking me to do something for you? Han Sun Tian inquired. That would be a fair assessment. Zhan Feng nodded. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Han Jintian let out a cold snort. Tang Yun was an important member of our Fushan Chamber of Commerce. By killing him, you have, in a sense, made yourself my enemy. So, you intend to treat me as an enemy? Zhan Feng inquired with a playful smile. That depends on your choice. My choice. Indeed. I want the entirety of the Tang Group's assets to be transferred to me. Han Sintian assented. Are you dreaming? Furthermore, you must become my subordinate and work for me. If you do, you shall no longer be my enemy. However, should you refuse, I fear there will be no place for you in all of Xianqing. Regardless of your strength, Han Jintian spoke, seemingly threatening, but in truth, it was a direct threat. Hee. Zhan Feng chuckled, reclining on the sofa. It was as if Han Jintian had uttered something exceedingly ludicrous. Observing this, Han Jintian scrutinized Zhan Feng and asked, what is so amusing? You seem to have misjudged the situation, Zhan Feng responded. Misjudged? It appears the choice is not mine, but yours. What do you mean? I wish to inquire whether you would prefer to work for me or become my enemy. Zhan Feng replied with indifference. Ha ha! Han Jintian erupted in laughter upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. He gestured towards himself, declaring, Do you know who I am? I am the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, one of the 4 prominent families in Xianqing. You dare suggest whether I would work for you? Are you jesting? Do you believe I am jesting? Zhan Feng exhaled a wisp of smoke, gazing back at Han Jintian with a challenge. Let me tell you, even if you possess great strength, you cannot stir any turbulence in Xianqing. Your best option is to follow me. Han Jintian insisted. Enough. It appears you are unwilling to comply, but that is of little matter. You are of no significance to me. I have come to inquire about someone. His name is Guo Xingyang. Zhan Feng stated to Han Jintian. Upon hearing this, Han Jintian chuckled lightly and replied, You think you are worthy of meeting old Guo? Zhan Feng tilted his head, studying him. What? Let me be clear. Old Guo is not someone of your trivial stature who can meet at will. You are not worthy. Han Sun Tian assented. Hee. Zhan Feng could not help but laugh again. Is it amusing? Han Jintian asked. Quite amusing, actually. I have been conversing with you politely. You should appreciate that. Zhan Feng replied. Oh, I must admit, I was intrigued by you, but it seems you truly consider yourself a significant figure. Han Jintian remarked with a hint of amusement. It appears you are quite defiant. I, the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, would submit to an unknown character like you? Han Sintian scoffed. However, Zhan Feng did not indulge in further banter. He rose and approached Han Jintian. What are you doing? Han Jintian asked with caution. Without a word, Zhan Feng seized Han Jintian and brought him to the office window. Then he opened the window and told Han Jintian, Tell me where Guo Xingyang is, otherwise I will throw you out of here. Are you trying to scare me? Han Jintian replied, Unoffred, starting defiantly at Zhan Feng. Then consider me as trying to intimidate you, Zhan Feng said, directly lifting Han Jintian out of the window. At that moment, if Zhan Feng were to release his grip, Han Jintian would plummet from the building. I dare you. Han Jintian remained defiant, convinced that Zhan Feng would not let go. Zhan Feng smiled slightly and replied, Listen closely, you have one chance. Tell me where Guo Xingyang is, and I want a direct answer. If you utter any further nonsense, I will let go. If you wish to gamble your life, feel free to try. Yet Han Jintian was resolute in his belief that Zhan Feng would not dare to let him fall. After all, he was the president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. If Zhan Feng were to release him, it would create a significant uproar in Xiangqing. Did Zhan Feng possess the audacity to commit such an act? Han Jintian believed he did not. Zhan Feng, it is not that I look down upon you, but rather, before Han Jintian could finish, Zhan Feng simply released his grip. He had lost his only chance at survival. The only sound that remained was Han Jintian's scream as he fell. It was likely he never imagined that Zhan Feng would dare to let go without uttering a single word. If given another chance, he would certainly make a different choice. Alas, opportunities are fleeting. After dealing with Han Jintian, Zhan Feng leisurely left the scene, smoking a cigarette. That evening, the news of Han Jintian's fall from the building swiftly circulated throughout Xiangqing. Moreover, the police reported that they had ruled out suicide and were actively pursuing suspects. Longhu Tianjing Mountain Villa. Upon seeing this news, Bai Ling Xue displayed an expression of astonishment. Sister Ning, can you believe Han Jintian is dead? This is simply unimaginable, utterly inconceivable. Could it be murder? Guining also inquired curiously. The police have ruled out suicide, so it must be homicide. Bai Ling Xue responded. It seems Han Jintian must have offended too many people. However, his death was indeed abrupt, Guining remarked. Indeed, it seems all lives are subject to fate. Bai Ling Xue amused. Certainly, one may enjoy wealth and glory throughout their life, yet still cannot escape the arrangements of destiny. Nevertheless, for our Bai group, this is a fortuitous turn of events, sparing us from their relentless targeting. As Bai Ling Xue glanced at Zhan Feng, who appeared unfazed, she remarked, Why aren't you surprised? Last time, you wanted to spend 100 million to hire you. Zhan Feng shrugged and replied, What is there to be surprised about? I knew he was dead before the news broke. Are you just spouting nonsense again? No, I'm being serious. How did you know before the news broke? Could it be you were the one who killed him? Bai Ling Xue shot a glance at Zhan Feng. You hit the nail on the head. The truth is I killed him. Zhan Feng smiled as he said. Chapter 67. I am completely normal, yet you claim I am the most abnormal Zhan Feng. One can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Such statements can lead to trouble. We should keep such discussions at home and refrain from boasting outside. Understood? Bai Ling Xue admonished. Understood, but I truly did kill him. Zhan Feng replied. Is it unbearable for you to go a day without showing off? Bai Ling Xue sighed helplessly. Zhan Feng shrugged his shoulders and remarked, I am not showing off. I indeed killed him. It was just Han Jintian. What's so impressive about that? To me, it feels utterly insignificant. Bai Ling Xue. If you speak of such matters outside, you will eventually find yourself in trouble. She cautioned. Overthinking. Zhan Feng chuckled lightly. Xingzhong. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Bai Ling Xue questioned with a puzzled expression. I'll go answer it, Guining said as he stood up and walked toward the door. Upon opening the door, several police officers stood outside, with a striking female officer at the forefront. Her figure was extraordinarily alluring, not in an ordinary sense, but in an exceptionally captivating manner. Even Guining's physique paled in comparison. Especially paired with her police uniform, she exuded an irresistible allure. I am Lung Bingbing, captain of the Xiangcheng Police Patrol. The alluring female officer displayed her badge to Guining. Hello, have you come here for something? Guining inquired. We are investigating the incident of Han Jintian's fall. Lung Bingbing replied. Hearing this, Guining turned to glance at Bai Ling Xue, who was equally astonished, casting an incredulous look at Zhan Feng. As they had just been discussing Han Jintian's case, could it be that Zhan Feng truly was the one who killed Han Jintian? Was he not merely boasting? Despite their frequent quarrels, Bai Ling Xue felt compelled to defend Zhan Feng in the face of trouble. She rose, smiled slightly, and addressed Lung Bingbing, Captain Lung. Could there be some misunderstanding? We only learned about Han Jintian's fall from the news. Why are you here investigating us? Miss Bai, if we have disturbed you. I apologize, Lung Bingbing replied, her gaze shifting to Zhan Feng. You are Zhan Feng, correct? Zhan Feng, sitting on the sofa, smiled and responded, Beautiful lady. You have a remarkable figure. Is there something you need from me? Both Bai Ling Xue and Guining were speechless upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. The police had come to investigate, yet he was still making flirtatious remarks. Lung Bingbing's cold eyes narrowed slightly, hinting at a flicker of irritation at his previous comment. According to our investigation, you had contact with Han Jintian before his fall, is that correct? She questioned. Indeed, I want to provide more details. You need not elaborate. I threw him off the building. Zhan Feng stated nonchalantly, as if sharing a light-hearted joke. Bai Ling Gue, Guoning, Ling Bing Bing. And the other officers present were momentarily taken aback by Zhan Feng's declaration. His response was entirely unexpected. Under normal circumstances, even if Zhan Feng had indeed committed the act, he should have attempted to deny it in the absence of concrete evidence, striving to distance himself from the situation. Yet here he was, admitting it outright before Lung Bingbing could finish her sentence. Bai Ling Shui, hearing Zhan Feng's words, felt exasperated and helpless, nearly driven to madness. Was Zhan Feng truly so naive? She had never witnessed such foolishness from him before. Was this all for the sake of showing off? Zhan Feng, you must be cautious with your words. This is a matter of responsibility. Killing someone is not like a mere scuffle. Bai Ling Shui urgently reminded him. Simultaneously, she shot him a series of glances, as if to convey, "Can you please stop showing off? How can you turn every situation into a display of bravado?" "I know. I killed him." Zhan Feng nodded with a seemingly innocent expression. Bai Ling Shui's inner turmoil was palpable. She felt utterly defeated. Lung Bing stepped closer. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion, clearly questioning why Zhan Feng had admitted to the crime so casually. Was there some hidden agenda? "Are you certain that you killed him?" Lung Bing asked. "What is there to be uncertain about? I did kill him. If you don't believe me, perhaps you should investigate further," Zhan Feng replied cheerfully. "You killed him, and yet you respond like this?" Lung Bing pressed. "What response would you prefer? Should I deny it? Is that what you expect from me?" Zhan Feng shrugged. "Are you out of your mind?" Lung Bing questioned again. Her inquiry was not meant as an insult, but stemmed from genuine concern for Zhan Feng's mental state. After all, a person deemed insane could evade responsibility, which was the only rationale she could conceive for his nonchalant admission. "You are the one who is insane." "I admit it. Does that make me insane?" Zhan Feng retorted. Lung Bing took a deep breath, clearly attempting to suppress her emotions. Tonight, she had encountered the strangest individual she had ever met. "Take him away," she commanded her subordinates, without wishing to engage in further trivial conversation. Whether Zhan Feng was indeed insane would be determined later through investigation. Captain Lung. Bai Ling Shui hurried forward, insisting, "He is not in his right mind and tends to show off. You have seen his unusual behavior tonight. There could be a misunderstanding." Zhan Feng felt helpless. He was the most sane one in the room, yet he had become the oddity in everyone else's eyes. It was utterly absurd. "Miss Bai, whether there is a misunderstanding or not, we will investigate. However, since he has admitted to it, we must take him with us tonight." Lung Bing informed Bai Ling Shui. Bai Ling Shui, feeling anxious, turned to Zhan Feng, urging, "Quickly clarify with Captain Lung that you were just showing off and that this has nothing to do with you." "This is my doing. I'm not showing off," Zhan Feng replied. Bai Ling Shui found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate even a single letter. What could she do? She felt utterly powerless. "Take him away," Lung Bing signaled. Soon after, 2 police officers stepped forward and escorted Zhan Feng out of the villa. Chapter 68, Cough. Hands and feet have no eyes. Let him show off. He deserves it. Bai Ling Shui remarked angrily as she watched Zhan Feng being taken away, her expression betraying her concern and worry. Considering Zhan Feng's usual behavior, it was entirely plausible that he had indeed killed Han Jintian. Just think about it. Who else in Xiangcheng would possess the audacity to do such a thing? Guanning responded, "Even if he did kill him, he should not have admitted it. By doing so, he has eliminated any chance of retreat. He is truly foolish. What should we do now?" Guanning inquired. "There is nothing we can do. Zhan Feng has confessed, and his attitude clearly indicates he does not want us interfering. He wants to handle this himself," Bai Ling Shui replied resignedly. In truth, Bai Ling Shui was eager to assist. After all, this was a matter of murder, and someone could end up in serious trouble. However, Zhan Feng's attitude left her feeling utterly powerless to help. In the vehicle heading towards Xiangqing Jingshuan Sea, Zhan Feng sat in the back seat, casting a sidelong glance at Lung Bing. The scene inspired him to compose a poem. Observing the peaks from different angles, he playfully mused about plucking her eyes out. Before he could finish his poetic thoughts, Lung Bing, with an icy tone, interrupted him. Zhan Feng scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Lung Bing held no favorable impression of him. His carefree demeanor and lack of seriousness suggested a certain folly. "Are you really breaking the law?" Zhan Feng chuckled, inquiring. Breaking the law, Lung Bingbing retorted. If that's the case, then let me be punished for all my crimes. I must see. Otherwise, I would be remiss. Zhan Feng teased. Don't blame me. Forgive my ignorance, but I've never seen anything so grand. He continued, maintaining his playful demeanor. For some reason, he felt compelled to provoke Lung Bingbing, perhaps due to her name matching her frosty demeanor. Continue your frivolous chatter, and once we return to the precinct, we'll see how I deal with you. She warned. Don't follow my example. If I break the law, you must not. Our statuses are different, Zhan Feng replied. Humph. I have my methods. Lung Bingbing retorted with a huff. Your words send a chill down my spine, Zhan Feng remarked. Lung Bingbing offered no further response. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Jingshuanxi. After Zhan Feng was escorted out, he was taken to a sealed room, stark and devoid of any furnishings. Shortly thereafter, Lung Bingbing entered, closing the door behind her. As she rolled up her sleeves, she scrutinized Zhan Feng. What's going on, Captain Lung? Are you planning something? Zhan Feng feigned panic. Gazing at her, have you already forgotten what happened in the car? She replied. What incident? Stealing glances at me. She pointed out. That's not my fault. It's entirely on you. Your assets are simply too prominent. And I wasn't stealing glances, I was looking openly. If I were stealing glances, you wouldn't have noticed. Zhan Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Lung Bingbing's professional demeanor wavered, visibly flustered. To Zhan Feng, this scene was quite pleasing and aesthetically appealing. Clearly, there has been a misunderstanding. Zhan Feng smiled as he tried to clarify. Misunderstanding my foot. Lung Bingbing exuded a chilling aura, declaring, Tonight, you will witness my methods. Calm down. We must remain composed. Your actions could be deemed inappropriate. Zhan Feng cautioned. Inappropriate? No one will know. I, Lung Bingbing, relish dealing with rascals like you. Let us see if you dare to misbehave again. She asserted. However, as a woman, you can't really handle me. Zhan Feng shrugged, responding. Can't handle you? Lung Bingbing narrowed her eyes, radiating a frosty intensity. Disrespecting women will only earn you a beating. Feel free to act, but I must warn you. Hands and feet can be unpredictable, so guard yourself. Zhan Feng advised. Lung Bingbing, provoked by his words, charged at him. However, as she approached, Zhan Feng deftly appeared behind her. With a swift motion, he slapped her backside. Lung Bingbing, initially astonished by his agility, instinctively tightened her body upon feeling the impact, then spun around to glare at him. I have warned you, hands and feet can be unpredictable. My apologies. Zhan Feng awkwardly scratched his head. You did that on purpose. She seethed, her teeth clenched. As the renowned beauty of Xiangqing, being teased by a criminal was an unprecedented affront to her dignity. In the past, regardless of how vicious the criminals were, they always held her in some degree of respect. Yet, this Zhan Feng showed no fear, which infuriated her further. Even if I did intentionally, I warned you, hands and feet can be unpredictable. If you insist on taking matters into your own hands, what can I do? Zhan Feng shrugged. Tonight, I shall teach you a lesson. Come on. But remember, hands and feet are unpredictable. Take care of yourself. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, warning her. I refuse to yield to you. With that, Lung Bingbing dashed towards him, confident in her abilities as the captain of the precinct, believing she could easily handle Zhan Feng. Unbeknownst to her, in Zhan Feng's eyes, she was merely a toy. As she charged at him, Zhan Feng shook his head. Too slow, he proclaimed, extending his arm. Lung Bingbing was halted in her tracks by his hand, which inadvertently made contact with her chest. In an instant, Zhan Feng's fingers instinctively grasped. Upon witnessing this, Lung Bingbing erupted. I warned you. Hands and feet are unpredictable. Zhan Feng quickly retracted his hand. You did that on purpose. She hissed, her anger palpable. Fine, I confess, it was deliberate. I'm typically a very proper man, but you sought trouble with me, and this is your punishment. Zhan Feng explained. Chapter 69. Do you submit? Do you want to continue? Zhan Feng asked, observing the furious Lung Bingbing. Just you wait. She stormed out of the room, utterly infuriated, feeling humiliated as she had never experienced such a loss before. Not long after, Lung Bingbing returned with several officers. Bringing backup, are we? Zhan Feng teased, amused by the commotion. Lung Bingbing responded with a cold snort, her voice sharp like a blade. Tonight, I will ensure you pay for your insolence. I cannot quell my wrath without dealing with you. The last words dripped with venom, each syllable squeezed from the depths of her chest. Zhan Feng's gaze swept over the four officers before settling back on the furious visage of Lung Bingbing. Calm your temper. You represent justice. And this private tribunal seems rather irregular, does it not? Regular my foot. Lung Bingbing erupted, a powder keg fully ignited. We're here to deal with you. Attack. Her command fell like a cold, unyielding hammer. In the blink of an eye, the four officers surged forward, leaping into action like tigers unleashed. Two flanked him from the sides while one charged straight ahead, their fists whistling through the air towards Zhan Feng's face, while another crouched low, sweeping toward his lower body with the force of iron. Four figures sprang into action almost simultaneously, their movements swift and ruthless, seamlessly coordinating to seal off every conceivable escape route for Zhan Feng. However, just as their encirclement was nearing completion, an inexplicable scene unfolded. Zhan Feng vanished without a trace. A crisp and resounding clap echoed behind Lung Bingbing, accompanied by a hint of frivolity. Zhan Feng had delivered another playful slap to her rear. Clearing his throat, Zhan Feng remarked, "Captain Lung, it appears you still haven't grasped the situation. You think that just because you've brought reinforcements, I can't play with you?" Lung Bingbing's last shred of reason shattered completely at Zhan Feng's flippant words and the lingering sensation of his slap. A torrent of humiliation and fury surged within her, overwhelming her senses. Without a moment's hesitation, she pivoted sharply, her long, taut leg slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to a black steel whip, aiming a fierce kick at Zhan Feng's side. This kick was infused with all her indignation and strength, swift, precise, and merciless, determined to bring Zhan Feng to his knees. In the face of this vengeful strike, Zhan Feng's smile remained unfazed. He effortlessly leaned aside, allowing the inevitable kick to graze the hem of his clothing. Observing this, Lung Bingbing launched another kick, but Zhan Feng, with remarkable precision, reached out his right hand, capturing her ankle like a predatory hawk. He then twisted his wrist, unleashing a sudden spiral force. Lung Bingbing felt an irresistible power surge from her ankle, lifting her off the ground and robbing her of balance, as if she were caught in a vast whirlpool. As she neared the ground, Zhan Feng instinctively wrapped his arm around her fiery waist to prevent her from crashing to the floor. Lung Bingbing's face flushed with anger. Zhan Feng was clearly teasing her. "Let go of me," she seethed. Zhan Feng, sensing he had played enough, released her, saying, "All right, the fun's over. Let's calm down." At this moment, the police officers who had been witnessing the scene were finally jolted from their stupor. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the same shock and disbelief. The ghostly agility displayed moments ago, the ease with which Zhan Feng toyed with Captain Lung. What kind of monster was he? Calm down. Lung Bingbing felt as though she had been struck by a whip at the mere mention of those words. With a swift motion, she drew her gun, the metallic click echoing sharply. In the next instant, the dark muzzle, glinting with deadly intent, was aimed squarely at Zhan Feng. "Move again, and I will pull the trigger." Zhan Feng paused for a moment, then smiled. "You don't believe me?" "I'm a bit skeptical," he replied. The four police officers beside Lung Bingbing, however, were as if jolted by high-voltage electricity, their faces drained of color as cold sweat broke out along their temples. "Captain Lung, stay calm. Please, remain calm." The tallest officer nearly lunged at her, desperately restraining her arm. "Yes, Captain, you mustn't," another officer urged, his voice trembling with urgency. "If you pull that trigger, we won't just be talking about stripping him of his clothes. We could spend the rest of our lives in prison. Think of the consequences. Think of the discipline." Yet, in her fury, Lung Bingbing only heard a buzzing in her ears, the pleas sounding like muffled echoes through thick glass, utterly failing to sway her determination to shoot Zhan Feng. "Get away. My business is none of your concern," she snapped, shaking off her subordinates. Her gun unwaveringly aimed at Zhan Feng's forehead, her voice quivering with rage. "Do you believe I won't blow your head off right now?" Zhan Feng tilted his head slightly, as if pondering an inconsequential question. Then, much to the astonishment of the four police officers, he slowly shook his head, his smile deepening, radiating a sense of assured contempt. "I don't believe you." Those two words floated lightly, yet they detonated like heavy bombs in the room. Lung Bingbing felt an unprecedented frenzy surge through her nerves. According to any logical reasoning she knew, in such a dire situation, the one threatened should either plead for mercy or frantically apologize. Yet here was Zhan Feng, laughing, shaking his head in disbelief. You must be insane. The tall officer screamed at Zhan Feng, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Kid, admit your mistake already. Do you really want to die? Just apologize. Is living so hard? Speak. Make amends to Captain Lung. Your life is at stake. She really might pull the trigger. Zhan Feng's gaze drifted across the distorted faces of the terrified officers. He smiled faintly, shrugged his shoulders in feigned helplessness, and remarked with a teasing tone. You all seem more anxious than I am. The gun is aimed at me, yet I'm not afraid. Why are you all so worked up? In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. They gaped like fish out of water, unable to produce any sound. A wave of absurdity and powerlessness washed over them, engulfing them entirely. After years of service as police officers, they had encountered all manner of desperate criminals, yet never had they witnessed someone so composed in the face of a gun's muzzle, questioning their anxiety so nonchalantly. The overwhelming absurdity briefly overtook their fear, leaving their minds blank. Do you think I wouldn't dare to pull the trigger? Lung Bingbing's voice, laden with rage, became sharp and piercing, each word seeming to be forced from between gritted teeth, carrying a metallic rasp. Would you dare? Zhan Feng replied, his smile calm. That question is irrelevant to me. Whether you dare is your concern, whether I am afraid is mine. Whether you can pull the trigger is an entirely different matter. So you want to play the confidence game? Lung Bingbing's voice escalated, nearly shattering the roof. Let me tell you, even if I pull the trigger now, I can write a report claiming you attempted to seize my weapon and violently resisted arrest. I shot only out of necessity. Procedurally, I would have no issues. Your death would be in vain. Oh, Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, as if intrigued by her proposition. Then, under the piercing gaze of the four officers, he leaned forward slightly, adopting an inviting posture, and pointed to his forehead. Then go ahead and shoot me. Pull the trigger now. Don't let me think poorly of you. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the room, as if someone had pressed a vacuum button, instantly draining all air and sound from the interrogation room. Lung Bingbing, for police officers, with 10 piercing gazes, fixated on Zhan Feng's face, which bore an unsettling calmness. This was no longer arrogance. It was sheer madness, transcending their comprehension of humanity. Was he insane? A lunatic? Was this the demeanor of a rational individual confronted with the truth? What Lin Bingbing held was indeed the truth, not a mere toy. So you wish to resist me? Her voice suddenly sharpened, akin to a cornered beast's final cry, each eye laced with a desperate resolve and uncontrollable fury. Today, I shall make you understand the meaning of regret. In that instant, the last flicker of reason in her eyes extinguished, consumed by a desire for violence and destruction. Bang! The deafening gunshot resonated like thunder in the confined room, violently assaulting everyone's eardrums, leaving them dizzy. The four officers were momentarily stunned. It was over. Everything was finished. In the police department, personally executing a suspect would have dire consequences. Yet, the anticipated horror of blood splattering and brains exploding never materialized. The figure that should have collapsed from a bullet to the head remained steadfastly upright, his faint smile unchanged, as if the harrowing scene had been nothing more than a mundane dream. He even raised his hand, casually brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair blown by the gun's muzzle. Impressive, isn't it? Zhan Feng's slightly teasing voice shattered the suffocating silence. Lung Bingbing, for officers. I'm still alive. Now, let me ask you, did that shot prove my ability to dodge bullets, or merely highlight your abysmal marksmanship? Lung Bingbing felt as though struck by a heavy hammer, her mind blank, thoughts completely halted. Lung Due, stay calm. For heaven's sake, stay calm. The towering officer finally snapped out of his shock and terror, his voice hoarse. Ignoring the hierarchy, he lunged forward, seizing the dangerous weapon from Lung Bingbing's grasp, fearing she might impulsively pull the trigger again. If Zhan Feng were truly harmed, it would spell disaster for them all. The other two officers also came to their senses, rushing to firmly restrain Lung Bingbing's arms, anxious she might act recklessly once more. Their faces were ashen, their backs soaked with cold sweat, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. In that moment, they genuinely glimpsed their own mortality. As for Lung Bingbing, she too regretted pulling the trigger in her moment of anger. Fortunately, Zhan Feng had evaded the bullet, sparing them from a fatal incident. Thus, she seized the opportunity to retreat from the escalating confrontation. Take him to the interrogation room, she commanded as she exited the room. The officers exchanged glances with Zhan Feng, speaking in tentative tones, cooperate. Cooperate? Zhan Feng chuckled, then accompanied the officers to the interrogation room. Once there, the atmosphere turned formal. Lung Bingbing conducted the questioning alongside Zhan Feng. However, after the interrogation concluded, apart from Zhan Feng's own confession, there was no other evidence. To convict him, a plethora of evidence would need to be submitted and aligned with his statements. Finally, Lung Bingbing's voice resonated in the silent interrogation room, tinged with confusion. Why did you confess? Why did you explicitly inform us that you killed Han Jintian? Are you not aware that just your statement, combined with any subsequent evidence we find, is sufficient to send you to prison or even to the gallows? Her gaze locked onto Zhan Feng's eyes, searching for even a hint of fear or regret within those unfathomable depths. Because I enjoy showing off, Zhan Feng replied, raising an eyebrow. His tone as casual as discussing the weather, even tinged with a sense of self-satisfaction. You insolent fool! Lung Bingbing's fury reignited, and an expletive nearly escaped her lips. Drawing a deep breath, her chest heaved as she fought to suppress her anger. Zhan Feng, this is the police interrogation room. Cease your nonsensical ramblings. To put it simply, I admit that I killed him. It was my choice, but you cannot touch me, neither through your proud rules nor legal procedures. Zhan Feng paused slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a sight that irked Lung Bingbing immensely. Chapter 71. Infuriatingly arrogant, Lung Bingbing's expression turned a shade of iron. A potent mix of humiliation and powerlessness entwined with her anger, constricting around her heart like a thorny vine. She slammed her fist onto the table, the metallic surface echoing a dull thud that pierced through the silence. Arrogant. Her voice, strained with fury, became sharp and distorted, her body trembling with agitation. You are utterly brazen. This is the police department. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that your twisted charm allows you to act with impunity here? To scorn everything? Zhan Feng reclined slightly against the cold chair back. To be honest, I am not trying to show off. His voice was low, yet it bore the weight of cold steel, each word resonating with clarity in the hearts of all present. Here, I can indeed do as I please, and that includes, but is not limited to this very place. The interrogation room fell into an eerie silence. Arrogant. Infuriatingly arrogant. Lung Bingbing's voice, sharp as a frozen blade, echoed with an icy chill. Zhan Feng lounged in his seat, as if in the comfort of his own living room, leaning back slightly, the front legs of the chair lifting slightly off the ground due to his shift in weight, a faint, infuriating smile gracing his lips. Faced with Lung Bingbing's ire, he showed no sign of retreat, instead meeting her gaze with unyielding composure. Yes, I am quite arrogant. You witnessed it just now? You. Lung Bingbing found herself momentarily speechless, her chest heaving, the buttons of her uniform straining against her form, outlining a captivating silhouette. She struggled to suppress the impulse to slam her hands on the table. She had never encountered such an audacious suspect in her career. At that moment, Zhan Feng casually added, I did kill him, but you lack the evidence you seek. My verbal admission, from a legal standpoint, appears insufficient to establish my culpability, as I could still potentially be a scapegoat for another. Fine, just you wait. I'll see how long you can maintain this arrogance. Lung Bingbing gritted her teeth. I will summon the chief of the police department to discuss this with you. I want to see if your bravado can endure against him. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Oh, the chief? Is it Du Yuntao? Indeed, he is quite adept at interrogation. Have you heard the esteemed name of our chief commissioner? Lung Bingbing remarked coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng's smile widened, even tinged with a hint of helplessness as he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, let us not call him that. He is merely a good buddy I met once. If he were to arrive, he would undoubtedly let me go, which would be rather unfortunate as it might lead others to misinterpret it as favoritism, tarnishing his reputation, wouldn't it? In such a tense atmosphere, Zhan Feng's words elicited an involuntary snicker from the young police officer responsible for taking notes, who quickly stifled it, his face turning beet red. Lung Bingbing felt a surge of blood rush to her head, infuriated to the point of seeing black before her eyes. She had encountered many who put on airs, but none so outrageous as to brazenly involve the chief commissioner, Du Yuntao, in their tall tales. Good buddy? Favoritism? It was utterly absurd. This was not a mere brawl. This was a murder case. Zhan Feng, do you truly consider yourself so significant? With her teeth nearly clenched, Lung Bingbing spat out these words, her gaze sharp as a dagger as it pierced through Zhan Feng's smug grin. Did he not realize where he was? Well, what can I say? Zhan Feng shrugged, adopting an expression of shared helplessness. The reality is what it is. I'm troubled as well. Oomph. We shall see. Lung Bingbing shot him a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly capable of igniting his thick skin. She then turned on her heel and slammed the door behind her, causing several motion sensor lights in the corridor to flicker on. In the corridor, Lung Bingbing leaned against the cold wall, taking deep breaths in an attempt to quell the tumult of rage and an unprecedented sense of defeat. She had been in the field long enough to encounter many difficult criminals, but none as impervious and infuriatingly arrogant as Zhan Feng. What frustrated her further was that during her attempt to control him, that scoundrel had taken advantage of the situation. She cast a glance at her uniform, taut with anger, a potent mix of shame and fury surging within her once more. Closing her eyes tightly, she forced herself to regain her composure. This Zhan Feng must not be let off the hook. However, at present, she found herself at a loss regarding Zhan Feng. Conventional interrogation techniques seemed trivial in his presence. And physical coercion? The brief confrontation had already proven who was truly at a disadvantage. Her only hope lay in the experienced and formidable Chief Commissioner Du Yuntao. Reaching a secluded end of the corridor, Lung Bingbing pulled out her phone and dialed number. The call connected swiftly, and she succinctly reported the latest developments in the Han Jintian fall case and the troubles encountered in the interrogation room, particularly emphasizing that the suspect had confessed to the murder, but that there were critical gaps in the evidence chain, along with the suspect's extreme arrogance and potential psychological anomalies. No evidence? The voice on the other end, Du Yuntao, responded with a grave tone. Han Jintian was a prominent businessman in Xiangqing, and his death had stirred considerable unrest. Higher authorities demanded a swift resolution to quell the public outcry. Without evidence, the case would remain unresolved and the pressure would only mount. Indeed, Commissioner, the suspect's confession requires corroboration with physical evidence to complete the loop. Currently, aside from his own admission, we lack direct, irrefutable proof linking him to the crime. Lung Bingbing's voice carried a hint of fatigue and resignation. A few seconds of silence ensued on the line before Du Yuntao decisively commanded, "Understood. I will come over immediately." In 10 minutes. The call ended. 10 minutes later, Du Yuntao arrived. What's going on? Please elaborate. Lung Bingbing quickly recounted the situation. From the initial investigation at the Han Jintian fall scene to identifying Zhan Feng as a suspect and bringing him in, culminating in the infuriatingly brazen confession and attitude displayed during the interrogation. Naturally, she deliberately omitted the part where she had been taken advantage of, stressing only the suspect's remarkable skills and extremely poor attitude, as it would be too embarrassing otherwise. The lack of evidence is profoundly concerning. Du Yuntao murmured, his brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping at his side. The Han Jintian case cannot afford delays. Let us go. Take me to see this capable individual. Even without immediate evidence, we must find a way to extract information from him or forcibly connect him to some evidence. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes, clearly bearing substantial pressure. Chapter 72. The astonished Lung Bingbing. Yes, that would be best. Lung Bingbing nodded, albeit acknowledging that this was somewhat irregular. However, given that Zhan Feng had admitted to the crime and his outrageous demeanor, she was inclined to support deviating from procedure. Under Lung Bingbing's guidance, Du Yuntao pushed open the heavy door to the interrogation room. His gaze swept across the room like that of a hawk, swiftly locking onto the slouched, nonchalant Zhan Feng. Upon recognizing Zhan Feng's face, the severity and gravity etched on Du Yuntao's features shattered like glass struck by a hammer. He abruptly halted, his pupils narrowing, his expression a tapestry of shock and disbelief, as though he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. Zhan, is that you?" Du Yuntao's voice trembled slightly, infused with immense surprise. Zhan Feng lifted his gaze, meeting Du Yuntao's astonished eyes, a familiar, slightly irreverent smile blossoming on his lips once more. "It's me, Du Laoj. Long time no see. I never imagined our second meeting would occur here. By the way, this place is rather chilly." "Indeed, haha. Du Yuntao est contenance transformed." The authority he once wielded replaced by an almost servile warmth. He quickly closed the distance, his tone imbued with both reproach and camaraderie. Oh dear, cool me, cool me, cool me. This dismal place is hardly suitable for hosting guests. You should have given me a heads up before being brought here. Just a phone call away. He urged Zhan Feng toward the exit, his warmth leaving both Lung Bingbing and the recording officer utterly stunned. What kind of relationship must they share to exhibit such openness? In situations like this, leveraging connections is typically veiled in secrecy. It's merely a trivial matter. I didn't intend to disrupt your work, Zhan Feng replied casually. Even the smallest matter warrants interruption. Come, let us head to my office for some tea and a proper chat. Duyentao insisted, affectionately draping his arm over Zhan Feng's shoulder as they made their way out. Commissioner, Lung Bingbing finally snapped out of her stupor, stepping in front of the door with a swift motion, her voice rising in shock and confusion. For Lung Bingbing, the scene before her completely upended her understanding. The exalted and imposing chief commissioner was treating this suspect with such deference, addressing him as a brother. A wave of absurdity and indignation coursed through her. Crucially, judging by Du Yuntao's demeanor, it would be exceedingly difficult to hold Zhan Feng accountable. Not only would it be improbable to prosecute him, but even temporarily detaining Zhan Feng seemed impossible. If it were anyone else, one might overlook the transgressions. But Zhan Feng was different. Only then did Du Yuntao seem to notice Lung Bingbing's presence, his enthusiasm slightly waning, yet his tone remained undeniably resolute. What is this? Regarding the death of Han Jintian, since there is currently no direct evidence pointing to Mr. Zhan, he cannot be held any longer. This is protocol. Release him immediately. Let us discuss this once you have tangible evidence. Lung Bingbing felt an intense surge of emotion rising from her soles to the crown of her head. She gazed incredulously at Du Yuntao and then at the seemingly amused Zhan Feng, overwhelmed by a sense of deep injustice and anger. Just 10 minutes ago, the chief had been insisting on forcefully gathering evidence to expedite the case. And now it had transformed into a situation where they had to release him due to a lack of evidence. The rapid change of stance was more astonishing than turning the pages of a book. She felt utterly humiliated, as if she were a complete joke. Directeur du. Lung Bingbing's voice quivered with suppressed rage as she stood her ground defiantly. He is a murderer. He cannot be allowed to leave. With those words, she fixed her fiery gaze upon Zhan Feng, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Could they really let him walk free? What about the humiliation she had endured in the interrogation room? What of Han Jintian's case? Moreover, this scoundrel had seized her ball and spanked her, only fortifying her resolve not to let Zhan Feng escape easily. Bingbing. Du Yuntao's expression darkened, his tone growing more severe. He stepped forward and firmly tugged at her sleeve, dragging her several meters away to a quieter corner of the corridor outside the interrogation room. The harsh fluorescent lights above cast a pale glow upon them. What are you doing? Let go. Lung Bingbing forcefully shook off Du Yuntao's grip, her chest heaving, her eyes slightly reddened. Don't be so stubborn. Stubborn? How am I being stubborn? Just because he knows you, he can disregard the law? Director Du, you never taught us this. She retorted. Du Yuntao took a deep breath, glancing around to ensure they were alone, before lowering his voice, which now carried an unprecedented weight and a hint of unnoticeable helplessness. Bingbing, my dear niece, can't you see my stance toward Zhan Feng? This is not a simple acquaintance. Put aside your temper and do not act impulsively, he implored, adopting the tone of a concerned father. What stance? Isn't it just brotherhood? Lung Bingbing shot back defiantly. Even if he were your biological brother, if he has broken the law, he should be arrested. What about the fairness and justice you always preach? Fairness and justice? Yes, I seek fairness and justice. But have you truly witnessed genuine fairness and justice during your time at the police station? Du Yuntao's expression was serious, almost incredulous. Lung Bingbing, she began. Listen, first and foremost, the law is evidence-based. If you do not have irrefutable evidence to convict him, releasing him is entirely justified. Not even the highest authority can dispute this. Furthermore, he paused, leaning closer, his voice nearly a whisper. Let me be clear. Even if you had evidence, Zhan Feng would not face any repercussions. At least not here in Xianqing Police Station. No one can touch him. Lung Bingbing's entire being trembled as she looked up at Du Yuntao, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Why? By what right? Du Yuntao's gaze deepened as he articulated each word carefully. Commander of the Dongzhou War Zone, Xiao Yuandong. The esteemed Elder Xiao, You must be aware of him? He is the grandfather of your dear friend Xiao Yunxi. The name struck Ling Bingbing like thunder. She certainly recognized it. He was one of the legendary figures of the military elite, a person whose mere presence commanded respect. Was Zhan Feng aligned with him? Her voice trembled with a terrifying realization. If Zhan Feng was under Elder Zhao's protection, then Du Yuntao's attitude was entirely understandable. Should Elder Xiao wish to shield Zhan Feng, then Du Yuntao could not possibly hold him accountable for any wrongdoing. Protection? Du Yuntao slowly shook his head, a complex expression surfacing on his face, as if divulging a monumental secret. It is not merely protection. Zhan Feng and Elder Xiao are sworn brothers. They share a genuine bond of brotherhood. Do you understand? Chapter 73. This fellow is truly unmanageable. What? Lung Bingbing was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, her mind blank. Sworn brothers? Zhan Feng was but a youth, appearing to be around her age, while Elder Xiao, by virtue of age, belonged to the previous generation. How could these two individuals, with such disparate ages, statuses, and experiences, be sworn brothers? This utterly shattered her understanding of the world, observing the incredulity and bewilderment on Lung Bingbing's face. Du Yuntao understood the magnitude of the revelation's impact on her. He sighed, softening his tone while imparting a deeper warning. I know this is hard to believe, but it is the truth. For Elder Xiao to lower himself to such a degree and call Zhan Feng his brother, consider what that signifies. What does Zhan Feng represent? And what does he himself mean? Bingbing, I have said all I can. If you continue to be obstinate, it will only show your immaturity and inability to discern the reality of the situation. He paused, observing Lung Bingbing's still dazed expression before delivering a heavy blow. Do not forget, when your father agreed to let you stay in Xiangqing as a police officer, I made a promise to him. I brought you here from the provincial capital specifically to look after you. If you choose to antagonize Zhan Feng, creating a significant mess, I cannot guarantee that your father won T, in a fit of anger, transfer you back to the provincial capital. Weigh the consequences carefully. His words struck her like a bucket of ice water, instantly cooling her heated mind, although the humiliation, anger, and resentment still churned within her. The harsh reality pointed out by Du Yuntao, combined with her father's looming threat, compelled her to suppress her emotions forcibly. She understood that, be it in terms of legal procedures, actual power, or Zhan Feng's inscrutable background, there was no possibility of overcoming him at this juncture. Even her most cherished strength seemed laughable in comparison to Zhan Feng. What she found most unacceptable was that someone like Zhan Feng, by what right did he possess such a background, such identity, such power? How could he be worthy? A profound sense of helplessness and defeat engulfed her. Fine. Lung Bingbing's voice was filled with exhaustion and resignation. I understand. Du Yuntao observed her capitulation with a sense of relief, the tension in his demeanor easing slightly. He patted her shoulder, his tone softening. That's right, do not take things too seriously. Live a little lighter. With that, he turned and walked back to the interrogation room, instantly donning a friendly smile. Brother Zhan, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us head to my office for a chat over tea. Zhan Feng stretched lazily, casting a glance at the still rigid Lung Bingbing. Her complexion pale and her expression complex. A playful smile crept across his face as he deliberately raised his voice. No rush to leave. It seems Officer Lung has quite a few questions for me. How about we let her interrogate me a little longer? I can see that little expression of hers. She seems quite unwilling. Lung Bingbing's body tensed immediately, the anger she had just managed to suppress flaring up again, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly piercing her skin. This scoundrel had taken immense advantage of his connections to escape, and now he dared to humiliate her further. Ha ha, Brother Zhan is joking. Du Yuntao quickly intervened, casting a warning glare at Lung Bingbing to signal her not to act rashly. He then half-pushed, half-led Zhan Feng out. Come on, let us go. Don't mind her. The young lady is just a bit naive. I'll have a word with her later. Lung Bingbing gazed coldly at Zhan Feng's retreating figure as it vanished at the end of the corridor, her heart tumultuous with feelings of humiliation, anger, resentment, and a tinge of apprehension towards the enigmatic background of that man, intertwining within her to the point of almost tearing her apart. She stamped her foot fiercely, producing a dull thud, her cherry lips pressed tightly together, nearly drawing blood. Zhan Feng, just you wait. This matter is far from settled. Lung Bingbing silently roared within, her gaze sharpening and turning frigid once more. She vowed to uncover the evidence, to ensure that this scoundrel would pay the price, regardless of who was backing him. Du Yuntao's office was spacious and bright, a stark contrast to the oppressive interrogation room, featuring a mahogany desk, genuine leather sofa, and walls adorned with plaques proclaiming the authority of the law. Du Yuntao personally brewed a fine cup of Longjing tea for Zhan Feng, and they both settled onto the sofa. Brother Zhan, today's incident was truly a misstep, an unfortunate flood at the Dragon King Temple. The staff below were inconsiderate, and I must apologize for the distress caused to you, my friend, Du Yuntao said, his face etched with sincerity and humility. Brother Du, you overstate it, Zhan Feng replied, lifting the teacup, blowing gently on the steam, and smiling nonchalantly. It's just a trivial matter, though that Lung Bingbing is rather intriguing. Bingbing is the eldest daughter of the Lung family in the provincial capital. Her father is my former superior, the top official in the province. This girl has quite a fiery temperament. Perhaps she could use some tempering here. I must say, she is quite adept at solving cases, though she can be obstinate and inflexible. Today, she clashed with you, but don't take it to heart. Du Yuntao subtly introduced Lung Bingbing's background. Understood. Just having a bit of fun, Zhan Feng responded. They exchanged a few more inconsequential pleasantries, and upon noticing that time was slipping away, Zhan Feng set down his teacup and rose. Brother Du, we've enjoyed tea and conversation, but the hour is late, and I shall not impose further. Leaving already? Stay a while longer. Du Yuntao peut-il urger? Not necessary. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Very well. I shall have someone see you off. Du Yuntao also stood. Look, I didn't intend to trouble you, but could that Lung Bingbing drive me home personally? Zhan Feng inquired. That should not be too much trouble, right? Zhan Feng smiled in response. Du Yuntao's face flickered with a hint of difficulty as he stroked his chin, his tone hesitant. It's not that it's troublesome, but Bingbing's temperament, she can be as stubborn as a block of ice. I'm afraid not to worry, I actually think her temperament is quite agreeable. Zhan Feng chuckled. All right, with your word, I am much reassured. But brother, do bear with her a bit. Du Yuntao, sans signe Zhan Feng's attitude, felt slightly at ease, yet remained vigilant. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng perceived Du Yuntao's concern. He casually brushed off the ash from his cigarette, a lazy smile gracing his features. Brother Du, what are you implying? Do you take me for someone so petty as to bicker with a mere girl? I find her frosty demeanor amusing. It's like teasing a feisty little wildcat, quite entertaining. Rest assured, I know my limits. Chapter 74. The shock of two women. Du Yuntao scrutinized Zhan Feng's expression, confirming his sincerity before finally relaxing, his previously tense shoulders easing. After all, if Zhan Feng and Lung Bingbing were to reach an irreconcilable conflict, neither side could afford to offend the other, placing Du Yuntao in an uncomfortable position. That's good. As long as you are aware, I worry that you two might collide like meteors, and my humble abode cannot withstand such turmoil. Rest assured. With that, the two exited the office, engaging in light conversation. Upon reaching the corridor, Du Yuntao called out, Bingbing, come here for a moment. Hearing this, Lung Bingbing approached, her gaze freezing over once it met Zhan Feng, her tone stiff. Director, what is it? Du Yuntao pointed to Zhan Feng, his tone brooking no argument. You will drive Mr. Zhan home. Me? Drive him home? At the command, Lung Bingbing's brows knitted tightly, as if she could crush a mosquito. Is there a problem? He can take a taxi home. Obey the order. Du Yuntao replied succinctly. Lung Bingbing wished to refuse, but found the words stuck in her throat. Prior to her employment, she had pledged to adhere to orders, to behave like an ordinary officer, and never exploit her background for special treatment. Yes, she inhaled deeply, suppressing her reluctance, a simmering anger coiling in her chest as she replied coldly. The journey back to the suburban villa was long and silent. As night descended, the city's neon lights blurred into streaks outside the car window. Zhan Feng lounged lazily in the leather passenger seat, the cigarette between his fingers flickering as the smoke curled upward, only to be swiftly torn apart by the night breeze filtering in through the window. The two remained silent, neither initiating conversation. The vehicle eventually glided smoothly to a stop before the grand, ornate iron gate of the villa. Zhan Feng extinguished his cigarette, opened the car door, and stepped out. Just as he was about to fully exit, he heard Lung Bingbing's voice from behind. icy enough to freeze the air, each word crisp and clear, laced with unmistakable warning and hostility. Zhan Feng, I remember you. Hmm? Zhan Feng paused, slowly turning around. Rather than displaying anger at her threat, a radiant, almost mischievous smile blossomed on his face. You remember me? Yes, I remember you. Lung Bingbing's tone grew more menacing. Zhan Feng tilted his head slightly, his gaze playfully dancing over Lung Bingbing's frosty visage, his tone casual yet confident. Hey, with a face as devastatingly handsome as mine. It's hard for any girl to forget me. Don't worry, I won't let it go to my head. Get out of the car. Lung Bingbing felt a surge of frustration rise within her, as if all her calm composure was about to shatter under his roguish demeanor. All right then, farewell. We may meet again. Zhan Feng waved nonchalantly as he turned back toward the villa. Inside the villa's living room, the crystal chandelier cast a soft yet somewhat chilly glow. Bai Lingxue and Guanning sat silently facing each other on the expansive leather sofa, their untouched coffee long cold before them. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows framed a meticulously tended, yet eerily quiet garden outside. Time ticked by, each moment stretching painfully long. Since Zhan Feng had been taken away by the police patrol, their hearts felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, suspended in midair, unable to rise or fall. Restlessness and worry permeated the air in silence. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves increasingly concerned for the very person they despised. Finally, Guanning broke the silence, her voice tinged with fatigue. Lingxue, it's been several hours and we have heard nothing. He admitted so readily. I fear Zhan Feng may not come out this time. His behavior was such that even if we wanted to help, we wouldn't be able to. Have you ever seen someone commit murder and not even attempt to defend themselves? Bai Lingxue replied, equally exasperated. Zhan Feng is truly a peculiar character. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Bai Lingxue called out, her voice laced with caution. Who else could it be? Your dashing, handsome, and safely returned husband. Zhan Feng replied. Bai Lingxue and Guanning, upon hearing the sound, instantly widened their eyes, exchanging glances filled with sheer astonishment and disbelief. Zhan Feng has returned? How could this be possible? It completely transcended their realm of understanding. After all, it was a murder case. He had himself confessed to the act of killing. By all conventional reasoning, he should now be under stringent detention, awaiting interrogation, or perhaps even transferred to higher judicial authorities. The thought of escaping? It was utter nonsense. Ningye. Bai Lingxue's voice held a hint of skepticism as she grasped Guanning's arm, as if needing reassurance that this was not a mere figment of her imagination. Are you certain it was his voice? I did not mishear, right? Guanning pinched her palm, the sudden pain confirming that this was no dream. Taking a deep breath, she nodded emphatically, her voice equally charged with excitement. It's him. Absolutely no doubt. I would recognize that flippant tone even if it turned to ashes. Having received confirmation, Bai Lingxue hastily rose to open the door. Outside, Zhan Feng stood with his signature, slightly infuriating radiant smile, appearing as though he had merely taken a leisurely stroll, oblivious to the fact that he had been apprehended. Oh, two lovely ladies, still awake at this late hour? Zhan Feng's gaze swept across the astonished faces of Bai Lingxue and Guanning, his grin widening. He strode directly towards the spacious, comfortable sofa, reclining against the soft cushions like a triumphant general, his long legs casually crossed. His tone is relaxed, as if discussing the weather. Not asleep yet? Are you worried about my safety? Ah, how touching. Bai Lingxue and Guanning remained frozen in place, their eyes locked onto him, as if trying to peer through him, a massive question mark hovering above their heads. How on earth did he return? It was utterly inconceivable. You're all right? Bai Lingxue's gaze was filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Zhan Feng shrugged, his demeanor nonchalant, the familiar air of arrogance radiating from him as he chuckled. What kind of question is that? Your husband is such an illustrious and invincible figure. What could possibly happen? If the sky were to fall, I would be here to support it. Bai Lingxue was incensed by his nonchalant attitude, striding towards him, looking down with a serious tone. Zhan Feng, be serious. Explain clearly how you managed to get out. Don't play games with me. Chapter 75. This is the harsh reality of the world. Do you understand? Zhan Feng arched an eyebrow, shifting to a more comfortable position, lazily replying, I just came out, that's all. Just came out? Escaped? Bai Lingxue questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Escape? Nonsense. Du Yuntao, the director, you know him, right? He is somewhat of a buddy of mine. So he gave me a bit of face. After chatting for a while, he felt the misunderstanding was cleared up and sent me back. Zhan Feng spoke lightly, as if he had merely gone for a cup of tea. You committed murder. Bai Ling Xue enunciated each word, her voice suddenly rising. Yes, I killed Han Jintian. Zhan Feng nodded affirmatively. Bai Ling Xue, filled with intense skepticism, retorted, You confessed that in front of the police, and now you claim Du Yuntao is your buddy. So he could disregard the law and release you. A murderer? Zhan Feng, ask yourself, does this make any logical sense? Do you believe it yourself? Zhan Feng stroked his chin, pretending to contemplate seriously, even nodding gravely. Well, now that you mention it, it does sound a bit implausible. Then tell me, how did you get out? Bai Ling Xue pressed on. Zhan Feng spread his hands, feigning innocence. But the fact remains, the process may be a bit convoluted. But the result is that I returned, unscathed. You were just making things up, spouting nonsense. Bai Ling Xue stomped her foot, unable to tolerate his dismissive attitude any longer. I'm not making anything up. Zhan Feng straightened his posture, defiantly glaring back at her. Believe it or not, I'm back, and that is an indubitable fact. Stop questioning me, lest you accuse me of showing off. Speak to me properly. Bai Ling Xue was thoroughly infuriated by his arrogant demeanor. What is improper about my speech? Zhan Feng retorted, neck stiffened, as if he were justified. I'm the head of the household, your husband. When I speak, it must carry weight and assertiveness. Let me tell you, Bai Ling Xue, while other men may be soft-spoken in your presence, I, Zhan Feng, am not weak. I am a tough man, a hard character. Do you understand? I think you're just itching for a beating. Bai Ling Xue, provoked, stepped forward, her movements swift as lightning, accurately pinching the soft flesh at Zhan Feng's waist, twisting with all her might. Ouch, that hurts. Zhan Feng, who had been so boastful moments ago, instantly wilted, wincing in pain, his body contorting like a pretzel as he begged for mercy. Easy now, easy. I was wrong, truly wrong. Let go. My waist is going to break. Still pretending? Bai Ling Xue tightened her grip, gritting her teeth as she interrogated him. No more pretending. I give up. I surrender. Zhan Feng, devoid of pride, capitulated immediately. The bravado he had moments before utterly vanished. Oof. Now we're getting somewhere. Finally satisfied, Bai Ling Xue released her grip, watching Zhan Feng clutching his waist in pain. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, she adjusted her slightly disheveled attire and returned to the adjacent single sofa, regaining a semblance of her cool, authoritative demeanor. Now, can we speak properly? How did you manage to get out? Rubbing his sore side, Zhan Feng looked utterly aggrieved. How can I explain? If I tell the truth, you won't believe me. Bai Ling Xue began to dissect the situation meticulously. First, you claim you and Du Yuntao are good buddies, but that premise is fundamentally flawed. Your respective identities, statuses, and social standings are like parallel lines, with barely any chance of intersection. He is the director of the police patrol, a position of great power. While you, she cast a pointed look at Zhan Feng, her meaning clear. What's wrong with me? I lack status and identity? Zhan Feng pouted. Bai Ling Xue ignored his interruption and continued. Secondly, even if we were to assume you had some secret connection, you confessed to murder, a homicide. As an enforcer of the law, would Du Yuntao dare to act unlawfully and release you? Would he sacrifice his position, his future? Would he take such a colossal risk? It utterly defies logic and reason. Bai Ling Xue's analysis was calm and incisive, each word striking at the heart of the matter. While Wen Ning nodded in agreement from the side, Zhan Feng observed Bai Ling Xue's serious demeanor, his playful expression fading, though his gaze remained inscrutable. Leaning forward, he crossed his hands over his knees, his tone taking on a slightly more serious note. Fine, you make a fair point. Let me rephrase. I did admit it verbally. That is true. But the crux of the matter is they lack substantial evidence to pin me down, you understand? Confessions can be feeble in the face of irrefutable evidence. Du Yuntao let me go, partly to save face, but more importantly because the evidence chain was incomplete. Holding me against my will would have been futile and could have caused more trouble. So, releasing me was the least risky and most procedural approach for him. It was simply a matter of letting the current flow naturally, do you get it? Even if someone were to file a complaint, Du Yuntao wouldn't be violating any laws. Furthermore, regarding this matter, no matter how many times you ask me, whether it be 1,000 or 10,000 times, even if the heavenly king himself were to descend and pose the question, I, Zhan Feng, would possess but a singular answer, one that shall remain unaltered. It was I who took the life, so simple, so audacious. If you dare, then prosecute me. As he spoke, Zhan Feng's aura of arrogance filled the air once more. You, Bai Ling Xue, found yourself rendered speechless by Zhan Feng's unabashed bravado. To have committed murder, and yet to remain so defiant. Was he not afraid of capture? Did he not fear the repercussions of the law? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is your husband managing well with this air pretense? Do you truly not fear arrest?" Fear? Zhan Feng let out a derisive laugh, his gaze suddenly sharp as a blade, imbued with a frigid insight into the world's realities. Why should I fear? How do my parents meet their end? They were callously thrust from a height of several stories. And what was the outcome? Huh. He emitted a brief, sardonic chuckle, leaning back as his tone grew somber, resonating with a profound desolation and coldness. Thus, I have long understood that in this world, to ensure one's own safety, one must not rely on the so-called legal statutes or the illusory notions of fairness and justice. Rather, it hinges upon oneself. It depends on your own capabilities. If you possess the power to overturn the heavens and earth, then even acts of murder and arson can be committed with impunity, allowing you to thrive. Conversely, if you lack such prowess, even the act of crushing an ant could lead to your utter destruction. The law of the jungle prevails, the strong survive. And that is the brutal truth of our society. The so-called fairness is merely a comforting lie for the weak who refuse to acknowledge their own frailty, a self-deceiving rationale cloaked in beauty. As he spoke, Zhan Feng's piercing gaze returned to Bai Ling Xue's face, infused with a penetrating force. Do you wish to deny this? You must accept it. Do you refuse to acknowledge it? You must concede. To forcibly cover your ears and close your eyes, convincing yourself that the world is a beautiful place? That is but your mind's pitiful self-deception, constructing a false prison of illusion. Reality is this cruel, is devoid of reason. Do you understand? Chapter 76. The Model of Learning for Women, Xiao Yunxi. The living room fell into a profound silence. The brilliance of the crystal chandelier seemingly dimmed. Bai Ling Xue became utterly mute, gazing at the man before her, who exuded a complex blend of defiance and worldly wisdom, her emotions tumultuous. Zhan Feng's words were cold, ruthless, like a dagger forged from ice, piercing through the veil of warmth and exposing the grotesque essence of a society governed by the survival of the fittest. Bai Ling Xue found herself incapable of rebuttal, as she recognized that Zhan Feng's assertions were, to a significant degree, the very principles that underlie the functioning of this world. The commercial realm she was familiar with and depended upon was no different, merely cloaked in a veneer of civility. At last, she grasped why Zhan Feng could so calmly declare, "It was I who killed," and exhibit such disdain for the police. His worldview, his logic of action, was rooted in that chilling and brutal reality he articulated. How could one who had witnessed the tragic demise of his parents, with their murderer roaming free and who struggled for survival in the cracks of society, ever sincerely believe in fairness, adhere to the law, or engage in reasoned discourse? Such beliefs are unrealistic. Bai Ling Xue looked into Zhan Feng's fathomless eyes, tinged with mockery and detachment, and her heart began to discern an answer. His current state of tranquility, coupled with his almost provocative demeanor, was in itself a response to the question of justice. It was harsh, yet undeniably true. "Will this case still come to you?" Bai Ling Xue inquired, her concern for Zhan Feng evident. "Most likely not. Even if it does, it would be futile. Do you truly believe I am a fool? To act pretentiously without certainty?" Zhan Feng replied with a grin. "Humph. You shall eventually perish by your own pretentiousness." Bai Ling Xue retorted with a light scoff. "I possess but one potentiality, and that is to perish by your side." Zhan Feng teased, raising an eyebrow. "Get lost," Bai Ling Xue exclaimed, delivering a firm kick to Zhan Feng. The following morning, at Nanhu Park, the sky was a brilliant azure, the summer sun beginning to exert its power, casting dappled patterns on the ground through the layers of sycamore leaves. A gentle breeze swept across the lake, bringing with it the refreshing scent of moisture and greenery, alleviating the heat in the air. Zhan Feng chose not to go to the company today, having arranged to practice martial arts with Xiao Yunxi. After all, she had officially become his apprentice, and he had yet to teach her any skills. Xiao Yunqi appeared to have made a special effort today. She wore a form-fitting athletic tank top that accentuated her youthful curves, paired with highly elastic light gray yoga pants that perfectly hugged her long, slender legs, showcasing her exquisite figure. With the vitality and allure of a sporty girl, coupled with her pure and charming features and a ponytail, she exuded a refreshing aura. This outfit perfectly aligned with Zhan Feng's aesthetic preferences. "Brother Feng, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Xiao Yunqi exclaimed as she jogged over, her face radiant with a bright smile. She stood before Zhan Feng, beautiful, graceful, and confidently extending her hand. "What do you think of my outfit? I feared that teaching you martial arts would be too dull, so I decided to dress a bit more appealingly, hoping it would make you more interested and patient." "Brother Feng, indeed, it is absolutely splendid." Upon hearing Xiao Yunqi's words, Zhan Feng felt a surge of warmth rush to his head, nearly moved to tears on the spot. This girl was truly an angel sent by heaven, so considerate and understanding. She even worried that her master might find the lessons mundane. Dressing in such captivating yoga pants to enliven the atmosphere, striving to make their teaching time engaging and enjoyable. This heartfelt gesture was profoundly touching. He silently lamented, wishing that the cold and unyielding Bai Ling Xue could possess even half of Xiao Yunqi's warmth and thoughtfulness, for then his days would be infinitely more pleasant. "Hee, I'm glad you like it," Xiao Yunqi giggled. "Ahem." Zhan Feng forcibly suppressed his inner excitement, clearing his throat as he endeavored to adopt a serious demeanor befitting a master, though the mirth in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "Yunqi, given your considerate spirit towards your master and your respect for the teachings, I must bring forth my utmost skills today, ensuring that you gain immeasurable benefits." "Really? That's absolutely wonderful," Xiao Yunqi exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child receiving candy. And she leapt forward, affectionately wrapping her arms around Zhan Feng's arm, bouncing with delight. The softness of her body and the fresh scent of her hair enveloped Zhan Feng, causing him to stiffen momentarily before relaxing, his smile widening. All right, steady now." Zhan Feng composed himself, extricating his arm from her embrace, gently patting the top of Xiao Yunqi's head, his voice laced with an unintentional tenderness. Come, time is precious. Let us formally begin our lesson and see how well you fare." "Yes, master." Xiao Yunqi immediately stood upright, performing a proper salute with clasped fists, her small face radiating earnestness, yet the glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her cheerful disposition. Zhan Feng felt an instant surge of vitality, as if imbued with boundless energy. He focused his mind and began to offer serious guidance. The teaching process was replete with interactivity. Zhan Feng commenced with the fundamentals of stance and breathing techniques, emphasizing the significance of a solid foundation. He then proceeded to teach a beginner's set of boxing routines, urging her to ground herself, harnessing power from the earth, and achieving harmony between waist and horse stance. Standing behind Xiao Yunqi, he gently placed his hand on her slender yet resilient waist, assisting her in adjusting her center of gravity, while he marveled at the delicate finesse of her figure. "Relax your waist, but ensure your core remains steady. Yes, just like that. Feel the power coalescing within your abdomen." Through the thin fabric of her tank top, Zhan Feng could distinctly sense the warmth and supple muscle contours of the young girl's waist, a tactile sensation that was astonishingly exquisite. Xiao Yunqi seemed to shiver slightly, but did not shy away. Instead, she focused even more intently on the experience. "Extend your arms like a bow, and unleash your strength like an arrow in flight." Zhan Feng moved to her side, one hand cradling her elbow while the other guided her wrist, attuning to the power in her arm muscles. The accidental brush of his fingertip against the smooth skin on the inner side of Xiao Yunqi's arm sent a tingling sensation through the air, seemingly raising the temperature between them. Xiao Yunqi was entirely absorbed in her learning, her gaze unwavering. She appeared to possess commendable athletic instincts and body coordination. And with Zhan Feng's immersive and close guidance, her progress was rapid. "Excellent, truly remarkable. Yunqi, your talent is extraordinary," Zhan Feng exclaimed sincerely. This praise stemmed not merely from her appealing yoga pants, but from Xiao Yunqi's remarkable comprehension, flexibility, and coordination, marking her as an outstanding candidate for martial arts. Observing Xiao Yunqi's small face, slightly flushed from concentration and exertion, with beads of sweat glistening on her nose in the sunlight, Zhan Feng felt for the first time. That teaching martial arts, particularly to a clever and aesthetically pleasing young lady, was an unexpectedly delightful and fulfilling endeavor. As noon approached, the sun blazed ever more fiercely. After repeated practice of a foundational routine, Xiao Yunxi was drenched in fragrant perspiration. The back of her sports tank was dampened, and strands of hair clung to her smooth forehead and fair neck. Xiao Yunxi paused, breathing lightly, and raised her hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow. The crystalline droplets cascading down her elegant neckline and disappearing into her collar. "Brother Feng, it's so hot," she said, her voice tinged with a post-exercise breathiness, reminiscent of a languid kitten. "Indeed, it is quite warm. Let's take a break. How about we find a cooler spot?" suggested Zhan Feng. "It's rather pleasant under this large tree. I know a newly opened indoor swimming pool nearby with a lovely environment. We could swim a bit to relax, and then grab some lunch. What do you think?" Xiao Yunxi looked up at him, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Swimming?" Zhan Feng's eyes instantly lit up, as if a 1,000-watt bulb had ignited within him, conjuring various delightful images in his mind. "Yes, swimming. There is nothing more refreshing than a dip after exercising." Xiao Yunxi nodded vigorously, her ponytail playfully swaying with her motion. Zhan Feng swallowed involuntarily and tentatively inquired, "Are we talking about wearing those, minimalistic swimsuits?" Xiao Yunxi playfully blinked, showing no signs of shyness. Instead, she confidently replied, "Hee, if Brother Feng enjoys watching, then of course, I have no objections. I'll wear it for you, as long as it makes my master happy. It is my duty." Zhan Feng drew in a sharp breath, feeling a rush of warmth flood through him, nearly causing an embarrassing nasal incident. The thought of Xiao Yunxi's perfectly proportioned figure clad in a bikini sent his imagination racing with excitement. He could almost envision the breathtaking beauty that would ensue, and he felt an impulsive urge to whip out his phone and capture the moment to share with Bai Lingxue, his icy-cold wife, to demonstrate what it means to be considerate and thoughtful. Women should be like Xiao Yunxi, he thought to himself. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. Yunxi, I appreciate your kind intentions, but what?" She interjected, "Such a fine thing, like an aged wine, should be savored slowly. We cannot consume it all at once, lest we lose the anticipation of its beauty. How about this? On a future auspicious day, you wear your most impressive bikini, and I'll take you to a picturesque private beach for a delightful swim. How does that sound?" Zhan Feng proposed. Xiao Yunxi paused for a moment, then comprehended his meaning, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she smiled sweetly, nodding obediently. "All right, I'll defer to Brother Feng. Next time, just remember 4 words, at your beck and call." As he gazed at the demure yet considerate girl before him, Zhan Feng felt a gentle stirring in a corner of his heart. He suppressed his playful demeanor, adopting a tone of curiosity and sincerity as he softly asked, "Yunxi, tell me, do you genuinely enjoy letting me take advantage of you?" To his surprise, Xiao Yunxi did not shy away. Rather, she met his gaze with her strikingly beautiful eyes, sparkling with mischief and honesty. "Brother Feng, how can that be considered taking advantage? It's called romance. Do you understand? Life needs a bit of spice." "Romance." Zhan Feng pondered the term, his smile deepening until he could not contain a hearty laugh, giving Xiao Yunxi a thumbs up. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Your explanation is so astute, I wholeheartedly agree." Xiao Yunxi chimed in with a giggle, adding, "Moreover, Brother Feng, haven't you heard the old adage? The fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. It's better for you to enjoy it than letting it be seen by those unrelated, right?" Zhan Feng was thoroughly amused by her reasoning, nodding in agreement while once more giving her a thumbs up. "Insightful, truly insightful. Yunxi, I've realized you are a woman who possesses the truths of the universe. Every word you say is profound and precious. I am in admiration." After their playful banter, Xiao Yunxi rubbed her flat abdomen. "Brother Feng, I've exerted myself quite a bit and am feeling a bit hungry. Shall we find somewhere to eat now?" "Let us go. I'm quite hungry too. Let us find a place to dine." They exchanged laughter as they strolled along the tree-lined paths of the park, the faint scent of sweat mingling with the fragrance of youth wafting in the summer breeze. Near the park, they discovered a charming Western restaurant. The eatery boasted an elegant ambience, adorned in deep blue hues complemented by warm yellow lighting and soothing jazz music, creating a lazy yet romantic atmosphere. It was lunchtime, and the restaurant was not crowded, with a few patrons engaged in hushed conversations. Zhan Feng and Xiao Yunxi chose a cozy booth by the window. The massive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a bustling street scene, with sunlight filtering through the glass, casting bright patches of light upon the white tablecloth. "I'll be right back. I need to visit the restroom," Xiao Yunxi said as she placed her order. Zhan Feng stood up and, with a quick word to Xiao Yunxi, headed toward the restroom at the back of the restaurant. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunxi ordered a selection of dishes to her liking. At that moment, the mobile phone resting on the table illuminated, emitting a pleasant ringtone. The name displayed on the screen was that of Lung Bingbing. Chapter 78. Trouble has come to Zhan Feng. Upon seeing this name, a deeper smile graced Xiao Yunxi's lips, as if recalling an amusing memory. She picked up the phone and swiped to answer, her tone lighthearted. "Hello, Officer Lung. Is the sun shining from the west today? What brings you to call me? Isn't the case keeping you busy?" Xiao Yunxi and Lung Bingbing had been close friends for many years, their conversations always casual. A slightly fatigued and irritated female voice came from the other end. "Busy? I'm nearly going mad. It's precisely because I'm overwhelmed that I wanted to chat with you and vent a little." Xiao Yunxi playfully elongated her tone, feigning a hint of discontent. "Oh, how lovely of you, Lung Bingbing, to think of me only when you're feeling down. When you have nothing going on, I seem to be forgotten entirely." My dear Yunxi, it's not like that." "Then what is it?" "Lately, I've been swamped, juggling the security for tomorrow's Time-Beige antique auction, with the higher-ups specifically designating me to take full responsibility. The pressure is immense, especially with that damned international thief, Mike." "Mike?" Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yunxi's expression grew more serious. Although she was not part of the police force, she had certainly heard of this infamous international thief, ranked among the top 3, known for his elusive nature and impeccable record. "Yes, it's him." Lung Bingbing's voice dripped with suppressed anger. "This guy is outrageously arrogant. He has publicly posted on the dark web, announcing his intention to appear in Xiangqing, targeting tomorrow's auction, claiming he will take at least one antique. What does this even mean? It's a blatant provocation. It's a contempt for the capability of our Xiangqing police. It infuriates me. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous. And to top it off, last night, I encountered a deranged suspect, resulting in a series of troublesome incidents that left me so furious I could hardly breathe." Lung Bingbing recalled Zhan Feng from the previous night, the frustration still lingering in her mind. All right, don't let it affect your health. You are recognized as the most beautiful officer in our Xiangqing police force. You have both beauty and strength. Once you personally apprehend that Mike tomorrow, with evidence in hand, who will dare to underestimate you? Just imagine the prestige you will gain. It will resonate throughout the police community." Xiao Yunxi encouraged. "It's not as simple as you make it sound." Lung Bingbing's voice was laden with exhaustion. "Yunxi, he is one of the top 3 international thieves, employing countless cunning tactics and possessing exceptional counter-surveillance skills. It is said that his abilities are remarkable. What do you plan to do? Do you need my assistance?" Xiao Yunxi detected the anxiety and helplessness in her friend's voice. I truly need your help." After a moment of hesitation, Lung Bingbing revealed the purpose of her call. "With our current police force, especially the top hands, dealing with a thief of Mike's caliber will be quite difficult. If possible, I would like to ask you for a favor. Could you discreetly arrange for some top-notch experts from the military system through your grandfather to assist me?" Xiao Yunxi fell silent for a few seconds, her fingers unconsciously tracing the cool surface of the glass cup. The procedure for mobilizing military experts was complex, and her grandfather may not agree, which could also attract unnecessary attention. Suddenly, a more suitable and direct candidate came to her mind. Mobilizing military experts might be cumbersome, but I do have a more fitting candidate to recommend to you, whose capabilities will undoubtedly surpass your expectations, guaranteed to be more reliable than the military experts. "Who?" Lung Bingbing's voice rose in pitch, filled with urgency and curiosity. "My master." "Your master?" "Yes, my master," Xiao Yunxi replied proudly. "Rest assured, I have personally verified his skills. He is undoubtedly formidable and unfathomable." "Is that really true?" "Yunxi, this is no joking matter. The security level for tomorrow's auction is extremely high. The wealth and ancient artifacts involved are worth a fortune. We cannot afford any negligence." "Is your master truly dependable?" Lung Bingbing expressed her concern. "Absolutely reliable. Well, have I ever deceived you?" Xiao Yunxi asserted confidently. My master's skills are genuinely exceptional. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if Lung Bingbing was weighing her options. Eventually, her voice returned, tinged with a hint of compromise and caution. All right, since you were so certain, I will trust you. However, I must meet him in person to assess whether he is truly reliable, to ensure he is worthy of such an important task, as it directly relates to the success of the auction and my career. No problem. Xiao Yunxi readily agreed, her spirits lifted. There is no time like the present. I am currently dining with my master at a Western restaurant near the park. Come join us, and you can meet him face to face. Okay, wait for me. I happen to be quite hungry. That peculiar incident yesterday left me unable to eat all day. I am not far away. I will arrive in 15 minutes. Who is this person? Who could possibly infuriate our esteemed Officer Long to such an extent? Do tell. Xiao Yunxi's curiosity was piqued. Don't even mention it. A ridiculously narcissistic, silver-tongued, lawless scoundrel who is also particularly skilled. He is simply a blemish on my career. I will explain in detail once I arrive. Just thinking about him irritates me. I'm on my way. Lung Bingbing's voice seethed with barely contained frustration. After hanging up, Xiao Yunxi set her phone down and couldn't help but smile again. She was intrigued by the individual capable of rendering her otherwise composed friend unable to eat for an entire day. At that moment, Zhan Feng returned to the booth, shaking off the droplets of water from his hands, strolling leisurely. Brother Feng, you're back. Xiao Yunxi beamed, placing her phone aside. Yes, have you ordered? Zhan Feng settled in his seat and took a large sip of lemonade. Yes, I have. However, Xiao Yunxi leaned slightly forward, her hands clasped on the table. Her face adorned with a sweet smile, tinged with a hint of pleading, her big eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhan Feng. Brother Feng, I need to trouble you with something. I wonder if it is possible? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, observing his disciple's demeanor, feeling quite pleased. He waved his hand. Why be so polite with your master? Just speak your mind. As long as I can manage it, I will go through fire and water for you. I have a friend, to be precise, a close friend. She is a police officer responsible for the security of tomorrow's antique fair. You are strong, so I recommend you assist her, as the infamous international thief Mike may appear tomorrow. Xiao Yunxi explained. Chapter 79. The Great Bias of the Beautiful Officer Long. Sure, no problem. Since you asked, I must help. Zhan Feng replied. Hee. Hearing this, Xiao Yunxi's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Resembling a cat that had successfully stolen a fish, I knew Brother Feng would be the most righteous. Of course. Moreover, the friend I am introducing to you is a stunning beauty in the police force. Meeting her will undoubtedly be an intriguing experience. Xiao Yunxi added. A beauty in the police force? Zhan Feng paused momentarily, his hand holding the water cup faltering, as a name flashed through his mind. Lung Bingbing. The image of a tall, strikingly beautiful officer with sharp eyes like blades, yet possessing a captivating figure, instantly resurfaced, recalling their previous unpleasant sparring match. Yes, she is undoubtedly the most beautiful, Xiao Yunxi affirmed. A playful smile crept onto Zhan Feng's lips. How coincidental. Speaking of the most beautiful in the police force, I also know someone with an incredible figure. Absolutely S-class. Feng Ge, I do not wish to undermine you, but the beauty you mentioned pales in comparison to my friend, both in terms of her figure and her allure. Xiao Yunxi spoke with conviction, her chin slightly raised. Zhan Feng set down his cup, leaning forward slightly, his interest piqued. Is that so? I truly must anticipate her arrival. It must be quite extraordinary for our esteemed Xiao de Xiaojie to hold her in such high regard. She shall be here shortly. We need only wait calmly, Xiao Yunxi assured, glancing at her exquisite watch. Thus, the two engaged in a casual conversation amidst the mellow ambience of jazz music. Approximately 15 minutes later, a tall figure entered the restaurant. Dressed simply yet elegantly in a fitted white t-shirt and blue jeans, complemented by a pair of pristine white Nike sneakers, her unembellished attire only accentuated her near-perfect proportions. The snug fabric highlighted her breathtaking curves, a full bosom, a slender yet strong waist, and long, straight legs, each step exuding a natural rhythm. She wore no makeup, yet her face radiated a chilling beauty, instantly captivating the attention of those around her, regardless of gender. She was undoubtedly a presence that could render men breathless and prompt frequent glances. Bing Bing, over here, Xiao Yunxi exclaimed, rising excitedly and waving warmly at the newcomer. However, as Zhan Feng followed her gesture, The relaxed smile on his face abruptly froze, replaced by a look of astonishment. Zhan Feng was momentarily paralyzed in his seat, as if struck by a spell. Simultaneously, Bing Bing had accurately located Xiao Yunxi and the man who had kept her awake with frustration the previous night. Upon recognizing Zhan Feng's astonished expression, which she perceived as utterly frivolous, her cold, star-like eyes widened, and her steps faltered ever so slightly, leaving her equally stunned. The music in the restaurant seemed to be muted at that moment. Regaining her composure, Bing Bing approached the booth with steady, purposeful strides. Her gaze flickered between Zhan Feng and Xiao Yunxi, her voice laced with unmistakable disbelief as she spoke with remarkable synchronicity with Zhan Feng. The person you described as him? The person you described as him? They both asked in unison, pointing at one another. Xiao Yunxi was bewildered by the sudden synchronization and the palpable tension between them. She glanced from the disdainful Bing Bing to the conflicted Zhan Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Oh, do you two know each other? Bing Bing took a deep breath, her bosom rising as she attempted to quell her rising ire. She pointed at Zhan Feng and, through clenched teeth, addressed Xiao Yunxi, saying, "Know each other? That's an understatement. Yunxi, the man I told you about is him." Each word seemed to carry the chill of an icy cavern. Xiao Yunxi gazed vacantly at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng shrugged, his shoulders rising in nonchalance as he remarked to Xiao Yunxi, the one I described as fiery in temperament, with a figure to match, who would not hesitate to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, is indeed her. His tone was light, even teasing, yet it undoubtedly added fuel to Bing Bing's simmering anger. Xiao Yunxi suddenly realized, unable to suppress a laugh, her bright smile dissipating some of the tension in the air. What a truly ironic coincidence, as if the flood had swept through the Dragon King temple, and Qin had failed to recognize one another. She chuckled, attempting to ease the charged atmosphere. "Qin?" Bing Bing scoffed, her gaze cutting through Zhan Feng like a blade, then turning to Xiao Yunxi with utmost skepticism and displeasure. "Yunxi, the master you mentioned on the phone, the one with great capabilities who could assist greatly, surely is not this fellow, is he?" Almost simultaneously with Bing Bing's words, Zhan Feng, equally incredulous and resistant, pointed at Bing Bing and asked Xiao Yunxi, "Yunxi, the friend you mentioned needing my help to deal with some international thief, is that her?" Xiao Yunxi was momentarily overwhelmed by their rapid-fire inquiries, glancing between them before finally nodding vigorously. Upon receiving this affirmation, Bing Bing raised her chin slightly, the elegant line of her jaw tightening, closing her eyes as she took a deep, measured breath. Her bosom visibly rose and fell again, as if she were attempting to suppress the tumult of frustration and resentment within her. She acknowledged Zhan Feng's prowess. Their encounter last night had left a lasting impression, and his skills were undeniably formidable. Yet this was by no means a justification she could accept. Zhan Feng's inherent frivolity and unprofessional demeanor, particularly the way his gaze would inadvertently wander to certain parts of her body, made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, both physically and psychologically. Strength and poor character, in her view, were entirely separate matters. "Yunxi." Bing Bing reopened her eyes, fixing her intense gaze upon her best friend. What is it?" Bing Bing's tone was filled with heartfelt counsel as she implored, "How could you allow such a person to be your master? He is nothing but a charlatan, a complete lecher." Xiao Yunxi was momentarily speechless at such a blunt assessment, casting an awkward glance at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng felt as though he had been stepped on, indignantly exclaiming, "My reputation is thus being tarnished. Am I not wronged? Reputation? You have no reputation to speak of." Bing Bing retorted without reservation, her eyes brimming with disdain. "Do you not have any awareness of your own character? Does it require others to ruin it? Listen to this." Zhan Feng pointed at Bing Bing, appealing to Xiao Yunxi, as if he were a victim, insisting that they were persistently tarnishing his innocent reputation, claiming he was more wronged than Do-e. Bing Bing ignored Zhan Feng's theatrics and turned to Xiao Yunxi with a serious expression, her tone conveying an undeniable warning. "Listen to me. Steer clear of this man. The farther, the better. He is certainly not a suitable mentor or friend." Bing Bing. Xiao Yunxi finally regained her composure amidst their fierce exchange, grasping Bing Bing's arms, which were crossed over her chest, in an attempt to soothe her, speaking with a reassuring yet puzzled tone. "Is there some monumental misunderstanding between you two?" "Misunderstanding? Fengge is actually a good person. He simply speaks and acts rather casually at times, with no malice intended. Huh. Bing Bing seemed to have heard the grandest joke. Forcefully withdrawing her hand, her voice rising slightly in agitation. This is not a misunderstanding. It is the unvarnished truth. Yunqi, you are far too naive. This man is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. He feigns propriety while being utterly shameless. After years of handling cases, my judgment of character is impeccable. Xiao Yunqi observed Bing Bing's fervor and let out a gentle sigh, a hint of understanding and helplessness in her smile. At that moment, she began to comprehend the severity of Bing Bing's earlier frustrations. Bing Bing, I believe your bias against Feng Ge is rather excessive. Men, after all, are inherently drawn to beauty. Xiao Yunqi paused momentarily, her gaze flitting with a hint of mischief toward Zhan Feng before returning to Lung Bingbing. If a man is not attracted to the opposite sex, can he still be deemed a man? It is simply human nature, as long as one does not go overboard and respects beauty, including the appreciation of beautiful women. Isn't that perfectly normal? Zhan Feng, who was in the midst of drinking water, nearly choked. He hastily set down his cup, giving Xiao Yunqi a thumbs up, his face instantly transforming into a radiant expression of profound admiration. Brilliant! Your words are nothing short of wisdom. In all my years, you are undoubtedly the first woman I have encountered who possesses such insight and an appreciation for the essence of masculinity. I wholeheartedly agree, 1,000 times over. Yunqi. Lung Bingbing felt herself nearly overwhelmed by this twisted logic. She pressed her forehead, feeling her blood pressure rising. Why are you defending him? What kind of potion has he given you? Her voice brimmed with a sense of frustration and helplessness. I am merely stating the truth, Xiao Yunqi replied innocently, her eyes blinking as she articulated her logical analysis. You see, his lack of seriousness towards you only serves to affirm your beauty and exceptional charm. This is the highest commendation of your feminine allure. Think about it. Would he behave this way toward women who aren't attractive? You probably wouldn't even have the interest to glance at them, would he? Lung Bingbing was utterly baffled by Xiao Yunqi's audacious reasoning. She opened her mouth, attempting to refute, but found herself at a loss for words against this argument that, albeit twisted, seemed to carry a semblance of truth. She felt a lump in her throat, her delicate face flushing slightly, and could only glare at Zhan Feng with resentment. Did you hear that? Zhan Feng's confidence surged, his body relaxing as he leaned back against the sofa, crossing his legs and raising his chin towards Lung Bingbing. This is merely a recognition of your allure from a different perspective in the most primal and genuine manner. You should take joy in it. Seeing Zhan Feng's smug demeanor ignited the fire within Lung Bingbing once more. Shut your mouth, she exclaimed, slamming her palm onto the table, causing the cups to tremble. I do not wish to hear a single word from you. Not even one. Oomph. All right. Xiao Yunqi quickly interjected, sensing the rising tension, and firmly pressed Lung Bingbing back in her seat, her hands resting on her shoulders, her tone gentle yet resolute. My dear Officer Lung, please calm down. Do you think I can calm down with him acting like that? Forget about these trivial matters. Have you forgotten why you are here today? We need to discuss serious matters concerning the apprehension of the arrogant international thief, Mike. Xiao Yunqi hastily diverted the topic, though Lung Bingbing was forced to sit back down. Her body remained stiff, her face contorted with reluctance, her eyes still ablaze with fury directed at Zhan Feng. Ultimately, however, she refrained from leaving. She compelled herself to regain her composure. Yes, she had come today with a purpose. Even though this individual was exceedingly irksome, she could not deny his extraordinary capabilities. The brief encounter from the previous night revealed Zhan Feng's otherworldly speed and overwhelming strength, a level of prowess she had never encountered since joining the police force. It must be said he was a most formidable opponent she had ever faced, and she had to acknowledge this fact. Furthermore, the mission to capture the international thief Mike was exceptionally daunting. The adversary was cunning and ruthless, with someone as extraordinarily capable as Zhan Feng assisting. The probability of successfully capturing Mike would undoubtedly soar. For the sake of the mission and her responsibilities, she had to endure. This realization felt like a cold splash of water, temporarily dousing her anger, yet the sense of frustration deepened. She silently picked up the glass of ice water on the table and took a large gulp, the icy liquid soothing her turbulent emotions slightly. Seeing that Lung Bingbing had not immediately erupted, Xiao Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief and took a seat. For Yunqi's sake, I shall temporarily overlook yesterday's incident. Ahem. Zhan Feng cleared his throat, a teasing smile returning to his face as he leaned forward slightly. But fundamentally, you still need my assistance, right? You. Lung Bingbing felt as though she had been stepped on, her previously suppressed anger flaring back up, her cheeks flushing crimson. She abruptly stood, the chair scraping against the ground with an ear-splitting sound. Zhan Feng, do not let your pride blind you. I, Lung Bingbing, would never seek help from someone like you, even if I were to fail in my mission. With that, she turned to leave, her pride refusing to tolerate such a blatant acknowledgement of her predicament. It was more humiliating than outright insults. Chapter 81. High-profile antique auction. Oh, Bingbing. Wait. Xiao Yunxi swiftly grabbed Lung Bingbing's arm, urgently exclaiming, don't go. Feng was merely joking with you. Why take it seriously? Zhan Feng watched as Lung Bingbing trembled in anger, a resigned smile forming on his lips as he raised his hands in surrender. All right, I concede to you. I sincerely request, Officer Lung, to allow me to assist you. Is that acceptable? Can you give me this much face? Lung Bingbing, still being held by Xiao Yunxi, faced away from Zhan Feng, her body rigid. Despite Zhan Feng's awkward request, it provided her with a way to relent. She remained still, not turning back nor insisting on leaving, her shoulders subtly rising and falling. After a few seconds of silence, she ultimately allowed herself to be half-dragged, half-convinced back in her seat. Though no words were exchanged, her posture tacitly acknowledged Zhan Feng's request. Yet, her tightly pressed lips and cold profile conveyed her profound unwillingness and humiliation. Xiao Yunxi felt a wave of relief wash over her and promptly shifted the conversation. Bingbing, we must not delay. Please share the details of tomorrow's antique auction and the specific information regarding the international thief Mike with Feng, so he can be adequately prepared. Taking a deep breath, Lung Bingbing seemed to muster the last of her composure before nodding in agreement. She then succinctly recounted the details of the antique auction and the situation regarding Mike. Oh, Zhan Feng, upon hearing this, did not appear anxious. Instead, a smile of intrigue played upon his lips as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. So, they are daring enough to provoke you? If Mike dares to show himself, he must be brought to justice. Not only should he be captured, but we must seize this opportunity to decisively quell the arrogance of these lawless international thieves, making it clear that this is not a place for their mischief. Lung Bingbing's gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with determination for battle. A trivial matter. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. With me here, there is absolutely no problem. Can you refrain from being so blindly confident? Lung Bingbing immediately interjected, frowning in rebuttal, as she could not stand his complacent attitude. Blindly confident? Zhan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Even if you possess formidable strength, one must never let their guard down. Mike is not an ordinary thief. He is seasoned, cunning, and employs a myriad of tricks. Any oversight could lead to failure. Lung Bingbing solemnly warned, attempting to make Zhan Feng take the situation seriously. In your eyes, he may not be an ordinary character, but in my perspective, Zhan Feng merely represents a minor role that cannot stir significant waves. Zhan Feng retorted, his icy tone carrying a stern warning. Such grandiose claims, I advise you to reserve until you have successfully apprehended the individual. Otherwise, not only will you appear arrogant and ignorant, but you may also be perceived as deliberately posturing for attention. Hey, I prefer to express my confidence in advance. Zhan Feng replied unabashedly, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he leaned back in a relaxed manner. With strength comes a certain boldness. If one does not assert their capabilities, how can they showcase their prowess? Lung Bingbing scoffed, her skepticism unabashed, as she hoped that your abilities would live up to your bravado. Should you fail to capture the target, your inflated claims could backfire, leaving your face stinging from the humiliation. Rest assured, such a debacle is utterly foreign to my life's lexicon. Zhan Feng declared confidently. Hopefully it remains so. The atmosphere gradually eased, and with Xiao Yunxi's diplomatic efforts, the three managed to maintain a facade of peace. While savoring the exquisite dishes served by the waitstaff, they engaged in necessary discussions regarding the details of the upcoming operation, the potential tactics of Mike, and how Zhan Feng would coordinate. Despite the ongoing verbal duels between Lung Bingbing and Zhan Feng, with sharp exchanges of words, Xiao Yunxi's continuous mediation ensured the main framework of the plan was established. After the meal, Lung Bingbing excused herself to attend to security matters for the following day and departed from the restaurant. The next day, the morning sun slanted against the towering glass facade of the Guodu building, refracting a piercing brilliance. This landmark of Xiangqing appeared particularly distinct today due to a high-profile antique auction. The air was thick with an unspoken tension intermingled with opulence. At the entrance of the building, a throng of people flowed in and out, elegantly attired individuals guided by security personnel. In addition to the elite security provided for the auction, uniformed officers from the Xiangqing police were omnipresent, their keen gazes scanning every silhouette entering the building. An invisible net of vigilance silently unfurling. Upon entering the building, one had to navigate through layers of rigorous security checks and meticulous inspections with handheld detectors. The incessant beeping of metal detectors signaled the heightened security level of this auction, underscoring the value it represented. A rugged SUV smoothly parked in the VIP area. The door swung open, and Zhan Feng stepped out with an air of nonchalance. He maintained his characteristic carefree demeanor, clad in a finely crafted yet slightly casual dark coat that accentuated his tall stature. He glanced at the imposing Guodu building, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he strode directly towards the entrance. Lung Bingbing, I'm here. Lung Bingbing stood in the shadow at the entrance, her perfectly fitted police uniform accentuating her striking figure. Her cool, refined visage bore its customary seriousness, and her eyes resembled a frozen lake, vigilantly surveying her surroundings. Upon hearing Zhan Feng's voice, her brow slightly furrowed, and she turned to face him. Here, take this. Without any pleasantries, Lung Bingbing unfastened a leather holster from her waist, revealing a standard-issue handgun, which she handed to Zhan Feng. Her movements were brisk and decisive, imbued with an undeniable aura of command. Why are you giving this to me? Zhan Feng, with his hands tucked into the pockets of his coat and leaning back slightly, seemed somewhat disdainful of the weapon presented to him. In case of an emergency, at least you can defend yourself. Lung Bingbing's voice dropped to a low tone, laced with an imperceptible gravity. This is against the rules. Zhan Feng chuckled lightly, yet it was evident that today's events held significant weight in Lung Bingbing's mind. Just don't flaunt around. What is there to flaunt about this piece of junk? It's a burden. If a fight breaks out, having it would only hinder me. It's unnecessary. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Really unnecessary? Lung Bingbing's tone deepened, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Zhan Feng, seemingly searching for something beneath his nonchalant facade. Absolutely unnecessary. Zhan Feng replied with resolute certainty, his eyes brimming with confidence. Very well. Lung Bingbing ceased her insistence, smoothly reattaching the holster back to her waist, her movements fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. You head into the venue first. I've reserved a spot for you. I'll join you shortly. Remember to observe your surroundings and remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals. Mike excels at disguise. Anyone in a suit, even the elderly serving tea, could be him in disguise. Pay attention to their eyes, movements, and micro-expressions. Don't overlook any details. Oh, Zhan Feng responded apathetically before proceeding towards the security checkpoint, his languid demeanor leaving Lung Bingbing seething in silence as she bit her back teeth in frustration. Navigating through layers of security, he entered the auction hall where a unique blend of expensive perfumes, cigar smoke, and aged books greeted him. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, illuminating the space with a golden radiance. The circular seating arrangement was already filled with attendees, a melange of elegance and affluence. Business magnates in tailored suits engaged in hushed conversations, while antique scholars donned gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously studying the auction catalog with magnifying glasses. Several elderly gentlemen in traditional Tai Chi attire, possessing youthful visages, meditated in a serene composure that radiated an air of profound stability. The entire venue resembled a microcosm of society, diverse and complex, with each face concealing a myriad of intentions. Zhan Feng's gaze meandered lazily across the room, like a breeze skimming over a lake, leaving no ripples in its wake. He quickly located his designated seat, settling in with an air of indifference to the curious or probing glances around him. He casually pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly extracting one, lighting it with a deep inhale as pale blue smoke curled upward. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, the screen illuminating as familiar game sounds were muted. his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen, as though he were an island in the bustling market, disregarding Lung Bingbing's earlier admonitions to observe and survey. In his view, the vigilant patrols of the police and security personnel were merely performative gestures. A character like Mike, if truly among them, would never allow himself to become suspicious. He would undoubtedly blend in seamlessly, appearing more trustworthy than any genuine individual present. Such superficial efforts were best left to them to manage. Hey, after an undetermined span of time, a clearly irate female voice resonated above him. Almost immediately, Zhan Feng's shins were met with a firm kick from a police boot. Without lifting his head, he continued to deftly maneuver on his phone, lazily responding, "Want to play? Let us team up and dominate. I'll take you to victory." He even tilted his phone towards Lung Bingbing, the screen flashing with intense gameplay. Lung Bingbing looked down at Zhan Feng, her chest rising and falling slightly as she evidently struggled to contain her anger. Her frosty features unmistakably displayed a mix of helplessness and fury. "You're treating my words like mere whispers in the wind, aren't you?" Lung Bingbing's voice was so cold it could freeze droplets of water, the surrounding temperature seemingly plummeting several degrees. Not all. Zhan Feng finally deigned to divert his gaze from the screen, lifting his eyes to the frosty figure before him. A habitual, infuriating smile plastered across his face. Wasn't it sufficient for those brothers below to toil away? Must I wander about like a mere security guard? Such a waste of talent. Do you not comprehend? What do you mean by superficial effort? This is called being diligent and responsible. Do you understand? Lung Bingbing retorted, her words almost forced through clenched teeth, a vein throbbing at her temple. Zhan Feng leaned back in his chair, tilting his head, regarding Lung Bingbing with a playful glint in his eyes, his tone growing notably less courteous. "Lungdamarin, first and foremost, I am not your subordinate. We are partners. Or more precisely, I am here out of goodwill to assist you voluntarily. Secondly, my assistance is free of charge. Not a single penny from your Jingsun Si has been received. Lastly, the person has appeared, and I have captured him. Does that not resolve the matter? Are you now attempting to educate me?" Lung Bingbing found herself momentarily speechless by Zhan Feng's words. Rationality reminded her that he was indeed correct. He could easily leave if dissatisfied. Yet the reality was that if the notorious thief Mike did indeed show up, the likelihood of successfully apprehending him with Zhan Feng present was vastly greater than without. This realization pricked at her heart like a thorn, filling her with both rage and helplessness. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly quelled her tumultuous emotions. "Very well, do as you please." With that, she turned to leave. "Cold team leader, why bother showing kindness to such a fellow? Who's he think he is?" A young, hostile male voice suddenly interjected. Behind Lung Bingbing stood a young man, equally clad in the Jingsun Si uniform, his physique robust, exuding an air of arrogance. It was Deputy Captain Lu Ming. He did not conceal his disdain as he fixed a scornful gaze upon Zhan Feng. "I refuse to believe that without Zhan Feng, our Xiangqing Jingsun Si cannot capture a mere Mike." "Oh." Zhan Feng appeared to just notice this individual, leisurely shifting his gaze from his phone screen to Lu Ming, raising an eyebrow. "And you are?" "Deputy Captain of Jingsun Si, Lu Ming." Lu Ming straightened his back, announcing his identity with pride. Zhan Feng seemed amused, scoffing softly. Leaning back against his chair, his gaze flitting between Lu Ming and Lung Bingbing, leisurely stating, "Do you know why you are the deputy and she is the captain? It all boils down to perception." Zhan Feng's seemingly trivial words struck hard. "What are you pretending for? Do you really believe yourself to be someone of significance?" Lu Ming, clearly wounded, erupted in anger, his voice rising sharply, drawing curious glances from nearby onlookers. "I possess the capability, hence I can certainly pretend." Zhan Feng shrugged, his expression one of nonchalance. "If you lack the ability, naturally you cannot pretend. Do you comprehend this principle?" How arrogant. "Let me tell you, you are not as remarkable as you think. Without you, we can still apprehend Mike." Lu Ming huffed, defiantly puffing out his chest. "Is that so?" Zhan Feng's gaze drifted past Lu Ming, landing directly on Lung Bingbing's top profile, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Then shall I take my leave?" "Enough." Lung Bingbing abruptly turned, her icy glare piercing through the darkness like a tangible force, her voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Lu Ming, prioritize the task at hand and clarify your identity and responsibilities. Her tone was stern and brooked no dissent. Lu Ming, caught in the thrall of her gaze, felt his anger diminish significantly, leaving only resentment and frustration. He shot Zhan Feng a resentful glare, as if wishing to devour him whole, but ultimately had no choice but to close his mouth and hastily follow Lung Bingbing away from this humiliating scene. Zhan Feng watched their departing figures with indifference, shrugging nonchalantly. Picking up his phone once more, his fingertips lightly tapping the screen, as if the recent altercation had merely been an inconsequential interlude in the game. Time ebbed away in the flicker of cigarettes and the shifting shadows of the phone screen. The auctioneer's persuasive voice resonated throughout the venue as antiques steeped in historical dust were carefully presented, with bidding and hammering echoing through the air. Transactions reaching into the millions and even tens of millions elicited gasps and applause, the atmosphere thick with the scent of money and desire. Zhan Feng held no interest in these proceedings. He resembled a forgotten statue in a corner, only coming to life when his fingers danced across the small screen. Uncertain how much time passed, the ambience of the venue suddenly surged to a climax. The auctioneer's voice trembled with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, next, we present the highly anticipated centerpiece of the evening, the national treasure of the Shang dynasty, the bronze tiger vessel. Thunderous applause and uncontrollable cheers erupted, nearly shaking the very rafters. All eyes focused on the center of the auction stage, where under the glaring lights, an ancient, fearsome bronze tiger, adorned with mysterious Taotai motifs, was escorted onto the stage by 4 security personnel clad in white gloves. It lay quietly within a specially crafted bulletproof glass case, having withstood millennia of storms, still exuding a chilling aura of majesty and power, as if a slumbering beast could awaken at any moment. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and fervent. The auctioneer cleared his throat, prepared to delve into the history and value of this legendary artifact, his voice brimming with passion. Just as he began to speak, an unexpected event occurred. All the main lights in the venue extinguished simultaneously without warning, plunging the opulent hall into utter darkness. A cacophony of gasps, the shuffling of chairs, and the clinking of cups erupted as the once orderly venue descended into chaos and panic. Activate the backup power. Lighting team, quickly. Lung Bingbing's crisp, penetrating command rang out in the darkness, like a stabilizing anchor. Her response was astonishingly swift, clearly premeditated. A few seconds later, emergency lights embedded in the walls flickered to life, casting a pale and feeble glow that barely dispelled some of the darkness, revealing the panicked silhouettes of the crowd and the blurred outline on stage. Though the illumination was dim, it sufficed for the trained Jing Sun personnel to identify their targets. However, just as the light shifted and anxiety gripped the hearts of those present, a shadow like a wraith, swift as a knife cutting through cloth, descended silently from the high shadows at the back of the hall. Its movements were rapid and bizarre, surpassing the limits of human understanding. The shadow carved a sharp arc through the air, landing precisely at the center of the auction stage. A soft thud broke the brief silence. Beneath the harsh emergency lights stood a figure, proudly erect. He wore an exaggerated and eerie clown mask, with a grin stretching to his ears, appearing exceedingly sinister in the flickering shadows. Clad in a tight-fitting black outfit that accentuated a lean physique, he emanated a cold and dangerous aura. Almost simultaneously, a group of elite Jing Sun personnel, led by Lung Bingbing, along with the quickest responding auction security, instinctively moved, forming a tight barrier in front of the bulletproof display housing the bronze tiger vessel. Their weapons were uniformly aimed at the uninvited guest, eyes sharp as hawks, muscles taut, a palpable sense of menace enveloping them. Mike, Lung Bingbing's voice was as steely as tempered steel, each word resonating with authority. We have awaited your arrival. You have finally made your appearance. Her gaze penetrated the eye holes of the mask, locking onto her opponent with unwavering intensity. A low, gravelly laugh emanated from beneath the mask, resonating with a metallic timbre laced with mockery. It appears that you, from Xiangqing Jingshuan Sea, truly do not regard me, make, with any seriousness. Have you sent only these petty pawns? His words dripped with unadulterated disdain. You are overestimating your own worth. Lung Bingbing retorted coldly, unyielding and confrontational. Oh, is that so? Make tilted his head slightly, the grotesque smile on the clown mask twisting under the lights. Do you truly believe that with your meager skills, you can thwart me? It is not a matter of stopping you. Lung Bingbing's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a resolute determination, but rather of apprehending you. Apprehend me? Haha. Make erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his mirth echoing in the vacant hall, tinged with a chilling madness. Then feel free to showcase your pathetic strength. He provocatively beckoned with his fingers, exuding an air of arrogance. A group. Immediately escort the tiger artifact into the vault. Highest level of lockdown. Unperturbed by his taunts, Lung Bingbing decisively issued the most critical command. For her, the safety of the ancient treasure was paramount above all else. Capturing Make was merely a goal. Should the tiger artifact be compromised, she would be utterly accountable. Understood. The two closest Jingshuan officers wasted no time, swiftly turning and dashing towards the prearranged safe passage at the back, shielded by two other officers. Meanwhile, Lung Bingbing glanced around, noticing the conspicuous absence of Zhan Feng. She was acutely aware of Make's formidable prowess and feared that her team alone might not suffice. They needed Zhan Feng. Yet, he appeared to have vanished. Afraid? That wretched man, where could he have gone? Move. Time was of the essence. With a sharp command, Lung Bingbing surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Initiating the assault, she propelled herself off the solid auction stage, the ground reverberating beneath her, and lunged at Make with lightning speed. Her combat stance was fierce and unyielding, striking directly at Make's throat with precision and decisiveness. The elite Jingshuan officers behind her responded with remarkable alacrity, executing a coordinated encirclement from both flanks. Chapter 84. Where on earth is Zhan Feng? The wind from their punches howled, and their legs struck like whips, blocking all possible escape routes for Make. An intense melee unfolded on the narrow auction platform, ignited under the stark, flickering emergency lights. The dull thuds of fists and feet colliding. The sound of fabric slicing through the air, and the rapid breaths replaced the previous chaos. Lung Bingbing's assault surged like a tide. Her fighting style amalgamated the essence of grappling, sans ho, and military combat, swift and ruthless, targeting crucial joints with every strike. The officers displayed their unique skills, supporting one another in an attempt to subdue Make in the shortest time possible. However, Make's movements were exceptionally agile and slippery. He dodged their tempestuous onslaught with minimal motion, narrowly evading critical attacks. His counterattacks were infrequent, yet each strike was cunning and vicious, with angles that seemed to predict the opponent's actions. Though he lacked superior strength, his eel-like ability to dissipate force and employ joint locks left the encircling officers in considerable discomfort. Bang! One officer's grappling attempt was effortlessly countered by Make's strange twist and push, sending him stumbling. Be careful, Lung Bingbing warned sharply, simultaneously delivering a fierce low kick that forced Make to retreat a step. In a fleeting moment, it seemed Make was momentarily deceived by a feint from Lung Bingbing, revealing a minuscule opening. Her eyes sharpened. Seizing the ephemeral opportunity, she lunged forward with remarkable speed, her right hand clawing toward Make's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Concurrently, a nearby officer coordinated seamlessly, delivering a powerful punch to Make's ribs. Just as victory appeared imminent, Make's captured wrist suddenly twisted in a bizarre manner, as if devoid of bones, slipping free from Lung Bingbing's iron grip. Simultaneously, he bent his upper body backward with incredible flexibility, narrowly avoiding the punch to his ribs, while his legs shot upward like a scorpion's tail, aiming a kick directly at Lung Bingbing's face. She reacted instantaneously, raising her arms to block. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the force against her arm caused her to frown slightly. Enduring the pain in her arm, Lung Bingbing pressed forward with renewed aggression. The battle seemed to be at an impasse. Yet under Lung Bingbing's command and the officer's relentless assault, Make's mobility was increasingly constrained. Finally, as Lung Bingbing executed a powerful side kick that destabilized Make, a poised officer on the right seized the chance, launching a textbook tackle that locked Make's legs with brute strength. Good! A gleam of triumph flashed in Lung Bingbing's eyes as she advanced, joining forces with another officer, their forehands swiftly securing Make's upper body joints like iron clamps. Ugh! Make emitted a muffled groan of pain, struggling briefly. Yet, under the coordinated pressure of three trained officers, especially with his legs restrained. He ultimately found himself overpowered, his body slammed down onto the cold auction platform. Clank, clank. The chilling sound of metal echoed as two pairs of steel handcuffs snapped onto his wrists and ankles. The entire process, though intense, took less than a minute from initiation to subjugation. The officers panted heavily, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Lung Bingbing's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly as she exhaled a long, silent breath. The core objective of their mission had been achieved. Her gaze instinctively darted towards the corner where Zhan Feng had been, that individual who had remained aloof throughout. Was he still engrossed in his game? A flicker of complicated emotion flashed in her eyes. Lung team, what did I tell you? Make is nothing without that showy fellow, Zhan Feng. We can still take him down. Lu Ming stepped forward with a spirited demeanor, his heavy combat boots thudding with a hint of boastfulness as he stomped on Make. A look of triumph adorned his face, as though he had accomplished a monumental feat. However, Lung Bingbing's expression suddenly grew complex, her mind not clouded by this easy victory. Her delicate brows knitted together, as if encased in frost. Her sharp gaze swept over the prostrate Make. Everything felt too effortless. The internationally renowned thief, Make, captured without Zhan Feng's assistance? The more she pondered, the more disquieted she became. How could Make possibly be so easily subdued? A warning bell rang in her mind. Her voice a low murmur, resembling a self-interrogation. This ease carried an essence of a meticulously constructed facade. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Lung Bingbing's pupils constricted, as if a sniper's scope had locked on a Make. She lunged forward a few steps, her movements swift as a cheetah, unhesitatingly reaching out to rip the clown mask from the face of the fallen figure. This person was not Make. Not good. We've been duped. He is not Make. Lung Bingbing's voice surged with unprecedented anger and urgency as she hurled the mask to the ground. The jarring sound of plastic hitting the floor shattered all their previous efforts. A diversion. The thought slithered through her mind like a cold, venomous serpent, tightening its grip around her heart. Her brain raced with urgency. The real Micah was utilizing this decoy to draw all their attention and firepower. His current objective was the vault. Quickly, the frigid voice cut through the air with an undeniable sense of urgency. Before the words could settle, she had already pivoted, her movements swift enough to stir a gust of wind as she dashed toward the core of the building. Lu Ming's smug expression froze in an instant, replaced by shock and a hint of panic. He and the other team members immediately followed suit, their heavy footsteps echoing urgently in the empty corridor. When they arrived outside the vault, the sight before them plunged their hearts into an icy abyss. The heavy alloy door stood ajar, and the two officers on duty lay unconscious on the floor. Lung Dui, Lu Ming gazed at the chaos, then turned to the pale-faced Lung Bingbing, his voice dry and filled with incredulous dread. Lung Bingbing pressed her lips tightly together, jawline taut with tension. Anger, frustration, and a sense of utter humiliation churned within her chest. She took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the rising emotions. But the coldness in her voice could freeze the very air. Micah was indeed one of the world's top 3 thieves. The defenses we meticulously set up were utterly meaningless in his eyes. It was all that damn Zhan Feng's fault. Lu Ming slammed his fist against the cold alloy wall, producing a dull echo, desperately attempting to shift the blame and mask his own embarrassment. At the crucial moment, he faltered. He was supposed to provide support, but all he did was play games on his damn phone. The other officers began to voice their discontent, as if this blunder was solely the fault of Zhan Feng, disconnected from anyone else. Chapter 85. Insult me? I'll beat you up. Lung Dui. If he had been here, perhaps he could have contained Micah. Lu Ming adopted a new demeanor, completely forgetting that just moments ago he had boasted from the top floor, declaring that they could manage without Zhan Feng. Enough. Lung Bingbing interrupted him sharply, her tone as cutting as a knife. Is it useful to shift blame now? What do we do now? Finding the Qingtong Huqi and Micah is our immediate priority. Immediately notify the command center to seal off all transportation routes out of Xianqing, airports, train stations, highways, national roads, and waterway docks. Not a single one can be overlooked. Conduct the strictest inspections on all vehicles, personnel, and cargo leaving the city, especially on suspicious vehicles and individuals carrying large suitcases. Quickly, Lung Bingbing commanded. Yes, understood. Lu Ming, intimidated by Lung Bingbing's commanding presence. Dare not say more, and promptly retrieved his communicator to relay the orders. Amidst the atmosphere thick with anxiety and frustration, a languid figure strolled into the corridor outside the vault. Zhan Feng, with a half-smoked cigarette dangling from his lips, emitted a flickering glow in the dim light. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his steps languid, as if he had just sauntered away from a tedious gathering, his face bearing a hint of sleepiness that clashed with the tense ambience. Zhan Feng, where the hell were you when the incident occurred? Did you cower at the crucial moment? Hide away like a turtle? Now that the storm has passed, here you are, strutting around like nothing happened? Coward! As soon as Lu Ming laid eyes on Zhan Feng, particularly in this state, the suppressed anger surged to his forehead, pointing an accusing finger at Zhan Feng while unleashing a torrent of curses. His voice echoed harshly in the corridor. Zhan Feng halted, slowly lifting his eyelids. His previously languid gaze sharpened, radiating an invisible pressure that quickly enveloped the space. A smirk flickered at the corners of his mouth, a mix of amusement and profound disdain. Without a word wasted, bang! In an instant, Zhan Feng was before Lu Ming. A precise and vicious uppercut sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, crashing forcefully into Lu Ming's jaw. Ugh! Lu Ming barely had time to react. The immense force sent his head snapping back, rendering him momentarily dazed. Stars exploding in his vision, saliva mixed with blood uncontrollably splattering forth. Yet this was not the end. Zhan Feng's movements flowed seamlessly without a hint of pause. Harnessing the momentum, his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, delivering a powerful sidekick to Lu Ming's abdomen. Two. Lu Ming bent double, resembling a boiled shrimp, propelled off the ground by the force of the kick, crashing heavily onto the cold tiles several meters away. His insides felt as though they had shifted, the sharp pain curling him into a ball, unable to utter a coherent word, only managing to emit pained gasps. Zhan Feng advanced slowly, towering over the writhing Lu Ming, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. His voice, though low, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Insult me? Who do you think you are? The calmness in his tone bore a weight that was more chilling than a shout. The hell with you. Another kick. Zhan Feng's foot struck Lu Ming's contorted face like a precise surgical knife, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, forcefully connecting with Lu Ming's cheek. Lu Ming grunted, his head snapping to the side, his body convulsing violently before his eyes rolled back, consciousness slipping away as he collapsed like a puddle of mud on the ground. The corridor fell into an immediate silence, save for the faint hum of emergency lights. The other team members stood in stunned silence, afraid to breathe. The sheer ferocity Zhan Feng had just displayed, along with his overwhelming presence, sent chills down their spines. Zhan Feng dusted off non-existent dirt from his pants, looking down at the unconscious Lu Ming, his expression returning to one of lazy indifference. Zhan Feng, have you had your fun yet? Lung Bingbing finally snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with suppressed rage and profound disappointment. He had a filthy mouth, so I taught him a lesson. Zhan Feng smiled slightly. I summoned you to assist in capturing my ka and protecting the Qingtong Huqi. Yet, instead of helping, you knocked out one of your own. Is this your idea of assistance? Lung Bingbing challenged. Zhan Feng leisurely exhaled a smoke ring, glancing at the furious Lung Bingbing. He insulted me first. Everyone heard it. Lung Bingbing struggled to contain her anger, her voice trembling with agitation. Micah has already stolen the Qingtong Huqi. I know. Zhan Feng nodded. His tone relaxed. You still have the audacity to say you know? Lung Bingbing was nearly driven to laughter by Zhan Feng's attitude. Why should Ti? Who was it that assured me everything was under control? Is this your version of control? Allowing my ka to steal right under our noses? Who said he stole it? I've already taken care of it. Zhan Feng flicked the ash from his cigarette as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Taken care of? What nonsense are you spouting? Lung Bingbing was momentarily at a loss, unable to follow Zhan Feng's line of thought. The person is in the car outside. I've already knocked him out. Zhan Feng pointed toward the exit. Lung Bingbing was utterly stunned, her brain seemingly short-circuited for a few seconds. What did you say? You've knocked out my ka? In the car? Indeed. Zhan Feng nodded, as if stating an obvious fact. Are you certain the one you captured is the real my ka? Not another decoy? Lung Bingbing took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, yet her tone still brimmed with profound skepticism. Capturing Mike had long been a daunting task that even international law enforcement found exasperating. The difficulty was unimaginable. How could it be that here, with Zhan Feng, it seemed as effortless as stepping out for a pack of cigarettes while casually apprehending a petty thief? This was utterly subversive to her understanding. Zhan Feng let out a scoff, extinguishing the cigarette but in the nearby trash can, his nonchalant demeanor exuding immense confidence. Why not just step outside and see for yourself? Is it necessary for me to deceive you about such trivial matters? He urged. Without further hesitation, Lung Bingbing suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her and strode outside briskly. The cool night breeze dispelled the oppressive atmosphere at the entrance of the financial center. Arriving at the car, she opened the door, and the sight within came into view. A man clad in a black, form-fitting outfit, his physique robust, lay slumped in the second-row seat, unconscious. His face, unmarred by a mask, bore distinct angles and a small scar. It was none other than the notorious thief, Mike. Beside him lay the stolen bronze tiger artifact. Chapter 86. The assassin in the night. Lung Bingbing held her breath, meticulously confirming Mike's identity and the singular bronze artifact. In an instant, an overwhelming shock rendered her momentarily dazed. The world's top 3, the elusive thief Mike had truly been caught, in a manner she had never anticipated. He had fallen into the seemingly languid hands of Zhan Feng. Throughout the entire operation, she and her elite team had been completely oblivious, not even witnessing the unfolding events. A powerful sense of unreality, akin to a dream, enveloped her. The immense pressure suddenly lifted, replaced by an indescribable astonishment and a re-evaluation of the man before her. The greatest credit for this operation would undoubtedly rest solely with Zhan Feng. They were merely the backdrop. Turning her gaze, Lung Bingbing looked at Zhan Feng, who leaned against the car, pulling out another cigarette, preparing to light it. In the night, the contours of his profile appeared somewhat blurred, yet the strength concealed beneath his languid posture was crystal clear at this moment. "Are you injured?" Lung Bingbing's voice unconsciously softened, the habitual chill replaced by a complex mixture of concern and regret. She recalled her earlier misunderstandings and reprimands directed at him, a flicker of guilt rising within her. Zhan Feng lit the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled the smoke, gazing at Lung Bingbing through the swirling haze. The corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he remarked, "So you finally remembered to express concern for me?" His teasing tone caused Lung Bingbing's cheeks to flush slightly. The urgency of the situation had left her momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, I'm fine. Why would I be hurt dealing with such a minor character who only plays tricks?" "It's nothing," Zhan Feng said nonchalantly. "Regardless, thank you." Lung Bingbing looked at Zhan Feng earnestly. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt, heavy, and sincere. Without Zhan Feng, not only would the national treasure have been stolen that night, but her career as the primary responsible party would have faced catastrophic consequences. Now, not only had the national treasure been recovered, but the infamous thief Mike had also been apprehended. It was nothing short of a miraculous achievement. This gratitude transcended the bounds of mere words. Just saying thank you is rather meaningless. I assent it. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, cigarette in mouth, a hint of playful arrogance in his demeanor. Moving closer as his gaze roamed over Lung Bingbing's face. "Lung Dui, how about something more tangible? What do you wish for as gratitude? Perhaps a kiss?" Zhan Feng pointed to his cheek, grinning with a hint of mischief. "Are you starting this again? Who told you to be so handsome?" She huffed. "A dog cannot spit out ivory. You can't be serious for 3 minutes. I'll treat you to dinner another day to properly express my thanks." "Dinner?" Zhan Feng scoffed, displaying disinterest. "I'm not in need of your meal. It lacks sincerity, so I want to eat. Eat or not, I don't care. You're being arrogant, and I could be arrogant too. Oomph. Who needs you?" Zhan Feng retorted with a light huff. "Go away." Lung Bingbing couldn't help but aim a playful kick at his calf, her actions laced with affectionate annoyance. Zhan Feng nimbly sidestepped, grinning as he evaded her. Lung Bingbing struggled to maintain her serious demeanor as the corners of her mouth betrayed her with a slight upward curve before she quickly reverted to her serious facade. After a brief moment of playfulness, Zhan Feng yawned and waved his hand toward Lung Bingbing. "All right, I'm done here. I'm leaving." With that, he did not wait for her response. Slipping his hands back into his pockets, cigarette between his lips, his figure lazily merging into the neon shadows of Xiangqing's deep night, soon vanishing from sight. Lung Bingbing stood in place, gazing at the direction in which Zhan Feng had vanished, then turning to observe Mike being tightly escorted and the recovered national treasure, her emotions complex and ineffable. The night breeze tousled her hair, bringing a hint of coolness and dispersing some of the fog clouding her heart. What profound power lay hidden beneath the seemingly languid exterior of this man, named Zhan Feng. He was like the night itself, appearing tranquil yet filled with unfathomable depths. The thrilling and twisting contest of the night had utterly reshaped her perception of this temporary worker. The night was as dark as ink, profoundly impenetrable. The dense darkness swallowed the distant mountain silhouettes, leaving only a vague, silent giant shadow of the nearby villa. The evening breeze rustled through the dense foliage in front of the villa, the branches whispering like countless shadows swaying in secret. The air was thick with the unique dampness of the flora, mingled with a subtle, almost imperceptible tension that did not belong to nature. Zhan Feng, still smoking, returned to the villa. As he approached the entrance, his steps paused slightly. There was no obvious warning, purely a near-instinctive alertness honed from countless brushes with death. Zhan Feng did not immediately turn around. Instead, his peripheral vision scanned the depths of the rustling thicket to the right, as if it were the most precise radar. "Come out already. No need to be sneaky." Zhan Feng's voice, though not raised, carried a peculiar penetrating quality, cutting through the sounds of the wind in the trees like cold metal striking stone. The moment his words fell, the air seemed to freeze. Swish, swish. Two shadowy figures erupted from the depths of the forest like venomous snakes that had lain in wait for too long. Their movements were astonishingly swift, without a trace of hesitation, landing soundlessly, their forms leaving only two indistinct afterimages in the dim moonlight, like phantoms emerging quietly from the night. One positioned on the left, the other on the right, they bore down on Zhan Feng with predatory intensity. Clad in dark, form-fitting attire, they revealed only their emotionless eyes, as cold as ice. One of them let out a low, mocking chuckle, shattering the stillness of intent. "Heh, Zhan Feng, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You actually noticed us." Zhan Feng took another drag from his cigarette, the crimson ember flickering in the darkness. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over the indistinct faces before him. In a detached tone, he inquired, "Who are you?" "Those who wish to kill you." The man who spoke first suddenly turned icy, an aura of lethal intent rising. "Oh." Zhan Feng seemed to have heard something intriguing. Lightly flicking the ash from his cigarette, the pale gray remnants fell silently to the ground. "There are many who wish to kill me. Which faction do you belong to? When your time comes, I shall graciously inform you." A fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes, thick with murderous intent. Chapter 87. "You are merely a turtle hiding its head," he chuckled, a sound brimming with unabashed disdain and mockery. This laughter cut deeper than any insult could, striking at the assassin's nerves. "Accept your demise." In an instant, the two assassins, like tightly drawn bowstrings suddenly released, transformed into two streaks of darkness, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. One attacked from the left, the other from the right, akin to two venomous daggers unleashed with a thunderous force, charging towards Zhan Feng. Their coordination was impeccable, one aimed for the throat, while the other swept low at the legs, their movements brutal and swift, clearly indicative of trained killing machines. Yet, in the face of this lethal assault, Zhan Feng appeared utterly unfazed. He remained rooted in place, leisurely taking another drag from his cigarette. The glowing ember illuminated his gaze, which was filled with a chilling, bone-deep contempt, as if he were a colossal beast surveying ants rushing towards him. It was a disdain born of absolute power. With a flicker, only a blurred afterimage and a faint scent of tobacco lingered in the air. Zhan Feng's figure vanished, as though into thin air, reappearing behind the two assassins with a speed that transcended the limits of human perception, almost as if he had never moved at all. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. The first assassin, confidence and ferocity still etched on his face, abruptly found his pupils widening in sheer terror. Thud! He collapsed, eyes wide open onto the ground. Zhan Feng exhaled a long plume of smoke, the white ring slowly dissipating under the dim moonlight. He did not glance at the body rapidly cooling at his feet, instead directing his gaze towards the lone remaining assassin, his voice imbued with a chilling calmness and a hint of amusement. It is quite peculiar that even the most insignificant creatures dare to take contracts to kill me. Each word from Zhan Feng felt like icy needles piercing the heart of the remaining assassin. The last assassin stood frozen, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. His mind was blank, replaying the moment of his companion's sudden demise. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his fingers, gripping the dagger, turned white from the strain, trembling slightly. The power Zhan Feng displayed had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. This was a speed and strength beyond the capabilities of any human. What filled him with despair was the realization that his opponent had chosen not to eliminate him at that moment. Not because he couldn't, but because he deliberately left him alive. Now, shall we discuss who sent you? If I tell you, will you spare me? Zhan Feng narrowed his eyes, the chill within them nearly capable of freezing the air. You do not possess the qualifications to negotiate with me. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, each word weighing heavily upon the assassin's heart. If you spare me, I promise to divulge everything. The assassin repeated desperately, his tone sharp with fear. Enough nonsense. Zhan Feng's voice suddenly rose, akin to a blade unsheathed, filled with a decisive killing intent that seemed to reverberate through the very air around them. Speak quickly. If you do not, you will die this instant. The sudden surge of pressure bore down like an invisible mountain, causing the assassin's knees to buckle, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was an irresistible fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. I will tell you, it was Lord Gua. Lord Gua sent us. The assassin could no longer withstand the pressure, nearly screaming in his desperation, his voice trembling uncontrollably, his body shaking violently. Gua Xingyang? Zhan Feng's gaze sharpened, as though it could pierce the very essence of the man before him. Yes, it is Gua Xingyang. The assassin nodded vigorously, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to his demise, following in the footsteps of his comrade. Ha! Zhan Feng let out a cold, short laugh, filled with a bone-chilling murderous intent. So it is this old wretch again, haunting me like a specter. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, extinguishing the nearly spent but against the cold stone pillar beside him. The spark extinguished in an instant. It seems I must ensure this old fool is thoroughly dispatched. Otherwise, he will not relent. A palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Zhan Feng, enveloping him like a tangible chill, as he fixed his gaze on the trembling assassin before him. Where is he? Guo Xingjian. The assassin hastily corrected himself, afraid to provoke this god of death before him. His whereabouts are extremely secretive. I truly do not know where he hides. We at our level have no access to his sanctuary. Then how do you usually communicate? Zhan Feng pressed on. Only by phone. The assassin dared not conceal anything. Call him. Yes. The assassin, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed the number, panic-stricken. After a brief moment of waiting, the call connected. A sinister, aged voice, reminiscent of a night owl's call, echoed from the receiver. Have you completed the task? Ha! Zhan Feng let out a low, mocking laugh into the phone. This laughter pierced through the assassin's expectations like an icy dagger. There was a moment of silence on the other end, before the aged voice turned sharp and vigilant. Who are you? Should I address you as Lord Gua? Or shall I refer to you as the turtle hiding in its shell? The sarcasm and provocation in Zhan Feng's words were starkly evident. Zhan Feng? Yes, it is I. He. Gua Xingyang's cold laughter filled the air, revealing his surprise. I didn't expect your life to be so resilient. The people I sent have yet to send you on your way? Zhan Feng replied with a hint of amusement. You certainly underestimate me. To think you would send such unqualified individuals who couldn't even warm up before attempting to kill me. How naive. Or perhaps you simply lack competent subordinates? Humph. Gua Xingyang scoffed, suppressing his anger. His voice turned even more sinister. Remember, Zhan Feng, your life is in my grasp, no matter the cost. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Is that so? Zhan Feng remained unfazed, a hint of provocation lacing his words. Empty threats are rather tedious. Why not emerge from your shell, old turtle? Let's find a place to converse face to face. Humph. Given your current identity and circumstances, you do not deserve for me to appear in person. You are meant to struggle in the palm of my hand until you are utterly spent. Ha! Zhan Feng scoffed. Ultimately, you are just a coward hiding in the shadows, launching surprise attacks. Chapter 88. Flames of War and Trials by Fire. Say what you will. Gua Xingyang. in a fit of rage, laughed coldly, his voice quivering with fury, but he quickly suppressed it, transforming into a more sinister threat. Remember, boy, you are in the light while I dwell in the dark. I am the shadow that looms over you, the sword hanging above your head. Like a cat playing with a mouse, I can end your life whenever and however I choose, while you cannot even touch the hem of my garment. You dare provoke me? Yes, I am indeed provoking you. Guo Xingyang's voice suddenly rose, brimming with a morbid exuberance and pride. Old man, I am blatantly informing you that I intend to destroy you. And you, unable to locate me, what can you do about it? Ha ha, his arrogant, jarring laughter resonated through the earpiece, as if Guo Xingyang envisioned Zhan Feng, helpless and enraged. Zhan Feng listened quietly to the piercing laughter, his face devoid of any expression. Yet deep within his eyes, a chilling intent to kill crystallized like ancient ice, reaching its utmost severity. He remained silent for a few moments, until the laughter subsided, before speaking in a tone that was terrifyingly calm, yet infused with a tempestuous storm. Allow me to remind you, Guo Xingyang. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Prepare your coffin. By tomorrow night, I, Zhan Feng, shall personally come to escort you on your journey. The final 4 words were delivered with an unyielding certainty, imparting an undeniable sense of fate, as though the decree of death had been pronounced. The other end of the line fell into an eerie silence. Ha ha! Soon, Guo Xingyang's derisive laughter erupted once more. Zhan Feng, you little brat, don't you feel ashamed saying such things? Arrogant and ignorant. Acting tough only invites calamity. Then let us await the outcome. With that, Zhan Feng decisively ended the call. He tossed the phone back to the already terrified assassin. Take his corpse and leave. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you for sparing my life. The assassin, as if granted a pardon, scrambled towards his companion's body, exerting every ounce of strength to drag the heavy carcass. Stumbling into the depths of the forest, quickly vanishing into the thick darkness, leaving only a trace of hurried escape and an even stronger scent of blood. Zhan Feng stood in place, not immediately entering the house. He gazed up at the cold moon partially obscured by dark clouds, his deep eyes swirling with complex emotions and murderous intent. The night wind tousled his hair, and after a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Bahu, spare no expense, utilize all resources. By tomorrow night, I must ascertain Guo Xingyang's precise hiding place. I will dig 3 feet into the earth to unearth him. Understood. Bahu responded without a hint of hesitation. Zhan Feng said no more and swiftly hung up. Upon returning to the villa, he found the living room lights off, indicating that Bai Ling Xue and Guining had already retired for the night. The weather was warm, and Zhan Feng chose not to turn on the lights, opting to disrobe right there in the living room, intending to take a cold shower in the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, Zhan Feng turned on the water. About halfway through, the bathroom door swung open. What the hell? Zhan Feng exclaimed, only to see Guining slip inside. What are you shouting about? What do you expect me to do? You startled me, Guining retorted, sounding like a flustered young girl. Sister, I'm in the shower. Is this really appropriate? Zhan Feng said helplessly. Stop pretending to be innocent. You know exactly what you are, Guining shot back disdainfully. Zhan Feng, wow, your physique is truly impressive. Guining suddenly exclaimed with surprise. Sister, don't get carried away. Zhan Feng warned upon seeing her reaction. Hee, I'm going to get carried away. It's too exciting. Guining giggled and lunged at Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng, do you realize you're playing with fire? He quickly cautioned. Oomph. I intend to fan the flames, drawing all your fire to me. Her voice began to soften and become alluring. The water sprayed quickly soaked Guining's clothes. Due to the dampness, her high, pert figure became tantalizingly visible. Since you wish for this, I shall oblige and let you experience my prowess. With that, Zhan Feng's masculine storm erupted, and he no longer held back. The 2 bodies intertwined beneath the cascading water, and Guining struggled to suppress her sounds, fearing that Bai Ling Xue might overhear. Thus, Guining found herself ensnared in the bathroom. The following morning, Guining awoke early. Preparing breakfast, she had specially made a soup of sea cucumber and goji berries, hoping to nourish Zhan Feng thoroughly. Last night had been immensely pleasurable for Guining. It was her first experience of the delightful sensations of womanhood. Although she was 30 years old, She had never truly savored the essence of being a woman until Zhan Feng had shown her. In any case, last night was undoubtedly worth it. Wow, breakfast looks lavish. Is that sea cucumber and goji berry soup? Bai Ling Xue exclaimed as she descended the stairs, smiling at the bountiful spread on the table. Indeed, it's time to nourish ourselves. Since when did you become so health-conscious? Bai Ling Xue asked with a laugh. I just learned. Hee. It seems that Sister Ning has entered the realm of elderly healthcare. Cut it out. By the way, you look particularly well this morning. What is the secret? Bai Ling Xue observed, scrutinizing Guan Ning curiously. Huh? Guan Ning touched her cheek and recalled the events of the previous night with Zhan Feng, forcing a calm reply. Really? Yes. You appear more radiant and womanly. If I were a man, I would certainly have ulterior motives. Bai Ling Xue nodded. Perhaps I changed my brand of cosmetics. Guo Ning Laoket. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Her plan with Bai Ling Xue was to seduce Zhan Feng and then use it as leverage to force a divorce. Now, she was conflicted about whether to reveal to Bai Ling Xue that she had already succeeded in winning Zhan Feng's affection. Moreover, Guaning found herself falling for Zhan Feng, who, despite appearing frivolous, possessed an undeniable masculine charm. If he were to divorce Bai Ling Xue, she could claim him for herself. Guaning sighed inwardly, questioning why she felt guilty. Wasn't this the task that Bai Ling Xue had entrusted her with? Wasn't this what Bai Ling Xue had longed for? Furthermore, she had previously agreed with Bai Ling Xue to fall for Zhan Feng and should not blame her for seizing the love. What brand of cosmetics? Recommend it to me. Bai Ling Xue inquired. I'll buy you a set sometime. Cool, Ning replied. All right. Bai Ling Xue nodded, then curiously asked, Sister Ning, what happened to the left side of your neck? It looks a bit red, like a strawberry. A Guan Ning felt a pang of guilt. Certainly a mark left by Zhan Feng the previous night. It's just heat. ISNT that what traditional Chinese medicine says? If you're feeling hot, just pinch your neck to cool down. I see. You've been busy with work lately. Take care of yourself and get plenty of rest. Bai Ling Xue advised. Yes, I understand. Guo Ning noted. By the way, I have something to tell you. Bai Ling Xue continued. What is it? I have decided to cancel our plan against Zhan Feng. Bai Ling Xue stated as she continued her breakfast. What? Guaning felt a bit dazed at Bai Ling Xue's words. She was still torn about whether to inform Bai Ling Xue that the plan had already succeeded. Upon hearing Bai Ling Xue's words, it was evident that this matter would remain buried deep within her heart. Bai Ling Xue paused for a moment, reflecting that Zhan Feng was indeed a rather decent individual. Previously, she might have harbored some biases against him, which perhaps stemmed not from Zhan Feng himself, but rather from her own rebellious sentiments towards an uncontrollable marriage. Upon reflection, Zhan Feng had not engaged in any outrageous behavior during this time. Hence, she resolved to grant both of them a little more time to understand one another. If things were to flourish, that would be splendid. If not, it would merely signify that they were not fated to be together. Momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, she had not anticipated Bai Ling Xue's sudden change of heart. It would have sufficed for her to have changed her mind earlier, rather than waiting until after her involvement with Zhan Feng. Fine, fine, Guan Ning nodded in response. Ning Jia, you have worked hard during this time, Bai Ling Xue replied. Not at all, Guan Ning managed a smile. Then today, you shall move into my other residence. Bai Ling Xue declared. No problem, Guan Ning nodded. As they conversed, Zhan Feng descended from the upper floor. He yawned and glanced at Guan Ning, who promptly avoided his gaze. You didn't even call me for dinner. Zhan Feng seated himself. You've been rising early for quite some time. What is the matter today? What is you so exhausted that you only get up now? Bai Ling Xue inquired. Zhan Feng glanced at Guan Ning once more. The delightful events of the previous night were known only to the two of them. What are you stammering for? Why are you looking at Ning Jia? Bai Ling Xue responded. Nothing, just slept late last night. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Make sure to sleep earlier in the future. Avoid staying up late. Bai Ling Xue expressed her concern. Understood. Zhan Feng nodded and began his breakfast. Ning Jia has prepared sea cucumber and goji berry soup. Drink more to nourish yourself. Bai Ling Xue said, while serving Zhan Feng a bowl of soup. Zhan Feng, Zhan Feng. At that moment, Bai Ling Xue scrutinized him intently. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She asked curiously. Unwell? Who has upset me? Why would I be unwell? Zhan Feng replied. You have a red mark on your neck, just like Ning Jia. She claims to be feeling unwell, so you must be as well, Bai Ling Xue remarked. Fortunately, Bai Ling Xue was rather naive regarding matters between men and women, Otherwise, the truth would have been hard to conceal. That is not an ailment. It's clearly a strawberry. Zhan Feng quickly responded. Yes, I'm feeling unwell as well. It was just a little squeeze, feeling quite pleasant. He added, the weather is hot. That has to be expected. Bai Lingxue noted. I understand. Zhan Feng squinted and smiled. After finishing breakfast, the group proceeded to the office together. Zhan Feng, you needn't share an office with Ning Jie anymore. You can come directly to my office. It's spacious. Bai Lingxue instructed upon their arrival. What? Why would I go to your office to work? Zhan Feng questioned. To learn. Is it too much to ask to share an office with me? Am I inconveniencing you? Bai Lingxue inquired. No, I just don't want to be a distraction. Zhan Feng laughed. It's fine. You want to be a bother. All right then, Zhan Feng shrugged. Once Bai Lingxue ascended the stairs, Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled at Guining. What are you laughing at? Guining shot him a glance. Did you enjoy yourself last night? Zhan Feng asked with a teasing tone. Be serious. Guining retorted immediately. I merely asked if I was impressive last night. Zhan Feng said with a hint of pride. Let us not discuss this. Guining insisted. Oh, now you're being serious? I didn't see you so earnest last night. Zhan Feng scoffed. Let me tell you, the events of last night must remain buried. We shall pretend nothing ever occurred. Guining asserted. Zhan Feng chuckled and replied. You're quite courageous in your actions, yet timid in your words. When we were engaged in it, I didn't see you afraid. Circumstances have changed. Guining responded. What circumstances have changed? Zhan Feng inquired. I can explain it to you. All right, if you choose not to speak of it, when shall we meet again? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow. Hearing this, Guining's face flushed. Even though she secretly wished for another encounter, her rational mind warned her against it. Otherwise, what would she become? Are you addicted now? There will be no next time. Guining replied. Oh, are you pretending to be innocent again? If I say there won't be a next time, then there won't be a next time. Guining asserted firmly. Zhan Feng crossed his arms and shook his head, stating, I don't believe you. Believe what you will. Such matters are defined by the first time and countless repetitions. They are not governed by human will, but rather by genetics. Zhan Feng argued. Regardless, there will not be a next time. Guining waved her hand and returned to her office. What is going on? Zhan Feng pondered, observing Guining's peculiar demeanor, utterly confused. Following their night together, she seemed transformed into a different person, leaving him to wonder what had changed. Had she grown shy? Given Guining's personality, shyness was unlikely. I don't understand. Zhan Feng sighed, dismissing the thought. At that moment, Zhan Feng's phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was the formidable officer Lung Bingbing. He promptly answered the call. If you're calling me, I can only assume it's not good news. Zhan Feng remarked once the call connected. Lung Bingbing paused momentarily before speaking in a slightly anxious tone. Zhan Feng, Mike has escaped. Let him run. What does that have to do with me? Shouldn't that be your department concern? Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly. Lung Bingbing's voice carried a hint of exasperation as she explained. While this may not concern you directly, I need you to assist in the apprehension. Zhan Feng scoffed lightly, infused with sarcasm. So you're using me as free labor? I'm not part of your force. And you're not paying me. I have no time for this. Please, Mike is exceptionally skilled. Aside from you, it's likely no one else can catch him. Are you begging me? Fine. If you say something nice to lift my spirits, I might consider helping, he teased. What do you want to hear? She challenged. Do I really need to teach you? Just say something flattering. Unleash your imagination. Zhan Feng laughed. Lung Bingbing's voice brimmed with frustration. I find it hard to think of anything nice to say to someone like you. Come on now, I'm just joking. Zhan Feng chuckled. All right. She seemed to soften, her tone transforming into something unexpectedly gentle, akin to a thawing spring stream. You're a great person, Zhan Dexia. You're the most handsome. Please help me. All right then, given your earnestness, I will assist you, Zhan Feng conceded. When shall I meet you? Perhaps tonight after work. Before that, I need to. Zhan Feng paused, his tone as flat as if discussing a coffee run. Take care of a person. There was a profound silence on the other end of the line. Moments later, Lung Bingbing's voice returned, laced with suppressed shock and disbelief. Zhan Feng, before you speak, could you take a moment to consider your words and show a modicum of respect for my position? It is utterly incomprehensible how one can so casually and matter-of-factly discuss the act of murder. This sentiment is far beyond her cognitive framework as an enforcer of the law. Naturally, she refrained from probing further, not out of courage, but rather a sense of constraint. To inquire whom he intended to kill? As a police officer, should she learn this information, would she intervene or turn a blind eye? This dilemma would only ensnare her in a moral quandary fraught with professional peril. Thus, feigning ignorance and dismissing his statement was her singular and wisest choice. Ah well, it seemed Zhan Feng only then realized the inappropriateness of his words. Offering a hollow laugh and insincerely saying, "I'll come and pick you up," Lung Bingbing responded curtly and ended the call. Meanwhile, around noon, Zhan Feng received a message from Bahu. The content was succinct. The target's location was confirmed at Xiangqing Yunding Mountain in the guise of a Taoist temple, the lair of Guo Xingyang. This scoundrel, while acting like a timid turtle, was also throwing a fit. He must not be allowed to escape. If he refrained from causing a scene, he might live a few more days, but if he did, today would mark his demise. Furthermore, Zhan Feng intended to devise a plan. Since the true puppet master behind the Fushan Chamber of Commerce was Mu Rong Xiaotian from the capital, he resolved to devour the Fushan Chamber and, step by step, lead Mu Rong Xiaotian into the abyss of death. "I have some matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you for lunch," Zhan Feng informed by Ling Xue before descending the stairs to exit the company. "Boss," Bahu greeted as he stood by the car. Zhan Feng leaned in and took his seat in the passenger side. "Let's go directly." "Understood." Bahu promptly closed the door, took the driver's seat, started the engine, and the vehicle sped away from the bustling city toward the outskirts of Yunding Mountain. As Bahu deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, he remarked, "Boss, Guo Xingyang is quite the cunning fox. He has hidden himself well. He set up a Taoist temple on Yunding Mountain as a facade, presenting an illusion of piety, while in truth, it is his stronghold, harboring numerous thugs masquerading as Taoists to deceive others." Zhan Feng lowered the window slightly to disperse the smoke within the vehicle. "Today, we shall ensure he is buried forever on Yunding Mountain," choosing a final resting place of his own accord. Bahu nodded, adding, "This old man possesses formidable skills, particularly in employing devious and insidious techniques. It is said he dabbled in unorthodox sorcery in his youth, favoring poisons and concealed weapons. We must remain vigilant when the time comes to engage him." At this, Zhan Feng merely emitted an ambiguous grunt from his nasal passage, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The expression bore an air of absolute confidence and a slight disdain for the so-called insidious martial arts. He said nothing further, continuing to gaze out the window, his eyes deep and enigmatic as a frigid pond. Approximately 20 minutes later, the off-road vehicle veered off the paved road, ascending a rugged mountain path. The surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, and the air became damp and chilly. Ultimately, the vehicle halted before an ancient-looking Taoist temple, which, despite its age, bore evident signs of recent renovation. "We have arrived." Bahu shut off the engine. Zhan Feng pushed open the car door and stepped onto the moss-covered stone steps. The temple before him, with its red walls and gray tiles, appeared quite respectable. The mountain breeze swept through the trees, producing a mournful sound that added a layer of foreboding. Zhan Feng carelessly flicked away a cigarette, but the crimson ember tracing a fleeting arc through the air before extinguishing in the damp earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Bahu strode toward the ajar temple door, their steps steady and powerful, each footfall echoing upon the bluestone slabs. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door, a mingled scent of mildew and inferior incense assaulted them. The courtyard was relatively spacious, containing only a few ancient trees and a large incense burner. A middle-aged man clad in an ill-fitting gray Taoist robe, his eyes radiating menace, immediately approached, scrutinizing Zhan Feng and Bahu with suspicion. "Who are you?" Zhan Feng barely lifted his eyelids. Casting a nonchalant glance into the depths of the courtyard as if searching for something, he casually replied, "Looking for Guo Xingyang." "I demand to know who you are." The man's voice rose sharply, laced with threat, as he felt ignored. Noisy, Zhan Feng uttered 2 words, disregarding him and striding toward the main hall. His patience was exceedingly limited. "Damn!" The faux Taoist, incensed by the blatant disrespect, reached out to grab Zhan Feng's shoulder. However, before his hand could make contact with Zhan Feng's attire, a hand like an iron claw swiftly seized his throat. The faux Taoist's eyes bulged in panic, a strangled noise escaping his throat as Bahu lifted him effortlessly off the ground with one hand. He struggled desperately, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Where's Guoxingyang? Bahu's voice rumbled like distant thunder, each word laden with tremendous weight as his grip tightened slowly. Fear filled the faux Taoist's eyes, yet he seemed determined to resist. Chapter 91. Connections that reached the heavens kill him. Zhan Feng had already descended the steps to the main hall, not glancing back. His voice icy and devoid of warmth, as if merely crushing an annoying insect underfoot. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone breaking resonated. Bahu's fingers clenched fiercely, the faux Taoist's head twisting at an unnatural angle, the malice in his eyes swiftly extinguished, his body collapsing like a puddle of mud. No need for further inquiries. Just kill whoever stands in the way. Zhan Feng's voice, cold as a blade tempered in ice, reverberated through the expansive temple, issuing an unyielding and brutal command. Kill until Guoxingyang himself emerges. Understood. Bahu licked his lips, his eyes glinting with ferocity, resembling a bloodthirsty beast unleashed from its cage, and followed closely behind. The curtain of carnage was thus drawn. Bahu charged into the temple like a tiger among sheep. As the Taoists rushing in from deeper within the temple brandished their clubs and blades, shouting as they advanced. Yet before Bahu, they were as inconsequential as mere chickens. His movements flowed like water, seemingly casual gestures and steps, each strike precise and lethal, either crushing throats or shattering vital points. Blood splattered, screams echoed. The sound of bones fracturing and bodies thudding to the ground interwove into a symphony of death throughout the dim corridors and halls of the temple. The thick stench of blood rapidly permeated the air, overpowering the incense, creating a suffocating atmosphere. What once appeared to be a serene place of cultivation was instantly transformed into a battlefield of carnage. When the last faux Taoist blocking their path was reduced to a mangled heap against a pillar, Zhan Feng halted. They had already cut through the front courtyard and main hall, arriving at the innermost courtyard of the temple. Zhan Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Centered in the courtyard, the cold bluestone beneath his feet, surrounded by tightly shut chambers. The mountain breeze swept through, stirring the faint scent of blood. Guoxingyang. Zhan Feng's voice suddenly thundered, akin to a clap of thunder, resonating with a metallic clang, infused with immense inner strength, cold and ominous, proclaiming death, reverberating throughout the temple and the forest of Yunding Mountain, causing the copper bells at the eaves to ring incessantly. I, Zhan Feng, have come to take your life. Do you wish to continue being a coward? The sound resembled a call from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment. A brief silence ensued, broken only by the whisper of the wind and the lingering chime of a copper bell. Oomph! An arrogant little thief, you truly are audacious. A voice, harsh and metallic, emanated from behind the tightly shut door of the main hall, laden with malice and a condescending arrogance. The heavy wooden door creaked open, propelled by an invisible force. In a flash, a gray shadow darted forth like a specter, its speed leaving merely an afterimage on the retina. In the next moment, an old man clad in plain, deep gray attire, his emaciated frame and gaunt face betraying a predatory glint in his snake-like eyes, appeared silently within 3 paces of Zhan Feng. With his hands clasped behind him and his chin slightly raised, he exuded an oppressive chill, as if the very temperature of the courtyard had plummeted several degrees. Are you Guoxingyang? Zhan Feng's gaze pierced like lightning, sweeping over the figure before him with a tone that was calm, yet laced with menace. Indeed, how does it feel to be a turtle hiding in its shell? Guoxingyang's voice rasped, sharp and filled with deep-seated hatred. I've been lying low all this time, merely to observe how long this young brat can prance about. Now that I have revealed myself, your time of reckoning has arrived. Zhan Feng could not suppress a series of low, mocking chuckles, his laughter dripping with unrestrained derision. The wrinkles on Guoxingyang's withered face trembled as his eyes glinted with increased malice. What are you laughing at? It appears you do not take me seriously at all. Zhan Feng's smile faded, his eyes turning as frigid as eternal ice. To be honest, you lack the qualifications for me to regard you as a threat. Had you remained in your shell like a true turtle, perhaps you could have lived a few more days. But since you couldn't contain yourself and insisted on provoking me, I shall expedite your journey to the underworld. As his words fell, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Guoxingyang. Oomph! You foolish creature! Guoxingyang, thoroughly incensed, scoffed with disdain, leaning slightly forward as a chilling internal power began to surge around him, stirring the dust on the ground as if blown by an invisible force. Is Murong Xiaotian your master? Zhan Feng suddenly shifted the conversation. Guo Xingyang's pupils constricted sharply, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on, his aged eyes flashing with suspicion. How do you know about young Master Murong? Do you think your actions are shrouded in secrecy, flawless and undetectable? In my eyes, it is merely a case of the thief covering his ears while stealing a bell. You, old dog, are merely following Murong Xiaotian's orders, aren't you? Zhan Feng retorted. Guo Xingyang's expression shifted rapidly, ultimately contorting into a vicious snarl. It seems you know quite a bit. Yes, I am indeed one of Murong Xiaotian's subordinates. Killing you is precisely at his behest. Today, this place will be your grave, and I shall present your head to him. Let us first dispose of you. The old dog guarding the door, before heading to the capital to deal with your master Murong Xiaotian. Zhan Feng spoke in a nonchalant manner. You deal with young Master Murong? Guo Xingyang's voice dripped with undisguised contempt. Is that not permissible? Ha ha ha. Guo Xingyang erupted in a boisterous laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Zhan Feng, you are incredibly naive, almost laughably so. Do you know what kind of status young Master Murong possesses? You dare to speak of confronting him here? Not only can you not stand before him as an adversary, but you, an insignificant insect, are unworthy even to gaze upon his shoes. Oh, pray tell, enlighten me on the esteemed status of this young Master Murong. Allow me to understand the divinity I am unworthy to behold, Zhan Feng replied, his tone still unperturbed, as if Guo Xingyang's fervent words were mere breezes brushing past him. Guo Xingyang huffed. Young Master Murong wields immense influence in the capital. With a mere stomp of his foot, half the city trembles. Any connection he possesses is beyond your reach in this lifetime, the next, or even 10 lifetimes. Is that so? Zhan Feng's response was flat, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Let me tell you, young Master Murong's grandfather is a man who once stood atop the city walls. Need I say more? Just the thought of that old gentleman's power should terrify you into submission. Guo Xingyang's gaze bore down on Zhan Feng, seeking any sign of fear or hesitation on his face. Yet, Zhan Feng's expression remained as inscrutable as an ancient well, devoid of any disturbance. Oh, I am curious to know, does this distinguished young Master Murong carry a head atop his 2 shoulders? When a knife pierces him, does it not draw blood? And what of his grandiose grandfather? Does he possess the art of resurrection? Can he allow one to survive a stab or gunshot? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Guo Xingyang bellowed. If he could do any of that, he would indeed be formidable, and I would gladly bow to him. But if he cannot escape death. Guo Xingyang's wrath surged, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he retorted. I see you are simply envious, jealous of young Master Murong's noble birthright, envious of the connections that you could never even dream of. You, a lowly commoner, can do nothing but spew such base words to vent your pathetic jealousy. Noble? Influential? I only know one simple truth. If his head falls, he dies, and if his neck breaks, even the gods cannot save him. The absolute murderous intent in Zhan Feng's calm words was unmistakable. Guo Xingyang shouted fiercely, arrogant. You know not your own insignificance. I've already told you. You lack the qualifications to be young Master Murong's enemy. You are only worthy of being crushed like a cockroach. Oh, Zhan Feng's gaze was chillingly calm, as deep as an abyss that could swallow all light. Since you are so devoted to your master, let us send you to your noble lord first. I see that it is you who seeks death. Kill him. Guo Xingyang, fully enraged, bellowed the command, his arms swinging down like a guillotine. Kill. The surrounding henchmen roared in unison, their ferocity erupting instantaneously. Like hyenas scenting blood, they brandished their machetes and iron rods, charging towards Zhan Feng and Ba Tian at the center of the arena with murderous intent. Zhan Feng remained rooted in place, indifferent, casually smoking a cigarette, his expression as tranquil as a gentle breeze, his eyes calm like a bottomless lake. It seemed as if the advancing figures were not vicious thugs, but rather a swarm of deluded ants. At that moment, Bahu stomped down heavily, the solid concrete floor cracking beneath his foot as debris flew. His massive form surged forward like a heavy tank against the tide of attackers. There were no frills or fancy techniques, only raw, primal power. Bahu's fists swung like colossal battering rams, accompanied by the sound of air ripping apart. His movements were grand and forceful, exuding a wild, brutal beauty. Bang! Crack! The first punch landed squarely on the chest of Thug wielding an iron rod. The resounding crack of bones echoed clearly, the man unable even to scream before being sent flying, as if struck by a speeding truck. Immediately thereafter, Ba Tian executed a ferocious spinning kick, resembling a steel whip sweeping through the air. The wind from his legs howled, stirring up the dust from the ground. Where Ba Tian passed, figures were sent flying. Blood sprayed forth, and the sounds of bones cracking echoed incessantly. Those once fearsome thugs appeared as fragile as paper toys before him. In a mere 10 seconds, over a dozen henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise again. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingled with rust and dust, creating an odor that was truly nauseating. Ba Tian shook the blood from his fists as if he had merely completed a trivial task. His eyes, resembling bronze bells, locked onto Guo Xingyang, his massive frame leaning slightly forward, ready to step forth and rend this culprit asunder. Wait. The calm voice of Zhan Feng resounded at the right moment. He extinguished his cigarette, flicking the butt away, which traced a faint arc of sparks before landing on the ground. Leave him to me. Zhan Feng's gaze shifted past Ba Tian, landing on Guo Xingyang, whose expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Some individuals you may kill, but others must be dealt with by my own hand. Upon hearing this, Ba Tian hesitated not a moment, immediately retracting his ferocity, nodding respectfully, and stepping back to take his place behind Zhan Feng. In the center of the venue, only Zhan Feng and Guo Xingyang remained in confrontation. At this moment, the arrogant demeanor that once adorned Guo Xingyang's face had vanished, replaced by a distorted mask of humiliation and rage. He glared intensely at Zhan Feng, his narrow eyes glinting with a venomous light akin to that of a viper. You brat! Guo Xingyang spat through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse. Today, I shall personally sever your head and present it to young Master Morong for a reward, using your blood to cleanse your disrespect towards my master. Is that so? A hint of a smirk played at the corner of Zhan Feng's mouth, a faint mockery evident as he replied, If you possess such ability, feel free to take it. Seeking death. The murderous intent in Guo Xingyang's eyes surged violently. He understood that there was no retreat. It was either his death or Zhan Feng's. With a sharp whoosh, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Guo Xingyang's figure abruptly flickered, as if merging with the shadows, vanishing in an instant. He had not truly disappeared, but rather, his speed had surged to its zenith, akin to a specter closing the distance to Zhan Feng. An invisible, sinister aura, thick with the stench of blood, assaulted the senses like a serpent's venomous breath. In the next moment, Guo Xingyang's figure appeared less than a foot away from Zhan Feng, as if he had teleported. His right arm shot up like lightning, fingers curling into claws, nails glimmering with a ghostly blue sheen under the dim light, emitting a piercing shriek as they aimed ruthlessly at Zhan Feng's throat. Should this claw connect, it would surely crush the windpipe in an instant. However, Zhan Feng remained steadfast, his body not even swaying slightly. Just as Guo Xingyang's lethal claws were about to graze his skin, he merely tilted his head slightly to the side with an air of nonchalance. The claws, propelled by fierce wind, glided past the side of Zhan Feng's neck, missing their target entirely. Guo Xingyang's pupils contracted. The attack was far from over. Utilizing his forward momentum, he twisted his body violently, his left leg striking upwards like a coiled steel whip, launching a fierce assault towards Zhan Feng's neck. This kick harnessed all his strength and hidden power, its force potent enough to snap a tree trunk the size of a bowl. The wind from the kick was so sharp it nearly brushed against Zhan Feng's hair. At this critical juncture, a thunderous explosion erupted. A wave of overwhelming force, akin to a volcanic eruption, burst forth from within Zhan Feng, unannounced. This force, though intangible, bore visible ripples of distortion and searing currents, rapidly expanding outward in a chaotic manner from Zhan Feng's center. Guo Xingyang's leg was mere inches from Zhan Feng's neck when he felt as if he had collided with an invisible wall formed of high-pressure air currents. An irresistible, colossal power collided against his body. Ugh! Guo Xingyang grunted, his form soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled backward by the sudden recoil. In midair, His face was a mask of disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. As he tumbled, Guoxingyang fought against the violent turmoil within his chest. At the moment he was about to crash down, he spun abruptly, using his core strength to adjust his posture midair, his feet barely managing to touch the ground. Yet, the tremendous force had not fully dissipated, and as he landed, his body uncontrollably slid backward. The soles of his shoes screeched against the rough concrete, sending up clouds of dust. He slid back several meters before finally stabilizing himself. At this moment, his complexion had turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. Zhan Feng gently brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeve, as if he had merely flicked away a speck of dirt. He raised his gaze to the disheveled Guoxingyang, a wisp of smoke drifting from his lips, his tone dripping with condescension. Is this the extent of your prowess? It hardly seems worthy of note. Guoxingyang gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat, his heart racing with disbelief. Zhan Feng's display of power far exceeded his expectations. This was no ordinary martial prowess. The instantaneous eruption of that invisible force contained an unimaginable reservoir of energy. A seed of fear quietly took root within him. The battle has not yet concluded. Guoxingyang forced himself to stand upright, wiping the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze returning to a venomous glare, akin to a dying beast. No worries, it will be over soon. Have you perhaps celebrated too early, believing you have won by gaining a slight advantage? Unleash your strength fully. Now, I shall let you witness my true power. Allow you to understand what despair truly means. His voice turned hoarse and frenzied, laced with a desperate resolve. Zhan Feng could not help but let out a light chuckle, his laughter brimming with unabashed scorn and pity, as though he were observing a clown performing tricks. Simultaneously, Guoxingyang took a deep breath, seemingly inhaling all the chilling atmosphere surrounding him. He slowly raised his arms, moving them in a highly peculiar manner, as if embodying some ancient rhythm. As he danced, the air around him became tumultuous, as if a stone had been thrown into a still lake, suddenly turning chaotic. Invisible currents were frantically stirred, pulled, and compressed, emitting a low, ominous hum, forming a visible vortex that whipped up debris from the ground, swirling around him in a wild frenzy. An alarming energy radiated from him, growing ever stronger. With a resounding boom, a dense, thick, inky mist erupted violently from his sleeves. This black fog exuded a chilling coldness, as if it had emerged from the depths of the abyss. In just a breath or two, a massive energy sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, swirling and twisting while emitting an ominous black glow, coalesced before Guoxingyang. The surface of the energy sphere was enshrouded in swirling black mist, as if countless vengeful spirits were silently wailing within, emanating an aura of terror that sent shivers through the soul. The temperature around plummeted several degrees, creating an atmosphere of cold, ruthless desolation. Guoxingyang's face twisted into a grotesque expression, a manic smile stretching across his lips, with only the desire for destruction left in his eyes. He screamed hysterically, expending all his strength to thrust his arms forward with great force. Boom! The colossal black energy sphere, resembling a demon with a gaping maw, surged forth with an overwhelming aura of annihilation, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at Zhan Feng, who stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned. The ground was carved into charred furrows by the dissipating energy. In the face of this terrifying strike capable of corroding steel, Zhan Feng remained unmoved. He did not even glance at the approaching sphere of death. Instead, he lowered his head and leisurely lit a new cigarette. The flame from the lighter flickered defiantly in the violent winds and ignited the cigarette. Zhan Feng took a deep drag and slowly raised his head, calmly gazing into the darkness that threatened to engulf him entirely. Boom! The black energy sphere effortlessly consumed Zhan Feng's figure. All that remained was a massive, chaotic sphere radiating the essence of destruction. Completely covering the spot where Zhan Feng had just stood, the black mist churned and the energy raged, as if intent on crushing and corroding everything within, reducing it to nothingness. Ha ha ha! Guoxingyang could no longer contain his elation upon witnessing this scene, erupting into a triumphant laugh that echoed with the confidence of a victor. Zhan Feng, you consider yourself formidable, Yet you are utterly unworthy to struggle before my true power. Become nothing but a pool of blood. Guo Xingyang envisioned Zhan Feng being corroded to nothingness by the terrifying dark energy. However, his piercing laughter reverberated through the air. Is this what you call true power? It appears to be nothing remarkable. A calm voice, devoid of any ripple, pierced through the boundaries of the underworld, emanating clearly from the center of the roiling black sphere. Guo Xingyang's laughter froze instantly, his expression becoming a mask of disbelief, his eyes widening in utter shock and profound terror. In the next moment, bang! A sound more thunderous and resonant than any previous explosion erupted. The black energy sphere enveloping Zhan Feng, radiating a dreadful aura, burst forth like a massive boil being punctured, as if it had been violently torn apart from within by an invisible force. The furious black energy erupted like a flood, scattering in all directions, utterly dispelled and obliterated by a more pure, domineering, and formidable invisible force, akin to sunlight dispersing thick fog. As the dust settled, Zhan Feng's figure reappeared, clearly visible once more. He remained in the same standing posture, the cigarette still firmly pinched between his fingers, with even the long ash remaining undisturbed. Meanwhile, Guo Xingyang, witnessing Zhan Feng's unscathed calmness, felt his mind go blank. The color drained from his face, leaving it a ghastly pale. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if all the bones had been instantly extracted. In his eyes, once filled with malice and madness, there was now only boundless fear and the despair of complete collapse. No, it's impossible. This cannot be happening. Guo Xingyang muttered in a daze, as if trapped in a dream, watching his world crumble before him. He finally realized the horrifying existence he faced. Why you? Guo Xingyang pointed at Zhan Feng, each word seemingly draining him of strength, laden with incredulity and trepidation. Do you now understand how weak you truly are? Zhan Feng's voice, though low and laced with a hint of casual mockery, pierced through the silence like an icicle. Reaching straight to Guo Xingyang's heart, the Zhan Feng before him was no longer the insignificant character he could easily dismiss. He was a primordial beast clad in human skin, a harvester emerging from the deepest abyss of hell, carrying an aura of inexorable death. An indescribable chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his legs trembling uncontrollably as Guo Xingyang remained oblivious. I must escape. The only thought occupying his mind was to flee this place. Do not even entertain the notion of escape. Zhan Feng's voice rang out again, still maintaining that unremarkable tone, tinged with an air of indifference. You cannot escape. This seemingly light remark weighed heavily on Guo Xingyang, as if an invisible, cold iron grip had seized his throat and limbs. The thought of fleeing was ruthlessly extinguished, leaving only a suffocating sense of despair. He had no doubt in the truth of Zhan Feng's words, given the other's inhuman speed and strength displayed earlier. Any attempt to flee would be futile and might even hasten his demise. Please, spare me. Guo Xingyang's voice emerged hoarse and dry, trembling with an uncontrollable quiver, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Reason? Zhan Feng tilted his head slightly, regarding Guo Xingyang with keen interest, his gaze akin to that of an observer savoring the last futile struggles of prey, trapped in a snare, tinged with a cold scrutiny. Guo Xingyang's mind raced, his survival instincts overpowering the chaos of fear. I can plead on your behalf to Mu Rong Xiaozhu. Yes, plead. Let him spare your life. A life for a life. You would not suffer. He spoke urgently, as if seizing a glimmer of hope, even a sickly spark igniting in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Zhan Feng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His laughter echoed through the desolate courtyard, infused with a penetrating mockery that made Guo Xingyang's eardrums throb, shattering his meager hopes into dust. You have certainly devised a naive rationale. Zhan Feng's laughter subsided, yet the chilling curvature of his lips remained. Isn't that so? Guo Xingyang retorted defiantly, attempting to cling to this final lifeline. Zhan Feng's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening to a razor's edge, each word striking Guo Xingyang's heart with clarity. My objective is to kill Mu Rong Xiaotian. Now, you suggest I plead for mercy on your behalf. Guo Xingyang, do you not find the very logic of this utterly preposterous? I told you, you are not even remotely a match for Mu Rong Xiaozhu. Guo Xingyang, stung by ridicule, lost some semblance of reason, his voice rising in a shrill, strained shout. Just because you believe it does not make it true. The Mu-Rong clan's connections are vast and intricate. What are you in comparison? To put it plainly, you're not even worthy of being his opponent. He could crush you as easily as an ant. Oh, Zhan Feng replied nonchalantly, his tone so flat it seemed as if Guo Xingyang were merely discussing the day's weather. This utter disdain filled Guo Xingyang with humiliation and despair greater than any fierce rebuttal could have. What now? Let me go. I assure you, I will promptly convey your sincerity to Murong Xiaozhu. Guo Xingyang suppressed the rising panic within him and once again cast out the bait. Even though he himself felt it was feeble, Zhan Feng did not respond immediately. He raised his hand, gently rubbing his chin with his knuckles, his gaze lingering on Guo Xingyang's face, contorted with fear as if pondering an inconsequential matter. Time slipped away in the suffocating silence, and Guo Xingyang felt his heart racing to the point of bursting from his chest. Finally, the corners of Zhan Feng's mouth slowly curled into an extremely subtle arc, a smile chilling and devoid of warmth, even bearing a cruel finality. Zhan Feng elongated the sound, and under Guo Xingyang's almost breaking stare, he leisurely spoke. Overall, I still prefer killing you. The color drained from Guo Xingyang's face in an instant, leaving only a deathly pallor. His lips twitched violently, his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Do you really want to eliminate me completely? Guo Xingyang cried out, his voice filled with desperate malice. Eliminate completely? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, his eyes suddenly turning icy. Guo Xingyang, it seems you have forgotten how you boasted and shamelessly provoked and insulted me during our phone call yesterday. Where has that audacious courage gone now? Guo Xingyang stiffened. The arrogance from yesterday's call, the harsh and venomous words, echoed clearly in his ears. Each word transformed into heavy shackles, choking him. Had he known that this seemingly inconspicuous young man possessed such terrifying power, he would never have foolishly provoked him over the phone. Unfortunately, there is no remedy for regret in this world. At this moment, his remorse was of no use other than to heighten his suffering. Fear and despair surged again, completely engulfing him. With no hope of mercy, a glimmer of madness flashed in Guo Xingyang's eyes, and he straightened his body, adopting a near-savage, threatening posture. Let me tell you, Zhan Feng, if you dare to touch even a hair on my body today, it would be tantamount to slapping Murong Xiaozhu in the face. You are digging your own grave. He will absolutely not let you go. He will ensure that you and everyone around you will have no place to rest. With all his might, Guo Xingyang shouted his final warning, attempting to intimidate Zhan Feng with the name of Murong Xiaotian. Chapter 95. Your life? I, Zhan Feng, have already reserved. Oh. Zhan Feng's response remained as unremarkable as ever. However, the instant the word "oh" fell, Guo Xingyang distinctly observed the cold, mocking smile on Zhan Feng's face deepen, solidifying into a cruel killing intent that froze the very soul. That gaze seemed to regard him as nothing more than a corpse. Guo Xingyang's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. An indescribable chill instantly froze his blood. He wanted to scream, to move, to turn and flee without a care. But it was too late. Zhan Feng's figure vanished before him like a specter without warning. Guo Xingyang felt a blur before his eyes, as if the lingering light on his retina had deceived him. A bone-chilling gust of wind assaulted him. In the next instant, Zhan Feng's expressionless face, imbued with boundless murderous intent, was already inches away. He could even clearly see the reflection of his own visage, distorted by sheer terror, in Zhan Feng's eyes. A long, steady hand, brimming with terrifying power, struck like a viper, precisely gripping Guo Xingyang's throat. Those 5 fingers, as cold as iron pincers, instantly severed all sound and breath from Guo Xingyang. A desperate, brief whimper escaped Guo Xingyang's throat. The last image in his eyes was Zhan Feng's deep, cold, and unfeeling gaze. Endless fear, regret, and a profound resistance to death surged forth like a tidal wave, overwhelming all his consciousness in an instant. Crack! A sharp, chilling sound of bones breaking echoed, strikingly jarring, announcing the end of a life. The light in Guo Xingyang's eyes extinguished instantly, his body collapsing like a lifeless sack of flesh, slumping down, his head tilted unnaturally to one side, his face frozen in an expression of utmost fear and disbelief at the moment of his death. Zhan Feng, his expression unchanging, released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to fall to the ground with a dull thud. He did not even appear the slightest bit perturbed, as if he had merely brushed away a fallen leaf. Zhan Feng calmly bent down, nimbly retrieving Guo Xingyang's phone from his coat pocket. Soon, he located Murong Xiaoyan's number and pressed the dial key. Beep, beep. After a brief wait, the call connected. What is it? A young, composed voice, imbued with a distinctly condescending tone, came through the receiver. It was Murong Xiaotian. Young Master Murong? Zhan Feng spoke into the phone, his voice calm, yet tinged with an imperceptible hint of amusement. Silence enveloped the other end. 3 seconds felt particularly long in the quiet call. It was evident that Murong Xiaotian had keenly detected the unusual tone. This was certainly not the voice of Guo Xingyang's sycophantic subordinate. Who are you? Zhan Feng. Zhan Feng clearly stated his name, his tone as flat as a self-introduction. This name should not be unfamiliar to you by now, should it? Another silence fell on the line. 3 more seconds passed. Within those seconds, it seemed one could perceive the astonishment on the other end, swiftly suppressed emotions swirling beneath. Following that was Murong Xiaoyan's signature cold laughter, laced with mockery and icy rage. Hee, it seems that Guo Xingyang, that waste, has already met his end at your hands? This should not come as a surprise to you. Zhan Feng's reply was succinct, stating a fact that the other party already knew. What? Murong Xiaoyan's voice suddenly turned cold, laced with offended anger. Are you calling me to flaunt your trivial strength? Killing a dog I raised has made you so arrogant? I call to inform you that your life, I, Zhan Feng, have already reserved. Prepare yourself mentally. Zhan Feng. Murong Xiaoyan's voice rose sharply, filled with rage at being provoked by an insignificant insect. I had no intention of acknowledging a lowly character such as yourself. Yet you have overstepped, have you? You refuse to take the path of life and choose to seek death instead. Although we have no direct grievances, the deaths of my parents are absolutely connected to you. Tang Yun is already dead, and now Guo Xingyang is dead as well. Therefore, next it will be your turn, Murong Xiaotian. Your time is running out. A bug living on the ground dares to bite a dragon living in the sky. Zhan Feng, you think too highly of yourself. Do you believe that by slaying 2 wastes, you can shake the foundation of the Murong family? Murong Xiaoyan's voice dripped with extreme disdain. Zhan Feng chuckled at this, his laughter devoid of warmth. Hee, you truly have a talent for self-glorification. A dragon? At best, you are merely a bug clad in splendid attire. Let me tell you, there is no basis for comparison between us. Murong Xiaoyan's voice was resolute and imbued with an undeniable arrogance, declaring that you are unworthy even to be my enemy. I choose to disregard you, for I do not wish to let a mere buffoon like you hinder my endeavors in establishing a commercial empire in Shanxing. You are utterly unworthy of my time. Oh, you aspire to establish your business in Shanxing? Zhan Feng's voice carried a hint of amusement, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing. I advise you to abandon that notion promptly. It would be wise to cut your losses now, lest you incur greater and unbearable financial repercussions. Murong Xiaotian let out a heavy scoff, radiating an air of confidence that suggested total control. The arrow is nocked and must be released. The entirety of Shanxing is the most vital piece on my chessboard. The layout has reached its final stage. Do you truly believe I would relinquish the immense benefits that are within my grasp due to a few wild barks from an insignificant insect like you? That is nothing but a delusion. Then do not give up. Zhan Feng shrugged indifferently, as though discussing someone else's affairs. Listen, Zhan Feng. Murong Xiaoyan's tone turned icy, laden with naked threats. I warn you one last time. If you are wise, you will retract your tail and behave. Do not appear before me again. I can generously overlook all past grievances and not hold them against a minor character like you. However, if you dare to persist foolishly in obstructing my path, wait. Zhan Feng interrupted Murong Xiaotian without hesitation, his voice suddenly sharp and cold, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Murong Xiaotian, it seems you have misunderstood a crucial matter. It is not a question of whether you wish to contend with me, but rather, I, Zhan Feng, shall contend with you. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. What you owe my parents, I demand you repay 10-fold, 100-fold. You cannot escape. Chapter 96. The icy silence. Murong Xiaotian was thoroughly enraged, shouting, You are overestimating your capabilities. The chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth, as disparate as clouds and mud. If you wish to avoid a fate worse than death, then keep your distance. Should I truly be provoked, I will ensure that you and all those you care about experience the true meaning of brutality. That will be a nightmare you will never forget. Is that so? Zhan Feng's lips curled into a cold, provocative smile, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. I am quite eager to understand what brutality entails. I look forward to it. Just do not let me down. As he spoke, Zhan Feng tightened his grip, crushing his phone into fragments. Subsequently, he departed with Bahu. The night descended like thick ink, slowly spilling over the landscape. Zhan Feng had agreed to Lung Bingbing's request to assist in capturing the international thief Mike, who had slipped away right under the nose of the police patrol. Thus, Zhan Feng made a call to her. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lung Bingbing arrived in her car. Hey Lung the beauty. Zhan Feng greeted her with a smile, opening the car door and getting in. I must say, your police patrol security system is akin to paper. What do you mean? People were brought into your station for tea, and yet you allowed them to swagger away? This operation is simply the benchmark for disgrace in the industry. Zhan Feng replied. Lung Bingbing's voice was cold, yet tinged with a hint of defeat. Who could have anticipated? Mike did too well. We underestimated his cunning and audacity. Her tone carried not only resignation, but also a trace of frustration at having her authority challenged. Enough. Let's turn the page on the past. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, leaning forward slightly, exuding an aura of sharpness. Now where is he? Which hole did he scurry into? Where is the target location? Hurry, I will handle it for you. Lung Bingbing fell silent for 2 seconds before slowly shaking her head and uttering 2 words. I do not know. Zhan Feng. Sister, are you joking with me? You have not even caught a glimpse of his shadow. How can we apprehend him? You're always full of clever ideas, so analyze the situation. Lung Bingbing retorted. Zhan Feng leaned back, spreading his hands. Oh dear, you give me too much credit. What ability do I possess to analyze? You should consult someone more capable. I see you possess great talent, with a silver tongue and a face as thick as a city wall. Few can rival you. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng smirked mischievously, leaning in closer, his warm breath almost brushing against Lung Bingbing's ear. Oh, have you finally discovered my shining qualities? In light of my unique abilities, could you provide a little incentive? What incentive? Zhan Feng pointed to his cheek, teasingly suggesting, a kiss here, and I guarantee I will provide you with a thorough analysis. More accurate than GPS navigation. Lung Bingbing's grip on the steering wheel faltered, causing the car to sway slightly. She abruptly turned her head and shot Zhan Feng a fierce glare, her eyes sharp enough to pierce his face. Do not make me lose my composure. Always so flirtatious. Never serious. Do you believe I will throw you out? Oh, do not get worked up. Drive safely. Then be serious. In this day and age, who works for free without benefits? Even capitalists talk about surplus value. My fee as a top consultant is quite expensive. Surely, you can offer a little sweetness to entice me? Not a chance. Lung Bingbing firmly rejected, her tone resolute. Keep your distance. Damn. Zhan Feng felt as though his tail had been stepped on, pointing at his face. What do you mean? Look at my face, my features, my aura. I am as handsome as a tall jade tree, a pear blossom overshadowing a begonia. You dare say it is not appetizing? Your sense of aesthetics is severely off course. Hurry up and help me think of a solution. If you keep talking nonsense, I will really throw you by the roadside. Lung Bingbing exclaimed in exasperation. Seeing that Lung Bingbing was genuinely agitated, Zhan Feng subdued his playful demeanor somewhat, though the mischief in his eyes remained. He stroked his chin, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept over Lung Bingbing's chest, which, though clothed, could not conceal its astonishing curves. All right, let's change the terms, surely. You can satisfy my small curiosity? Curiosity? Yes. What curiosity? Tell me, how old are you? 24. Who asked for your age? What I asked was, Zhan Feng pretended to pause, his eyes turning aggressively focused, scanning the alluring curves that seemed ready to emerge. Based on his extensive experience in observing people, he estimated that those curves were undoubtedly beyond a standard C-cup, potentially approaching AD. You. Lung Bingbing felt a surge of heat rush to her head, her fingers gripping the steering wheel turning white. This rascal. He always manages to divert serious matters. Zhan Feng, can you think of something serious instead of this nonsense? What? Zhan Feng feigned surprise, widening his eyes innocently. Are you implying that these magnificent, awe-inspiring features crafted by the creator are mere nonsense? I want you to stop being so smooth-tongued. Stop being so frivolous. Lung Bingbing was utterly incensed, disregarding driving safety as her right hand shot out like lightning, precisely pinching the softest part of Zhan Feng's waist with all her might. Ow! A piercing scream erupted within the confines of the car, as Zhan Feng instantly hunched over in agony, his face contorted in pain. Let go! My dear aunt! My waist! It is going to be ruined! Umph! Lung Bingbing snorted, finally releasing her grip and steadying the steering wheel, though her chest still heaved slightly, clearly still furious. Zhan Feng rubbed his waist, which was still stinging, gasping for breath, taking a while to straighten up. He deliberately adopted a stern expression, leaning back into his seat, arms crossed, projecting an air of serious consequences for his anger. All right, you are formidable. I quit. You can ponder the situation yourself. Find whoever you wish. Zhan Feng closed his eyes, adopting an attitude that suggested he would not assist unless prompted. Lung Bingbing seemed equally disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with Zhan Feng and directly spoke, thus satisfying his curiosity. What? Zhan Feng suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend or perhaps unwilling to believe his ears. I said, are you satisfied now? Goodness. Zhan Feng felt as if he had been struck by a jolt of electricity, instantly springing upright from his seat. His expression conveyed profound shock and indescribable joy. His gaze, like a searchlight, fixated intently on the breathtaking curves outlined by Lung Bingbing's clothing, as if he sought to penetrate that layer of fabric and witness the reality beyond. Chapter 97. The legendary Zhan Feng had previously thought his estimation of D was audacious enough, yet he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, the fabled so vividly and intimately presented. The visual impact was akin to witnessing a small volcanic eruption up close. Can you please refrain from being so dramatic? Lung Bingbing expressed her exasperation at Zhan Feng's antics. How could I not be dramatic? Zhan Feng's voice trembled with excitement, akin to discovering a new realm. This was a living It was not a matter of having seen the world. After years of wandering, he had never encountered at such proximity. So let us take a look. Satisfy that insatiable curiosity of yours. Lung Bingbing, nearly ignited by Zhan Feng's gaze, decided to abandon all reservations and straighten her back. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Zhan Feng, without restraint, intensely scrutinized for several seconds, making audible sounds of appreciation. The creator is indeed biased. This proportion and scale are nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Is it all right? Can I touch it? Just once. I've never touched an in my life. I simply wish to experience the sensation. Zhan Feng's eyes sparkled with insatiable curiosity. Lung Bingbing retorted, Get lost, Zhan Feng. I warn you, do not overstep your bounds. If you utter another word, I will not let this go. It was merely a jest, a way to lighten the tense atmosphere. Look at you, devoid of any sense of humor. Zhan Feng immediately raised his hands in surrender. A forced smile plastered across his face, yet his eyes, still mischievous, occasionally darted towards the astonishing curvature. The thought of that sensation, one cannot dwell on it. Zhan Feng compelled himself to avert his gaze. Yet his mind ran rampant with scenarios. What if I dove right in? Would I suffocate? This notion sent a thrilling shiver down his spine, accompanied by an inexplicable yearning. Enough! Enough! Lung Bingbing forcefully interrupted his wandering thoughts, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. I have indulged your curiosity, and now it is time to fulfill your promise and assist me. Of course. Zhan Feng promptly straightened up, thumping his chest, his expression returning to one of confidence, tinged with mischief. I am a man of my word. You satisfy me, and I will undoubtedly reciprocate. Totally honest. With an impeccable reputation. Then let us analyze. Analyze? A smirk played at the corner of Zhan Feng's mouth, his demeanor now sharp and focused, as if the previous banter had never transpired. No need for complexity. Let us simply wait for the rabbit to come. Wait for the rabbit? Lung Bingbing paused, clearly struggling to keep pace with Zhan Feng's leaps in logic. What do you mean by that? Simple. We shall guard the location where the bronze tiger artifact is currently stored. Are you suggesting that Mike will attempt to steal the bronze tiger artifact again? Yes. Lung Bingbing immediately shook her head, her tone laden with skepticism. That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. What is his current situation? A frightened bird. A stray dog. The entire city's police force is hunting him down. He should be hiding like a mouse in the deepest hole or finding a way to escape the city. How could he possibly dare to return and touch that hot potato? That would be tantamount to walking into a trap. It defies logic. After hearing Lung Bingbing's doubts, Zhan Feng wore an expression that suggested he understood human nature. He pointed to his own cheek. Do you know what face means? Face. Yes. It refers to one's reputation. What does that have to do with this? Lung Bingbing remained perplexed. Zhan Feng's gaze deepened, replying, Who is Mike? An internationally renowned thief. A prominent figure in the circle. Such individuals value their reputation more than life itself. Especially this time, he has boasted on the dark web, declaring he will obtain the bronze tiger artifact. And now, he fails to steal it and is captured instead. What does that signify? It signifies a major setback, a blemish on his career, a tremendous disgrace. But I believe he lacks the courage. Lung Bingbing countered. If Mike retreats with his tail between his legs, his reputation in this circle will be utterly ruined. Who would still believe that Mike possesses true skill? Who would regard him as a person of stature? He cannot afford to lose face, so he must obtain the bronze tiger artifact. Only then can he restore his dignity and prove that Mike is not merely a name without substance. Even if it means taking risks, even if it is perilous, he will come. This is the obsession and pride of a top-tier thief. For the sake of face, he dares to wager his life. Lung Bingbing fell silent upon hearing Zhan Feng's words. She pressed her lips together and furrowed her brow, clearly processing his analysis at a rapid pace. Her professional instincts and rational thinking indicated that Mike's escape was paramount. Is it feasible? Lung Bingbing still harbored doubts. Can't we simply test it to find out? Practice is the sole standard for verifying truth. It is certainly better than aimlessly roaming the city like a headless chicken, don't you think? Zhan Feng replied. Lung Bingbing gazed into the endless night ahead, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who, though brimming with mischief, now exhibited an extraordinarily sharp and resolute demeanor. Indeed, at present, there were no effective leads regarding Mike's whereabouts, and conventional searches were akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Rather than blindly expending energy, it would be prudent to gamble on his judgment. All right, I will follow your lead. Lung Bingbing acquiesced. Then, the engine's growl shattered the evening's tranquility as Lung Bingbing's car sped forth like an arrow, piercing through the encroaching twilight. Zhan Feng lounged in the passenger seat, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Lung Bingbing's impressive figure, a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. 10 minutes later, accompanied by a faint sound of braking, the vehicle came to a steady halt on a relatively secluded side road outside the museum. The area offered a broad view, allowing observation of both the museum's main entrance and its flanks while remaining inconspicuous. What now? Lung Bingbing unfastened her seatbelt, turning to Zhan Feng. Her tone as consistently cold as ever, laced with tension typical of task execution. Oh, just chatting. Zhan Feng grinned widely, lighting his cigarette and inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression became even more irreverent. Lung Bingbing took a deep breath, striving to suppress the urge to roll her eyes. We are on a mission. If you wish to chat, let us finish the task first, and then converse leisurely. Stop appearing so frivolous. Chapter 98. Everything is under control. Zhan Feng exhaled a smoke ring, leisurely stating, Our conversation may sound frivolous, yet primarily revolves around practical truths. What else can we do if not engage in idle chatter? Shall we merely stare blankly at one another? Or would you prefer to sit there, motionless, allowing me to admire your proud demeanor? Lung Bingbing, utterly speechless, turned to gaze out the window, leaving behind a silhouette marked by tension. She found herself at a loss when dealing with this obstinate individual. Fortunately, she had a fair understanding of Zhan Feng. Otherwise, his ability to infuriate the living and revitalize the dead through his words would have left her fearing she might lose control and throttle him in frustration. Calm down. Let's lighten the mood. I can see you're quite tense. Zhan Feng chuckled. Just refrain from saying anything absurd to irritate me. Huh. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning. As night deepened, the imposing silhouette of the museum loomed within the city's neon glow, exuding an air of solemnity and unassailable authority. Can you be certain that Mike will indeed appear? Uncertain. Then are we just going to wait here? Foolishly? Lung Bingbing's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with disbelief. Zhan Feng shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, So if you're uncertain, We shouldn't wait? Caught off guard, Lung Bingbing pressed on. What I mean is, what are the odds of him showing up tonight? High. Zhan Feng replied with unwavering certainty. How high? Lung Bingbing inquired, seeking a more definitive assessment. Cough. Cough. Zhan Feng cleared his throat, a mischievous grin resurfacing on his face as his gaze lingered unabashedly on her chest for 2 seconds. Bigger than your assets. You. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Lung Bingbing struck swiftly, pinching the tender flesh on the inside of Zhan Feng's arm with precision before twisting it harshly. If you continue to speak carelessly, I shall sew your mouth shut. Are you unaware of how infuriating your words can be? Zhan Feng grimaced in pain, rubbing his arm while wearing a cheeky grin. But I was merely praising you, praising your exceptional talent and alluring figure. Many envy what you possess. I thank your entire family, but your compliments are unnecessary. I am well aware of my figure. Given your excellence, do you have a boyfriend? None. Lung Bingbing replied decisively, her gaze wary as if observing a weasel poised to steal a chicken. Do not entertain any notions about me. Even if I were to seek a dog, it would never be someone like you, understand? Hey, Captain Lung, that's a bit of a personal attack. Zhan Feng retorted with a smirk. Seeing him at a loss for words, Lung Bingbing could not help but wear a vindictive smile. That's what you get for your loose tongue. Then I will attack you as well. Before Zhan Feng could finish, his right hand darted toward her chest with a teasing and unmistakably provocative gesture. Lung Bingbing, possessing some agility, reacted with impressive speed, raising her hand to swat Zhan Feng's away. Retracting her hand, her gaze turned as sharp as a blade, warning him, if you don't behave, I might just cut it off. Hey, come on, it's just through this thick fabric. Can't even have a little fun? Zhan Feng shrugged. Go cool off. Lung Bingbing waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. I am not one of those casual women, you know. As if I were that casual. I am a serious person. Please spare me. Lung Bingbing scoffed. You? Casual? Your gaze is so affectionate, even towards dogs. Do not insult the term serious. I am a man of integrity, unperturbed by temptation. Zhan Feng pounded his chest, exuding a righteous demeanor. The atmosphere inside the car relaxed amidst their banter, with Lung Bingbing's gaze occasionally drifting towards the silent museum, while Zhan Feng meandered through nonsensical chatter. And time slipped away in anticipation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the stillness of the night was abruptly shattered. Without warning, a piercing alarm erupted from within the museum. The red warning lights spun wildly, casting a blood-red glow upon the museum's exterior. The formerly austere building instantly transformed into a colossal beast awakened from slumber. You were right. Lung Bingbing's eyes sparkled with sharp intensity, admiration and trepidation surging within her. Without hesitation, her right hand grasped the car door handle, preparing to push it open and rush inside. What are you doing? Zhan Feng seized her wrist. Isn't it obvious? We're going in to catch someone. The alarm is blaring. Lung Bingbing exclaimed urgently, attempting to free herself from his grip. Not so fast. Zhan Feng maintained his calm demeanor, still wearing that infuriatingly relaxed smile, even leisurely flicking off ash from a cigarette. Let us chat for a bit longer, shall we? Zhan Feng, the situation is dire. You still have the presence of mind to joke around? Lung Bingbing's face tightened, her eyes sharp as knives, nearly spitting fire. That's Mike, the international thief. If we delay even for a second, he could escape with the goods. Zhan Feng chuckled, leisurely reminding her, Captain Lung, have you already forgotten the last time we employed the tactic of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair? Haven't you suffered enough from that experience? Drawing the tiger from its mountain lair? Lung Bingbing muttered, the phrase dousing her urgency like a bucket of cold water. Her movements halted. The anxious expression on her face faded, replaced by a calm contemplation. Indeed, last time Mike used the tactic of drawing the tiger from its mountain lair. If it weren't for you, the bronze tiger artifact would have been stolen. Are you suggesting that this alarm, this commotion, is a deliberate distraction to draw attention away? Zhan Feng nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Only a fool would charge in recklessly. One must think critically, otherwise one might appear rather simple-minded. To stay seated and wait. Zhan Feng leaned back in his seat, exhaling a smoke ring. Haste makes waste. The best is yet to come. Lung Bingbing nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on the museum, intently watching the frantic red and blue lights and the silhouettes spilling from the entrance. Approximately 5 minutes after the alarm sounded, a nondescript side door of the museum was suddenly flung open. A figure clad entirely in black, swift and ghost-like, darted out. This individual clearly possessed intimate knowledge of the terrain, landing without a pause, transforming into a blurred shadow, racing towards the opposite direction of the museum's main entrance. Stop! Capture him! Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 agile men in matching security uniforms surged out, vigorously pursuing the figure in black, their footsteps and shouts rapidly fading into the night. Chapter 99. Stubbornness? Strength. Shall we pursue? Lung Bingbing's heart raced, instinctively glancing at Zhan Feng. Chase what? Zhan Feng barely lifted his eyelids, maintaining his relaxed posture, the glowing tip of his cigarette casting a dim red light. What? Stay calm and collected, Zhan Feng replied. What if the one who escapes is Mike himself? Wouldn't we be watching him flee? Lung Bingbing's voice was laced with palpable anxiety and uncertainty. She could not comprehend Zhan Feng's unwavering confidence. Impossible. Zhan Feng's response was firm, imbued with an undeniable conviction. You cannot be 100% certain. Lung Bingbing countered. Zhan Feng finally turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at her, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. What are you arguing with me for, Lung Bingbing? Do you not believe me? Fine, the car door is unlocked. Go ahead and chase after him. I want to stop you. With a frosty demeanor, Lung Bingbing stared at his carefree attitude, feeling a surge of frustration. Yet, rationality ultimately prevailed over her impulse. She recalled Zhan Feng's past judgments, which, though seemingly absurd, had always proven effective. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly suppressed the urge to rush out. Time crawled by in the suffocating silence, stretching for another 10 minutes. At last, the figures of the security personnel who had pursued the target reappeared in the distance. They returned in small clusters, their steps heavy, faces etched with evident disappointment and fatigue. Clearly having lost their target and returning empty-handed, they scanned their surroundings with vigilance before swiftly retreating back into the museum, heightening their alertness. Zhan Feng. Lung Bingbing abruptly turned back, her voice suppressing fury and disappointment, her pretty face glacial. You are far too confident. The person has escaped. Mike has either succeeded or managed to slip away. What do you understand? Zhan Feng remained unfazed. You see those returning security personnel? They're all back. Indeed, if that man was a decoy, then why didn't the real Mike act while the security was distracted? Now that everyone has returned, does he still have a chance? Your judgment is flawed, Lung Bingbing exclaimed anxiously. According to conventional logic, if the figure in black was indeed a decoy, then the moments when the security forces were drawn away would have been the perfect opportunity for the real Mike to seize the bronze tiger artifact. However, the museum remained eerily quiet during that time, devoid of any secondary alarms or unusual sounds. This irrefutably indicated that the man who had just fled was Mike himself. Their ambush had failed. Zhan Feng, however, paid no heed to Lung Bingbing's inquiries. He leisurely flicked the long ash from his cigarette, allowing the remnants to drift out the window, his expression still radiating an unshakable calm, even indulging in another puff. What's wrong? Lost for words? Seeing Zhan Feng's silence, Lung Bingbing's disappointment and anger intensified, her tone growing more aggressive. Didn't you say Mike was using a diversion? Now that the security has returned, where's Mike? Why hasn't he acted? Your reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Zhan Feng stretched lazily, finally speaking with a teasing lilt. Cold beauty, one must wonder if your position was attained through some special connections. Stop deflecting. Answer my question directly. Lung Bingbing interrupted sharply, her gaze piercing. Zhan Feng extinguished his cigarette, tossing the butt out the window. A flicker of discernible sharpness crossed his eyes, yet his voice remained steady. What's the rush? Who says it's over? Not over? Are you kidding me? Lung Bingbing was almost laughing in her exasperation. The conflict has ended. The target has fled. What more do you intend to do? She was utterly befuddled by Zhan Feng's train of thought, her face a mixture of confusion and skepticism. Zhan Feng had already swung open the car door, one foot stepping onto the ground. The night breeze rushed into the vehicle, tousling his hair. He turned back, a confident, almost mischievous smile gracing his lips. Mobibi. Less talking, more observing and learning. Allow me to demonstrate what true bravado looks like. With that, Zhan Feng casually slipped his hands into his pockets, striding with an almost languid confidence towards the brightly lit and solemn city museum. Hey, Zhan Feng, Lung Bingbing swiftly pushed open the car door and hurried after him. What are you doing now? The target has fled. Are you going to admire the artifacts? Her tone held a barely perceptible hint of anxiety and dissatisfaction with Zhan Feng's nonchalant attitude. Zhan Feng did not halt his pace, nor did he turn his head. He merely raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk on his lips. Catching someone? Catching someone? Lung Bingbing's voice rose sharply, as if she had heard the most outrageous claim. Zhan Feng, what are you being stubborn about? Stubborn? The one who just fled was the real Mike. Come on, the real Mike is still inside the museum. Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively. Lung Bingbing was almost laughing in frustration, hands on her hips, her chest heaving with indignation. You're still being obstinate? Where am I being obstinate? Do you find pleasure in arguing with me? Lung Bingbing could not comprehend the source of Zhan Feng's unfounded confidence. Cold beauty, it is you who insists on arguing with me. Zhan Feng waved his hand, as if brushing away the dust in the air, along with Lung Bingbing's certainty. You are indeed arguing with me. Ugh, I shouldn't have invited you tonight. Lung Bingbing lamented. Enough with this nonsense, Zhan Feng said with growing impatience, then spoke with unwavering certainty. The real Mike is right inside, just beneath our noses, comfortably waiting. Stop spouting nonsense. Lung Bingbing gazed at Zhan Feng, who appeared composed, as if everything was under control, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness rise within her. It was utterly illogical. The museum was teeming with people, the alarm systems fully operational. Even a fly entering could be detected. How could he possibly still be inside? Unless he could turn invisible. Lung Bingbing attempted to use logical reasoning to persuade him, or to convince herself not to be swayed by his fallacies. Zhan Feng found her insistence amusing. He suddenly stepped forward, leaning slightly closer, his deep-set eyes glinting with mischief as he scrutinized Lung Bingbing's slightly flushed cheeks from anger. Since you are so confident in your judgment, how about we make a wager? Arguing is rather dull. A wager? Lung Bingbing paused, eyeing Zhan Feng warily. What was this guy scheming now? Yes, a wager. Zhan Feng straightened up, his hands returning to his pockets. Let us bet whether Mike is still in the museum. If he is, I win. If he isn't, I lose. How about it? Are you daring enough to take a chance? Lung Bingbing squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Zhan Feng. The confidence etched on his face seemed genuine. Yet, to her, it appeared utterly unfounded, bordering on blind arrogance. The recent chase by the security team and the meticulous arrangements within the museum replayed ceaselessly in her mind. She swiftly deduced that if this was a case of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair, then Make's primary objective must be to divert the security in order to pilfer the artifacts. However, when the security forces were lured away, the personnel left behind reported no anomalies, and the vault housing the bronze tiger remained eerily calm. Why did Make not seize that perfect opportunity? Instead, he chose to remain within the museum now that the security forces had returned and were on high alert. This was completely at odds with the modus operandi of a top-tier thief. At this moment, the logical chain in her mind was crystal clear. Well then, Lung Bingbing raised her chin slightly, accepting the wager with an air of pride. Let us gamble, but what shall the stakes be? Let us clarify that first. Zhan Feng shrugged nonchalantly, declaring that whatever she wished to bet, he would match her stake, willing to accompany her to the end. Lung Bingbing hesitated briefly, her mind racing with calculations. The Zhan Feng before her had a mysterious background, skillful prowess, and a quick wit, often appearing carefree, yet proving invaluable in critical moments. If she could seize this opportunity to recruit him for her own purposes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes as her red lips parted to propose. If I win, you must be at my beck and call for 3 months, unconditionally following my orders, regardless of the task's magnitude, without refusal or complaint. No problem. Don't say 3 months, a lifetime is fine. I am not jesting. Neither am I jesting. Now, state your conditions. Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, taking a keen interest in observing Lung Bingbing from head to toe. His gaze traveled from her elegant neck to the alluring curves concealed beneath her fitted uniform, ultimately resting on her undeniably captivating figure. Zhan Feng stroked his chin, a deepening smile revealing unabashed admiration tinged with mischief. After several seconds of scrutiny, he beamed. If I win, you shall accompany me swimming. Remember, it is to accompany me, and you cannot refuse or complain, plus whatever style of swimsuit I dictate. You must wear, including the color, all will be at my discretion. Upon hearing this wager, Lung Bingbing's fair cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. She was acutely aware of the unsavory thoughts swirling in his mind. The mere thought of wearing the minuscule bikini he would likely choose for her at the poolside sent shivers down her spine. However, recalling her assured victory, she dismissed the notion of such an embarrassing scenario ever materializing. To concede now would be to appear weak in his eyes. Oomph. No problem. I accept your wager. Excellent. Then it is settled. Zhan Feng, prepare to be my servant. Lung Bingbing strode ahead with determination towards the museum's entrance, exuding the confidence of one embarking on a victorious judgment. Move, move, move. Zhan Feng, observing her retreating figure, playfully whistled, his hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered after her. In his mind, the thrilling image of her in a swimsuit became even clearer. Shaking his head, he murmured to himself, remain composed, focus on the task at hand, the task at hand. The two entered the brightly lit, heavily guarded hall of the museum. A few uniformed security personnel gathered, engaged in hushed discussions, their faces betraying fatigue and a hint of trepidation. The lead security officer, a burly middle-aged man with a stern visage, approached Lung Bingbing immediately upon spotting her. Captain Ling, you've arrived. That was truly a close call. We nearly let that fellow succeed. Lung Bingbing nodded, regaining her usual calm and efficiency, inquiring, what is the situation? Is the bronze tiger safe? She posed the question that weighed most heavily on her mind, simultaneously signaling her judgment to Zhan Feng. A flicker of relief and subtle pride crossed the security captain's face as he responded, report to Captain Ling. We have thoroughly checked, and the bronze tiger is still in the vault, safe and sound. Indeed, I must say, I find Make S' reputation as a top 3 international thief somewhat inflated. Right on our noses, he has failed. It's nothing extraordinary. The security captain added with a hint of boastfulness, clearly satisfied with their performance. This statement filled Lung Bingbing with pride, and she instinctively glanced at Zhan Feng, her gaze implying, see, I told you so. However, Zhan Feng seemed oblivious to her look, as if he had not heard the captain's self-congratulation, with his hands still in his pockets. The almost imperceptible smile on his lips held a trace of sarcasm. He languidly spoke, his quiet voice creating ripples like a stone cast into a still lake. Don't be too complacent. I suggest you refrain from celebrating prematurely. If I am not mistaken, the bronze tiger you cherish is likely already gone. What? The smile on the security captain's face instantly froze, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. He whirled around to glare at Zhan Feng, his expression shifting from confusion to displeasure, even tinged with a hint of offended anger. Did you not hear what I just said? The bronze tiger, safe and sound. It remains in the vault. We just confirmed it a few minutes ago. Zhan Feng remained unperturbed in the face of the challenge, shrugging as he replied. It seems you did not quite understand me. I said the bronze tiger has been stolen. Captain Lin, the security captain, thoroughly incensed by this unreasonable contradiction, turned directly to Lung Bingbing, his tone laced with grievance and dissatisfaction. What is the matter with your subordinate? Is he deliberately seeking trouble? We brothers worked tirelessly to protect the artifacts, and after all that effort, he comes in and pours cold water on us, questioning our hard-won results? What is this? Lung Bingbing also felt that Zhan Feng was being excessive, bordering on unreasonable. She tugged at his arm, lowering her voice in reproach. Zhan Feng, enough. They are the security here, the primary responsible parties on site. They are certainly aware of whether the artifacts are present or have been stolen. You just arrived, and you don't even know which way the vault door opens. On what grounds can you question their judgment? Can we not be reasonable? Lung Bingbing attempted to placate the captain's anger, feeling that Zhan Feng was embarrassing her. Zhan Feng gently extricated himself from her grip, meeting the captain's furious gaze with calmness as he replied, I've already stated, I only speak the truth. The truth is as I say, and it has nothing to do with your search. Huh. The security captain, now irate, laughed with a harsh edge, nodding vigorously. Well, what a claim to the truth. Just 3 minutes before you walked in. 3 minutes. We all entered the outer chamber of the vault and verified it with our own eyes. Is that not the truth? What facts are you asserting? Are you clairvoyant? Or do you possess X-ray vision? Facing this pointed accusation, Zhan Feng remained unfazed. There is no need for excessive words. The facts speak for themselves. Now, let us go in and see for ourselves. Why waste breath here? The security captain was momentarily choked by this nonchalant attitude. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, his sharp gaze locked on Zhan Feng. Of course, we must check. But later, if the bronze tiger is found unharmed, you must apologize for your irresponsible remarks and for insulting our professionalism to all of us. Your current behavior starkly demonstrates a blatant disregard for the efforts and capabilities of our brethren. Ah, very well. Zhan Feng nonchalantly nodded, a faint smile gracing his features, as if the request posed by the other party was merely an inconsequential, trifling matter. If the item truly exists, I shall kneel and apologize to you. Then please, do lead the way. I hope your apology is as straightforward as your current demeanor. The head of security huffed heavily, no longer casting a glance at Zhan Feng, striding purposefully towards the private passage leading to the underground vault. His team members hastily followed suit, their gazes toward Zhan Feng rife with hostility. Lung Bingbing and Zhan Feng trailed behind, the passage illuminated yet frigid, the only sound echoing being the weighty footsteps. Unable to contain herself, Lung Bingbing lowered her voice to complain to Zhan Feng. Do you have to act so pretentious, relishing in the public humiliation? They stated clearly that they conducted an inspection just 3 minutes ago. The Qing Tong Hu Qi is right inside, yet you insist it has been stolen. On what grounds? Do you possess X-ray vision to ascertain whether the item remains? Zhan Feng turned his head to cast a glance at Lung Bingbing, his gaze particularly profound in the dim light. If I had X-ray vision, would I require you to accompany me for a swim? Lung Bingbing felt an intense urge to disassemble Zhan Feng piece by piece. How could he still entertain such thoughts at a time like this? Fine. While we may lack X-ray vision, we do possess intellect. Zhan Feng extended his index finger, lightly tapping his temple. Tisi. Lung Bingbing emitted a disdainful snort through her nose, turning her head away, disinterested in further engaging with Zhan Feng. In her mind, she had already concluded that Zhan Feng was thoroughly doomed, eagerly awaiting the moment he would kneel in embarrassment to apologize. Upon reaching the vault door, the head of security swung it open. With a taut expression, brimming with an aura poised to deliver a harsh lesson to Zhan Feng through undeniable facts, he stepped aside to allow entry, gesturing emphatically towards the interior. Behold, open your eyes and observe clearly. The Qing Tong Hu Qi is safe and sound within. His voice resonated powerfully, filled with assurance. Zhan Feng did not immediately enter. Instead, he leisurely crossed his arms, standing at the doorway, his gaze calmly surveying the vault's interior. The space within was modest, its walls composed of cold, smooth alloys, with the ceiling illuminated by gentle shadowless lights that revealed every minute detail in the central area. However, the pedestal that should have housed the Qing Tong Hu Qi was utterly vacant. Where's the item? Zhan Feng's voice, though not loud, pierced through the atmosphere of certainty created by the head of security like a chilling dagger. The head of security was incensed by this rhetorical inquiry. He abruptly turned, exclaiming impatiently, "If your eyesight is failing, perhaps you should get glasses." It's such a large, his outburst abruptly ceased, as though an invisible hand had grasped his throat. The motion of his head turning froze in place. The expressions of anger, smugness, and disdain melted away in a heartbeat, leaving only sheer, soul-freezing astonishment. His eyes were fixed in disbelief at the center of the vault. There, only the cold alloy floor reflected the overhead lights. The invaluable, heavily protected Qing Tong Hu Qi, the national treasure he had witnessed just moments ago, had vanished, without a trace. The team members behind him followed the head of security's gaze. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The movements and expressions of all security personnel abruptly halted. They stood like statues under a spell, frozen at the vault's entrance, the color draining from their faces at a visible pace, leaving only a ghastly pallor and overwhelming confusion. The passage lay in suffocating silence. Even the sound of breathing seemingly vanished, leaving only the low hum of the central air conditioning system, which now echoed like the mockery of death. "Captain?" A voice from one of the team members trembled, shattering the stifling quietude. This utterance ignited a spark, and the security personnel sprang from their petrified state, erupting into frantic and panicked cries, rushing heedlessly into the desolate vault. Chapter 102. I am not pretending impossible. It was just there moments ago. Hurry search. Could have been misplaced. Check every corner. Quickly. They surged toward the central pedestal like madmen, dropping to the ground in a futile search for the non-existent hidden compartments. They repeatedly examined the base of the pedestal, with some even pushing against the immovable heavy foundation in chaotic desperation. Emotions of turmoil, collapse, and despair spread like a plague within the confined space. 3 minutes. Merely 3 minutes. A national treasure had vanished right before their eyes, in a vault deemed impenetrable, without a whisper of awareness. This was not merely negligence. It was the utmost denigration and humiliation of their professional capabilities. The head of security stumbled against the cold alloy wall, cradling his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly, his face etched with incomprehensible shock and self-doubt. The security system he took pride in, his well-trained team, had, in this moment, become an enormous, absurd joke. In stark contrast to the chaos and collapse within the vault was Zhan Feng's profound tranquility at the door. He remained with his arms crossed, leaning casually against the doorframe, his expression devoid of surprise, merely an understanding acceptance of the situation. Beside Zhan Feng, Lung Bingbing presented an entirely different picture. Her usually calm and sharp eyes were wide with disbelief, her pupils constricted in shock. She instinctively covered her slightly parted crimson lips with her hand, as if to stifle the gasp threatening to escape. Her gaze was fixed upon the empty pedestal, then abruptly swung to the nonchalant man beside her. So, disbelief, every doubt and confident analysis she had previously directed toward Zhan Feng now felt like a boomerang, striking her own face with force. Her 90% certainty, her unwavering logic, shattered before the ironclad reality before her, leaving not a trace behind. How could Zhan Feng know? He clearly did not possess X-ray vision. He had not approached the vault. He had even arrived later than the head of security. Could it be that he truly foresaw all of this solely through observation and reasoning? Lung Bingbing felt her understanding of reality being profoundly shaken. She gazed at Zhan Feng's profile, sharply defined under the cold light of the vault, and for the first time, perceived the layers of enigma enveloping this man, who often appeared carefree and jesting. Within that mist of mystery seemed to lie a kind of insight that was both alarming and profoundly wise. The frigid air felt as if it had solidified, with only the desperate cries of the security personnel and their heavy breaths echoing within the empty vault, narrating an unfathomable yet vividly real grand theft. Meanwhile, the barely perceptible curve of Zhan Feng's lips appeared profoundly inscrutable in Lung Bingbing's eyes. The outcome of the wager was already evident. Yet at this moment, notions of swimming attire seemed to pale in significance. How did you know the Qing Tong Hu Qi had been stolen? Lung Bingbing's voice conveyed a barely detectable urgency and intense curiosity, her sharp gaze scrutinizing Zhan Feng, as if attempting to penetrate his seemingly nonchalant demeanor and discern the workings of his mind. Zhan Feng's lips curled into a familiar arc, a smile imbued with a hint of cunning, a touch of indifference, and an intentional flamboyance. He leisurely remarked, "Because I possess intellect." This response, both simplistic and blunt, radiated an undeniable arrogance. Lung Bingbing momentarily found herself at a loss for words, yet an inexplicable admiration surged within her. This fellow, despite his irritating demeanor, consistently managed to deliver facts that left others speechless. You truly have an uncanny ability to foresee events. Zhan Feng lifted his chin, embodying an air of nonchalance that swiftly diminished the admiration Lung Bingbing had just felt. This guy, given an inch, would take a mile. At that moment, the head of security rushed before Zhan Feng, his face a canvas of mixed anxiety, regret, and a final flicker of hope. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his voice laden with palpable eagerness and flattery. Brother, you see about this matter." The address of brother was both abrupt and sincere, clearly indicating that Zhan Feng's accurate prediction of the theft of the bronze tiger artifact had completely won over the captain, who had scoffed at him mere moments ago. Zhan Feng's gaze lingered on the captain's beseeching face for a moment. He nodded knowingly and cheerfully inquired, "You certainly wish for me to retrieve the bronze tiger artifact, correct?" Yes, indeed." The captain nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he sheepishly added, "Brother, I was blind to your greatness earlier and my attitude was utterly poor. Please forgive me." Zhan Feng waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away an inconsequential speck of dust, and replied, "If I were to dwell on such trivial matters, My heart would be too burdened to contain anything else. Do you think there is still hope for recovery? The captain looked at Zhan Feng with desperate anticipation, as if he were the last lifeline. Zhan Feng deliberately elongated his response, stroking his chin in a contemplative manner. In an instant, the air within the entire museum seemed to solidify. Lung Bingbing, the captain, and the surrounding security personnel, their faces a blend of frustration and anticipation, all directed their gazes towards Zhan Feng. In those gazes resided skepticism, bewilderment, but more prominently, a sense of desperation akin to drowning souls clinging to driftwood. The atmosphere was so still that only the low hum of the air conditioning and the suppressed breaths of the crowd could be heard. Zhan Feng surveyed the room, the smile on his lips deepening, and spoke in a tone that was both casual and authoritative. Recovering it? That's exceedingly simple. Finding the item is trivial. The key is to apprehend the individual responsible, for my primary mission is to capture. Upon hearing this, it was as though a stone had been cast into calm waters, sending ripples of incredulity through the crowd. Simple? The theft of the bronze tiger artifact, the involvement of the international thief Mike, with no leads in sight. And he claims recovery is simple, and he intends to capture someone too? Almost everyone was plagued by the same thought. Is this guy merely posturing? And quite absurdly so. Lung Bingbing could not help but roll her eyes, convinced that Zhan Feng's penchant for theatrics was deeply ingrained. However, despite their doubts, no one dared voice their concerns. The harsh reality lay before them. Within the entire venue, the only individual exhibiting extraordinary insight and potential was this seemingly eccentric Zhan Feng. Chapter 103. Do not be surprised. It's just this impressive, what should we do next? Lung Bingbing stifled her urge to scoff and asked directly. Zhan Feng suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. As if he had been anticipating her question, I suppose I won't go into details to avoid you accusing me of showing off. Lung Bingbing felt a vain throb on her temple. She certainly wished to know the intricate details. This was not only about retrieving a national treasure and apprehending a criminal, but also an invaluable opportunity for practical experience. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Please, do share. I promise not to accuse you of boasting this time. No. Zhan Feng shook his head with mock seriousness. You will undoubtedly say so. I will not. Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhan Feng squinted, his smile laced with evident disbelief. I find that hard to believe. What about the fundamental trust between individuals? Lung Bingbing retorted sharply. Zhan Feng's leisurely gaze roamed her face before he replied. It seems we have no foundation of trust between us. Lung Bingbing was nearly incensed to the point of losing composure. She lifted her foot and lightly kicked Zhan Feng's calf, a gesture tinged with warning. Hurry up. We are conducting a serious investigation. I need to take notes. No more delays. Zhan Feng leaned closer to Lung Bingbing, lowering his voice with a hint of teasing anticipation. How about this? You sweetly and obediently call me Brother Feng, and upon doing so, I will share the details with you. Lung Bingbing shot a fierce glare, wishing she could rub his irritating face against the ground. Yet the circumstances dictated that the fate of the bronze tiger artifact and Mike rested on him. She gritted her teeth, took several deep breaths to compose her expression, and with the utmost restraint, managed to produce a voice as gentle as a whisper, laden with reluctance. Brother Feng. Although her murmur was barely audible and her tone as stiff as a plank, she had finally uttered the words. Zhan Feng's face lit up with glee, as if he had heard divine music, nodding in satisfaction. Now we can proceed. Immediately. Can we discuss our next steps? Lung Bingbing nearly ground her teeth in frustration as she forced out the words. Zhan Feng's demeanor shifted, his playful expression replaced by a sharp gaze, locking onto the security personnel. Now we shall apprehend. How do we apprehend? Where do we go? Lung Bingbing pressed, her heart racing. Zhan Feng's tone remained flat and unperturbed, yet it detonated like a bomb among the crowd. We shall apprehend, right here in the museum. What? Lung Bingbing was utterly bewildered. Not only was she confused, but all the security personnel exchanged incredulous glances, their faces a tableau of disbelief. Apprehend within the museum? How could this be possible? Logically, after Mike's theft, he would have fled at the first opportunity. Why would he remain in the same place? Was his thought process truly so divergent from that of a normal person? Lung Bingbing's mind spiraled into chaos as she strained to recall every detail, seeking the rationale behind Zhan Feng's deduction. yet found herself at a loss. The security personnel began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes toward Zhan Feng shifting from admiration to skepticism and confusion. Could this guy be overwhelmed by pressure? Perhaps even mentally unstable? He hasn't escaped yet. Not escaped? Zhan Feng seemed to see through their doubts and calmly explained, because if he were to flee directly, he would be too conspicuous. The risks would be exceedingly high. Often, the most dangerous places are the safest. But the museum is not that large. Where could he possibly hide? Does he possess the ability to become invisible? Lung Bingbing's voice was filled with confusion. She had contemplated how Zhan Feng might pursue Mike, but never imagined he would assert that Mike was still within the museum. Zhan Feng's gaze slowly swept across the faces of each security team member, a signature smile, laced with mystery and mockery, gracing his lips as he spoke. Right before us. The atmosphere grew frigid. The air seemed to solidify. Everyone stood frozen, their mouths agape, staring at Zhan Feng. His words intensified the absurdity of the situation. Moments later, an uncontrollable thought surged through each mind. This person must be mad. He claimed that Mike was right in front of them. Who besides this group of security personnel could it possibly be? The security captain was the first to react, his expression darkening with evident displeasure and skepticism. Are you suggesting that one of our team members is the international thief Mike in disguise? Zhan Feng simply nodded, neither confirming nor denying. The captain couldn't help but let out a short, derisive laugh. Mr. Zhan, that a bit far-fetched, don't you think? Your imagination seems rather excessive. Facing the skepticism, Zhan Feng replied calmly, this isn't far-fetched. It's merely a reflection of the disparity in our cognitive levels. Do you understand? The captain's expression completely soured, his tone turning harsh and mockingly sarcastic. Very well. Enlighten us, then. Among this group of a dozen or so, who is the illustrious Mr. Mike? We had no idea such a formidable figure was hiding among us. Zhan Feng's eyes, sharp and cold, methodically scanned each security guard's face. Those under his scrutiny felt a shiver run down their spines, instinctively straightening their backs or averting their gazes. Ultimately, his gaze settled firmly at the back of the line, locking onto a middle-aged security guard who was slightly bowing his head, attempting to diminish his presence. Mike, Zhan Feng's voice, though not loud, cut through the silence of the hall with undeniable authority. The performance has reached its climax. There's no longer a need for concealment. Is there, Old Li? The captain followed Zhan Feng's gaze and was momentarily stunned. Then, as if hearing the greatest joke, he turned to Zhan Feng, anger flaring. Zhan Feng, have you had your fun? This is Old Li from our security team, a veteran employee of 5 years. What nonsense about Mike? You are insulting him. No sooner had the captain spoken than the man, known as Old Li, revealed a chilling, eerie smile. He slowly raised his head, his once honest face now distorted with an expression of malevolence completely at odds with his identity. Under the horrified gazes of all present, he raised his hand and violently tore at the edges of his cheek. With a sharp, nauseating tearing sound, a finely crafted, thin mask of human skin was ripped away. Beneath it lay the sharply featured, cold-eyed face of a middle-aged Western man, none other than the international thief Mike. Gasp! Old Li, Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The entire hall of the museum was enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the collective intake of breath and the rapid beating of hearts. The captain's fury instantly turned to a deathly pallor, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The other security guards stood as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. Just moments ago, they had doubted Zhan Feng's sanity, labeling him a fool. Now, the harsh reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. They were the ones manipulated like mere pawns. A tidal wave of shock and humiliation washed over them. The cold gaze of the woman, Lung Bingbing, shifted toward Zhan Feng, her eyes reflecting a complicated mix of emotions: shock, fear, realization, and an unspoken, profound admiration. This man was nothing short of a phenomenon. All her previous doubts transformed into deep astonishment and respect. Mike's cold gaze, like a poisoned dagger, was fixed firmly on Zhan Feng. After the initial shock, his eyes were now filled with anger at being unmasked and a hint of disbelief. How'd you see through my disguise? Mike's voice was low and hoarse, thick with a foreign accent, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. It was rather simple, really. I believed it was seamless. Mike retorted. Zhan Feng shrugged, adopting a casual demeanor as if discussing the weather. Was it so complicated? To them, you indeed appeared flawless. But to me, it was like a child lying before an adult, full of holes. The muscles in Mike's cheeks twitched violently, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. As a top-tier figure in the international thief rankings, having never failed to be bested by the same person twice was an unprecedented humiliation. His meticulously crafted plan, intended to redeem his prior disgrace, had only doubled his shame. This was more painful than death. Suppressing his overwhelming rage, Mike fixed his steely gaze on Zhan Feng. Lowering his voice to a whisper, "Name your price. Let me go." He knew all too well that, with Zhan Feng present, forcing his way out would be tantamount to suicide. The memory of being easily subdued last time haunted him still. Now, having lost the advantage and surrounded, his chances of escape were slim. Zhan Feng's smile faded, replaced by a light, yet commanding mockery. "Are you insulting me? You do this for money." Mike grasped at his last straw, whose money ISNT earned. "I can offer you more. 10-fold, 20-fold. Just name your price. You truly insult me." Zhan Feng shook his head, his tone resolute. "I do not act for money." With that, he turned his head, his gaze landing on the still-shocked Lung Bingbing beside him. A familiar, mischievous smile returning to his lips. "I do this because she promised to wear a bikini and swim with me." Mike, Lung Bingbing, and the entire security team. This statement landed like a pink smoke bomb on a tense battlefield. Everyone, including the cornered Mike, was momentarily stunned by the stark contrast, collectively falling into a state of shock. Countless glances darted between Zhan Feng's earnest expression and Lung Bingbing's cheeks, which flushed a deep crimson. An exceedingly bizarre and awkward atmosphere hung in the air. "Let us speak properly." Lung Bingbing finally snapped back to reality, her pale fingers digging fiercely into the soft flesh of Zhan Feng's arm, twisting it painfully. This scoundrel could joke privately, but to say such things in front of so many people was outrageous. Her face felt as if it were on fire. The pain caused Zhan Feng to inhale sharply. Yet his smile blossomed even brighter. Mike observed this scene, his eyes turning icy, the last shred of hope extinguished. He slowly straightened, a desperate ferocity surging within him, as if the air around them had dropped several degrees. "Wealth and women. Would you choose women?" "Indeed, I would choose her over money." Zhan Feng flexed his arm, which had been pinched painfully, yet his smile remained unchanged. "If that is the case, then there is nothing more to discuss." Mike's eyes flared with fierce intensity. His muscles instantly tensed, resembling a predator poised to strike. "Do you still wish to resist? Go ahead." Mike roared fiercely, his entire being launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, exuding a lethal aura, charging straight at Zhan Feng. His speed was such that, to an ordinary observer, he left only a blur in his wake. His target was clear: capture the leader first. If he could swiftly subdue or severely injure Zhan Feng, the others would pose no threat. "Oh!" Zhan Feng remained stationary, even leaving his hands in his pockets, merely raising an eyebrow, his tone tinged with amusement. "You still wish to resist? How commendable! Although I was defeated by you last time, it does not imply my lack of strength." Mike's furious roar was accompanied by the sound of his fists tearing through the air, a punch infused with all his might, aimed squarely at Zhan Feng's face. This punch was swift, precise, and brutal, capable of shattering even the thickest stone slabs. Amid the gasps of terror from the security personnel and their cold, tense stares, Zhan Feng made his move. His actions appeared slow, yet were executed with a precision akin to that of a supercomputer's calculations. Just as Mike's fist was about to graze his nose, Zhan Feng's right hand, still in his pocket, shot out like lightning, meeting Mike's fist head-on. There were no flashy techniques, no unnecessary evasions, only the purest, most unyielding collision of strength. Boom! A sound resounded in the hall, as thunderous as a heavy hammer striking a drum. The two forces clashed violently, creating visible ripples in the air. Time seemed to freeze once more. Mike's advancing body struck an invisible wall of steel, causing him to halt abruptly. Almost immediately, a sickening crack echoed from his arm. The fierce expression on his face was instantly replaced by overwhelming pain and horror. A piercing scream erupted uncontrollably from his throat. Chapter 105. The Love Test of Pretending to be Oblivious While Knowing the Truth. Mike was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, propelled by the overwhelming force, crashing onto the cold marble floor several meters away. He cradled his twisted, deformed right arm, which had shattered bone by bone, curling up in agony, convulsing. Sweat pouring down his forehead, no longer a threat. Silence. A deathly stillness. With just one move. The fierce international thief Mike, who had instilled fear in everyone moments before, now lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, moaning. This stark contrast rendered everyone incapable of thought. Lung Bingbing drew a cold breath, gazing in shock at Zhan Feng, who remained unfazed, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The magnitude of her astonishment was beyond measure. She knew Zhan Feng was strong, but his strength surpassed her imagination to such an inhuman extent. This was not a duel. It was unequivocal domination, absolute, without a hint of suspense. Mike's power was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, he would not have gained such a notorious reputation internationally. The only explanation was that Zhan Feng's strength was terrifying. Terrifying beyond reason. The security personnel were left dumbfounded, their gazes toward Zhan Feng filled with awe, as if beholding a divine warrior. Just a moment ago, they had thought he was showing off. Now, they realized it was not pretense. He was genuinely formidable. Formidable to the point of needing no explanation. Lung Bingbing quickly regained her composure, her professionalism urging her to act. She retrieved handcuffs, swiftly approaching to secure the now defenseless Mike. Subsequently, she contacted her subordinates to take him away from the scene. Exiting the museum, Zhan Feng, with a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth, inquired about our little wager. Is it still valid? Lung Bingbing paused, her ears flushing slightly. She knew precisely what he was referring to, the bikini swim. She feigned calmness, shooting him an annoyed glare. Striving to sound assertive, what do you take me for? Once spoken, it cannot be taken back. Of course it's valid. Abeti sabet. Cough, cough. Zhan Feng cleared his throat, unable to suppress a smile, his gaze lingering on her chest for a fleeting moment. He reminded her with feigned seriousness. Then you must prepare an appropriate bikini in advance. With your, ample measurements, finding one that fits will likely require some effort. Zhan Feng. Lung Bingbing's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Embarrassed and enraged, she lifted her foot, ready to kick him. Can you not speak so lewdly? Lud? Zhan Feng spread his hands, his expression innocent yet mischievous. I merely offered a reasonable suggestion based on facts, reflecting my objective acknowledgement and genuine concern for your physique. Lud. Utterly lewd. Lung Bingbing was nearly driven to laughter by Zhan Feng's audacity. What material was his skin made of? Ha 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 ha. Zhan Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lung Bingbing observed Zhan Feng's carefree laughter, feeling both exasperated and helpless. All right, I can't waste time bantering with you. I must return to the police station. There is a pile of follow-up interrogations and reports awaiting me. You must keep a close watch on him this time. If he slips away again, the embarrassment will be 100-fold worse than the theft of the bronze tiger artifact. Your police station will truly become a permanent guest in international jokes, Zhan Feng cautioned. Understood, understood. Lung Bingbing waved her hand as she departed. Zhan Feng then returned to the villa alone. Upon arriving at the villa, he found only Bai Lingxue in the living room. Where is your inseparable best friend? Zhan Feng inquired as he approached the sofa. She moved out. Moved out. Zhan Feng's tone rose slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Yes, I asked her to leave, Bai Lingxue replied. Upon hearing this, Zhan Feng felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that Bai Lingxue had learned of that night in the bathroom with Guaning? A chill crept up his spine. He quickly composed himself, maintaining an air of nonchalance, even managing a relaxed smile as he leaned forward and asked, why would you ask her to move out? Having an extra person around adds to the liveliness, doesn't he it? Bai Lingxue stared intently at Zhan Feng, her eyes unblinking, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Her voice laced with subtle inquiry. Why? Are you two involved? Do you miss her? Her gaze and words were like a precise scalpel, swiftly piercing the most secret corners of Zhan Feng's heart. His heart raced, nearly convinced that his guilt had been completely exposed. However, being Zhan Feng, who had weathered many storms, he immediately adopted an exaggerated expression of innocence, leaning back against the sofa with his arm draped over the back. What do you mean by miss her? Why would you ask that? I'm just curious, merely asking casually. I see that you two have something going on. Bai Lingxue declared with conviction. Zhan Feng, with a sudden smile from Shishi Bai Lingxue, her expression resembling the melting of ice and snow. The faint sense of pressure dissipated like mist. I was just joking with you, she teased, noticing his tension as if he had committed a grave misdeed. Zhan Feng's taut nerves relaxed all at once, the breath he had been holding finally flowing out smoothly. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that it had merely been a false alarm. Guanning had proven to be trustworthy, keeping the events of that night under wraps. This allowed Zhan Feng's heart to settle momentarily, accompanied by a flicker of gratitude for Guanning's satisfaction with her service that evening. When did our aloof Bai Zong also learn to make such jokes? Is the sun rising from the west? Bai Ling Shui shot him a glance, huffing. I didn't joke with you before because you weren't worthy. Zhan Feng was momentarily taken aback by Bai Ling Shui's bluntness, rubbing his nose, feeling both amused and exasperated. Well then, if I'm unworthy, might I ask, Bai Zong, have I leveled up? Currently, you can barely be considered worthy. Well, that is a cause for celebration, isn't it? Shouldn't we prepare a feast to commemorate this? Celebration is unnecessary. We wouldn't want your ego to soar too high. Fine, that saves me some money. Zhan Feng, you have passed the first stage of the test. Test? Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise while his mind was already aware of the underlying meaning. MHM. Bai Ling Shui nodded, her gaze steady upon Zhan Feng as she explained, I might as well tell you. The fact that Ning Jie is staying here was a test I arranged from the very beginning. Chapter 106. Your husband is impressive. Test. Zhan Feng displayed a look of astonishment. Yes, a test to see if you are a respectable man capable of controlling your lower instincts. I am well aware of Ning Jie's charm and her cunning methods. I wanted to see if she could tempt you and whether you could maintain your integrity. Zhan Feng was momentarily speechless, yet a storm brewed within him. Temptation? Integrity? Heaven knows that Guanning's initiative and enthusiasm that night nearly melted him. Fortunately, she chose to keep it confidential. Bai Ling Shui wore a rare smile of approval. Not bad at all, despite Ning Jie's fervent efforts. You managed to resist engaging with her in a substantial manner. I must say, I am somewhat impressed. Of course, I'm a genuine good man. Zhan Feng replied with a grin. Don't let a few compliments inflate your ego. By the way, I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Han Jintian is dead, leaving the position of president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce vacant. Then what? Zhan Feng inquired. I've heard the new president is to be elected shortly. What do you mean? I want to hear your thoughts, Bai Ling Shui replied. It was unclear when Bai Ling Shui had started to seek Zhan Feng's opinions. In the past, she would never have mentioned such matters to him. If you wish to progress further, you must secure the position of president of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Zhan Feng declared. Why? In today's commercial landscape, especially concerning the fields and scales that our Bai group aims to penetrate, going solo is a dead end. Banding together and consolidating resources is the inevitable trend. The Fushan Chamber of Commerce is the largest and most intricate tree in Xiangcheng, controlling networks, channels, and information. If you want to expand the Bai group and establish a solid foothold in Xiangcheng and beyond, you cannot bypass this obstacle. Instead of allowing it to hinder you, you should take control and make it your ally. With Han Jintian's death, the Fushan Chamber of Commerce is left without leadership, a perfect opportunity to seize power during this vacuum. If we do not act now, when will we? Once a new president is appointed and the structure stabilizes, the cost of intervening will multiply tenfold or even 100-fold. Bai Ling Shui listened attentively, her eyes shimmering with insight. Zhan Feng's analysis struck at the heart of the matter, aligning perfectly with her own reflections that had left her feeling pressured. She slowly nodded, letting out a soft sigh. You are right. It aligns with my thoughts. The Fushan Chamber of Commerce is indeed an insurmountable hurdle, even a mountain we must conquer to gain true initiative. Then let us secure the presidency of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. However, that is easier said than done. I do not find it difficult. I am not even a formal member of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce yet. As an outsider who hasn't even crossed the threshold, what right do I have to contest for that exalted position? It is nothing but a pipe dream. Bai Ling Shui responded. How about this? Leave it to me. By tomorrow at the latest, I will ensure you become a formal member of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce. Zhan Feng stated. You? Yes. Do not joke. I am not joking. Zhan Feng. This is not a matter of fighting or brawling. This is a top-tier circle in the business world, where connections, resources, and exchanges of benefits are paramount. What can you possibly do? Bai Ling Shui replied. So in your eyes, apart from fighting, I am utterly useless? Well, that's the impression for now. Bai Ling Shui chuckled lightly as she spoke. Zhan Feng was left speechless, feeling his talents were seriously underestimated. All right. Bai Ling Shui waved her hand, rising gracefully. Her lithe figure illuminated under the lights. There's no rush. I'll think of other ways. It's getting late, and there's a lot to attend to tomorrow. Let us rest for now. With that, Bai Ling Shui ascended the stairs. Zhan Feng gazed at her enchanting silhouette, feeling a warmth in his heart. Unable to resist, he ventured cautiously, "Well, since we've each been married for a while, and I've preliminarily passed this test, might I request to share a room tonight?" Bai Ling Shui's footsteps did not falter as she ascended, her cool voice drifting down the stairs, carrying an undeniable tone of refusal, though it lacked the usual absolute chill. "You are still not worthy." Zhan Feng, in frustration, pouted at the air. After Bai Ling Shui returned to her room, Zhan Feng pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to contact Wang Shulin. The connections the old man Xiao had introduced to him were meant to facilitate his endeavors. Thus, it would be foolish not to utilize them. Moreover, it must be said that they were quite effective. Liu Shan, the head of the banking sector, Du Yun Tao, the chief of police, and Wang Shulin, the city leader. These three individuals stood as formidable pillars within the core power circle of Xiangcheng. Their influence was nothing short of terrifying. Tasks that typically require 3 steps to accomplish could be completed in one with their assistance. With such advantageous connections, to not use them would be sheer folly. Zhan Feng was well aware that for Wang Shulin and the others, his request for assistance would not be seen as a burden. Rather, it would be considered an honor. After all, he had the formidable Xiao Yuandong backing him. His request, in their eyes, was a favor they would be eager to fulfill. As he dialed the number, it rang just twice before being answered swiftly. Even at this late hour, the voice on the other end was filled with enthusiasm, devoid of any hint of annoyance at being disturbed. "Zhan brother, calling so late, is there something urgent?" Wang Shulin's voice resonated through the receiver, robust and deliberately friendly. "Wang Ge, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour." Zhan Xiong, your words are rather formal. Between us, there is no need to mention disturbances. If there is something on your mind, please feel free to speak." Wang Shulin replied, "I shall not beat around the bush. I require your assistance with a matter. Speak freely. Your concerns are my concerns. Tomorrow, I would like you to convene the core members of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce in your name, as I wish for the president of the Bai Group, Bai Ling Shui, to join the Fushan Chamber of Commerce." Zhan Feng proposed. "Oh, I thought it was something significant. This is a trivial matter that I can handle with a phone call." Wang Shulin stated, "I would prefer that, in your capacity as the mayor of Xiangqing, you personally convene all the core members of the Fushan Chamber for a formal, high-level discussion." Zhan Feng responded, "Understood. I will arrange a business forum for tomorrow." Wang Shulin agreed. "I appreciate your help. No trouble at all." Shortly thereafter, Zhan Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Shulin before hanging up the phone. Chapter 107. I can certainly command the mayor of Xiangqing the following day. The morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the exquisite breakfast table. Zhan Feng and Bai Ling Shui were enjoying their meal when a melodious ringtone shattered the tranquility. Bai Ling Shui set down her cup, glanced at the screen, and furrowed her delicate brows, yet quickly answered, "Hello? Yes, understood. I will prepare immediately." Bai Ling Shui responded succinctly, her tone tinged with a hint of unnoticeable confusion. "Moments latte." She ended the call, her fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth surface of the table. "What's wrong? It's odd. They called a meeting so early in the morning, requesting immediate attendance at the municipal office building. This has never happened before." Bai Ling Shui remarked in perplexity. Based on her past experiences, even urgent business meetings convened by the city typically received formal notifications at least a day or even several days in advance, allowing ample time for attendees to arrange their schedules. The suddenness of a morning meeting with such short notice instilled an unusual sense of urgency, stirring an inexplicable unease within her. Zhan Feng, after leisurely cutting a small piece of fried egg and placing it in his mouth, chewed thoughtfully before replying in a nearly nonchalant tone, "There's no need to be curious. It's a business meeting I arranged with Mayor Wang." Bai Ling Shui, who was about to sip her coffee, nearly choked upon hearing this and couldn't help but laugh. She set down her cup, took a tissue to wipe her mouth, and gazed at Zhan Feng with an expression that suggested she had just heard an exceedingly absurd joke. "What are you laughing at?" Zhan Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What did you just say? The meeting is convened by me through Mayor Wang. You must be joking. Bai Lingxue struggled to suppress her laughter, but the amusement in her eyes remained evident. I'm not joking. It's quite serious. Zhan Feng replied. You mean you arranged for Mayor Wang to convene a business meeting? Indeed. Zhan Feng answered matter-of-factly, his expression even carrying a hint of innocence. Zhan Feng, while I concede that I may have underestimated you in certain areas before, this is simply too outrageous. Outrageous? Not all. Zhan Feng responded with calm indifference. How am I unaware that your influence is so considerable that you can have the mayor act on your behalf? Bai Lingshue's tone dripped with playful sarcasm. In her view, even if Zhan Feng possessed some capabilities, it was implausible for him to reach the level of someone like the mayor. Wang Shulin, the mayor of Xiangqing. What position to hold? He wields considerable power and manages a myriad of affairs. How could Zhan Feng possibly orchestrate such a meeting? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Zhan Feng set down his knife and fork, leaning slightly forward, his penetrating gaze locking onto Bai Lingshue's teasing eyes as he spoke slowly. What? The moment I exhibit any competence, you assume I'm merely boasting, don't you? Bai Lingxue shrugged in response. While I did misjudge certain matters previously, this situation is blatantly preposterous. Fine, there is no point in arguing. I have always believed in letting facts speak for themselves, and the truth will surely silence all doubts. Oh, Bai Lingshue's interest was piqued. Shall we go witness this for ourselves? Let us see what this truth actually entails. Very well, since we have the time. Let us settle on this, but first, let's finish our meal. Bai Lingxue resumed her breakfast. After their meal, Bai Lingxue donned a well-tailored cream-colored business suit, while Zhan Feng remained in his seemingly casual, yet high-quality attire. Together, they departed towards the administrative center of Xiangqing. Approximately 10 minutes later, their vehicle entered the municipal complex. Several luxurious cars, including Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW 7 Series, and Audi A8L, silently proclaimed their owner's status and prestige in the expansive plaza. As Zhan Feng and Bai Lingxue exited the car, they were promptly greeted by impeccably uniformed staff members who escorted them to the conference room located deep within the building. Upon entering the meeting room, they found a circular conference table already occupied by 7 or 8 impeccably dressed middle-aged men, each exuding an air of authority. They were either engaged in hushed conversations or resting with their eyes closed, each emanating the unique calmness and pressure characteristic of those who have long held positions of power. These individuals were titans of the Xiangqing business community, core members of the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, controlling the economic arteries of the city. As Zhan Feng and Bai Lingxue entered, the previous murmurs momentarily ceased. A few scrutinizing, indifferent, or subtly dismissive gazes swept over them. No one stood to greet them, nor did anyone offer a salutation. Even eye contact was a rare commodity. After a brief silence, the hushed conversations resumed, as if they were merely inconsequential intruders. This deliberate disregard felt more oppressive than outright hostility. Bai Lingxue straightened her back, maintaining an impeccable professional smile. The pair found their seats and sat quietly in anticipation. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door of the conference room swung open once more. The previously raucous whispers vanished instantly, and everyone rose in unison. Mayor Wang Shulin of Xiangqing entered, accompanied by his secretary, moving with measured steps. Though not particularly tall, his presence commanded respect. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the room with an innate authority. Mayor Wang. Mayor Wang, good day. The chorus of respectful greetings echoed, imbued with profound reverence. Bai Lingxue quickly rose, following the crowd in polite acknowledgement. Wang Shulin offered a formulaic smile, nodding slightly. However, he did not halt his stride. Bypassing the eager business leaders who attempted to engage him, under the astonished, perplexed, and inquisitive gazes of all present, he strode directly to Bai Lingxue. Seated a few places down, Wang Shulin extended his hand, a genuine smile brightening his face. Miss Bai, it is a pleasure to have you here amidst your busy schedule for this meeting. His voice was gentle, his demeanor exceptionally humble. This gesture dropped like a stone into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of silence throughout the conference room. All attention shifted to the handshake between Wang Shulin and Bai Lingxue. The expressions on the faces of the core members were a vivid tapestry of shock, astonishment, disbelief, and even a hint of subtle trepidation. To everyone's astonishment, Wang Shivo bypassed everyone and was the first to extend a hand in greeting to Bai Lingxue. What could this signify? All present were astute individuals, and the implications were self-evident. Bai Lingxue was utterly taken aback. Despite her extensive experience with tumultuous situations, she found herself momentarily dizzy from the unexpected honor. She quickly extended her slightly cool hand to clasp Wang Shizhou's, her voice quavering ever so slightly. "You are too gracious, Mr. Wang. It is my privilege to receive your invitation. Please, everyone, take your seats." Wang Shizhou then gestured to the others before settling into the main seat. As the attendees complied, their gazes toward Bai Lingxue had transformed dramatically. What was once disdain and indifference had morphed into scrutinizing curiosity. "Feeling proud, are we?" Zhan Feng leaned closer to Bai Lingxue, tilting his head slightly and lowering his voice with a hint of amusement. Indeed, Bai Lingxue endeavored to steady her racing heart, matching his lowered tone while struggling to conceal her excitement and pride. Amidst such a gathering of distinguished individuals, Wang Shizhou had chosen her as the first to extend his hand. The honor was simply overwhelming. "Then you must treat me to a grand meal to express your gratitude." Zhan Feng's smile widened. "What does this have to do with you?" "Of course it does. Did I not tell you this morning that it was I who urged Mr. Wang to convene this meeting?" Zhan Feng replied. "Do spare me and stop boasting." Bai Lingxue countered. "Boasting? This is the truth. If I had such influence, would Mr. Wang not have greeted me first? He has not even glanced in your direction since entering. It is evident he does not know you." Zhan Feng shrugged, conceding the point and falling silent. Meanwhile, Wang Shizhou cleared his throat, and the meeting commenced in earnest. He began with a macro perspective on Xiangqing's current economic landscape and development opportunities, emphasizing the city's commitment to optimizing the business environment and supporting leading enterprises. He then delved into a detailed analysis of several key industries, articulating their prospects and policy directions with clarity and robust data. The meeting room resonated solely with his steady and authoritative voice, accompanied by the diligent scribbling of notes. Once the groundwork was laid, Wang Shizhou pivoted his focus back to Bai Lingxue, adopting a more solemn tone. "Everyone present here is a distinguished figure in Xiangqing's business community and the backbone of our economic development. For Xiangqing to craft a more illustrious commercial blueprint for the future, we must collaborate sincerely and unite our efforts to propel our business landscape to new heights." Mr. Bai, the Fushan Chamber of Commerce, as the premier business alliance in Xiangqing, gathers the most elite enterprises and talents. I understand you have yet to join us. Might I, Wang Shizhou, request that you consider joining the Fushan Chamber, working alongside our esteemed members? Wang Shizhou's statement was profoundly eloquent, artfully displaying the finesse of language. On the surface, it appeared as a humble invitation for Bai Lingxue to join, yet it was in fact a public endorsement of her in front of all core members of the Fushan Chamber. The subtext conveyed his approval of Bai Lingxue and an implicit call for others to take heed. Bai Lingxue's heart surged with elation. This was the very breakthrough she had long yearned for. She swiftly grasped Wang Shizhou's intention and adeptly returned the initiative. "You flatter me, Mr. Wang. Joining the Fushan Chamber and collaborating with esteemed seniors and elites has always been my aspiration. However, I wonder if the core members of the Fushan Chamber would welcome my inclusion?" Wang Shizhou seized the opportunity, his gaze piercingly scanning the core members. "As fortune would have it, all of you are present today. I would like to know your thoughts on Ms. Bai's potential membership." Before anyone could voice their opinions, Wang Shizhou interjected again, slightly intensifying his tone, laced with undeniable insistence. "I'm putting my own reputation on the line to advocate for Ms. Bai. Her capabilities and potential are evident to all." His words were almost overtly suggestive. The pressure was suddenly palpable among the core members of the Fushan Chamber. To decline would be to publicly slap Wang Shizhou's face. In Xiangqing, incurring the mayor's wrath could lead to dire consequences. The seasoned business veterans, adept at sensing the tides, quickly grasped the prevailing sentiment. After a brief silence, one member promptly expressed their approval, a beaming smile plastered across their face. "Oh, Mr. Wang, how could you say that? If Ms. Bai wishes to join, it is our honor at the Fushan Chamber. Indeed, Ms. Bai is recognized as the most beautiful CEO in Xiangqing's business world. The Queen of Commerce, with extraordinary capability. She is someone we greatly desire to have." "Absolutely. Ms. Bai is young and accomplished, with forward-thinking ideas. Her presence will undoubtedly infuse our chamber with new vigor and innovative thought. You are right, Mr. Wang. Ms. Bai's joining signifies a powerful alliance, sure to ignite a new wave of commercial development in Xiangqing. We wholeheartedly welcome her. In an instant, the meeting room was filled with exuberant declarations of welcome, as if the earlier indifference and resistance had never existed. Wang Shirvo nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Since everyone has unanimously welcomed her, from this day forth, President Bai Lingxue shall be an esteemed member of the Fushan Chamber. With that, he led the applause. The room erupted into enthusiastic clapping, the sincerity of which remained uncertain. Yet it undeniably provided Bai Lingxue with ample recognition. Bai Lingxue gracefully rose, offering a slight bow as she expressed her gratitude for Wang Shizhou's trust. Joining the Fushan Chamber fills me with honor and a profound sense of responsibility. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to contributing to the commercial prosperity of Xiangqing. The applause crescendoed once more. After the applause subsided, Wang Shizhou continued, furthermore, as we all know, following the unfortunate passing of the former President Han Zhentian, the position has remained vacant. A chamber cannot function without leadership. A headless organization is detrimental to unity and development. Therefore, it is imperative that you swiftly elect a new president. As Wang Shizhou's words lingered, his gaze fell upon Bai Lingxue, appearing to address her directly. Yet his message was intended for all present. Ms. Bai, I hold you in high regard. Your business acumen, strategic vision, and sense of responsibility convince me that you are fully capable of assuming the role of the new president of the Fushan Chamber. A hushed silence enveloped the meeting room, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Everyone was taken aback by Wang Shizhou's candid endorsement. This was no mere suggestion. It was a blatant declaration of support. The mayor was not only advocating for Bai Lingxue's inclusion in the chamber, but was overtly positioning her for the presidency. What transpired today was far from a mere meeting. It was a pivotal moment. Wang Shulin's gaze gradually swept over the astonished faces of the core members, his tone steady and powerful. Of course, this is merely my personal opinion and suggestion. Ultimately, the election of the president must adhere to the guild's regulations and democratic procedures. However, Wang Shulin's tone shifted, imbued with a formidable sense of pressure. I trust that everyone present, as the pillars of Xiangqing's business community, will prioritize the overall development of Xiangqing's commerce and elect the most suitable and capable leader to guide the guild towards new heights of glory. This statement wielded both authority and persuasion. Those present were astute individuals. How could they not perceive the underlying message? Wang Shulin's subtext was clear: I favor Bai Lingxue. And choosing her signifies support for the greater good of Xiangqing's development. To reject her would mean disregarding the broader picture. With such a label affixed, who would dare to dissent? The ensuing moments transformed into an accolade ceremony for Bai Lingxue. He enumerated, with the precision of a connoisseur, Bai Lingxue's company's outstanding contributions in technological innovation, market expansion, employment solutions, and tax generation, praising her business acumen and indomitable spirit with heartfelt words. Bai Lingxue's cheeks flushed from the accolades, illustrating the intensity of Wang Shulin's praise. Ultimately, the meeting concluded in an atmosphere that appeared harmonious and fervent, but was, in reality, rife with undercurrents. Zhan Feng and Bai Lingxue exited the office building side by side. The afternoon sun was somewhat blinding, yet Bai Lingxue's mood was as radiant as the sunlight itself. The conundrum that had plagued her for so long had, in a most dramatic fashion, been resolved. Not only had she successfully joined the Fushan Guild, but with the robust backing of Wang Shizhou, she had also been nominated as a candidate for the presidency. It was a situation she could scarcely have dreamed of. Her steps were light, her face beaming with uncontainable joy. So, how do you plan to thank me? Zhan Feng inquired. Thank you? Mr. Zhan, what exactly am I to thank you for? Bai Lingxue teased, elongating her words playfully, her spirits genuinely high at that moment. Thank me for what? Zhan Feng exaggeratedly spread his arms. Without my behind-the-scenes support, would you be basking in such glory today? Could you hold your head high before those old foxes? Could you have one foot on the presidential throne? Bai Lingxue could not help but chuckle. Pray tell, what relation does all this have to you? Zhan Feng shrugged helplessly. This business meeting was orchestrated at my behest. I've mentioned it several times. Oh dear, Bai Lingxue laughed. shaking her head as if regarding a boastful child. Don't inflate your own ego. Does Wang Shiho even know who you are? Throughout the meeting, he didn't cast a single glance your way, nor utter a word to you. How could this possibly be your arrangement? Zhan Feng exhaled a smoke ring. That was to avoid suspicion, you see. There were too many eyes. Naturally, he had to pretend not to know me. Just wait and see. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Shulin will come out to find me. Ah, you were just dreaming. Bai Lingxue teased, completely unconvinced. No sooner had she spoken than the heavy glass door of the office building swung open urgently behind them. Brother Zhan, hold on. Wang Shulin hurriedly approached, almost jogging, his expression markedly different from the earlier meeting. Now, it radiated warmth and even a hint of respect. He entirely overlooked Bai Lingxue, who had just been lauded, and rushed directly to Zhan Feng. Ah, Brother Zhan, I sincerely apologize. The meeting was crowded and the environment peculiar. It was truly inconvenient to greet you. For fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings or gossip, I must have neglected you. Wang Shulin's demeanor was exceptionally humble, his tone sincere, even tinged with an explanatory note. Bai Lingxue was left utterly speechless. Her smile froze in an instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld this scene. The lofty Wang Shiho was now behaving like an old friend, apologetically and eagerly explaining himself to Zhan Feng, even addressing him as Brother Zhan. Just a small matter. You flatter me. Zhan Feng responded with a calm smile. I owe you my thanks for this favor. The outcome is excellent. Wang Shulin repeatedly waved his hands, adopting a humble stance. This is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhan Feng and Bai Lingxue departed. The return journey was enveloped in silence, broken only by the low rumble of the engine. Bai Lingxue leaned back against the comfortable leather seat, her gaze magnetically drawn to the man beside her. Zhan Feng was turned towards the swiftly retreating cityscape, the afternoon sun casting a patchwork of light and shadow across his sharply defined profile. Bai Lingxue's emotions surged within her like stones cast into a deep pond, creating ripples that refused to settle. Shock, confusion, and curiosity collided fiercely within her heart. The playful banter from the breakfast table now echoed with profound clarity